This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 17 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Sakurai returned home. He needed a week to finish writing his self-criticism report. Not too difficult, since it only had to be 3,000 characters total. It was now the end of June. Summer break would start at the end of July. Just right to take advantage of the suspension period to finish his motorcycle license test. Had experienced living and studying alone at home before. In slightly Chinibu terms, Sakurai Saki had long since become a strong individual who could endure extended solitude. On the way home, he bought some vegetables. After separating and storing the vegetables and meat properly, he headed to the living room and turned on the TV. In a little while, he needed to go to the Nakano quintuplets house for tutoring, but for now, it was still morning, no need to rush. Sakurai sprawled out on the sofa, hugging a blue orca-shaped pillow, and watched TV. On the TV screen, a street interview program was airing. "Excuse me, you two, what are your thoughts on Japan's divorce rate staying high for so many years?" The ones being interviewed were 2 high school girls walking together. "We're still high school students, so topics like this are a little too mature for us. If you're going to get divorced, then why even get married? Isn't being single better? My boyfriend chews super loud. Reeks like hell in the summer. I swear I'd rather die than marry a guy like that. Once I'm done playing around, we'll definitely switch to someone more reliable. Oh, by the way, are you guys going to blur my face out?" said a girl dressed in a gyro style. "Reporter, we're broadcasting live." The gyro girl revealed a look of utter despair. Sakurai pressed the button to change the channel. "How to make ultra-delicious ramen. Tokyo TV. Next channel. A fire broke out at a construction site near Minato, Tokyo. Fortunately, the blaze started around midnight, so no casualties were reported. The scene has been sealed off." Another channel. The new fanfic Fate. Love game. Translated by Cursed Chef. So boring. Unable to find anything interesting, Sakurai turned off the TV. He hadn't slept well last night. Fortunately, today's superpower didn't have any side effects. Today's power was clairvoyance. He could observe any location on Earth, but couldn't intervene remotely, nor hear any sound. Fairly useless. Bored during lunch break, Sakurai decided to use clairvoyance to check the student council room. In the vision that appeared, there were currently 2 people inside the student council room. Ishigami Yu and Shirogane Miyuki. Ishigami Yu was holding a manga volume, his face filled with deep thought. "Miyu-senpai, in a shounen manga. Is it normal to still not have any eki scenes, even after chapter 50? The manga in his hands. Not only was there no fan service, not even the edge of a pair of panties could be seen. "Ishigami, this is the student council room. Bringing manga in here violates the rules." Shirogane Miyuki took a sip of milk, not quite catching what the other guy was saying. "But, senpai, don't you find it weird? It's already chapter 50, and still no fan service." Ishigami raised the manga above his head, trying to adjust the angle in the real world to somehow alter skirt gravity in the 2D world. Clearly an idiotic move. But Shirogane Miyuki didn't think so. After pondering for a moment, he asked in shock, "No fan service at all? And they call that shounen manga? In anime, by episode 7 or 8, they should have already done a beach episode. This manga doesn't even show underwear. Show it. Author, show the panties of the heroines. What the hell are you even doing?" Shirogane, holding a milk carton, sat down next to Ishigami. Ishigami flipped a few pages for him to see. There's only thighs. Even though the area between the thigh-high socks and pleated skirt is indeed very seductive, and the author draws legs really well, but still, Shirogane followed up, completely uncovered. "But it says it here." Ishigami read word by word. "Full bust exposure. Don't talk about boob exposure while I'm drinking milk." Shirogane shouted. "I was talking about the bath chapter, but whatever, see for yourself," Ishigami said. Shirogane took the manga and flipped through a few pages. Why is there so much fog? Not just the private areas. Even the upper torso and thighs were completely covered in steam. This bathhouse has incredible quality. Shirogane Miyuki gritted his teeth. Before he could finish, the door to the student council room was knocked. "Good afternoon, senpai. I'm here to deliver." Aino Miko had just opened the door. Behind the door, "I can't see any nipples at all." Shirogane Miyuki shouted at the top of his lungs. Thud. Miko, the stack of documents she was carrying fell all over the floor. President Shirogane. Aino Miko was stunned, scared stiff, and collapsed onto the floor. Shirogane turned his head around. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "That, Aino, we were just talking about. Don't. My boobs are really small. My nipples are really tiny too." Aino shrank back in terror, slowly crawling toward the door. Shirogane looked at Ishigami and realized he was frozen stiff too. "Ishigami, quick, stop Aino. Roger that." Ishigami yelled and charged straight toward the door. Just as Aino Miko was about to escape the student council room, BM, the door slammed shut. Aino clutched her chest, curled into a ball, her voice trembling like a frightened little deer. "Yamit, that's illegal. My dad's a judge. Don't come closer. Don't come near me." Seeing things spiraling out of control, Shirogane quickly grabbed the manga and held it up in front of her. "Aino, look at this." 1 minute later, Miko, her face completely red, collected the manga. "Bringing something like this to school violates the rules. And you two actually dare to talk about girls' underwear and nipples." The more Miko spoke, the redder her face became, steam practically rising from her head. "This is terrible. This is wrong. This is shameless." Hentai. In front of her, Ishigami Yu and Shirogane Miyuki were kneeling on the ground, seriously listening to her moral lecture. But that manga wasn't even that bad. If a manga doesn't have any fan service, can still be called manga? This is shounen manga. For crying out loud. Maybe Aino just doesn't get it? Why don't you two try being more like Sakurai-senpai? He never reads stuff like this. Ishigami, don't think just because you got a bit of attention at the sports festival, you can ignore school rules. Miko pointed directly at Ishigami's face and shouted. Neither of them argued back. To Miko, Sakurai-senpai was the image of perfection. As for whether Sakurai Saki ever read weird magazines or manga like this, well, they weren't actually sure. In the rented apartment, Sakurai Saki had seen the whole scene just now. He more or less guessed what the conversation was about between the three of them. It's just, why does Miko always seem to appear right when something bizarre is happening? Was she the embodiment of a gatekeeper god or something? The novel I bought last time, I still haven't finished reading it, Sakurai muttered. Then he got up and rummaged through the small bookshelf next to the sofa. This was where he kept books for reading before bed. Sakurai often read light novels to help himself fall asleep. Grabbing the book, Sakurai lay back down on the sofa and started flipping through the pages. Remembering how those two earlier had been flipping through manga like their lives depended on it, Sakurai tilted his head slightly, resting it on his orca-shaped pillow, and thought to himself, why bother searching for something that doesn't even exist in shounen manga? It's clearly everywhere in real life. He really couldn't understand the mindset of high school boys these days. Chapter 183. Tanabata Festival is approaching at the beginning of July. The muggy air hit the nose with every gust of wind, making the whole body heat up along with it. In addition, there was the loud, incessant buzzing of cicadas. Living underground for 5 years, only to come up to the surface during summer, would drive anyone insane. What the hell are those creatures living for? What is the point of their existence, anyway? Sakurai Saki was pedaling up a slope while pondering that philosophical question. By the time he reached the school gate, he still hadn't come up with an answer. Today wasn't Micah's turn for gate duty, so Sakurai didn't linger. He wheeled his bike to the bicycle parking area, then grabbed his written apology and headed to the teacher's office. After being lectured for a while with words that were both heartfelt and annoyingly tedious, Sakurai returned to class. The moment he stepped into the classroom, the whole class erupted into cheers. General Affairs Sakurai, you're awesome. Did your confess to Hayasaka-san have reciprocated yet? Ayazaka, ai trattino. I love you the most. Sitting in the front row, Toyosaki Saburo shouted in an extremely poor imitation. The whole class burst into loud laughter. His impersonation was terrible. Sakurai could only sigh helplessly. These guys were way too idle. He glanced at Hayasaka AI and saw that she, unusually, had a blushing and flustered look. Hayasaka, she was probably remembering what happened last week during the sports festival. He had confessed to her in front of everyone, which in hindsight was pretty dumb. Sakurai walked over to her and set down his bag. So now I'm popular. Happy now? Hayasaka AI said, blushing and annoyed. Although she really liked romantic moments, and Sakurai's confession that day nearly made her want to record it and listen to it 1,000 times, she had been enduring the curious stares of the whole class. No, the whole school. All week. Someone had even asked her directly, AI-chan, did you accept general affairs, Sakurai's confession? Hayasaka AI didn't dare answer that question. She was afraid that if she answered, it would just make things explode further. But not answering was practically the same as admitting. Now the entire school had defaulted to thinking that she and Sakurai Saki were dating. So the one who ruined my plans the most isn't variable F, Fujiwara Chika, it's Sakurai-chan. Chika, at most, would randomly appear when Hayasaka was trying to gather intel. But Sakurai was a whole different story. One move from him, and Hayasaka had no way to hide anymore. If before Hayasaka had 100 points in stealth skills, Sakurai had slapped her with a debuff that subtracted 90 points. And it couldn't be removed. Now you're famous. How wonderful, emotionless tone. It's not a bad thing. At least now we can eat together comfortably, Sakurai said. After school you can invite Kagaya-san too. We can all hang out together. He said this quietly, only loud enough for Hayasaka to hear. Just the two of us is better. Hayasaka refused. She didn't want to go on a date with a third while tagging along. But, speaking of dating, a thought suddenly popped into Hayasaka Ace's mind. Tanabata Festival is coming up. At the Shinomiya estate, no one really celebrated Tanabata. Last year, Hayasaka AI had helped Kagaya hang a few wish tags on bamboo branches. Then they had dinner like any normal day. This year, it might be nice to invite a few more people. Like the student council members, it could be considered a small family gathering. She could try discussing it with Kagaya-sama tonight. Wait, Hayasaka AI suddenly snapped back to reality just now. She had been daydreaming about being lovey-dovey with Sakurai Saki in front of Shinomiya Kagaya, completely forgetting that she was still hiding her Thakakun identity from Sakurai Saki. Moreover, there was also Fujiwara Chika. Last time, Hayasaka AI had deceived her using the Thakakun identity. This time, although Sakurai Saki already knew she was a maid, the other student council members didn't. Therefore, Hayasaka AI couldn't appear in her maid persona. She had to conceal her identity and also make sure Sakurai didn't sense anything strange. Forget it. It was best not to hold a Tanabata event. It was just a minor festival anyway. Besides, what's the point of praying to Oraheim and Hikoboshi? If they could really grant everyone's wishes, then why were they only allowed to meet once a year? Note Google. Tanabata, also known as the Star Festival, is a Japanese festival that celebrates the meeting of two star-crossed lovers, Oraheim, represented by the star Vega, and Hikoboshi, represented by the star Altair, who are separated by the Milky Way. They are only allowed to meet once a year, on the 7th day of the 7th month. The festival is based on a Chinese legend and involves writing wishes on colorful paper strips, tanzaku, and hanging them on bamboo branches. Tanabata is celebrated in various ways across Japan, with some regions holding large-scale festivals with elaborate decorations. After school, Sakurai Saki went to the student council room. Good afternoon, Shirogane. Oh, it's Sakurai, good afternoon. Shirogane Miyuki sat in the student council president's chair, not even bothering to look up, still staring intently at a pile of documents. Sakurai didn't bother him. Instead, he turned to look at Shinomiya Kagaya nearby. Kagaya-san, what are you doing? In front of him, Shinomiya Kagaya was holding a note paper, writing something on it. A Tanabata wish. Sakurai-san, do you really not even know about this? She gave Sakurai a glance, as if she were looking at an idiot. Only 4 more days until Tanabata, and you're already writing your wishes? Sakurai sat down in front of her. Let me ask you something. Kagaya-san, do you believe in Santa Claus? Kagaya didn't answer. She simply continued staring at him with a look of disdain. Kagaya, Tsh, that face really gets on people's nerves. Sakurai really wanted to punch her face. Tch, don't believe in Santa Claus, but you believe in Tanabata. Sakurai Saki picked up the usual teacup and poured himself some black tea brewed by Kagaya. So belief nowadays depends on nationality, huh? Japanese people don't believe in foreign gods. True national identity right there. Tanabata is a traditional Japanese festival, while Christmas is an imported one, Kagaya calmly explained. So that's why you skipped Christmas last year, to compete in an archery tournament? Sakurai lifted the cup and took a sip. Probably not. If Shinomiya Kagaya had someone she liked, or a boyfriend, then Christmas would definitely rank higher than an archery competition. I was the national individual champion last year, Shinomiya Kagaya said, without stopping her writing. Archery, huh? As long as you have arms, you can shoot. The basic 8-step stance, posture, knocking, raising, drawing, aiming, release, and follow-through, she had them all memorized. She could hit the bullseye with her eyes closed. So saying as long as you have arms, you can shoot wasn't wrong at all. If one day Sakurai Saki ever betrayed Hayasaka AI, Kagaya-sama wouldn't even need a gun. 1 arrow would be enough to send him straight to hell. Tanabata, Sakurai Saki muttered. He kind of wanted to spend the festival with Hayasaka. Chika will be fine too. What's this? Sakurai-san, you want to celebrate Tanabata too? For what you said earlier. I thought you didn't care about it at all, Shinomiya Kagaya asked. I want to celebrate with my girlfriend, Sakurai Saki replied. Upon hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya stopped writing. In her mind, a memory of last year's Tanabata surfaced, just her and Hayasaka AI. Though it wasn't lonely, it still felt a bit quiet. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. This year for Tanabata, would you like to come to my house? Feeling that her words might be misunderstood, Kagaya quickly added, of course, with everyone from the student council. Kei-chan can come too. Sounds good. Shirogane Miyuki chimed in. On Tanabata, Shirogane Papa wouldn't be home, so it would be just him and Kei-chan. Sakurai didn't object either. In the hallway, while talking to a friend, Hayasaka AI suddenly felt a chill down her spine. What the hell was that? Chapter 184. Nino begins to fantasize that evening in Kagaya's room. Hayasaka, ace hand, paused mid-motion while pouring tea. What? Kagaya-sama, you're planning to host a Tanabata party? She really didn't expect the backstab to come so quickly. Does Shinomiya Kagaya have no other form of entertainment besides stabbing her in the back? Lately, I've been having all sorts of weird dreams. I'm already tired enough. Please don't add more pressure, Kagaya-sama. AI-chan finished making the tea and walked over to Kagaya, who was sitting on the bed. Setting the cup down on the small table, Hayasaka AI asked, and what about her Thakakun? Kaguya-sama, have you thought about that? What do you mean? Kagaya lifted her tea. The part where I pretend to be a boy. That was your idea, wasn't it? Hayasaka AI said with a blank expression. She was starting to get irritated. Hayasaka, oh, that, Kagaya said, then fell into thought. That's right. Hayasaka's identity absolutely must not be exposed, especially not to Fujiwara Chika. As someone who lives for fun, if Chika ever found out about this, what would happen afterward? Even Kagaya didn't dare imagine it. There's always a solution to everything. Hayasaka, haven't you ever heard the phrase, the road will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge? Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't come up with any solution, so she decided to let time take care of it. To put it bluntly, give up and stop thinking. Kagaya-sama, you're not thinking this has nothing to do with you, are you? Hayasaka AI said in a calm tone. At this moment, she was fully in her cool, made mode proper, made never lets her emotions show. So pissed off, AI-chan was already cursing internally. She had made up her mind she would go on a date with Sakurai during the Tanabata festival. Now that plan was completely ruined. Hayasaka, AI, took out her phone. Hayasaka, what are you doing? Texting my boyfriend. AI-chan tapped away with one hand, holding her phone. She'd just tell Sakurai-chan, and that day she would go out as her Thaka-kun. Done. As for the reason, just tell him she didn't want her identity revealed to the student council. Sakurai would definitely understand. My boyfriend Hayasaka, lately you've been flaunting your relationship in front of me every day. Honestly, I really want to know, what on earth do you see in Sakurai-san? Kagaya still couldn't figure out. In Kagaya's eyes, that creature named Sakurai Saki really had nothing to like. And yet, both Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI liked him. And those two were the people Kagaya was closest to, no less. Appearance aside, I guess, he's gentle, kind, and he tries really hard. AI-chan gave a very simple answer. Appearance, huh? That part's not wrong. But Hayasaka, since when did you become this shallow? Kagaya looked thoroughly disappointed with that response. As for that so-called gentleness Hayasaka mentioned, Kagaya had never seen it. Everyone has their gentle moments, but Sakurai Saki? Yeah, right? All he ever did was talk back to her, and the last time he lost a bet, he made her dress up as a maid to serve him. Kagaya, that's just one part. There are plenty of handsome boys at Shuchiin too. Hayasaka AI sat down on the bed, fiddling with her phone. Chatting with Kagaya was her most relaxing time, as long as Kagaya didn't start making unreasonable demands, aside from being with Sakurai. Our first private meeting wasn't normal at all. The time he pointed at her and shouted who knows how many insults. Thinking back on how she ended up liking him later, Hayasaka figured she must be a bit of an M. Hayasaka AI liked Sakurai, probably because the two of them handled people the same way. They both wore masks at school, and even after hours. Even their dark little tastes were similar. Aino Miko probably understood that better than anyone. All done. Hayasaka put her phone away. An hour later, after finishing their conversation, Hayasaka AI left Kagaya's bedroom. Again, she held her forehead. A light dizziness made her thoughts go hazy. She really should find time to see a doctor if there really was something wrong. It could be a big problem. Otherwise, she might end up reenacting those classic Korean drama cliches. The beloved girlfriend has a terminal illness. The boyfriend gets hit by a car while searching for a doctor and then loses his memory. But no, surely it wouldn't be that tragic. After all, the Shinomiya family had their own private hospital and personal physicians, with top-tier medical technology in Japan. As long as it was caught early, there wasn't any disease they couldn't treat. Nightfall. Lying on her bed, Hayasaka AI stretched lazily. A pair of white cat ears popped out on her head, and from under her pajamas, a flexible cat tail swayed out. Lately, the memories between me and the original body have started sinking Naya, Hayasaka mumbled. The whole sneaking around with her other self's boyfriend. It hasn't been found out, right? But that's fine. She and the original were the same person anyway. Sharing a boyfriend was no big deal, right? Even the original wasn't opposing it, which basically meant she agreed. No problem at all. Hayasaka had the same intelligence level as a cat. Asking her to clearly distinguish herself from the original, or to comprehend how many times she had dyed Hayasaka Ace hair green. That was asking way too much. Once she changed clothes, Hayasaka got ready to head out. Elsewhere, in a luxury apartment on the 30th floor, the home of the 5 Nakano sisters, Nina was reading a book. She had kept this habit for the past 2 months, finishing her homework, then doing 2 more hours of studying every day. But today, she couldn't concentrate, or more accurately, ever since she heard Sakurai Saki confess to Hayasaka AI, she hadn't been able to focus on her studies at all. Most of Nino's motivation for studying came from wanting Sakurai Saki to like her. But now what? He already had a girlfriend. So what was the point of studying anymore? Study to get into a good university someday? Maybe. You haven't even managed a proper confession once. Nino, you're such a failure. She rested her head in her hand and muttered to herself. After saying that, Nino irritably picked up her pen and started doodling in her notebook. At first, it was just scribbles, then it got messier and messier, until eventually it turned into a face that looked exactly like Sakurai. Wryyyy. Nino clutched her head and let out a miserable wail. Why can't I forget him? He's just a guy. Why can't I forget him? He's just a tutor, foul-mouthed, inconsiderate, the kind of guy who doesn't even know how to care about others. So why the hell do I like him so much? I don't get myself at all. There are so many decent guys in the world. Nino, don't hang yourself on a single tree. Nakano Nino slammed her forehead onto the desk a few times, producing loud thuds and leaving a small red spot on her forehead. Outside the door, Ichika had just returned from the bathroom and called out as she walked past. It's late, Nino. Keep it down a bit. Got it, Nino answered, then collapsed onto her desk without moving. Damn it. I still like him after all. If only the world could stop right here, that would be great. Nino began to fantasize. Or if time could go backward, back to a year ago. If tomorrow there were a zombie apocalypse, and the only two people left in the world were me and him. No. No matter how she imagined it, it was ridiculous. And besides, her sisters absolutely mustn't be harmed in any way. TCH, forget it, just go to sleep. Chapter 185. Happy Life Game final exams are coming. Lately, the atmosphere for studying in the school has become increasingly tense. People always cling to Lady Luck at the last moment. Criminals also regret and beg for divine forgiveness before death. But they don't pray to reality because they know it's useless. There are no shortcuts in studying. The more effort you put in, the more you gain. That was always Sakurai's belief. Therefore, even though school had ended, he was still sitting in the student council room reading a book. Sakurai-san, you've never studied in the student council room before. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke up, also holding a book in her hand. The two of them now looked no different from death row inmates who knew their execution day was coming, struggling desperately in their final moments by grinding like mad, hoping to survive. That's right, exams are war. No one could refute that, because this time, the two of them had made another bet. The loser would have to wear a Miko outfit and dance, and only dance for the winner to see. That second condition was added by Kagaya. She had lost too miserably last time, so she got smarter this time. No one stumbles twice on the same slope, unless they're unlucky or there's something wrong with their legs. Although Shinomiya Kagaya was perfectly healthy, she still left herself a way out. She even prepared a spare leg. Kagaya-san, do you think I'm putting in all this effort just to win a bet with you? I honestly don't care if I lose, Sakurai said, his hand not stopping as he continued writing. In his mind, but actually, I really want to win. I want to win overwhelmingly. The Miko outfit, that red and white one, it's a female outfit, there's no male version. Losing would be humiliating, and if Sakurai wasn't confident, he wouldn't have dared to make the bet. I want to achieve good results to prove my own ability. Fame is trivial to me. I just want to do what I like and live for myself. After saying that, Sakurai glanced at Ishigami. Ishigami, exams are coming. Why are you still playing games? Sakurai-senpai, they'll review when I get home. Let me relax a bit now. Ishigami, you replied. Sakurai Saki didn't say anything. A while later, he asked, all right, I mentioned the Tanabata gathering yesterday. Do you want to join? At Shinomiya's house. Ishigami, you shook his head, pressing buttons on his game controller as he spoke. That day, I have to help out at my mom's flower shop. He had declined. In truth, he didn't really need help. He just didn't want to go to Shinomiya Kagaya's house. In Ishigami Yu's eyes, Shinomiya Kagaya was still just as scary as when he first entered school. Only Sakurai dared to talk to her like that. Hearing that answer, Sakurai didn't ask further, and neither did Kagaya. A while later, while the two were still busy writing something, Fujiwara Chika walked in. She was holding a deck of cards. They looked like poker cards. Probably that custom game she had mentioned before. Sakurai didn't expect much. Fujiwara Chika and the people in her club. Just hearing about them already sounded boring. Her next words would definitely be, everyone, let's play a game. Perfect, not a single word off. Sakurai Saki silently sighed. Sasuga Watashi, what game is it? The first to speak was Ishigami-yu. Tada! Happy life game. Chika raised the deck of cards above her head like showing off a treasure, then walked closer to everyone. She sat down next to Sakurai, very naturally leaning on his shoulder. Ishigami-yu saw this, and his eyelid twitched. If he remembered correctly, Sakurai-senpai was dating Hayasaka-senpai, wasn't he? So why could Fujiwara-senpai shamelessly be so close to someone who already had a girlfriend? Didn't she understand these things? Well, it made sense. Fujiwara-senpai was a parasitic creature by nature. Stealing other people's men probably came easy to her. Ishigami-yu cursed silently in his mind. Life game? He was confused. Happy life game. Fujiwara-senpai. Even if you say it again in English, we still don't understand it. Ishigami-yu mocked. Ma, just play once, and everyone will understand how to play. Chika placed the deck on the table. Wanna play? Wanna play? Kagaya-san. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't even think before replying in a cold tone. No. Final exams are coming soon. Why are you still playing games? Secretary Fujiwara. Aren't you afraid of failing? Studying too long gives you headaches, Kagaya-san. Come play with me. Chika leaned in closer to Kagaya. Kagaya, Chika. Ishigami-yu shifted over to make space, then looked at the scene of two beautiful girls pressing against each other. After being pestered for a while, Shinomiya Kagaya finally gave in. Just one round. Yay! Chika turned to Ishigami-yu. Ishigami-kun, wanna play? Ishigami-yu put his game console down. No harm in trying, but games like this are always lame. He intended to utterly trash this game. If Ishigami-kun doesn't want to play, that's fine. Fujiwara Chika didn't bother to beg. As long as Saki-kun is in, that's enough. Sorry, Chika, I'm not playing today. Sakurai lowered his head to continue reading. Chika tilted her head, her cute face full of question marks. Arira? Why though? Sakurai Saki, who had never refused her before, was refusing this time. What? Is the sky about to fall? Please. Chika ran over to Sakurai Saki, nudging his shoulder. In this game, you could get married to other players. That was the whole point why Chika dragged everyone into play. Fine, they'll play with you, Sakurai Saki said helplessly. He really didn't want to play, because the game looked weird from every angle. Once Chika finished setting up the cards, Sakurai asked, "Is this Sugoroku?" Sugoroku, a type of board game, somewhat similar to Monopoly, but without buying land or building houses. Each space had different events, like a house burning down or getting hit by truck going and ending up in the hospital. In short, lots of random events, both lucky and unlucky. It's happy life game, Chika said, proudly placing her hand on her chest. Her chin tilted slightly upward. By the way, I came up with all the events in the game myself. Right after she said that, Ishigami-yu raised his right hand. Sorry, is it still too late to back out now? Not too late already, Chika said as she placed Ishigami-yu's game piece on the table. The table was full of cards, nearly covering the whole tea table. There were 3 zones in total: kids zone, adult zone, elderly zone. The goal was to earn the most money. Shirogane, the part-time warrior, would probably find this fun. Too bad, he had to attend the regular club union meeting today. All right, everyone, start rolling the dice. Chika was acting as MC as well. After all, she was the only one who knew how to play the game. Who goes first? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. Even with a garbage game like this, she didn't want to lose. It wasn't that she couldn't accept failure. She just didn't want to lose. I'm fine with anything. Sakurai intended to let someone else take the hit first. Oh, same here, Kagaya added. She didn't want to be mistaken for someone obsessed with winning. It's just a board game, after all. Then let Ishigami-kun go first. Then Saki-kun, Kagaya-san, and finally me. Chika suggested. Sure. Ishigami, you didn't hesitate. The dice rolled on the table. It landed on 6. That's a misfortune event. Ishigami-kun flipped this card. Chika explained. Ishigami, you flipped the card and glanced at the back. Traffic accident, truck. Roll again. 3 points. Ishigami glanced at it. Ishigami-kun, you broke your leg. Chika beamed. Ahaha, Ishigami-kun is so unlucky. Chika, huh? Ishigami Yu's face was full of question marks. What the hell is this chick talking about? Got hit by a truck, so you broke your leg, Chika added with a stifled giggle. I'm done. Ishigami stood up suddenly and shouted, Garbage game! What the hell is this? Who the hell came up with these events? Are they brain damaged? Calm down, Ishigami. Don't judge a game just by the first impression. Sakurai stepped in to mediate. Then he rolled the dice. 3 points. Lucky card. Hearing Chika's voice, Sakurai flipped the card. Lucky event. Narrowly escaped death. Oya. You were taken hostage by a robber, and although you lost one arm after being rescued, you received a 10 million yen reward from the police. Super lucky, right? Sakurai's face was full of black lines. How the hell is this a lucky event? Sakurai stood up. Ishigami, I heard there's a new cafe near the station. Let's go grab coffee. This garbage game. He couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 186. Winning the game. Losing in life in the end, Sakurai Saki still didn't manage to escape with Ishigami. Shinomiya Kagaya clearly knew she couldn't get out herself, so she decided to drag everyone down with her. Damn swamp demon who only knows how to drag others down. Fine then, it's decided your new nickname from now on is Water Monkey? Hurting others without gaining anything yourself? How can anyone find joy in something like that? Seriously, what's wrong with people? Marriage card. Jang Saki-kun will marry the nearest player. Let's see who it is. Fujiwara Chika announced while reading the card in Sakurai's hand. They had already passed the kids zone and entered the adult zone. The event suddenly turned into the harshness of adulthood, like being scolded by your boss even though you did nothing wrong, working hard but getting no recognition, while smooth-talking coworkers rise rapidly. Yep, stuff like that. Everyone was getting emotionally beaten down playing this game, so finally drawing a happy card was a relief. Marriage, what a blissful word. Only after passing through the phase of dating and long, serious thought does one enter this stage of life. Marriage, huh? Sakurai glanced at it. I'm married to Kagaya-san now, huh? It's just a game, right? Don't say it like it's real. There's no way I'm marrying you. Oju-sama Kaguya replied flatly. Right, Chika said, looking dejected. Saki-kun's married, and the bride isn't me. Chika, this girl is getting a bit too into character, huh? The other three had no words and didn't know how to respond. But it's fine. I made so much money now. At this rate, I'll totally win this game. Chika was bursting with energy. Even if Saki-kun and Kagaya-san have 10 kids, she'll accept it. 10 minutes later, Shinomiya Kagaya picked up another event card. Why is it another childbirth card? I've already had 5 kids with Sakurai-san. Fujiwara Chika collapsed. She covered her face, sobbing. Why the hell did I play this garbage game? Damn you, Kagaya-san. I hate you. Garbage game. Fujiwara-senpai, what are you talking about? Ishigami Yu, even with a broken leg, still stood strong and objected. This is a divine game. Divine. Unbeatable. Beyond amazing. From now on, in playing it every day, Ishigami Yu would never miss a chance to mock Chika. His tone was no longer calm, practically floating. Hee, Fujiwara-senpai's getting what she deserves today. Kagaya-san, can you please stop having kids already? It's too much. Every turn, raising a child costs another 1,000,000 yen. Sakurai was now tied to Shinomiya Kagaya. After getting married, the two shared event cards but not money. And in this stupid game, child support costs always went to the father. The world is full of oppression against men. When will men finally rise up? 10 minutes later, your child ranked first in the grade, got accepted into Stanford University, and you and your wife received the model couple card. Sakurai placed the card in his hand. He turned to Kagaya. Kagaya-san, how will you raise our children in the future? Hard to imagine you being a good mother. Father-san, what are you even talking about? I was just about to ask you. With that cold face that never changes, will the kids even like you? Shinomiya Kagaya fired back. By the way, the two now had 11 children. Calling them a huge family wouldn't be an exaggeration. You, another one of my companies got listed. Earn another 300 million. So happy you, Fujiwara Chika wept with tears streaming down her cheeks. Chika, She had clearly made hundreds of millions more than Saki-kun. So why did her heart feel so devastated? Why were Chika's eyes full of tears? Because she had loved this game so deeply. Happy Life game is just too fun. That's right. Fujiwara-senpai. Super fun. Ishigami Yu chimed in. Though he hadn't earned a single yen and even had a broken leg, he was having a blast. As long as Fujiwara Chika was crying, he was happy. This guy. It seemed like after hanging around Sakurai Saki for too long, even his natural instinct to tease people had awakened. Sakurai Saki, a man full of sin. Isvigami-kun. Shut your mouth for me. Fujiwara Chika blew her nose while holding a tissue. Her cute little nose had turned completely red. Sakurai Saki felt that this was just a game. There was no need to take it so seriously. Honestly, he didn't want to marry Kagaya, let alone have 11 children enough to form an entire soccer team. But hey, the die said so he had to go along with it. All right, stop crying already. It's just a game. Sakurai wiped Chika's tears. Adultery, Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. Adultery within marriage. Sakurai-san, if you're going to act like that, then you'll have to give me at least 60 of your assets. Otherwise, I'll sue you in court. Sakurai Saki immediately stopped his hand, no longer wiping Chika's tears. It was fine, his hand was fast, he had already gently wiped them a few seconds ago. Sorry, Chika, I can't afford to lose. This is just a game. Teres no devores mechanic. Upon hearing that, Chika shyly said, sorry, but there really is one in this game. So, Saki-kun, do you want to NTR on Kagaya-san with me? Wait a minute. This game is starting to get weird. Sorry, Secretary Fujiwara, but my husband absolutely cannot be handed over to you. Shinomiya Kagaya shot Chika a glance. This is my property, my man, and you think you can just take him with one sentence? What the hell are you thinking, Secretary Fujiwara? As expected, the bigger the boobs, the dumber the brain. Not just saying it. Everyone look. In the top 5 best-performing female students of Shuchiin, not a single one has big boobs. Flat chests are the symbol of intelligence. Husband? This is just a game. Chika snapped. What a garbage game. Who the hell brought this anyway? So annoying. All right, it was me. Damn it. Fujiwara Chika. You're such an idiot. TCH. A husband in the game is still a husband. Shinomiya Kagaya whistled. Unlike Chika, she did it fluently and smoothly. Kagaya's gaze drifted into the distance. Sorry, hi, Sak. Just for this game, let me borrow Sakurai-san for a while. You don't even like him. You're not worthy to be his wife. Who said I don't like Sakurai-san? In this game, I like him a lot. Otherwise, why would I have 11 kids with him? Shinomiya Kagaya shouted back. I even named the first one already. ITLLB Shinomiya Kagaya. Sakurai frowned. Why would the child have the last name, Shinomiya? What the hell are you saying? Of course you're marrying into my family. The Shinomiya family next year, they'll make sure it collapses. Demande l'estimate en espère. Saki-kun. Divorce her already. They'll pay child support for you. Sakurai Saki put his hand to his forehead. Chika, stop talking already. At this rate, the kid's last name will end up being Fujiwara. Do both of you just want me to become a leech of a husband? In the end, Fujiwara Chika still failed to successfully marry Sakurai Saki. Congratulations to the two of you on achieving golden marriage status. 100 years of happiness. Congrats. Ishigami Yu clapped off to the side. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden. He got hit by truck coin and died of old age. So he took on a role of narrator. But Ishigami, you didn't resist death at all. Absolutely amazing. What a beautiful way to die. Fujiwara Chika lay blankly on the sofa, unable to say a word. Winning the game, losing in life. Today's victory, Sakurai Saki wins. Plus 11 kids and 1 wife. In-game, Chapter 187. Game mode. If one day your world turned into a game, what would you do? Become a hero and defeat the demon named capitalism? Or become Prometheus, stealing the fire of the stars to dye the earth red? Sakurai Saki chose to do nothing. Today's superpower, Player quest system effect. Will receive random quests over time. Just complete the quest to receive stat boosts or items permanent. Side effect. This ability lasts a long time, with an effective duration of 7 days. To put it simply, this ability is very normal and easy to understand. A quest system like in online games. The basic process goes like this: receive quest, run errands, complete quest, and get rewards. Don't even doubt it. Half of all online game quests are fetch quests. Even when you're playing Apex, you still spend half your time running around the map. So much meaningless time wasted. All because of those bastard game developers trying to maintain players' online hours. Daily quests in mobile games are just there to keep players hooked. Wasting 10 minutes a day just to get a few gems, which sometimes aren't even enough for a single gacha pull. And yet people still say the game is made with love. Can you believe that shit? You have received a quest. Morning exercise, run 10 laps around the park reward. Stamina 1C? A total fetch quest. Who the hell would go running just for 1 point of stamina? Probably no one, right? So this so-called golden finger is just this much. Those protagonists in web novels who wish for a quest system from ROB really are no different from a bunch of idiots. Sakurai Saki shook his head, changed clothes, washed his face, then went outside for a jog. System. Add the stat point. In front of the school gate. Sakurai discovered that this ability could also give out some bizarre quests. You have received a quest. Kiss, Part 1. Kiss the target named Aino Miko, and insert tone. Reward. A smartphone with a hypnosis app pre-installed, pushing his bicycle. Sakurai Saki didn't even glance at Aino Miko's small, pink lips, and walked away directly, his movement completely nonchalant. After he left, Miko touched her lips with her hand. Just now, Sakurai-senpai kept staring at this spot on her face. Did something weird get stuck there or what? Turning her back sneakily, she took out a mirror. After seeing nothing, Miko let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But why was Sakurai-senpai staring at her lips? So strange. No way. Could it be that Sakurai-senpai wanted to kiss her? But he already has a girlfriend. Miko-chan spaced out for several minutes before snapping back to reality. I'm definitely overthinking. There's no way Sakurai-senpai will want to kiss me. Shoe locker area. Sakurai received another new quest. He noticed that quest triggers were related to location. You have received a new quest. Love letter. Write a sincere love letter and place it in Shinomiya Kagaya's shoe locker reward. Suspicious item X. When are you sure this is a player system? Not something way more questionable. Player. Hold on. Don't tell me this is the player type from those restricted games? Sakurai seriously suspected that, after completing this prerequisite quest, the ability would force him to harm Kagaya. No, please, I'm a serious person. And besides, that's Shinomiya Kagaya we're talking about. Are you sure about this? The one who holds the title of Ice Princess Kagaya. Although she's gotten a lot more gentle lately, every time they argue, she still goes at it relentlessly. A strange girl like her. If he drugged her to make her fall for him, what would even be the point? To the classroom. Sakurai sat down at the protagonist's special seat by the window, called the protagonist seat, but really it was just the last seat next to the window. The view from here was great. You could see the school gate. That's Yatsuba? Is she about to be late? Today, Sakurai didn't come early. He arrived just barely in time. Being late meant writing a reflection letter. Sakurai Saki had already written 3 lately, and he really didn't want to write another one. Turning his head, Sakurai looked toward Hayasaka AI. You have received a quest. Kiss, Part 2. Kiss the target named Hayasaka AI reward. Stamina 1. Sakurai Saki realized something. The quest rewards seemed to be tied to difficulty. The more he didn't want to do something, the better the reward it gave. For example, kissing Miko. A normal person probably wouldn't do that, right? A cute kohai like her should be cared for, not taken advantage of. Compared to that, kissing his girlfriend didn't give Sakurai Saki any psychological pressure at all. AI-chan, come here for a second. Hearing him call, Hayasaka AI walked over with a face full of suspicion. Sakurai Saki looked around, and after making sure no one was paying attention, gently wrapped his arms around her snow-white neck and kissed her. After a short touch, the two separated, even though it was just a brief kiss. Hayasaka, Ace's face had already turned completely red. "Why did you kiss me?" she asked, looking around, and after confirming that no one saw, she let out a relieved breath. "Morning kiss," Sakurai Saki said gently. Stamina 1, and just like that, the quest was completed. After school, Sakurai didn't go to the student council. His purpose, of course, was to cut off further contact with Kaguya. He was afraid the quest rewards would be too tempting, and he wouldn't be able to resist. You might ask, now that he has a superpower, why bother doing quests for items? Shallow. So shallow. If humans had no limits, they'd lose their joy. If you don't believe it, try turning on hacks in some game. Max your stats so you kill monsters in one hit, get all items at max quantity. It might feel novel and fun at first, but over time, ITLL get boring. That's exactly why Sakurai Saki found today's power so interesting. Because lately, he really didn't have any clear goals. The main storyline was to defeat Shinomiya Kaguya, then make her wear a Miko outfit and dance an embarrassed little dance just for him. Side quest? Well, actually there wasn't one. If he had to name something, maybe helping the 5 Nakano sisters improve their studies? The semester was about to end. He had to make sure all 5 sisters passed. Sakurai Saki wasn't setting any big goals, because that wouldn't be realistic. Like, say, getting Nino's grades to the top of the school. Is that even possible? The answer, no way in hell. No matter how hard Nino tried, it just wasn't possible. What's more, ever since it was publicly known that he was dating AI-chan, Nino's motivation to study had taken a heavy hit. Sakurai genuinely couldn't figure out. People often complain about teachers' words like, "These grades are for you." This question type is already given here. The score is basically a gift. Whether you review or not is up to you. But honestly, everyone knows studying is for yourself. Yet Nino didn't seem to understand that. Girls in love can be truly terrifying in this regard. Because of love, there's nothing they can't do, but they're also easily pushed to the extreme. For example, turning into a Yandere. Sakurai-kyun, if I can't have your heart, then I'll just take your real heart instead. Yufufu. Yandere face. Lost in all sorts of wild thoughts, Sakurai stepped into the library. Today was the day before Tanabata, a Wednesday. Tutoring was still being held as usual. Chapter 188. Love you without words. Sakurai had thought he wouldn't run into Shinomiya Kaguya today. Just like how a polar bear in the Arctic can never meet a penguin in the Antarctic. What's that? You say they can be transported by plane to meet? Sorry, but there are no penguins in the Arctic and no bears in the Antarctic. So these two species literally can't meet. Kaguya-san, your ability to cram is kind of impressive. Next to the bookshelf, Sakurai glanced at the book in Shinomiya Kaguya's hand. It was a set of last year's exam questions, published by Shuchiin Academy, and even handwritten, probably compiled by a high-achieving student from the past and left behind in the library. Pretty impressive that she managed to find it. At the same time, it genuinely surprised Sakurai Saki. You have received a quest. Kiss, Part 3. Wrap your arms around Shinomiya Kaguya's petite waist and kiss her lips. Must be a mature-style kiss reward. Time-stopping device. You have received a quest. Even Yukino-shita Yukino would want to punch you after hearing this mock Shinomiya Kaguya's chest size. At least 3 times reward. Obedience candy. Sakurai Saki wasn't going to do either of these quests. He wasn't about to go mock a girl's physical shortcomings out of nowhere. Well, calling a shortcoming might be a bit much, but Kaguya's chest size really was pathetically tragic. As for the kiss quest, Sakurai felt that was something he could only do with Chika or AI-chan. He had zero interest in any of the other girls. The next moment, Karma slapped him in the face. You have received a quest. Kiss, Part 4. Kiss Shinobu's childlike form. Duration must be at least 10 seconds reward. Stamina 5, huh? This one's actually pretty simple. By vampire standards of embarrassment, kissing Shinobu shouldn't be hard, right? They'd already bathed together who knows how many times. They'd already seen each other's naked bodies more times than he could count. Shinobu, Shinobu. This is Sakurai Saki. If you can hear me, respond. Her codename Shinobu is currently sleeping. What does Master want? Her voice sounded half asleep. Please kiss me. For at least 10 seconds. Oh, you Italian bastard. Kiss what? Sakurai could easily imagine her blushing face. You want? Of course not. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. No, wait. Even later, he's not doing that either. Hugging that tiny little body and kissing her. That's just full-on pervert territory. Shinomiya Kagaya was flipping through the set of practice exams. Hearing a sound, she turned around, tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Today she wasn't wearing her usual headband. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, as dark as ink. Her expression was cold, but still incredibly captivating. Sakurai preferred her with long, straight black hair like this. Kagaya's ice mode was much more interesting than her current self. Ever since she started wearing that headband, Shinomiya Kagaya's biting sarcasm and sharp tongue had mellowed a lot, which honestly made Sakurai lose interest. He wasn't a masochist or anything, it's just that had gotten used to her side. So the sudden switch felt super weird. Sakurai-san, could you kindly direct your filthy gaze somewhere else? Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. She gathered up the exam sheets, looking perfectly serious. Her uniform was neat and flawless. I was looking at the book in your hand. How is it a filthy gaze? Sakurai asked, confused. Women don't need a reason to scold someone. To put it simply, women scolding people doesn't need any reason at all. Truly terrifying creatures. Are they all this thick-skinned? Getting turned on just from looking at someone else's practice exams. Looks like you'll need to reassess your sexual preferences. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke as she prepared to take the papers elsewhere. Don't worry. Even if you're into inanimate objects, Sakurai-san, I won't judge you. She hadn't taken more than a few steps away when a voice Sakurai Saki knew all too well rang out nearby. Oya, isn't that Oba-sama? Shijo Maki appeared from behind the bookshelf, leaning against it with a very casual posture. A few seconds later, seemingly realizing that leaning on a bookshelf wasn't a great idea, it might knock the books out of place, she stood up straight. Her movements flowed like water, but somehow gave off the aura of a completely irrelevant shrimp. Oba-sama? Sakurai Saki caught that keyword. He knew Shijo Maki was somehow related to Kagaya, but he didn't expect they were separated by how many generations exactly. Just how big was the hierarchy gap between them? Sakurai-san, Shijo-san and I are relatives. That's right, Oba-sama. Maki grinned like a country farmer who had just caught a baby lamb and was furiously plucking its wool. Maki. She latched onto Kagaya's weak spot and began her relentless attack. Kagaya's face turned red. Shijo-san, that way of addressing me. Kagaya. But that's our proper hierarchy, isn't it? Oba-sama indeed. Kagaya grit her teeth. Those from the branch family must show respect to those of the main family. Oya, is Oba-sama mad? Wrinkles are about to show up on your face, Maki teased, and the moment she finished speaking, Kagaya's expression turned ice cold. In the middle of summer, Shijo Maki felt a chill down her spine. She immediately turned to Sakurai Saki for help. Saki-chan, Oba-sama is scary. Kagaya clenched her teeth, trying to suppress her rage. Shijo-san, what are you doing here? Oba-sama doesn't know. I'm Saki-chan's best friend. Shijo Maki said as she covered her mouth and giggled softly. Now that I think about it, you've worked together in the student council for almost a year, and yet you still call him by his last name. Oba-sama, you're just so bad at communication. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled faintly and turned to Sakurai. She barely got one syllable out when she realized she couldn't say the next one. It was way too embarrassing. She never realized that calling someone by their first name was this humiliating. Kagaya had never known such shame before. Forget it. If you can't say it, then don't. Shijo Maki said smugly, lifting her chin slightly and confidently walking to Sakurai's side. She took his hand, getting ready to drag him off to tutor the 5 idiots. Well, only 3 of them showed up today. Idiot number 1 and number 4 couldn't make it. Nakano Ichika's career was skyrocketing like a kite caught in the wind. And as for her studies, well, fate would decide. But Shed probably managed to pass. Who said I couldn't do it? Shinomiya Kagaya snapped back defiantly. Shijo Maki turned around mockingly. Give it up already, Oba-sama. The two walked side by side to the study room. Shinomiya Kagaya thought for a few seconds, then followed them. She wanted to see exactly how Sakurai Saki was tutoring those sisters every day. You have received a quest. The quintuplets conquer all 5 Nakano sisters. Don't miss a single one. Reward. World Adjustment Mode, you have received a quest. Kiss, Part 5. You have received a quest. Kiss, Part 6. Kiss Nino. She must be the one to initiate it reward. Ice Sky Travel. 7 days you have received a quest. Kiss, Part 7. At this rate, Sakurai felt like he was turning into a full-blown kiss maniac. And this ability was going to last for 7 days. He didn't even want to imagine how many girls would show up on the quest list by the final day. Sakurai felt like this system wasn't any different from those garbage-tier harem Pokemon light novels where every pretty girl is a collectible and it's catch 'em all, with zero concern for whether the girls were even willing. Nino-san, what's wrong? Sakurai snapped back to reality and realized Nino was spacing out too. It's nothing, Nino replied softly. To love without the courage to speak. How do you ease that suffocating feeling in your chest? Chapter 189. No matter how you look at it, Tanabata feels like a sad holiday somehow. All holidays have become games for capitalists. They exploit festivals to drain everyone's wallets. What? Are love hotels the only way to celebrate now? No. I want to say no to that kind of world. These holidays are too sad. Too unbearable. Sakurai-senpai, please promise me you won. Go out with your girlfriend on Tanabata. Let's go crazy together in-game instead. Tonight's drop rate is insanely high, and it's a brand new version you've never played before, senpai. Viewer, Ishigami, you let out a string of nonsense, followed by a huge belch, then collapsed onto the sofa next to the dining table. Everyone in the student council was currently present at Shinomiya Kagaya's villa. Initially, Ishigami, you hadn't planned on coming, but, his mother said, they invited you to a party, and not just anyone, but your honorable senpai. Not going would be impolite. I can watch the shop myself today, and our family's wealthy enough already. Running the flower shop is just a hobby of mine. And so, Ishigami was forced to come to the Devil's Denver. Then he got drunk, in less than 30 minutes. Damn, how could someone be this weak? That fruit drink had even less alcohol than beer. Yet 1 glass was enough to knock him out. Go to sleep, Ishigami. Sakurai sighed. Sakurai, I'm surprised you're not out with Hayasaka-san today, Shirogane Miyuki said as he took a sip of his fruit juice. Hayasaka-san? Beside him. Shirogane K held her cup with both hands, her beautiful blue eyes blinking. That name, Shed heard it before. She's the one Saki and I confessed to during the sports festival, right? I knew it. Kay raised her hand. So romantic. I want a guy to confess to me at a sports festival too. Kei-chan. Kei-chan? Look at your brother's face. It's gone pitch black. Sakurai Saki chuckled. He was in a pretty good mood today. After all, this was a get-together, and it was Sakurai Saki's first time attending one. When he lived with his mother in Kyoto, had never gone to parties like this. Though his mother often attended gatherings of wealthy ladies, drinking tea, arranging flowers, discussing child-rearing, and doing all the usual rich lady activities. It's just that his mother's looks always stood out among them, like a crane among chickens. Forget about Aniki's opinion. Kay delivered a line like a dagger to Shirogane's heart. Shirogane Miyuki clutched his chest. He wore a pained expression that instantly drew everyone's attention. What's wrong, Aniki? Are you okay? Kay wasn't even Sundara at this point. She was genuinely concerned. Just an old condition. Stomach pain. Shirogane lied, just to get sympathy from his little sister. But you're holding your chest? Kay exposed him. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI had been quietly listening to everyone chat, and she smiled. As expected, Tanabata really is better when it's lively. It's just that, when someone mentioned the sports festival confession from before, AI-chan felt a little shy. But since she was currently using her Hirthaka-kun persona, it didn't matter. Hirthaka-kun, you should eat something too. Fujiwara Chika spoke with a shrimp in her mouth, its tail wagging as she talked. Chika, don't talk with your mouth full, Sakurai reminded her. Chika nodded and swallowed the shrimp. As a servant, I can't sit at the same table as my masters. Just being allowed to stand here is already the limit. Hayasaka AI, dressed in a butler's suit, stood like a statue. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke up. Hirthaka, sit down. There are no outsiders here right now anyway. Upon hearing that, Hayasaka AI didn't move. Sit down. That's an order from your master. Hayasaka really was stubborn about weird things. It gave Shinomiya Kagaya a headache. But thankfully, after being told twice, she obediently sat down. And she sat right next to Sakurai Saki. After that, after drinking a little more juice, Hayasaka AI started feeling dizzy. At first, Sakurai Saki didn't notice. If he had known this was the real Hayasaka AI, he definitely wouldn't have let her touch any alcohol. Hayasaka AI drowsily leaned her head on Sakurai Saki's shoulder, murmuring, "Young Master Sraisama, you smell so nice, lavender scent." She still retained a shred of reason. That's just the laundry detergent, Sakurai Saki said as he turned to look at him, then helped him sit upright. At this close distance, Sakurai Saki realized something. Hirthaka-kun looked very delicate. One glance, and you could tell, he would look amazing in girls' clothes. You have received a quest. Cross-dressing make Hirthaka-kun wear girls' clothes reward. Playboy survival against kitchen knives protective gear. This ability still isn't over. Right, it's supposed to last a whole week. This side effect wasn't bad, though. Not exactly a disadvantage. After all, side effects are part of the package with powers. Some medicines work specifically because of their side effects. After finishing their meal, everyone got ready to hang their written wishes on the sasa bamboo, a type of dwarf bamboo. In Japan, people have a custom of hanging wish tags on bamboo branches during Tanabata, hoping that Oraheim and Hikoboshi will help make their dreams come true. But really, it's just a form of spiritual self-comfort. Oraheim and Hikoboshi are super busy people. Fulfilling the wishes of that many people in a single day, even gods can't handle that. Well, Santa Claus can't fulfill every kid's wish either. Huh, why are we suddenly talking about Santa Claus? Because there are only 86,400 seconds in a day, and even if he could go down one chimney per second, he still wouldn't have time to deliver all the presents. Wait, no, that's not right. These days, there probably aren't even 86,400 homes with chimneys left. Maybe he really could pull it off. Gambare, Santa Claus-san. Sakurai, what's your wish? Shirogane Miyuki glanced at the tag Sakurai had just hung. My wish is to make everyone's wishes come true. Sakurai Saki replied with a smile. He didn't say that out of some noble self-sacrificing spirit, mainly because he could do anything, so he didn't really have any dreams of his own. What about you? I wish for my family and friends to always be healthy. Shirogane said softly. Even though his eyes were usually sharp, now they had a gentler look. Sakurai stood next to him, waiting for him to finish hanging his wish. In the meantime, his gaze drifted to a newly hung tag nearby. On it was written, I want to go watch fireworks with friends, go to the beach, go to festivals. Shirogane saw it too. Must be Shinomiya's wish. Sakurai nodded. For once, he didn't badmouth her. Hope Oraheim and Hikoboshi can make it come true for her. Chapter 190. This time there's a justified reason to fight after hanging their wishes. Everyone held a small fireworks show. And just like that, Tanabata came to an end. Today marks the start of a new week. Summer vacation was getting closer, and the heat was becoming more unbearable. The air you breathe feels like it's trying to burn your lungs. Why can't humans regulate their own body temperature? That's really something worth researching. If we hate the heat so much, why can't we cool ourselves down? Maybe it's because we need to give off heat in winter? Alright, humans do emit heat, so Does that mean humans kotatsu? With a head full of wandering thoughts and waves of heat, Sakurai only started to feel somewhat better after stepping into the classroom and sitting down at his desk. The sounds of cicadas outside the window, mixed with the hoarse cries of crows, flowed into his ears. Summer break was here. No more student council duties. Not that he really did much in the first place. Last time during a sports festival, he just helped move some old stuff. That should still count as contributing, right? After school, Sakurai planned to stop by the kendo club. Apparently, one of the members was injured and they needed a temporary replacement. Though Sakurai suspected this was just a trick by the kendo club captain, Kojima, to recruit him. They were on good terms, so checking out wouldn't hurt. He pushed open the door to the kendo club. Huh, that was his first impression. Stinky. Seconde impression. The pungent smell of male sweat hit him square in the face. In the wide wooden-floored kendo dojo, a group of club members were practicing their swings. A few were sparring under the instructor's supervision. The speed of their swings was impressive. Stance, sliding step, fake out, shout ki, and land a strike, followed by zanshin, the state of awareness and posture after a hit. If you land a hit but don't face your opponent properly, it doesn't count as a point. Those sparring had perfect stances, not stiff at all, very relaxed. Their series of movements looked beautiful, drenched in sweat, and they were still wearing those heavy, outdated armor suits. You could imagine just how hot it was inside. The kendo club didn't turn on the air conditioner. Indoor sports clubs did have air conditioners. It's not like they couldn't afford them. It just wasn't ideal. Constant temperature changes make you prone to getting sick. Captain Kojima of the kendo club saw Sakurai Saki walk in after changing his shoes, dressed in a kendo uniform and hakama, and came over to greet him. Sakurai, you finally showed up. At the meeting the other day, I asked Shirogane to pass on a message to you, and only now do you show up. Sakurai glanced at the bamboo, sword lying nearby. I'm not his bodyguard. If you wanted me, you could have just called me directly. Our classes aren't even that far apart. Aren't you dating someone these days? I didn't want to bother you. That confession the other day was intense. Some guys said you were stupid, but the girls in my club really liked it. Kojima followed Sakurai's gaze. What? Want to go around? No point-based match, though. It's hot as hell. I've got no energy. Sakurai made an excuse. Sparring with this guy was a great way to mess up your shoulder. This bastard was born into a police family, a kendo prodigy, trained in the Jigen Ryu style since childhood. He loved swinging the bamboo, sword down from above in a diagonal slash, the keisagiri style. But in formal kendo matches, only 4 points count: head, side of the abdomen, thrust of the throat, and wrist. A keisagiri hits the shoulder, and the shoulder doesn't count. Clearly, Kojima didn't want to do kendo. He wanted a real fight. The rules of kendo scoring, even the strike zones and techniques, exist to reduce injuries. Otherwise, direct thrusts can be extremely dangerous. A bamboo sword thrust to the chest. Just thinking about the damage is enough. Your kendo club has girls too? Sakurai glanced around and realized it was true. Several girls in kendo uniforms, hair neatly tied, were sitting on the floor resting. Without a closer look, you wouldn't even notice. What are you talking about? Kendo isn't just for guys, Kojima said while raising an eyebrow at Sakurai. Though, yeah, a lot of the girls come here just to check out the guys. Our club's got plenty of good-looking ones. So what? Even with this stench, they still don't quit the club? Sakurai walked along the edge of the gym with Kojima. Practice was ongoing, so it wasn't convenient to walk through the middle. That's probably the charm of kendo, Kojima said, just as Sakurai overheard the girls' complaints. It's so damn hot, I want to quit the club. But President Kojima is scary. If I quit, will he yell at me? His family works in the police department. What if I get framed and jailed? Isn't that general affairs Sakurai? Is he joining the kendo club? Finally, a hottie joins the kendo club. After hearing that, Sakurai smiled and turned to Kojima. That's what they're saying. Kojima's face darkened as he shouted at the girls. Hey, get back to training. The girls jumped up in fear from the floor. Today as well, the tyrannical reign of President Kojima continues in the kendo club. Sakurai narrated like a commentator for the girls. Sakurai, I know we're on good terms, but if you keep saying stuff like that, it'll beat you till you cry, Kojima said, clearly displeased. Tyranny? Doesn't matter. As long as you win, everything's justified. As club president, you got to give it your all. Besides, if you gain recognition through kendo competitions, there's a better career path waiting at the police department. Kojima's goal during his presidency was to at least lead Shuchiin to win either the Gaio Koryuki or the national championship. The national championship is held in March, while Gaio Koryuki is at the end of July in Fukuoka Prefecture. Once summer vacation starts, we go straight into it. No time to slack off. Club members must be disciplined. More training. Train more. Don't even think about anything else. But officially, the Kendo Club still promoted the tradition of balancing academics and training. After practice, members were expected to study seriously at home. But after each session, your body felt like falling apart. Studying in that condition? Only inhuman freaks like Shirogane could manage that. So why do you call me here? If it's just a spar, I'm fine with a few rounds. Sakurai's summer schedule was packed. His mom had said that if he had free time, he should visit his grandmother in Kyoto. In early August, there was a fireworks show, and Sakurai planned to go with Hayasaka AI. If possible, he wanted to see the second one with Chika. In mid-August, the student council would go on a beach trip. Once that ended, it would be almost time for the new term to start. Free time? If you look closely, he only had the end of July. Go to Fukuoka for what? Sweat out with a bunch of sweaty dudes brimming with passion? No thanks. You have received a quest. Sword Saint win the Gaio Koryuki Championship and achieve a 1 versus 5 victory from the semifinals onward note. This is a phase composite objective. You have received a quest. Establish authority, gain recognition from the advisor, and 30 of the Kendo Club members stage reward. Current ability duration extended by 30 days, final reward. Permanent ability count increased from 0-1 well. Now, I have a reason to fight. Permanent ability. Sakurai never thought his powers could break this limit. But clearly, he was wrong. In fact, the ability to extend time and even stack with other powers already said a lot. Right now, Sakurai's body housed 2 types of powers. One was the player system, and the other was the random ability head received today. Doing quests was kind of annoying, but all in all, this was a good thing. In a kendo match, with his current physical state, he could win effortlessly. Reminder, during competition, your physical ability will be limited to the peak of what an average human can achieve. Knew it wouldn't be that easy. But the peak of an average human? Are we sure this isn't a beat-up kids kind of game? This quest system, the better the rewards, the higher the difficulty. Or well, not always. This time it seemed pretty easy. You're asking why I called you here? Kojima asked back. Didn't you already know? Sakurai frowned. Already know? Know my ass. Well, am I a prophet? Of course, it's to win the championship. Kojima glanced at the club advisor, standing not far away. If he wanted Sakurai to join the club, he had to get past that hurdle first. Chapter 191. Establishing authority. By the time Kojima and Sakurai walked up to the instructor, the members who were sparring had just finished. Miyazaki, take a break. You two, Kinoshita, stop practicing. Your boat is about to give out. Seeing Kojima approach, Teacher Daimon told the others to step down. He glanced at Sakurai, feeling that this guy didn't have a shred of enthusiasm, like someone reluctantly forced to come here because of some kind of benefit. Daimon-sensei, this is the guy I told you about before. Someone really formidable. His name is Sakurai Saki, currently the General Affairs Officer of the Student Council. Kojima said, while feeling a slight ache in his shoulder. Previously, because Sakurai mocked him with a few words, he got so mad that the two of them started a bare-handed fight. It escalated to the point where Kojima pulled out 2 wooden swords from the club. As for why 2 swords were needed, because Kojima still followed the rules quite well, he handed one to Sakurai. After all, he was the son of the Superintendent General of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Even if he was pissed, he still had to uphold justice and fairness. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bullying act. In the end, Kojima slashed Sakurai twice on the shoulder. while Sakurai returned with 5 strikes. The guy who confessed publicly at the sports festival, right? Daimon Subiru remembered that more clearly. The girls in the Kendo club had been gossiping about it recently. Umo. Sakurai nodded. It was said that the Kendo club's instructor was at 6th Dan level, considered the peak an ordinary person could reach. Teaching high school students didn't even require him to use his full strength. Impressive. Even in my time, there were no more than 3 people who dared to confess publicly like that. Daimon Subiru reminisced about the past. Back then, he was still a hot-blooded teenager suffering from Chinibu, dreaming of using a sword to escape his miserable situation. At that time, he was running his family's dojo, and in his first year of high school, he got targeted by local Yakuza. They intended to forcibly bite out. His little sister, who had just entered middle school and didn't understand the cruelty of the Yakuza, stubbornly refused to sell the ancestral dojo. Kojima interrupted him. Daimon-sensei, I'm here to invite Sakurai to join the club. Teacher Daimon was good in every way. Nice personality, strong skills, except he often suddenly drifted into flashbacks. Do all masters have to have tragic pasts? Join the club? Does he know competitive kendo? Daimon Subiru asked. A little. I used to learn at a dojo. Sakurai replied. When he was in Kyoto, there was a kendo dojo right next to his house. His mother said he didn't have any manly aura at all, gloomy and brooding. So she forced him to learn for a while. Classical swordsmanship? Kojima added another question. Seems like the Ashina Ishin school. Sakurai rubbed his chin. Was the dojo called Sekiro? Teacher Daimon teased. You know it? A student once told me that when fighting me, the word danger appeared above his head. I got curious and looked it up later, but the scenes in there were completely insane. No way swordsmen in the past can make sparks fly like that. A sword style that can finish in one strike or ensure survival. That's what swordsmen of old pursued. Who would have thought he was a middle-aged man keeping up with the times? He looked to be around 50, hair cut short, full of energy, even livelier than some high schoolers nearby. The owner of that dojo was someone who had received Menkyo Kaiden certification of the Yagyu Shinkajiryu school. But when I learned there, I only practiced some sub-yuri movements and simple kata and kami. Menkyo Kaiden, the highest certification of a school, granted only to those who had mastered the entire style, including its secret techniques. Sub-yuri, swinging the sword in the air. Kami, the guard stance. Kata, to put it simply, the principles and fundamentals of kendo. I originally wanted to learn Mutadori. Sakurai recalled. Mutadori, the ultimate technique of the Yagyu Shinkajiryu. Simply put, catching a sword blade with bare hands. Why learn it? Just because it's cool. Are there even any dojos now that teach classical swordsmanship? They all teach competitive kendo. Kojima said, doesn't your family run a dojo? Don't you know it too? My dad knows, my older brothers know, but at first I was forced into it. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police are really fond of the Shinryu style. Later I also found it not bad. The technique of raising the sword overhead, the overwhelming pressure, really imposing. It's just that. Teacher Daimon finished his sentence. Just that it can't be used in matches. His face was full of helplessness. You absolutely must not use classical swordsmanship in a tournament. Last time I saw you sparring, you were even about to raise your leg to kick someone. In real combat, of course, you could use any move, but in competition, you couldn't. If Sakurai-kun wants to join the club, all he needs to do is sign a form. Daimon Subiru said as he started to step aside to get the form. You're in the student council, so entering the data will be convenient too. He hadn't even taken a few steps when Kojima spoke up. I want him to be an official member to participate in the Jokuryuki tournament. As soon as the words left his mouth, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. The Kendo Club member, Miyazaki Kazuki, who had just been told by Daimon Subiru to take a break, immediately stepped forward. Letting someone who just joined the club become an official competitor? This Kojima guy must be joking. Don't think that just because you beat a senior and became the club president, you can do whatever you want. The Kendo Club is not a place where you can say whatever you please. If you want to joke, go somewhere else, Kojima. I think he deserves it. Kojima glared at him. eyes sharp as a blade. As president, he had a lot of authority in the Kendo Club. In fact, even among all the sports clubs, he was recognized as strong. But there was one person who didn't like him, the son of the National Police Agency's Inspector General, Miyazaki Kazuki. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the National Police Agency were two different organizations. The former only managed Tokyo, while the latter managed all areas outside Tokyo. Neither could control the other, but they resented each other greatly, even going so far as to plant spies in each other's organizations. "Come fight me." Miyazaki raised the sword in his hand. He didn't regard Sakurai as anything. "I still have to go tutor some idiots." Sakurai didn't regard him as anything either. "Kendo sparring, first to 3 points," Miyazaki said, then ordered a member nearby. "Go get him armor. If you don't beat me today, don't even think about joining the club." He deliberately raised his voice and shouted loudly. Immediately, all the members of the Kendo Club heard the news. Although they had a hunch when they saw Sakurai arrive earlier, they didn't expect he really wanted to join the Kendo Club. Last year, Sakurai had sparred with President Kojima once. Sakurai, the General Affairs Officer, had an impressive Gatatsu thrust, and his strikes from Joden stance gave an extremely powerful sense of force. That presence, it was truly extraordinary. "He said he wants to fight you in Kendo, best of 3. Koima translated. Sakurai glanced at him. "Something like that, I understand." He originally didn't plan to make a scene, but there was no other choice now. Sakurai reluctantly went to change into Kendo gear. When he returned to the hall, less than a minute later, a female member of the Kendo Club came running with the protective armor. "Sakurai-san, let me help you put on?" The one who came was the club's female manager. Sakurai smiled and replied, "Sure, it's not convenient to do it alone." After changing into armor, Sakurai did a bit of warm-up, then took the bamboo sword Kojima handed to him. "Help me teach him a lesson," Kojima said, then stepped aside. He placed his sword in Chudan stance. The tip of the bamboo sword aimed straight at Miyazaki Kazuki's throat. Sakurai's expression was no longer indifferent, but focused. A rookie should know his place. Trash like you shouldn't think that just because you're clinging to Kojima, you can shut your mouth. Sakurai coldly cut him off. "I just hope your sword doesn't stink as much as your mouth. If you're gonna fight, then fight. Why talk so damn much?" Chapter 192. Be careful when mocking inside the Kendo Club hall. The atmosphere was a bit tense at the moment. On the side, the spectators were not only Kendo Club members, but also students from nearby clubs who had gathered. After school, the Nakano quintuplets had planned to go to the library. But when they heard that their tutor had gotten into a conflict with an official member of the Kendo Club, they immediately rushed over. Including the time Sakurai spent changing clothes, it had been less than 10 minutes. Yet the entire Kendo Club was already packed, with people constantly coming in through the door. At the edge of the hall, "Do you think Sensei-chan can win?" Ichika looked worried. She had never heard about the opponent's Kendo skills, and from last year until now, Sakurai had only served as General Affairs Officer and had never joined any club. If Sakurai lost, it wouldn't really be shameful for him. On the contrary, if that Kendo Club member lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. Probably not. Didn't a Kendo Club member just say earlier that Sakurai-san has only been learning Kendo for a short time? It sounded like he admitted it himself. The one speaking was Itsuki. But Sakurai was indeed a rather mysterious person. Even Itsuki couldn't be certain. "Sakurai-san will definitely win," Yatsuba said, then felt she was speaking too strongly, so she added, "Ahem, I just have a feeling he'll win." Nino and Miku said nothing. The match was about to begin. Before a Kendo match, a series of formal rituals should be performed. However, since this was just practice, the two didn't need to go through all that. On the floor was a cross-shaped mark, with starting lines drawn on each side. Sakurai Saki stood at his starting line, holding the Chitan no Kami stance, waiting for the main referee, Teacher Daimon, to signal the start. In Kendo, there are 3 types of Kami: Dan, upper stance; Chitan, middle stance; and Getten, lower stance, representing heaven, earth, and man respectively. Chitan balances attack and defense, with the sword tip pointing directly at the opponent's face. Dan favors offense, simply raising the sword and cutting downward. Getten, with the sword tip pointing at the opponent's knees, is basically never used, only for show at best. Begin. Daimon Subiru signaled. Sakurai and Miyazaki raised their stances. The next second, Sakurai was not the first to attack. On the contrary, Miyazaki Kazuki raised his bamboo, sword high, and charged in, absolutely not underestimating his opponent. Accompanied by a deep shout, "Ha!" The opponent's tall frame carried intense pressure, and a strike from Dan came crashing down with force. He aimed at the head. At the very moment he struck, Sakurai tilted his head to the side, making the blow that should have landed on his head instead smash into his shoulder. Bop! The bamboo sword struck his shoulder, the shock even reaching the bone. Sakurai didn't even frown, immediately swinging his sword diagonally at the opponent's side. Against such a reckless attack, just countering at the torso was enough. Bop! Along with the feedback from the bamboo sword after hitting the target, "Do!" He shouted loudly. That was Ki the spirit shout. If you landed a hit but didn't yell, the point wouldn't count. Hit the head, you shout men. Hit the torso, you shout Do. Hit the wrist, you shout Kota. After finishing that strike, Sakurai withdrew his sword. Valid strike. Sakurai. Ippon. Kojima, standing on Sakurai's side, declared his victory in this round. On the other side, that was a foul, Miyazaki. Daimon Subiru frowned. This brat. Doesn't he know you can't hit the shoulder or legs in a kendo match? What's more, the shoulder area had no protective armor at all. Even with a bamboo sword, when it hit, it hurt no less than falling while running. Sorry, sensei. I intended to strike his head from Dan, but he dodged. Next time, learn to control your power. Kendo isn't about killing, it's about moderation. Daimon Subiru scolded in a stern voice. Yes, sir. Miyazaki Kazuki really didn't do it on purpose. But, judging from the result, he was quite satisfied. He lost an Ippon, but left the opponent injured on the shoulder. Not a bad trade at all. Why so fast? I didn't even get a clear look. A girl whispered softly. Just now. She only heard Miyazaki Kazuki's strange shout, then saw Sakurai spin around and deliver an insanely cool counter to the torso, winning immediately. He already won. Beside her, Yatsuba, who was also watching the match, looked completely blank. She didn't understand the rules of kendo at all. He won. Saki-kun landed a valid strike. Mika spoke up. As a history otaku, Miko naturally knew a little about kendo competition rules. Even so, she couldn't clearly see that move either. The viewing angle wasn't good. The moment the two clashed was so brief, it barely lasted an instant. Yatsuba nodded blankly, then glanced at Mika's tights. Miku, it's so hot and you're still wearing tights? I don't feel hot. Miku gently wiped the sweat on her forehead. Tights are something you wear with sheer willpower, even if it's summer right now. On the floor, the two returned to the starting line once more. Sakurai Saki frowned slightly. The opponent's earlier strike had left him uncomfortable. His current physique was only at the limits of a normal human. In any kendo match, he couldn't use strength beyond that limit, so the pain was still very real. Round 2. Begin. Along with Daimon Subiru's shout, Sakurai stepped forward, lifted his sword tip, and in that instant, his torso exposed an opening to the opponent. Miyazaki Kazuki narrowed his eyes. His opponent was aiming for his head. Since he predicted the target, of course he wouldn't miss this chance. But, just as he was about to seize the opportunity to slash horizontally at the opponent's torso, replicating Sakurai's previous strike, he didn't expect Sakurai's Dan attack to be so fast, far beyond his expectations. Fast? No, it was terrifyingly fast. The Shurnai in Miyazaki's field of vision grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Fortunately, Miyazaki Kazuki had practiced kendo since childhood. Relying on muscle memory, he quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Clack! A sound rang out. The two shinaes collided. A few seconds later, separate. Daimon Subiru spoke. In kendo, this situation is called Aiuchi, Clash of Blades. If it lasts too long, the referee will order both sides to separate and return to starting positions. Sakurai stepped back a few steps, his expression still completely calm. The very next moment, he lunged forward again, but this time he didn't raise his sword tip for an overhead strike. Instead, he tilted his body slightly forward, aiming straight for Miyazaki's wrist. He's going for my wrist? Miyazaki Kazuki immediately took a defensive stance. No, it's a feint. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. In the next instant, Sakurai Saki lightly lifted his shurnai, thrusting straight at the opponent's throat. The shout boomed like thunder in clear skies. Miyazaki Kazuki was stunned by the roar, completely forgetting to defend, even instinctively tilting his head back and trying to retreat. But before he could turn, clack, the tip of his shurnai had already jabbed straight into his throat. Thud! The bamboo sword in Miyazaki Kazuki's hand slipped to the wooden floor from the intense pain. In a match, dropping your shurnai counts as a foul, but at this point he no longer cared about the match. He slowly knelt before Sakurai, both hands on the ground, his vision gradually turning blurry. Valid strike. Sakurai. Winner. Kojima announced the result, then glanced at Sakurai calmly, removing his helmet on the court. A few strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat, sticking lightly to his skin. Sakurai gave a slight shake of his head, then turned and smiled at Kojima. Suddenly, Kojima felt a little regret for inviting him into this match. Say one word of mockery, and he goes straight for the throat. This guy isn't someone easy to deal with. That strike just now was clearly to answer for the shoulder hit earlier. It looked exactly like deliberate payback. And what's more, he had no intention of pulling back on the force. If Miyazaki hadn't been wearing protective armor, that thrust might have sent him straight to the crematorium. 1 second ago, he was mocking arrogantly. 1 second later, he'd be ashes. Just the thought of it made Kojima want to laugh. Chapter 193. Officially joining the club, this match started unexpectedly and ended just as quickly. It felt like an abrupt ending. Although the development wasn't very clear, everyone could see Miyazaki Kazuki kneeling flat before Sakurai, as if he were doing a dejiza to beg for mercy. What a disgrace. That was the common thought among the students watching. Most of them didn't understand the rules of Kendo, so they didn't find the match particularly impressive. But those in the Kendo club understood very well. In just a few short seconds, the two had engaged in an intense battle of wits. Hey, you guys over there, take him to get some rest. Daimon Saburo called a few male students to help Miyazaki Kazuki off the field. Miyazaki's technique wasn't bad, but his temperament was too arrogant. This time being defeated by a new member was, on the contrary, a good thing. As for whether there was some grudge between the two, these personal conflicts, as the coach, Daimon Saburo, didn't care. To put it more accurately, having a little rivalry was actually good. It helped promote improvement. Instead of being like a fly, buzzing aimlessly with no goal, it was better to have an enemy, to keep striving to defeat. After giving instructions, Daimon Saburo turned to Sakurai, who was removing his armor, and praised. Your Sumed just now was very good. You completely fooled him. In a normal Kendo match, attacking the throat almost never succeeds. He probably didn't expect you to target that spot, so he dropped his guard. What he referred to, Sana, was a term in Kendo, referring to the technique of applying pressure, making the opponent feel like they're about to be attacked, thus exposing an opening. It sounds profound, but in reality, it's just feinting an attack. In other words, a fake move. Kendo isn't some sort of divine art. It's just a sport, nothing mysterious about it. He's not going to be hurt, right? Sakurai was actually concerned for someone else's safety, a rare sight. In truth, he was worried that he might have caused trouble by accident. If that happened, the rumors about him at school would have another headline. Honestly, that confession incident last time had already sent his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. If another legend like stabbed a regular member of the Kendo club to death with one strike got added, it would be a real headache. Originally, the image Sakurai set for himself was that of a cheerful, handsome young man. Not turning into the great demon king who kills without blinking and despises school rules. That wouldn't be good at all. No worries, there's a protective layer under the headgear. If he hadn't panicked and raised his head just now, he wouldn't have fallen over. Daimon Subiru felt he should probably have the members practice scenarios of being thrust in the throat. However, in regular matches, no one aims for a spot with such a low success rate anyway. It feels like a waste of effort. There's only half a month left until the tournament. There's really no time. That's good then. Sakurai let out a sigh of relief, his face full of guilt. This man is just pretending. What he was really thinking. Motherfucker, you dared to hit my shoulder without restraint? Not sending you to the hospital is me being generous already, bitch. Sakurai sighed. General Affairs Sakurai was very vindictive, and on top of that, an Esper, so he felt zero psychological burden about this sort of thing. Fortunately, he was in love lately, so had toned himself down a bit. His acts of revenge weren't life-threatening anymore. Otherwise, mwaha. So does this count as a positive change? Probably. At least he seems more like a normal person now. Fill out the application form to join the club. Daimon Subiru added. Practice starts every morning at 6 o'clock and continues after class until 7 p.m. When summer break begins, there will be special training. Can you handle that? Sakurai was silent for a few seconds, then turned to Kojima beside him. Kojima, I might not be able to help you with this. You're talking about having to tutor those 5 sisters, right? Club President Kojima wanted to confirm. Yeah, actually, that wasn't the main reason. Sakurai's ability changes every day at exactly 6 a.m., more accurate than an alarm clock. He was worried that if he switched to a new ability he couldn't control well, he might cause trouble with the members of the Kendo Club. If that happened, forget about the tournament, there'd probably be a few casualties. In the mornings, we mostly just practice sub-yuri and basic stances. Before practice, we go for a long run. Whether you come in the morning or not is fine. Kojima narrowed his eyes in thought, and as he pondered, his expression gradually became more menacing. He and Shirogane were quite alike, always unconsciously revealing an intimidating look. But both of them were actually very kind and warm-hearted. But after class, you'll have to do sparring practice. Plus, you've got student council duties and tutoring work. Kojima sighed after saying this. That's really tough. At this moment, Daimon Subiru, the one serving as the advisor, interjected. Even if he just keeps his current level, he's more than enough as Chikin. Semp, Jai, Chikin, Fukish, Teish, that's the official order of positions in the Kendo Club. Usually, in a 5-on-5 team match, the Semp faces the Semp, the Jai faces the Jai, and so on. As for this Jokuryuki tournament, it will be held in half a month. As long as you keep winning, you can continue competing, so positions don't matter anymore. The club members also aren't divided into upper, middle, or lower ranks. Until final exams, just come practice on weekends. It's not long, only 2 weeks. Daimon Subiru made the decision. Spectators watch for fun. Only those in the field can see the essence. As the advisor, even he found it hard to fully grasp the speed of Sakurai Saki's overhead strike just now. That strength was completely unlike a normal human, and that dodged such an unbelievably fast reflex, as if he were possessed by a yokai. Sakurai nodded. If it weren't for wanting the mission reward, he wouldn't bother joining this kendo stuff at all. And also, take a shurnai home. If you have time, don't stay idle, practice sub-yuri. After changing out of his kendo uniform, Sakurai Saki picked up his things, ready to head out and tutor the Nakano quintuplets. But wasn't this crowd getting a little out of hand? Everything that just happened was barely 20 minutes ago. Sakurai was honestly surprised at how fast humans could gossip and spread rumors. What surprised him even more was that the Nakano sisters were waiting for him right outside the Kendo club room. So handsome. Sakurai-san, that was super amazing. Nakano Yatsuba exclaimed, raising her right hand as the big green ribbon on her head swayed like bunny ears. Yatsuba, what's so handsome about that? That question caught Yatsuba completely off guard. Sakurai-san's face is very handsome. Yatsuba knew that when you couldn't compliment someone's inner qualities, just praise their looks as much as possible. That was still better than saying nothing. Wasn't my Yamarashi move earlier awesome? Of course, it was also. Before Yatsuba could finish, Ichika reminded her casually, Yamarashi is a judo move, you know? Oh, so Sakurai-san knows judo too. Yatsuba gave an awkward smile to cover it up. Itsuki came to her rescue. Sakurai-san, what subject are we reviewing today? Classical literature and English. 2 subjects. Yatsuba held her head and cried miserably. For a ditzy girl like her, this was a total disaster. Sakurai gave her a glance. Final exams were right around the corner. There was no time to slack off. Chapter 194. Maki's younger brother, the self-study room in the library. There were slightly more people than expected, but there were still empty seats, so there was no need to move elsewhere. After leaving the Kendo club, Sakurai felt like he had escaped the cage. The cool air in the library was soothing, like coming back to life again. Sports clubs in the summer, like the basketball club for example, turn on the AC. The judo club turned it on too, only the Kendo club didn't. Seriously, a bunch of masochists. After sitting down, the Nakano sisters skillfully took out today's review material from their bags. After following Sakurai for half a year, the Nakanos had been completely molded into Sakurai Saki's shape. Just one look from him, and they knew exactly what to do. Sakurai handed out the printed summary of key points. Hey, race the core content. I compiled classical literature, math, natural science, social studies. English. The math formulas at the bottom come with simple examples. The exam questions may look different, so don't memorize blindly. I've gone over all these topics before. If you don't understand something, text me. Among the 5 sisters, Itsuki was the slowest to adapt, just a slight change in the question from Sakurai Saki, and she couldn't solve it anymore. After he finished explaining to her, she would always say, oh, so that's how it's done. If you know now, why couldn't you do it earlier? This kind of teaching experience, Sakurai had encountered countless times this semester. The same went for Yatsuba. Yatsuba might be very talented in communication, but when it came math, there was really nothing to praise. She was better at classical literature, at least her literature grades were the highest, but when she didn't know the answer, she still resorted to throwing an eraser to pick an option. Compared to Yatsuba being utterly hopeless in math, Ichika was actually pretty good at it, but that didn't help her get high scores in the other subjects. As for Miku and Nino, these two, in fact, no longer needed Sakurai to teach them. Over the past few months, they had developed excellent self-study habits. Studying might be exhausting and long, but it was the easiest way to see results. Compared to financial investments, this was a stock guaranteed to earn profits, no losses. Among these 2 diligent students, Nino's goal was to win his affection. This gave Sakurai Saki quite a headache. Praise her, and she would think there was hope. Criticize her, and it felt like he was PNG her, making Sakurai feel like a terrible person. Note Google. PUA initially stands for pickup artists, those who study and practice techniques to attract romantic partners. But in recent years, it has become a Chinese slang, meaning manipulative or emotionally abusive behavior. Psychological manipulation. He had advised her to give up many times already, but she just wouldn't listen. As for Miku, she was truly an angel. Never once complained, always quietly studied, and did very well. She was the one who gave Sakurai the most peace of mind among the 5 sisters. Miku and Sakurai eyes. Shijo-san didn't come today? Itsuki asked casually as she received the handouts. Lately, she's been meeting her twin younger brother. She said she wanted him to help her review. Sakurai recalled this and mimicked what she had said before, but his tone was extremely flat, completely lacking the flair. Oof. This lady will definitely surpass that old hag this time. Don't stop me. My younger brother was the top scorer in classical literature in last year's National Achievement Test. I'll have him teach me. The National Achievement Test is a nationwide exam in Japan that anyone can take by registering. The results and deviation values allow students to estimate their own academic level. The number of participants reaches into the millions, so its reference value is extremely high. It's Suki. Sakurai-san, has anyone ever told you that your impression skills are unbelievably awful? Could you not use that handsome face to say such weird lines? Shijo-sensei has a younger brother? Yatsuba asked curiously. Seems like his name is Shijo Mikado. Last year, he scored 20 points higher than President Shirogane in the literature mock exam and took first place. Sakurai recalled. Shirogane had mentioned this to him before, and at that time, he seemed very unwilling to accept it. But even though Shirogane lost, he still respected the guy. He just wasn't satisfied with his own weakness. After that, he studied even harder. Sounds like the male lead in a manga. I'm really curious what kind of person he is. Nino chimed in. To beat the Shuchiin student council president by 20 points? That's insane. After hearing that, Sakurai, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Shijo Maki. Sakurai, Maki, you there? Send me a photo of your brother. Worker reaching out. JPG a few seconds later. Shijo Maki, why do you want a picture of my brother? Attached image, a short-haired boy in uniform, captured in a moment of turning his head, with an extremely displeased expression. Is this Maki's younger brother? Looks pretty decent for a human being. Sakurai was quite curious about this so-called genius. At first, he thought someone capable of competing with Shirogane Miyuki would at least have 8 arms. Who would have thought? He looked surprisingly normal, and his face was rather good-looking. Then again, just looking at Maki was enough to know her twin brother couldn't possibly be unattractive. Sakurai typed, Sakurai, I'm thinking of setting your brother up on a date. Ask him if he's okay with that. Orca hands on hips. JPG a few seconds later seen. Shijo Maki, Saki-chan, he said, Nei-san, if you want to make friends, I suggest you befriend someone normal. Sounds annoying, right? Don't worry, I've been finding him irritating lately too. I'll go punch him right now. Oh, Sakurai kept typing. You two really are such great siblings. I've got tutoring to do, so I won't gossip anymore, bye. Shijo Maki. After finishing the chat, Sakurai showed the photo of Shijo Mikado on his phone to Nino. This is Shijo Mikado. What do you think? Meaning, girl. How about considering a different romantic target? He's okay. Nakano Nino glanced twice and showed no particular reaction. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued doing her homework. Final exams were coming soon, and the assignments were piling up. No other comments? That cold. Huh? I don't like the honor student, obedient type. Nakano Nino explained. She preferred the wild type. A sharper gaze, a sharper tongue, and of course, ideally handsome, though average looks were acceptable. Feelings could develop later. What do you think about President Shirogane? Sakurai started playing matchmaker. Sakurai-san, you're acting weird today. Nino still hadn't realized that Sakurai's intention was to push her away. Otherwise, at the very least, this girl should have scolded him a few times by now. You don't return my feelings, fine. But now you're trying to shove me toward another guy? How much do you hate me? Nino, forget it. Let's keep studying. For some reason, when he said that, Sakurai felt a little uncomfortable too. The self-study room in the library was quite full. After that, there wasn't much more talking. Only when one of the girls had a question would Sakurai go over to explain. After the session was done, everyone started packing their things into their bags. Yatsuba looked up at Sakurai and asked, Sakurai-san, why did you join the Kendo Club? She had been curious about this for a while. The Kendo Club president asked me to help him compete. Compete in what? Jo Kuryuki, end of this month, held in Fukuoka Prefecture. The speaker said it casually, but the listener took note. When Nino heard this, her expression turned thoughtful. Her dad had said that after finals, the family would go on a trip and the destination hadn't been decided yet. Chapter 195. Summer vacation is coming July 16th, Saturday. The Shinomiya family's villa in Minato Ward, Tokyo. The diligent-made Hayasaka AI was preparing to wake up Oju-sama. She lowered her head to text her boyfriend. AI-chan, good morning. Boyfriend an attached photo. A selfie of Hayasaka AI with the Shinomiya family's garden as the background, just after watering the plants under the early morning sunlight. A few water droplets on the petals, sparkling transparently. A few seconds later, read, "My boyfriend, I love, love, love the most. Good morning, AI channel on my way to school right now." Orca licking.jpg Hayasaka AI stared at the last sticker he sent, falling into deep thought. What on earth does this sticker mean? This was the first time Sakurai Saki had sent her this kind of expression. Although it's really cute, she just couldn't understand it. Does he want to lick her or something? There's no way he just randomly sent it, because it's cute, right? Forget it. Stop thinking about it. After that, the two continued sending each other cheesy, sickly sweet love messages until Hayasaka AI, wearing a blissful and content expression, stood in front of Shinomiya Kagaya's room. More than 10 minutes later, Shinomiya Kagaya called her name. Hayasaka, this call sounded completely drained of energy. It seemed Kagaya-sama didn't sleep well last night. Lately, she had been studying extremely hard, and Hayasaka AI was a little worried. Not everyone can become Shirogane Miyuki. If she keeps studying like this, she might just die suddenly. Kagaya-sama, what time did you go to bed last night? 12 o'clock. For someone who turns into Bakugaya the next day, if she doesn't sleep before midnight, this was truly the maximum limit for late-night studying. Kagaya-sama, why don't you sleep a little earlier? Hayasaka helped her get dressed. After lightly pulling her sleeve to make sure everything was neat, Kagaya glared at Hayasaka and complained, "Isn't it because you didn't put in enough effort?" Hayasaka's face was full of question marks. Kagaya-sama, you found another excuse to torment me, haven't you? How come everything can be blamed on me? Be reasonable, will you? Hayasaka, just think about it. If you actually tried harder and attracted all of Sakurai-san's attention, would he even be able to study anymore? Shinomiya Kagaya was planning to reenact the previous strategy. Last time, although there was the reason that Sakurai Saki wasn't feeling well during the exams, Hayasaka's plan to keep him on a super long phone call so he couldn't review had been executed flawlessly. You're absolutely right. Even if Kagaya-sama's bad grade was one my fault, then wouldn't that mean the other 99 was also on me? Yes, totally right. Makes perfect sense. Ai-chan mokid. Feeling better now. After venting her frustration, she continued, but these past 2 days he's been going to practice at the kendo club, so he probably doesn't have time to study anyway. The part after that didn't interest Kagaya much. What she cared more about was Hayasaka's earlier remark. Hayasaka, are you indirectly saying that I'm being unreasonable? Kagaya tilted her head and asked. You have one quality I really like, knowing your place. Hayasaka AI nodded as she answered. Kagaya's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth. Thanks for the compliment. After saying that, she started thinking about Hayasaka's last sentence. This time, could I lose again? The exam is next Thursday, and this weekend he still has to go to training. As if he could possibly win. If he does win, he'll swallow this blanket right here and now. At the kendo club, Captain Kojima looked at the book in Sakurai Saki's hand. Sakurai, you're reviewing even while practicing? Isn't that a bit too much? It's just a final exam. With his grades head, do fine even without studying. This is war. Sakurai's expression was serious. The loser has to wear a Miko outfit and dance. And you're saying this is too much? Or what, if I fail, you'll dance in my place? After that, Sakurai and the other members of the club started warming up. First was a run around the yard for a while. Running alongside them were the soccer and track teams, and even the baseball club was there. Shuchiin's baseball and soccer teams were top tier, both strong contenders for the finals. In the regional qualifiers for the Koshien baseball tournament, Shuchiin's team had even made it through the preliminaries. July, the season of passion on the sports field, the boys shouted in unison, "Let's go! Let's go! Fight! Shuchiin!" In the crowd, Sakurai Saki let out a yawn. His action was like an ink stain on a sheet of white paper, standing out so clearly. Among a bunch of people desperately putting in effort, he was just lying there lazily. How nice. After the run, back at the kendo practice hall, Sakurai Saki glanced at Miyazaki Kazuki, who had just recovered from an injury a few days ago and was now jumping around like normal. The other party saw Sakurai and even took the initiative to walk up to him. Sakurai, you really have what it takes to be an official member. I underestimated you last time. About that, I truly apologize. Miyazaki Kazuki spoke while bowing deeply. In the end, in the Kendo Club, strength is what speaks the loudest. At first, he was a pure student of the school, so he always looked down on Sakurai, Saki the one who got in through the entrance exam, and the same went for President Shirogane. But the previous sparring session with Sakurai had changed his opinion. After bowing, Miyazaki looked straight at Sakurai. So, next time, he'll defeat you miserably. No need to wait for next time. Let's fight later today. Sakurai smiled as he said this. I think maybe we can wait a few more days, Sakurai. You haven't touched a sword in a while, right? I can wait until you're back in peak condition. Miyazaki Kazuki was slightly intimidated by his smile. At this moment, he understood the meaning of one phrase, a smile that hides a knife. Your next time doesn't necessarily have to be a few days from now. Sakurai, seeing his reaction, found it a little amusing. This time I won't stab your throat. That's good then. Miyazaki Kazuki felt relieved again. A match later, half an hour later, Miyazaki Kazuki was lying sprawled on the ground, clutching his head and rolling around. You promised not to hit my throat, so you aim for my head instead? Damn it, if I spar with him again next time. I really am an idiot. Next to him, Daimon Saburo clapped after watching their match and spoke up. Next, anyone who wants to try can spar with Sakurai. Coach, are you sure we're not going to end up in the hospital? Kinosha Uda, with his shaved head and slightly round face, raised his eyebrows as he asked. This guy was also an official member of the Kendo Club. You got your armor on. What's there to be afraid of? True enough. Hearing the instructor say that, the team members all let out a sigh of relief. After that, they went through a day of pure nightmare. Coach, you've doomed us. The members' eyes went dark as they were knocked down one by one. From that day on, only two people dared to spar with Sakurai Saki, Kojima and Miyazaki Kazuki. The former could rely on skill to fight evenly with Sakurai, while the latter simply refused to accept defeat, thinking if he's already an idiot, might as well go all the way. He just couldn't keep losing forever. July 21st, Thursday, the final exams officially began. The Nakano quintuplets walked into the exam room, looking anxious. In another exam room, Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya exchanged glances, both showing a confident expression. This time, I absolutely cannot lose. Chapter 196. Does it feel like being targeted or not? The exams ended. During the last homeroom session, the teachers started rambling on endlessly. Things like homework, and also things like paying attention to safety. Homeroom teacher Masaki looked at the students below, who had no energy at all, and sighed inwardly. She didn't dare to mess with any of the students in this school. This so-called elite academy was nothing but trouble. If possible, she wanted to transfer to another school next year, but other schools didn't offer benefits like this one. Anyway, about your scores and rankings, you can check them on the school website tomorrow or the day after. Masaki finished speaking, picked up her lesson plan, and left class 2A. Woo 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 woo. Summer break. The moment the teacher left, a male student immediately started cheering. Where should we go? I think the mountains sound good. The beach works too, right? And so it began the endless mountain versus beach debate, a completely pointless argument. Can you guys just pick both? Japan is an island nation. Do you think it only has one type of terrain? Even though some countries don't even need a navy, an island nation is still an island. How could it possibly lack beaches? It even has quite a few volcanoes, too. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't started bickering yet, Sakurai quickly packed his bag. He gathered all his things, checked to make sure nothing was left behind, said a few words to Hayasaka AI, then got ready to head to the student council room. On the way, Sakurai pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group Shijo Maki Study Support Committee to ask about the Nakano quintuplets' progress on the exam. Sakurai, how was it? Did you finish everything? A few minutes later, the Nakano sisters replied one by one. Ichika, finished it all. Nino, I wrote down everything Sakurai-san taught me. Mika done. Yatsuba, There were a few I didn't know, but I wrote some formulas down. Sakurai-san. This time I'll definitely pass. Sakurai quickly skimmed through the messages. Shijo Maki also sent one. Maki. The test was really easy, especially the English part. The science questions were a bit tough, but I still finished them really fast. This time I'm going to trample Saki-chan, knock out President Shirogane, and claim a #1 spot. Sakurai typed a reply. Sakurai. Screenshot taken. We'll save it for the slap face moment. He pushed open the student council room door. Sakurai found that he was the first one there. With nothing else to do, he turned on the air conditioner and started making coffee. Using the coffee beans Shinomiya Kagaya gave him last time, since at home Sakurai rarely brewed his own coffee. Always buying Kinwon's instead, he just left the beans here. After the coffee was ready, Shirogane Miyuki walked in. Shirogane. With his dark-eye bags, he looked no different from a background actor in a zombie movie. They could cast him in a film, and he wouldn't look out of place at all. Sakurai. You're here early today, huh? Even though the student council doesn't have anything left to do. Shirogane Miyuki remarked with a sigh. Though, he himself was the same. Whether there was work or not, he always came by the student council room. Over the semester, the two of them had formed this habit. After all, there weren't many places to relax in the school. Both of them were very popular on campus and constantly drew unwanted attention from many eyes. How did you do on the test? Sakurai carried the coffee over to the table. Shirogane Miyuki sprawled across the sofa, staring at the ceiling, and replied in a tone as if he didn't care. The test. He took a deep breath, then sighed. Not great. This time's exam was a bit hard. If their relationship were any thinner, Sakurai might not even notice that he was humble bragging. Confident, aren't you? Sakurai lifted the coffee cup and took a sip. In truth, Sakurai wasn't confident about taking first place this time. Recently, he had spent too much time on the Nakano quintuplets. Still, since it was the end of the semester, he wanted to craft a perfect test for himself. Yes, not for Nakano-ma, the one who hired him, nor for the five sisters, but for himself. He wanted to see how much he could change them over the course of one semester, perhaps. That was its own kind of pride. And you? Me, huh? Sakurai set the coffee cup down, looking a little disappointed. The test. How should I put it? He hesitated several times before saying, this time, I might lose to Kagaya-san. Mainly, it's because that shameless Shinomiya Kagaya made Hayasaka AI talk on the phone with Sakurai every night. Sakurai could still handle that part, but the problem was after the call ended and AI-chan fell asleep. Another AI-chan woke up. Basically, by the time he got home, Sakurai didn't have any time left to study at all. As for gymnastics, he sure learned a lot. Knowledge related to gymnastics, especially the complex positions. Sakurai had mastered quite a few of them. I remember you two went all out this time, huh? Shirogane Miyuki almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Now he was really looking forward to Sakurai getting overturned. If Kagaya got overturned, that wouldn't even be interesting after all. She's a girl. Whether it's a Miko outfit or cosplay, there's not much difference. It might be a little embarrassing, but her acceptance level would definitely be way higher than Sakurai's. Umo, we really did go all out. Sakurai regretted it now. Hey Ray, some good news for you. The first 2 days you weren't here, Shinomiya went to help Ishigami review. Later, I heard Ishigami say he ate so many dried fish snacks he almost puked. Kagaya Ishigami. Shirogane Miyuki offered a bit of consolation. Why didn't Ishigami ask you for help? I was working part-time those 2 days. You were working part-time during the last week before exams? Sakurai was stunned. He'll be working during summer break too. So what's there to be surprised about? Nothing. Still, if I take first place from you, I'd feel kind of bad. That was what Sakurai was thinking. He couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. You're still doing that rental boyfriend job, right? Shirogane asked. I was too busy filming before, so I didn't have time. Recently, I've started doing it again, Sakurai replied. Eating meals with clients, and so on. He considered it a way to socialize, to adapt early to the life of an adult. TCH, I was actually thinking of inviting you to do a part-time job together. After summer break, I have to attend kendo training. And a few days after that, they'll have to go compete in Fukuoka Prefecture. The two were in the middle of chatting when Shinomiya Kagaya walked in. As usual, she swept her gaze across the student council room like she was patrolling her own territory. Sakurai-san, there's something I really want to know. If you lose, how do you plan on fulfilling your promise? Shinomiya closed the door and then sat down beside Sakurai, as if it were the most natural thing, picking up a cup of coffee. Even though she preferred tea, coffee was acceptable too. The results aren't even out yet. So why are you already assuming you've won? People make mistakes, horses stumble, and besides last time, I believe I won, didn't I? Right, mate-san? Sakurai sneered. Master Sama, you really are such a busy person that you easily forget things, huh? Have you forgotten how you were under me for the entire year last year? Kagaya took a sip of coffee, calmly firing back. Shirogane, I've told you before making this girl your target isn't a good idea. Sakurai looked over at Shirogane. Shirogane, why are you dragging me into this out of nowhere? Shirogane Miyuki's face was full of question marks. When you're faced with an irrefutable truth, shouldn't you pull in an ally? President, stay out of this. Our student council is only active until today anyway. Can you two calm down a little? Shirogane Miyuki sighed. Then he continued, next semester, after the student council elections, we don't even know if we'll still be in the council. Sakurai didn't care in the slightest. No problem, it'll push you back into this position. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded in agreement. You already know the Shinomiya family's influence, don't you, President? You too. The corner of Shirogane's mouth twitched. Did I ever say I wanted this? The only reason I became president in the first place was for the recommendation slot. Are you seriously not going to let me retire? You're even acting like it. It's already been decided. Are you trying to kill me from overwork? Chapter 197. Russian roulette game happy, isn't it? Shirogane, everyone supports you continuing as the president. Thanks a lot, everyone. Shirogane Miyuki was speechless. Shirogane sighed. If you don't want to do it, we won't force you. Sakurai said seriously. Being the president is indeed very tiring. But if Shirogane doesn't stay as president, then where should they go to relax after school? Sakurai couldn't think of a place. Should they go to the Kendo Club? The atmosphere there is too intense and smelly, really unbearable. President, actually you can delegate some of the work to the student council members. Shinomiya Kagaya hinted. For example, the one who comes every day just to drink tea and coffee, doing nothing at all. Kagaya, are you talking about Chika? Sakurai pretended to be clueless. You should have some self-awareness, Sakurai-san. Anyway, I do work, you know. I'm in charge of general affairs, so I have to take care of everything, and if something happens, I have to handle it. Honestly, it's pretty exhausting, Sakurai said while sighing. Seeing this, Shirogane smiled helplessly. The student council members this term are all very capable. Basically, everything only needs to be done once, and it's settled, so Sakurai doesn't have to deal with things twice. Even Fujiwara Chika, the secretary, during the sports festival barely needed to meet the classes in person to coordinate. This is the information age, now many things can be done just by sending a text on the phone, so that's why she seems so idle. They say in America, there's even a leader who runs the country using Twitter. Maybe this is also a sign of progress in the times. That's not right. Kagaya-san, you are the vice president. Have you shared any work with Shirogane? Sakurai countered. Shinomiya Kagaya recalled for a moment. She realized. It seems she really hasn't done anything at all. She came here and did the same things as Sakurai, drinking tea and also coffee. We're even, aren't we? Kagaya-san? How can you say something so unreasonable so seriously? Sakurai asked. You're no better than me. Kagaya raised her voice. The president hogs everything to himself. How am I supposed to help? Shirogane Miyuki, seeing Kagaya almost snapping, cut in. Let's stop this topic here. Next semester, they'll ask for your help. Is this kindergarten or what? A secretary who doesn't know how to read the room. A vice president who's basically an iceberg, bad at socializing. A kind treasurer, but always in a state of depression. A general affairs officer who never sees eye to eye with the vice president. For people dragon, phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise gathered together. Next semester, Maybe we should recruit one normal person? He heard the third-year audit senpai seems to want to resign. If in the next election, I'm still chosen as president. No, no, no. This president position. I really can't keep doing it. But I just have this feeling you'll be forced into it. Shiragain, you've been chosen. What? You don't want to do it? No way. The entire Shuchiin student body is counting on you. That kind of situation could happen. Sakurai, that guy, could really pull something like that. Shiragain. The previous topic ended. After a while, the door was pushed open again. Fujiwara Chika walked into the student council room, taking a spin, the distinctive black bow on her head extremely eye-catching. What's everyone doing? Why is she able to be so cheerful every single day? Really can't figure out. The other three in the student council were all very curious about this. Talking about the exams. Fujiwara's secretary, how did you do this time? Shiragain asked. Pretty okay. Fujiwara Chika said as she stretched out her hand, still holding an uninflated balloon. Sakurai just noticed her other hand was holding a pump and an air tube. He had a bad feeling. Let's play a balloon game. Damn it, Sakurai roughly guessed it already. Have you ever heard of the Russian roulette game? The suicide game where you put one bullet into a revolver cylinder, then point at your own head and pull the trigger? What Chika is about to play now is no different from that. Just replace the revolver with balloons. Fujiwara's secretary, I want to ask, why do you want to play this game? Shiragain also guessed it already. Because it's fun. Chika tilted her head and said, Chika, all right, she wins. Knew she would say that. For fun, she dares to do anything the embodiment of chaos Fujiwara Chika. Or why isn't Ishigami-kun here? Fujiwara Chika actually aimed this game at Ishigami-yu this time. Mainly because last time he harshly criticized the Happy Life game that she and the board game club developed. For example, could the storyline of getting hit by a truck as soon as you enter the game be removed? And then, after getting married, all the child-rearing expenses are borne by the man doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Also, is it really necessary for the way to win to be limited to money? He even laughed and gave an example, saying that Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki having 11 kids might actually live happier than Chika staying single for life. Since it's called Happy Life Game, then surely the happy person should be the winner, right? Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? All these kinds of opinions were said by Ishigami. So, today Chika came prepared to perish together with Ishigami-yu. She even brought mandarins, even though it's not mandarin season right now. It can only be said, the faint murderous intent of a maiden is not something a few out-of-season fruits can stop. Chika, to Ishigami. He should be coming any moment now. Shiragain guessed. Tomorrow is the start of summer vacation, so he'll definitely come. Just as he finished speaking, Ishigami-yu walked in. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Ishigami-yu lifted his bangs, then looked carefully at the senpai. Ishigami-kun. You came at the perfect time. Fujiwara Chika smiled as bright as summer sunshine. Chika, Ishigami-yu shuddered. Hiss, why does it feel so cold in the middle of summer? Could it be the air conditioner is set too low? We're about to play a game. Only you are missing. The senpai are playing too? Shiragain, since today's the last day of the term, playing around a bit with Secretary Fujiwara isn't a big deal. Kagaya, that's right. It is the last day after all. Sakurai, anyway, it's not like I'm the one who's going to get hurt. Oh no, since it's the last day, playing with Chika a bit is fine. Ishigami, Sakurai senpai sob, did you just accidentally say something weird? A few minutes later, Ishigami-yu looked at the balloon in front of him gradually inflating, his hands on the pump, and he took a deep breath. This game is unexpectedly scary, but fortunately, normal balloons can't really inflate that big anyway. All right, Sakurai senpai, it's your turn. Sakurai Saki nodded at that and took over his turn. He pumped a few times and noticed the balloon still showed no sign of stopping inflating. Chika, this one could get pretty big, huh? Chika winked at him. Of course. I specially went looking for this one. Sakurai nodded, then continued pumping. PSSHD, PSSHD, sound of air pumping. He had absolutely no intention of stopping. If you want a thrill, then go all the way. More than 10 seconds later. Phew! Sakurai paused, wiping a non-existent bead of sweat off his forehead. Sakurai-san, isn't this a bit too much? Shinomiya Kagaya said nervously. It's practically taking up half the student council room already. It's fine. No problem. I feel like there's still plenty of room. Next, Shinomiya Kagaya. She carefully stepped up to the pump and pressed once. Just as she was about to stop, Fujiwara Chika spoke up. Kagaya-san, you're only pumping once? Just now Saki-kun pumped over 10 times, you know? At Chika's instigation, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't take the bait. Only reckless people would keep pumping like that. She made an excuse for her own cowardice. Kagaya, next Shirogane was also very cautious, pressing once. Just like that, the balloon grew bigger and bigger, until it was Ishigami Yu's turn. The balloon began shaking constantly, feeling like it was about to explode any second. Fujiwara Chika pulled out a mandarin she had prepared earlier from her skirt pocket. She had done thorough research. As long as you peel the mandarin and let the limonene inside touch the balloon will burst right in front of Ishigami-kun. Ishigami-kun will definitely be scared stiff. This is the ultimate embarrassment trick. Fujiwara-senpai, let me confirm something first. You're not up to something shady, right? Ishigami Yu turned his head. Ishigami, then? He saw Fujiwara Chika turning her face away, trying to whistle. Chika, oh, it's over. Fujiwara-senpai is definitely up to something. But then, it's fine, it's just a balloon popping. Ishigami Yu walked up to the balloon with a super cool attitude, then took a closer look. He got scared. Up close. This thing really is terrifying. It looked just like a time bomb. Ishigami Yu pressed once, then backed away. Ishigami-kun, why did you only pump once too? PFF, you were acting all cool just now. Chika covered her mouth, snickering. Chika. A few minutes later, Miko-chan pushed open the student council room door, holding a stack of documents. Just now, she heard a loud bang, not far away. From the doorway, looking inside, the senpai inside were covering their ears, faces full of doubt about life. What happened? Miko-chan's face was full of question marks. They looked like a group of sappers who just finished clearing a minefield. So strange. Chapter 198. Moving forward together. Saturday, the first day of summer vacation. Today, the Kendo Club unusually had no activities. Daimon Saburo, the supervising teacher, said they would be going for a training camp tomorrow. And of course, the location was in Fukuoka Prefecture. He had found a Kendo dojo there since the place hosts the Jokuryuki tournament every year. Finding a place to practice wasn't difficult. It said that other schools might come as well, so consider it a warm-up. Every year, the number of teams participating in Jokuryuki is no less than 300 teams. After all, this tournament has no qualifiers, no selection standards. Just pay the fee and you can register. So you can imagine how competitive it is. This time, the Kendo Club will be taking a total of over 10 people, including a few reserves. Although Sakurai cared a lot about Kendo tournaments, he wasn't so obsessed as to think about them all the time. Because today, the final exam results were out. Shuchiin's grading speed was frighteningly fast, just finished the exam yesterday. And by this afternoon, the results were out. No time for students to mentally prepare at all. I probably didn't lose to Shinomiya Kagaya, right? Sakurai sat in front of the computer, logged into the school website, glanced at the newly posted notice, skipped the first item, and clicked directly on the ranking list. He only looked at the top 4. Why the top 4? Because he cared a lot about Shijo Maki's results? Absolutely not, because he wanted to see her looking like an abandoned puppy. Maki. That's Shijo Maki. When she's tsundere, she's not cute at all, but when she's taking a beating, her Mo level triples. This is truly bizarre. So Sakurai always secretly hoped she'd suffer a little. Let's see, Shijo Maki, ranked 4th. Perfect. Seeing Maki not in the top 3, Sakurai felt as refreshed as walking in a light. Cool, ranked 4th place is fine too. Sakurai thought darkly. He looked up a bit more. The smile on Sakurai Saki's face vanished instantly. He hurried to check his own score. 471 points. The total is only 500, and I still lost. At the same time, Kagaya Odasama was commanding Hayasaka, AI. Hayasaka, hurry up. Help me check. She wasn't good with computers, and there wasn't one in her room, so now she was in Hayasaka-A's room. AI-chan casually replied. Yeah, Hayasaka, AI glanced at the notice on the screen. Notice, there was an error in the grading process. In the math test, one multiple-choice question was imprecisely worded, so both answers C and D were correct. Scores for affected students will be adjusted after review. Kagaya-sama, which option did you pick for question 4? Do you remember? Kagaya thought for a moment. D. Oh, then it's fine. Hayasaka didn't really care. If she had picked C, she would have gotten 2 extra points. Immediately after, they checked the score. 472 points? A bit lower than expected, but Shinomiya Kagaya was still quite satisfied. After all, she didn't cheat to win, it was based on her own strength. Hayasaka AI then glanced at the ranking list. Kaguya-sama, you won. This time you're ranked 2nd. Hearing that, Kagaya quickly leaned in to take a closer look several times. After confirming the victory was secure, Kagaya exhaled in relief internally, but outwardly kept a calm demeanor. Isn't that only natural? She casually took out her phone, opened Sakurai Saki's line account. At this moment, Sakurai was chatting in the group with the 5 Nakano sisters and Shijo Maki. Shijo Maki, boo-hoo, I lost again. I don't want to live anymore. Just let me die. I scored 470 points, and am still only 4th place. Why is that? Crying cat with teary eyes. JPG cat pounding the ground. GIF Maki. Ichika, Sensei-chan assistant-chan, I got 153rd place. Improved by 15 ranks. Nino, ranked 135, not bad. Miku, ranked 144, all thanks to Saki-kun. Yatsuba, ranked 156. Why'd you guys all do so well? Does that mean I'm the only idiot left? Sakurai Saki didn't type anything. He just silently sent a screenshot of his score to Maki. A few seconds later, Shijo Maki, Saki-chan, where do you live? I'm coming over to pay you a visit right now. Maki, Sakurai Saki quietly left the group chat. He didn't expect that he beat Shijo Maki by just 1 point, almost fell out of the top 3 in the grade. That was close. Looking at the Nakano sisters' rankings, it seemed like everyone was above average. Sakurai felt a little helpless. Initially, he planned to get them around rank 130, the average level in the grade. But clearly, that goal hasn't been reached yet. Still, this was within his initial expectations. It seems like he'll have to keep tutoring the next term, or they'll fall back in a bottom group for sure. These 5 ships are the type that need constant refueling to keep running. And by fuel, I mean tutoring sessions. Don't misunderstand it into something weird. Now, then, how am I going to face Shinomiya Kagaya? Sakurai leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Maybe just pretend to forget? But someone with superpower backing out on a bet sounds disgraceful. Sakurai Saki didn't like losing, but he hated breaking promises even more. A moment later, while he was still hesitating whether to text first, the message came from the other side. I scored 472 points. A message from Shinomiya Kagaya. Hayasaka, Sakurai-san said he got 471 points. Era, what bad luck. Kagaya smiled, barely hiding the smugness at the corners of her lips. She definitely had to pick a day to call him to her room, make him wear a Miko outfit and dance for her. And not just any ordinary dance. Maybe make him do ballet instead? Kagaya-sama, just saying, what if Sakurai-chan is among those affected by that question? Hayasaka AI brought up a terrifying possibility. Hayasaka, I know you have confidence in your boyfriend, but surely he's read that notice, right? Actually, he hasn't. Well, they'll just casually ask him then. Kagaya spoke as if it didn't matter. After typing the message, a few seconds later, Shinomiya Kagaya turned back to Hayasaka AI with a horrified expression. Hayasaka, I think he really doesn't know. He said he noticed both C and D were correct, but he chose C. It's over. If answer C is also correct, then he'll get extra points and Kagaya picked D, which means the loser is her. In that moment, both Both Kagaya and Sakurai Saki fell into a state of extreme panic. Sakurai was afraid she'd call him over to dance right now. Kagaya was afraid he'd find out and didn't dare bring up the bet herself. What do I do now? Kagaya Ojisama buried her face and flopped onto Hayasaka's bed. If she doesn't say anything now, then by tomorrow, or in a few hours, someone will definitely tell him about this. Hayasaka, in the end, Kagaya turned to her longtime advisor and pillar of support. Tell Sakurai-chan that you're in a good mood this time, so you're letting him off the hook. What do you think, Kagaya-sama? What Hayasaka AI said would completely destroy Sakurai's sense of victory. But she didn't regret it, because if Sakurai-chan wins, then Kagaya-sama will have to wear a Miko outfit and dance for him. Sorry, Sakurai-chan. This is the privilege of the official girlfriend. She had to cut off any chance of him wandering off with some thief cat. Hyasanayan, a Chu Chapter 199. Two people with secret thoughts at the Shinomiya mansion. In Hayasaka Ace Room, Kagaya Ojusama began typing with a poking motion using 2 fingers. She had always used a flip phone before, so ever since switching to a smartphone, her typing speed had been terribly slow. Hayasaka, are you sure that if I say that, you will believe it? He's very suspicious. He'll definitely feel that something is wrong. Kagaya said worriedly. She tried putting herself in the opponent's shoes. If they were the ones who won, they would definitely take the chance to mock the other side mercilessly. Who would care about the enemy's feelings? Not like those brain-dead main characters in manga. When they were kids, their parents were killed by some bastard, and by the end of the story, the main character forgives him like, this person who killed my parents had his own hardships, my parents are dead. I can't kill him anymore, after all he didn't mean it. It feels kind of idiot like that. Kagaya didn't think he was such an idiot that he could be fooled so easily. You have a good point. Ayazaka Ipondered. Judging by Sakurai's personality, he definitely wouldn't believe it. He might even think Kagaya-sama is setting up another trap for him to walk into. Sakurai is very suspicious, especially about abnormal things like this. He will definitely find out. Hayasaka, Kagaya whispered. How about, I admit defeat. He'll dance for him once, it's not that hard. No way. Hayasaka, AI, said firmly. Ayasaka, no. A man and a woman alone together, and the woman dancing for the man. That looks wrong no matter how you see it, especially since that man is her boyfriend. If I agree to this, wouldn't that be the same as putting a cuckold's horns on my own head? Even though in some of her recent dreams, she kind of had the feeling like she was really putting those horns on herself. Hayasaka, Hyasanayan, why not? Kagaya said while mistyping words. She hurriedly deleted the characters, then continued typing with her cute 2-finger typing style. If I admit defeat and explain the reason to him, Sakurai-san might give up on making me fulfill the bet condition. The possibility isn't completely zero. No way, Kagaya-sama. AI-chan thought she should give up that illusion soon and choose the path of fighting instead. For example, cheating. But Hayasaka, my brother once told me that the Shinomiya family must uphold the spirit of honoring contracts, and I've always thought that was one of my strengths. The brother she mentioned was named Shinomiya Yunyo, like Kagaya. He was also raised under the Shinomiya family Spartan style. Kagaya's sense of honoring contracts was also influenced by him. Unyo-sama, in Hayasaka's mind appeared memories of this person, a man who liked to wear suits with a very cunning expression. Yunyo was the 3rd son of the Shinomiya family, and because he was the son of the 2nd wife, his faction within the Shinomiya family was quite weak, making him the one with the lowest chance of succession, only above Kagaya-sama. They say Kagaya has inheritance rights, but there's basically no chance for her to become the head of the family, because she's a woman. Conglomerates in Japan would never let a weak woman become the family head, just like the public would not easily choose a woman as prime minister. Fujiwara Chika's dream would probably have to wait a long time to come true. Except for having trash morals, he could be considered a somewhat decent brother. Even compared to my other 2 brothers, he can even be called a good person. Shinomiya Kagaya said this, and then laughed at herself. The Shinomiya family really doesn't have many good people. Even Kagaya herself considers her own position to be that of a villain. Last year, and even the first half of this year, she was still thinking in the Shinomiya family's way, which was putting profit first. People will never help others unconditionally. That's what she used to believe. Those who did so were all fools, all insects. But in the student council, there seemed to be way too many fools like that. Shirage Miyuki was the biggest fool of them all, followed by Sakurai Saki, who apparently even went to help the Kendo Club this time, just because of a request from Kojima, without even getting paid. Secretary Fujiwara, although often unable to understand what others are saying, somehow gave off a strangely warm feeling, and Kagaya really liked her. Ishigami, even though he did poorly in studies, had been trying hard lately. Kagaya knew about his middle school incident, which was why she cared about Ishigami so much, even helping him review before exams. Even Aino Miko, the adorable Kohai, who wasn't a student council member, but often came over, was also a good person who always thought of others and acted in her own way, even though that girl herself was a bit lacking in flexibility. Kagaya-sama, you've really changed a lot. Seeing Kagaya's gentle expression, like a mother seeing her daughter grow up, a faint smile appeared on AI-chan's face as well. Hayasaka, ever since joining the student council, Kagaya-sama had become a little more stubborn, but she had lost much of her coldness, becoming much softer. Princess Kagaya, who lived on the moon, had finally found her own son, something that could warm her heart. I know, you're thinking of being stubborn again. Shinomiya Kagaya knew her too well. Kawaya? Okay. No. Hayasaka, AI, said helplessly. All right, maybe a little. Ever since Kagaya joined the student council, AI-chan's own stress had increased a lot too. Kagaya-sama, if you don't reply, he'll send another message first. It's your fault, Hayasaka. Stop talking to me and let me think about what to type. Kagaya-sama lowered her head and stared intently. Once the message is read, ITLL show a red notification. Hayasaka AI feared she didn't know that. I know that. The moment I downloaded Line, I immediately checked which features could save me from embarrassment. After all, she was a complete newbie when it came to smartphones, and if she didn't study beforehand, she might end up in another embarrassing situation like last time. Kagaya was referring to that time when she and everyone in the student council discussed having babies by kissing. You really have great foresight about this. Why do I feel like lately, Hayasaka, you've been looking for ways to mock me? Shinomiya Kagaya frowned. Kagaya, I really haven't. Hayasaka felt extremely wronged. This time she was genuinely complimenting her seriously. But it seemed like, since she had teased her too many times recently, now Kagaya was starting to automatically imagine it herself. Oh no, he sent a message. Let me see. You won this time. Am willing to admit defeat, but wearing Miko outfit and dancing is really a bit too much. Can you change it to something else? The words were plain, but Kagaya didn't know why she could see Sakurai Saki's inner struggle through them. It felt as if he had fought long and hard with his own pride, then reluctantly considered changing the bet's condition. Isn't that great? He's giving Kagaya-sama a step down. But if I agree too easily, wouldn't that seem a bit strange? Kagaya asked. It's fine. If you agree, he might even feel lucky, and whether he regrets it later, well, he probably will. Hayasaka AI, wanting to reduce the amount of contact her boyfriend had with Kagaya-sama, was stabbing Sakurai Saki in the back like crazy. Is this what a woman's possessiveness looks like? Truly scary. Oh, then I'll say it's because you, Hayasaka, begged me, so I'm sparing him this time. Kagaya-sama said as she sped up her typing. Hearing that, Hayasaka's moist eyes widened in horror, her face full of shock. Wait, why are you dragging me into this? On the other end, Sakurai Saki looked at the message Shinomiya Kagaya sent and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his girlfriend was the other side's maid, or else there was no way he could have escaped wearing a Miko outfit and dancing. Today's outcome. Sakurai Saki lost, successfully tricked, though he realized it very quickly afterward. Chapter 200. Shauna training camp begins by the time Sakurai realized he had been tricked by Kagaya. Several hours had already passed. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. There would be other chances in the future. But was he really not dwelling on it? No way. Saying he didn't care would definitely be a blatant lie. On the Shinkansen, the Kendo club captain Kojima looked at Sakurai and felt there was a trace of resentment on his face. Sakurai, didn't you sleep last night? Kojima asked. I couldn't sleep. Not getting to see Kagaya in a Miko outfit dancing, could you guys sleep after that? I couldn't sleep at all. Sakurai's heart was full of frustration. At that moment, the notification about the grading error was only a few millimeters away from his cursor, but a miss by a hair is as good as a miss by a mile. Because he was in a rush to check his exam results and didn't notice the notification, Kagaya managed to escape. Moreover, Sakurai couldn't even regret it afterward, because he was the one who suggested it. He was the one who requested changing the bet condition. Last night, Sakurai thought about it for a long time. He felt that, as an esper and as a man, he absolutely could not wear a Miko outfit and dance for another girl to see. That would be far too humiliating. What elementary school did you come from? We're not going on a field trip, Kojima said with a laugh. You wouldn't understand. Sakurai sighed. There were still more than 3 hours left before they reached Hakata, the seat of Fukuoka Prefecture's government, and the train had already been running for 2 hours. All right, once we get to the station, we'll have lunch first, then go check out the dojo. Kojima introduced the schedule. The matches start in 4 days on the 28th. The tournament lasts 4 days, 2 days for the preliminaries, 2 days for the knockout rounds. The bracket is split into left and right halves. Were in the left bracket. Our first opponent is a high school from Fukuoka. Sakurai. Only 2 days for the preliminaries? 1 venue, dozens of match areas. It's only in the knockout rounds that things get more formal, where 2 schools face each other per match. Koimai explained. Otherwise, with hundreds of schools this time, if they fought 1 school at a time, when would it ever end? Kaka. This game of these weak humans is so boring. Shinobu, inside Sakurai's shadow, gave her assessment. If only there was some excitement. Otherwise, a one-sided slaughter really has nothing fun about it. Hakata was famous for Menteiko, which is cod roe, but Sakurai had no interest in that. So, after leaving the station, Sakurai went into a ramen shop and ordered a very standard bowl of chashu ramen with extra meat. Seeing him order an extra portion of meat, the Kendo Club members also started ordering extra portions one after another. Of course, the expenses were covered by the Kendo Club. At the start of the term, during the inter-club union meeting, Shirogane allocated a decent budget for the sports clubs, especially the Kendo Club. Sakurai didn't expect this to be available for him too. He originally thought he wouldn't get to benefit from it. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the dojo that Daimon Subiru had reserved in advance. As soon as they entered, the Kendo Club members felt a cold breeze and all turned to look at Daimon Subiru. Why does this place have air conditioning, but our club doesn't? They only dared to protest with their eyes. They didn't dare speak, or else they'd definitely get lectured later. All right, stop standing around like idiots. You've rested enough after lunch. Pick up your swords. Daimon Subiru roared. Hey, Kondu, turn off the air conditioning. It's only 38 degrees outside. Let these brats tough it out with grit. He shouted at the dojo owner beside him. Grit? Captain Kojima, do you believe in that stuff? Kinoshita Yuta asked while rubbing his shaved head. This isn't the Showa era anymore. Who still talks about grit? Who even understands that? We're not in the Navy, you know. Why are we doing this crap? I do. Back in the day when I trained in Kendo during summer, we never turned on the air conditioning. Kojima nodded as he spoke. When he said that, his expression didn't change, as if he was completely serious. Have you ever heard of the unity of mind and sword? My father told me, the sword also has a soul. Kojima spoke very solemnly. Really? Kinoshita Yuta asked in surprise. In this strong, all thanks to training under the summer sun and cutting falling snow outdoors in winter. Sakurai, standing nearby and listening to their conversation, rolled his eyes. Anyone who believed that was an idiot. Great. We'll train like that too. It's over. There really is an idiot here. Halfway through practice, a group of people entered through the dojo door. They were carrying kendo gear bags, so it was obvious why they were here. Then Daimon Saburo walked over to that group and exchanged a few words with the leader. A moment later, he came back to the team members. "All right, brats. You'll be doing practice matches with another school. Soon, don't embarrass me." Daimon Saburo glanced at Sakurai Saki and saw he didn't have a shred of fighting spirit. "Sakurai, you'll be Teish, last player in a team match." After saying that, he assigned a few more reserve members, looking like he was preparing to drill the team. The Shuchiin Kendo Club was pretty solid overall, so Sakurai Saki didn't think he would need to go on the floor at most. He was just there as the closer. A few minutes later, the practice match began. Best of 3. First match. Daimon Saburo served as the head referee. Off to the side. "Sakurai, why aren't you even bothering to put on your armor?" Kojima glanced at him and walked over. "You think they're going to lose?" Sakurai yawned. Shuchiin's reserves were all second dan players. Keep in mind, the age limit for third dan was 18. High schoolers reaching second dan was basically the upper limit. They couldn't possibly lose. There was no way they would lose. The opponent is a team that made the top 4 in last year's Jokuryuki tournament, Shimabara High School from Nagasaki Prefecture. They've even won the championship before. Don't underestimate them. Koima explained. This guy Sakurai was way too confident. According to Jokuryuki rules, one person can take on all 5 and still win. Even if I'm the only one left, I can still pull the team to victory. Sakurai squinted his eyes. He hadn't slept well last night. All thanks to Shinomiya Kagaya, he had been thinking about her all night. His head was filled with her, even more than when he first fell for AI-chan. Besides, they can't send out too many starters either. They'll probably just put one main player out to hold the line. While Sakurai was saying this, Shuchiin's reserve Koyama had already lost. One aggressive style. Koyama muttered. A few strikes in, and Koyama's sword was almost knocked out of his hands. In Kendo, if your sword falls, you lose. The sword is a swordsman's life. Losing your sword is no different from losing your life. "All right then, they'll go put on my armor," Sakurai said as he walked away. By the time he came back, Shuchiin's entire reserve team had been wiped out. Their opponent was a school that had once won the championship. Their strength was no joke. "You finally showed up. What's this? Earlier, you didn't even bother putting on your armor. Are you looking down on me?" The boy in kendo gear looked displeased. Sakurai held the shurnai in his hand and walked to the starting position. "You're not going to introduce yourself first? Though I never bother remembering the names of people who lose to me. Yagyu Minhide, third dan in kendo. Sakurai Saki, no denrang." As soon as Sakurai said that, he saw the other guy's body tremble slightly, looking a little off balance. Maybe he was wondering why they would let someone without a rank be the closer. Chapter 201. Killing a man isn't enough. You have to kill his heart too? Inside the kendo dojo, for a moment, the surroundings fell into silence. Mainly because Sakurai Saki's earlier statement was just too bizarre. "You know rank?" Yagyu Minhide asked. "I've only been practicing kendo for a few months at most. Where would I find the time to go take a test for ranking?" Sakurai held his sword, assuming the stand stance. "And yet you acted like some kind of ace just now. God damn it. Nearly scare me to death." Yagyu cursed silently in his heart. Normally, the last fighter, the 5th position Teish, is always the ace, the strongest member. What kind of Teish doesn't have a ranking? Or maybe this school never planned to win. Just came here to practice? Ready. First match. The referee gave the order. The two stepped to their designated positions, preparing their stances. Roughly 2 meters apart. "Begin." As the words fell, Sakurai stepped forward and slashed down. Defeating someone in the field their best at, surely that would be a real blow, wouldn't it? After training with Kojima so much, Sakurai had also started enjoying shouting when swinging his sword. Clack! 1 strike. The bamboo swords collided with a crisp sound. "What? Is that all your strength amounts to?" Sakurai's sword pressed down on his opponents, preventing him from exerting force. Yagyu Minhide's grip on his sword wavered slightly. What the hell has this guy been eating to be this strong? The strength head always prided himself on was completely outmatched. Sakurai dissolved the pressure, then once again swung from the Dan stance. Clack! Another strike. Seeing how you kept using Dan just now, I got curious and wanted to try it a bit myself. Sakurai smiled as he spoke. God damn it. Yagi Myunhide cursed inwardly. Try a bit? And that speed too. Fuck. Where the hell did this crazy bastard crawl out from? In response, Sakurai launched yet another attack. Thwack! A flurry of blows like a raging storm. The entire hall was filled only with the sound of clashing bamboo swords. Yagi was being pushed further and further to the edge of the ring. In kendo matches, being forced out of bounds also counts as a loss. Hey, don't you know that hitting the bamboo sword doesn't score points? Yagi Myunhide gritted his teeth and said. Sakurai didn't answer. He simply curled his lips slightly and slashed down once more. Weren't you having a lot of fun bullying my Kohai earlier? So I bullied him. And now you want to bully me back? Yagi Myunhide struggled to withstand the attacks. Hearing that, Sakurai realized, that kind of made sense. The guy hadn't really done anything to him personally. Making him drop his sword and lose, wasn't that a bit rude? So he changed his target from the bamboo sword to the valid scoring area on the head. Clack! The attack was blocked again with great difficulty. What? Not giving up yet? Sakurai asked. I thought you were about to surrender. Behind me are all substitute players can't even last one round against you. Then wouldn't it be better to just lose outright? You guys made it to the top for last year. Losing one match, does that really hurt your pride so bad? Sakurai mocked. Thwack! Another strike. Yagu's sword nearly slipped from his hand. Fortunately, he managed to grab it in time. Shit. You Tokyo bastards are ruthless, actually letting an unranked guy fight last. He shouted. I'm from Kyoto. Sakurai corrected. If you want to curse out a region, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. I'm from Kyoto, don't go throwing accusations around. Referee, he's insulting a competitor, doesn't that count as a violation? Sakurai turned and asked the referee. That doesn't count as an insult to a competitor, not enough to be a violation. Daimon Subiru replied impartially. You're about to win. Your strength is this overwhelming, and you're still playing mind games? Sakurai really doesn't give a damn about anyone. Bored of the game, Sakurai once again raised his bamboo sword, slashed down, and shouted loudly, "Men!" Along with a sharp thwack, Yagi Myunhide let out a long sigh. Valid strike. Ippon. The referee raised his flag and announced. Finally, it was over. He turned around, ready to walk off. Hey, there's still one more round. Sakurai called out. Hearing that, Yagi turned his head, face filled with despair. Bro, have mercy. Stop torturing me already. Isn't killing someone enough? Do you really have to kill their heart too? Afternoon. After finishing kendo practice by evening, the whole group headed to the hotel that had been booked in advance. It was an extremely luxurious place, with a large garden outside the hotel planted with bamboo and seasonal flowers. Next to it was a bamboo device called a shishiodoshi, filled with running water that hit a rock and produced a soft, echoing sound. All the members of the kendo club simultaneously groaned that they were exhausted to the point of collapse. Practicing while wearing protective gear was already tough, and on top of that, there wasn't just one school present today. Basically, each person had to fight over a dozen matches, and even the reserve members were not spared by Daimon Subiru. After entering the hotel, everyone walked toward the rooms that had been booked. This time, the rooms booked for students were communal tatami rooms, with 6 people in each. As for the teacher, he used his own money to book a private room. Seemed like he didn't want to sleep with the students. Probably afraid he couldn't keep up with their conversations and might ruin the group's atmosphere. In the evening, after dinner, Sakurai went to the public bath to take a hot soak. After washing his body clean, he stepped into the outdoor bath area, and Sakurai's footsteps came to a stop. Sakurai-kun, a man with sharp eyes and center-parted hair, was leaning against the edge of the bath, soaking in the water. Upon seeing Sakurai enter, he greeted him. It was the father of the Nakano quintuplets. Nakano-san? Sakurai Saki couldn't make sense of it. Why was his employer showing up at the hotel where his kendo training camp was being held? What a coincidence, Sakurai-kun. Although he said that with his mouth, Nakano Murawa was clearly thinking about something else. It was Nino who suggested coming here, but the other four didn't object either. Nakano Murawa was seeing for the first time that all five of his daughters agreed on something. Could it have something to do with this student Sakurai? There was definitely no way it didn't. Yes, Nakano-san, are you here on a business trip? Sakurai recalled that the man was the director of a private hospital. As he spoke, he stepped into the open-air bath. Family vacation. Nakano Murawa's voice was very flat, but that seemed to be his usual tone of speaking. They all came too. Coming to Kyushu in the middle of summer. What for? Isn't hot? Sakurai Saki spoke while unconsciously revealing a somewhat hopeless expression. Note: according to Google, Fukuoka is a province on Kyushu Island. He had finally managed to get out of Tokyo for once, and yet, those five idiots still followed him? Am I really this unlucky? In this kind of summer weather, wouldn't going to Hokkaido be a better idea? You didn't know? Murawa looked at his expression and found it a bit amusing. This tutor didn't seem to be very fond of his daughters, possibly even slightly annoyed by them. He doesn't like them, and yet in just one semester, he made their grades rise by 50 ranks. Interesting. Sakurai's thoughts ran wild, and a few seconds later, he also guessed who had taken the initiative. It was Nino and I who proposed a trip to Kyushu. Nakano Murawa gave the answer. I did mention to them last time that I'd be participating in a kendo match. Didn't expect them to really want to come and watch. Sakurai Saki explained further. I see. But Sakurai-kun, you know kendo? I heard that both last year and this year, you didn't join any club? This overprotective father really did his homework. Just average level, not worth mentioning. Is that so? Looking at that confident face of yours, I don't see anything average about it, Sakurai-kun. But knowing Sakurai Saki's attitude toward his daughters, Nakano Murawa, as a father, felt somewhat relieved. The results from this term, I'm very satisfied. Next semester, it'll increase your pay a little. Sakurai-kun, thank you for becoming their tutor. I'm truly grateful. Murawa had always been worried about his daughter's academic performance. These words came completely from the heart. No need to thank me. Hearing that, Nakano Murawa let out a quiet laugh. This kid's really something. Doesn't even bother to say a humble word. Chapter 202. Miku S. wished the small talk between Sakurai and Nakano Murawa didn't last long. Sakurai soaked for a while and then left. Coming out of the bath, at the entrance to the sauna area, he bought a can of coffee milk. Just halfway through drinking it, he saw Nino and Itsuki walking together. Sakurai-san, Itsuki said in surprise. Even though they knew this family trip coincided with Sakurai Saki's schedule, they didn't expect it would be at the same hotel. A trace of surprise also flickered in Nino's eyes. Clearly, she hadn't predicted this either. Maybe this is fate's guidance? Nino felt a little lightheaded inside. Nino, but that small joy didn't last long. I just met your father. Nino froze. Dad? Itsuki asked curiously, what are you two talking about? Sakurai didn't answer Itsuki's question directly. Why did you guys come to Fukuoka? There's nothing fun here. At most, it's just known for ramen and spicy cod, ramen teiko. Why not? The ramen here is really good. We already had some at lunch. Itsuki replied seriously. Itsuki, Sakurai realized maybe he had misunderstood. Itsuki probably genuinely liked ramen, which was why she agreed to Nino's suggestion. This girl is truly obsessed with food, really too into eating. Next time if she gains weight, she better not complain. As for Nino, Sakurai Saki honestly didn't know what to do with her. I wanted to cheer for you. The kendo match is held at the prefectural gymnasium, right? I looked it up. Nino said softly. Sneaking around like this, I'm definitely going to get scolded by him. She lowered her head slightly, bracing herself for Sakurai Saki's verbal lashing. Unexpectedly, Sakurai didn't react at all. Before the knockout rounds, I probably won't be on the field. He had already made it clear to Daimon Subiru that he found the preliminary rounds boring and had no intention of playing unless they faced a strong opponent. Sakurai-san, anyway, we're also students from Shuchiin. Even if you're not competing, isn't it normal for us to cheer for the others? Itsuki said while glancing at Nino. Right, Nino? Nakano Nino glanced off into the distance. I guess so. In matches where Sakurai wasn't participating, to be honest, Nino wasn't interested at all. She hardly knew any of the other Kendo club members. Nino was exactly the kind of girl who only watched soccer because there were hot guys only knew one star on the team, clearly not there to watch technique, just simply to look at faces. To her, Sakurai was more important than the Kendo tournament. She didn't even understand the rules of Kendo. But did that stop her from watching the match? Sorry, that had absolutely nothing to do with it. Nino, don't tell me you joined this family trip just because of Sakurai-san? Nino fell silent. The reason she came, of course, was partly because of her 4 sisters. After all, among the 5 Nakano sisters, she was the one who cared most about family. But if she said she didn't come because she wanted to see Sakurai Saki, that would be a blatant lie. While the 3 were still chatting, footsteps sounded nearby. Clack clack, Nakano Miku approached, carrying her yukata. Saki-kun. Her gentle and pleasant voice rang out beside him, and Sakurai turned to look. Miku walked over to Sakurai and her 2 sisters, her face full of curiosity. Nino's not going in? You guys have been out of the room for a while. Now have you been talking with Saki-kun the whole time? Miku asked softly. No, we just came out here. Nino replied hesitantly. Sakurai-san, when you compete, he'll be cheering for you. Bye-bye. Hearing that, Nino's face flushed red. She quickly blurted out a line, then pushed Itsuki, who still had a face full of question marks, back inside. Nino felt so embarrassed she could die inside. It's been that long already? I didn't even realize at all. Mika didn't follow. She lifted her head and looked at Sakurai, her gaze gentle as she said, Saki-kun, on the day the tournament ends, there's going to be a festival nearby. Would you like to go together? Sakurai didn't refuse, but instead asked, is this a request using the wish ticket? In this recent final exam, he had handed out 2 tickets to the top 2 students. Even if Miku used 1 wish ticket, she would still have another left, because Nino still owed her 1. If I don't use the wish ticket, would Saki-kun still go? Miku lowered her head, speaking softly. Sakurai thought for a few seconds, then answered honestly, probably not. Then, he'll use it, Miku said as she took out from the pleated skirt pocket a wish ticket handwritten by Sakurai Saki. This simple piece of paper could be used to request Sakurai Saki to fulfill a wish, as long as it didn't go against his will. Sakurai's gaze followed her movements. Today, the girl was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, paired with a black pleated skirt, without her usual black stockings. Probably because it was too hot. Wearing stockings in the summer unimaginable. Truly hell. Sakurai Saki picked up her wish slip and opened his mouth. I've received your wish. On the evening of July 31st, he'll go to the festival with you. Upon hearing that, Miku smiled at him, Omo. Seeing her smile, Sakurai froze for a moment, only snapping back to reality when she turned and walked into the bathroom. A quiet Kaderi-type girl, rarely showing emotions, suddenly acting like that, it was a bit shocking. This probably counts as a date, right? 1 guy, 1 girl, just the 2 of them. Sakurai thought for a few seconds. But Mika's feelings toward me aren't as strong as Nino's. Just walking around a festival shouldn't be a problem. He tossed the can of coffee milk he was holding into the trash bin, then got ready to head back. The following training sessions weren't anything worth mentioning, just swinging swords and sparring day after day. Yagyu Myunhide, the guy Sakurai had once beaten down, still didn't seem to have accepted it. His personality was exactly like Miyazaki Kazuki getting beaten and forgetting the pain. Sakurai Saki obviously didn't hold back, and while he was at it, he also dealt with the rest of his opponent's teammates from the same school. A noob like that being team, Captain Sakurai really didn't get it. If the captain of a top 4 team was only at that level, then this tournament really wasn't worth watching anymore. On the morning of July 28th, the members of Shuchiin's Kendo Club boarded a bus to the Fukuoka Prefectural Gymnasium to participate in the left bracket qualifiers. This had nothing to do with Sakurai. He didn't think he'd be stepping onto the field today. In the stands, Kojima sat next to Sakurai. The 2 of them looked no different from ordinary spectators. The Jokuriyuki awards a combativity prize. The person who wins the most consecutive matches without losing will be granted the title Saigoku Muzu, Peerless of the West, Kojima said. Don't you plan on going for it? Aren't you not going either? Sakurai glanced at him. We're both from Tokyo. Even if you earn that Saigoku Muzu title, there's no guarantee you'd make it out of the gymnasium alive. Though I gotta admit, the title sounds pretty damn cool. Just so you know, the title has only ever been won by someone from Kyushu or Shikoku. Political correctness? Not exactly. Just more of an unspoken rule. But you could try going for it. If you end up becoming a cop, that kind of recognition will open doors for you. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police really likes kendo. They even have their own kendo tournament. Kojima tried to egg him on. I'm not planning to work at the Tokyo Police Department. Sakurai glanced down at the Shuchiin team, who were warming up. Right below them. Currently, no fewer than 30 kendo matches were happening simultaneously inside the gymnasium. The pace at which participants were being eliminated was like a meat grinder, no different from a battlefield. Every few minutes, one school was kicked out of the competition. Some poor bastards even pulled the jackpot in the opening match, going up against last year's top 8 or even top 4. Pure, concentrated bad luck. Suddenly, the gym got noticeably noisier. Over there, someone got taken down, Sakurai commented. That big guy was last year's runner-up. Vice captain of Kyushu Academy's Kendo Club, a school in Kumamoto Prefecture, Kojima provided. A black mascot suddenly popped into Sakurai's mind. Honestly, his only impression of Kumamoto Prefecture was Kumaman. Aside from that, he didn't know a damn thing. Chapter 203. Knockout stage and mascot of a prefecture that can become famous across the whole country, even the whole world, is truly a kind of skill. Kendo practitioners in Kumamoto Prefecture are all as large as real bears. Normally, the more robust the body, the greater the strength, and within the not-so-spacious competition ring, this kind of advantage is by no means small. At present, quite a few people have already become victims of being attacked by Kumaman, their swords knocked right out of their hands. Crushing, like a truck running over a child. Not even on the same level. Which school won the Jokuryuki tournament last year? Sakurai asked. Fukuoka Daiichi, Koima replied. No bias or anything. Sakurai lowered his voice. This is Fukuoka. Don't tell me only Fukuoka schools are allowed to take first place. No, they're simply that strong. Last year, Shuchiin was just unlucky. Right from the start, they ran into Fukuoka Daiichi. Otherwise, they would have at least made it into the top 8. Koima sight. To run into the championship contender right in the preliminaries, that's bad luck to the extreme. Truth be told, last year's Shuchiin's Kendo Club had quite a few who could fight, but the only one who could truly be called really strong was Kojima, the captain of Fukuoka Daiichi High. That guy was frighteningly strong. He practiced ancient sword style, had trained in Shinto-ryu techniques since childhood. Kojima couldn't beat him. The school's overall strength was also inferior, so losing was only natural. Recalling this, Kojima sighed. Ancient swords really has its logic. Mind and sword is one, using the heart to guide the sword. The legends might actually be true. Kojima, I think people should believe in science. These unreliable things, you should listen to less of them, Sakurai said. Look at him being all serious, like it's actually real. Mind and sword is one, my ass. I've been holding a shurnai for how long now, and I've never felt a damn thing. Feels like Shinobu wants to say something. Planning to snark at me? Hearing that, Kojima nodded. True, it's the modern era. There's no such supernatural stuff anymore. Kojima continued watching the match. Looks like our teams run into their opponent. Hearing this, Sakurai noticed that Miyazaki Kazuki, playing in the second position, was locked in a tough battle. He was locking swords with his opponent, both exerting force, neither able to overpower the other. A faint sound could be heard. H.A.? Miyazaki Kazuki shouted loudly, then stepped back and once again swung down from above in the Juden stance, high stance. The opponent wasn't to be outdone, the tip of his shurnai aiming straight for Miyazaki's kote, glove, intending to attack. Seeing this, Miyazaki had no choice but to retreat defensively. Only the tip of the shurnai counts, as a valid striking point. If you want to defend your hand, you have to keep proper distance. Naturally, you can't recklessly attack, or you'll expose an opening. After a while, the two sides locked swords again. The sound bop 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 rang out. They were like two bulls locking horns. He stiffened up. Kojima commented. Miyazaki wants to feint to draw the opponent's move and then counterattack, but his opponent is even more stubborn and brutish. Miyazaki Kazuki could be called brutish, but still not lacking in brains. His opponent, however, was pure blockhead. A fool restrains a master. This time he's met an opponent on equal terms. Sakurai said nothing. So should I go get changed now? Sakurai was the Fukushu, second to last player in a team match. No way. Miyazaki may have a foul mouth and a bad temper, but he's still got skill. Kojima had just finished speaking when Miyazaki Kazuki seized the moment, catching the opponent's opening during an attack, and struck the opponent's head, scoring the first ippon. Man, he shouted loudly. He's never managed to take an ippon from me before. I thought. Sakurai really had no idea how strong that opponent was. Don't let him hear you say that, or well, not that he can do anything to you. He'd probably just swallow his frustration. After that, the preliminaries went rather smoothly. They didn't run into any big names, and Shuchiin's Kendo Club successfully advanced into the top 64. The day after tomorrow would be the first knockout stage. Tomorrow they could rest and adjust for a day. The next morning, when he went down for breakfast, he happened to run into the Nakano quintuplets and overheard them saying that today they would be visiting other places in Kyushu. They had already finished strolling around Hakata. Itsuki spoke while rubbing her stomach. She had probably eaten too much ramen yesterday. Coach Daimon Subiru still dragged the entire Kendo Club out for quite a bit of extra practice. According to him, this was to maintain their condition. Otherwise, just one day of rest would cause their form to drop. Sakurai expressed, "We don't fucking need that. We're already dead tired. How the hell are we supposed to fight tomorrow?" Luckily, Daimon Subiru still hadn't completely lost his conscience and let them rest in the afternoon. The first day of the knockout stage. Sakurai put on his protective armor and sat down in the captain's seat, ready to fight. The posture was Saiza. Japan really loved to set up all these weird rituals. Even in a kendo match, you had a half squat to bow to your opponent. In a tea ceremony club, you also had to Saiza the whole time while drinking tea. Don't ask how Sakurai knew. Last year, during the club trial period, he had tried it once, and from then on, never went back. The etiquette was overflowing to the point of annoyance. I heard you'll be the lead-off player starting from the semifinals? Kojima, also in armor, asked. After entering the knockout stage, Shuchiin no longer sent in substitute members. They'll do a 1 versus 5, Sakurai said truthfully. In the mission system, the main mission at the very top was still lit up. To get another permanent ability slot, he had no choice but to trouble everyone. Being overconfident isn't good, but with your strength, you actually do have some chance. Kojima, if starting from the semifinals, I do 2 consecutive 1 versus 5s and then take the championship, would you be pissed? Sakurai first gave him a dose of mental vaccine. This Kojima guy never liked easy victories. You serious? Everyone needs to have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Sakurai's gaze passed through the slits of his mask, looking toward the arena. Hearing this, Kojima stood up and walked over to the coach. A few minutes later, he returned. What did you just say to Daimon-sensei? Sakurai asked. He'll be the lead-off player this time, Kojima said. Otherwise, if he were the last player and it ended up being an easy win, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. After all, up until now, he hadn't gotten a play yet. Then he'll go after you. If you lose, he'll cover for you. The round of 32-16 went quite smoothly. Kojima barely managed to sweep all 5 opponents. Half an hour later, the round of 16-8. That Kojima guy walked in full of confidence, only to accidentally capsize. He only managed to take down 2 opponents. When facing the third, although he took the first ippon early on, due to carelessness, the opponent immediately took 2 ippon in a row and he lost the match. That guy's Shurnai. Something's off about the weight, Kojima said to Sakurai as he came over. Sakurai took the bamboo sword and stepped onto the court. The head referee shouted loudly. First to 3 points wins. First match. Begin. A few seconds after the start. Bop! The two bamboo swords clashed. At that very moment, Sakurai almost thought he had just struck a block of iron. Their swords pressed tightly against each other, the face guards also pressing together. Sakurai could clearly see the face beneath his opponent's mask. Cheating? Your sword's got extra weights in it, doesn't it? What are you talking about? The opponent pretended not to understand. Sakurai's gaze flicked toward the referee. Logically speaking, this was when he should report it so they could check the weapon. But Sakurai Saki didn't want to. All his life, the thing he hated most was being a snitch. You started this. If you can't win, don't blame me. Chapter 204. Female Friend Smack. The two bamboo swords clashed again. Bit light there, buddy. The corners of Sakurai's mouth curled into a malicious grin. He blocked the opponent's strike with one hand on the bamboo sword, even deliberately showing his empty hand a few times. In Kendo, only fighters who use dual swords hold a sword with one hand. Sakurai's current action was pure, blatant provocation. I'll give you one hand, how about that? A few seconds later, the opponent didn't answer, simply widened the distance, and then charged forward again. Boring. Seeing him not fall for the verbal taunt, Sakurai lost interest. At least past opponents could shoot back with a few sharp words. This time, maybe it was guilt that kept him silent. And just how did he even manage to bring a rule-breaking sword in here? Smack! Their swords locked again, and Sakurai Saki's eyes grew sharper. Inside the arena, the 5 Nakano sisters, according to plan, sat with Nakano Maruo to watch the match. Everyone's attention was on the fight below. Looks like Sakurai-san is angry, Yatsuba said. Sakurai Saki kept pressing with relentless Dan attacks, as if trying to smash the opponent's bamboo sword to pieces. Some deep grudge? Yatsuba didn't know, but when playing games, Sakurai Saki hated cheaters the most. In his eyes, Kendo was just like a game, so naturally he'd feel disgusted by cheats. And facing an opponent using a weighted bamboo sword, Sakurai Saki chose to crush him head-on. There's no finesse at all. Saki-kun is just overpowering him, Mika murmured. This attacking style treated the opponent as if he wasn't even worth considering. Nakano Maruo crossed his legs, eyes narrowing slightly. Sakurai-kun's strength is terrifying stronger than that last team. He was referring to the 5 Kumamen from Kumamoto Prefecture. Not like an ordinary person. Could he be from the other side? No, unlikely, Maruo speculated inwardly. He had treated many people with incredible physical abilities, most of them Shinto dignitaries, their injuries resembling attacks from some strange creature. Impressive, Nino muttered, even without understanding fully. She could tell Sakurai Saki held overwhelming advantage. Her eyes never left his figure for even a second. Nino, down on the floor. H-A-A-A. Sakurai let out a resounding ki. The opponent was shaken by the shout, momentarily forgetting to defend. His earlier attacks had no openings. With great strength and incredible speed, making him feel like he and Sakurai Saki weren't even the same species. The bamboo sword in his vision grew larger and larger, until smack. The tip struck his head. Even through thick protection, he felt dizzy, quickly collapsing to the ground. Men! Sakurai shouted loudly. The 2 referees simultaneously raised their flags, announcing, valid strike. Ippon, on the stands. Ichika clapped excitedly and said happily, Sensei got the Ippon first. Though Nakano Ichika usually addressed Sakurai Saki quite casually, with her father sitting beside her, she was much more reserved now. No wonder Sakurai-san was so confident last time, saying he didn't want to step on the floor before the knockout stage. Itsuki recalled. So he had just been looking down on his opponents. This match should be an easy win. All 5 sisters thought the same. A few minutes later, sure enough, the 5 sisters were right. Sakurai Saki crushed his opponent in a storm-like victory. Right after, he didn't immediately return to the starting line to wait for the next opponent, but instead picked up the opponent's bamboo sword and shouted loudly, "Referee, there's something wrong with his sword. The weight's not right." This made the two referees freeze. If there was an issue, why didn't you say so earlier? And more importantly, there was an issue, and you still won? Are you a monster? The referees ignored the cheating player lying on the ground with a vacant look, taking the bamboo sword for inspection. A moment later, the organizers directly announced the disqualification of the violating school. Nearby, many players from other schools began whispering, most of it about how cheating still couldn't win. Now, that was embarrassing. After making it to the top 8, the first day of the tournament ended smoothly. Getting on the bus, the group prepared to head back. On the way, nearing the hotel, Sakurai looked out the window and saw preparations for a temple festival. Nearby was a shrine. This time the festival was hosted by the shrine, which was said to enshrine a tanuki type of yukai. In Japan, tanuki are symbols of good luck. Many restaurants and shops display tanuki figures outside. A festival? Huh. I heard it's tomorrow, Kojima said, following his gaze. Oh, right. I probably can't join the victory party after the match tomorrow. Sakurai suddenly said, "You're talking about the victory party for winning the Jokuryuki Championship, right? We haven't even played the quarterfinals yet, and you're already thinking about popping champagne?" Kojima said, dumbfounded. "You think Shuchiin will lose?" Kojima wanted to say nah, well win, but he wasn't that confident inside. Sakurai explained, "I got an appointment tomorrow, going to the festival with someone." "The Nakano family, huh?" Kojima asked, prying. "How do you know?" "We're staying in the same hotel. It's not just me who's seen it," Kojima said, glancing at others on the bus. The rest of the Kendo Club members looked awkward. "Aren't you dating Hayasaka-san? And now you're going to a festival with someone else?" he asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. The moment that came out, the bus fell silent. Sakurai glanced at him. This guy had thick eyebrows, sharp eyes. Looked tough, so why gossip like a teenage girl? Can't I have a female friend? As soon as he finished, teasing whistles rang through the bus. "Female friend? You believe that?" "I don't." Someone shook his head. One even imitated the confession from before Hayasaka-san. I love you the most." Sakurai glared at the speaker. "Miyazaki, you'd better watch out later. Don't sleep too soundly tonight." Sakurai. Miyazaki Kazuki shut up immediately. A real threat, blatant. No attempt to hide it. The topic didn't last long. Everyone here came from wealthy Shuchiin backgrounds. They'd long been used to such things. Some were even children of their father's mistresses. "Speaking of which, why didn't you report earlier?" Kojima asked. Before Sakurai could answer, their advisor Daimon Saburo, sitting in the front row, spoke first. He thought he was strong enough, so he did it to mess with the opponent's psychology. "The rest of you don't copy that. If you notice something wrong, report early." Kojima froze for a few seconds, astonished. "You did that just to play mind games?" Sakurai. "What exactly do you think the Jokuryuki is?" "This is one of the top-level middle school kendo tournaments in all of Japan. Aren't you being just a little too arrogant?" Chapter 205. Dragon very quickly. The second day of the knockout matches arrived, July 31st, also the last day of July, with gloomy weather. The sound of cicadas, the heat of blood, and the roaring shouts of the contestants echoed in the gymnasium. Just now, the quarterfinals had ended. The semifinals began. Sakurai would go on stage as the vanguard, with a few minutes of rest in between. Daimon Saburo and the members were discussing tactics on the sideline. Sakurai, "Actually, I suggest you take the Teisho position to fight the last match, soldier against soldier, king against king. Their Teisho is a bit stronger than Kojima, and if your stamina runs out then," as the instructor, he was very clear about the importance of strategy and switching positions. "I don't think I'm weaker than him," Kojima said defiantly. "A year has passed. If we don't fight, how will we know the result?" A member muttered quietly. "So unlucky, meeting Fukuoka Daiichi in the semifinals, their last year's champions. And that guy still hasn't graduated yet. Murakami Ryu, Saiga Mizu, peerless of the West. In the whole Jokuryuki tournament, he's never lost a single match." Kojima swept his gaze around with a terrifying look and barked. losing spirit before the match even starts, boosting the enemy's morale. Anyone who says that again can get the hell out of the Kendo Club. He finally showed the dignity of captain. Originally, because of the addition of Sakurai Saki, he was very confident about this Jokuryuki, but now, meeting the enemy who had once crushed Shuchiin miserably in the last preliminary round, in the semifinals, saying he wasn't nervous at all would be a lie, especially in such a dangerous situation, having his own members say discouraging things. At this moment, Sakurai spoke up. He'll take down at least 3 people. And as for the toughest one, he'll leave him to you. His gaze shifted toward the distance, where a short-haired, black-haired boy was surrounded by many people. He looked thin and weak, not like someone who practiced kendo, but above the opponent's head, golden light flashed. Dragon of Fukuoka. This is a dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Beware his talents. Peerless of the West. A title bestowed only upon the strong. Child of the dragon. This individual carries dragon blood. Superhuman. This individual has surpassed the limits of humanity. Damn it. I knew it. A mission that could break through my limits. How could it be that simple? Luckily today, the random ability turned out to be the title system, the very same ability Sakurai had once gotten during the last sports festival. Otherwise, the boat might have capsized. A supernatural creature coming to play games with humans. Do you have that much free time? Sakurai silently spat in his heart. He completely forgot that he himself, an Esper, fighting ordinary people was just as strange. When Sakurai looked toward Murakami Ryu, the other also turned his gaze back. Their eyes met, and then the opponent's expression changed, gradually becoming serious. In just a blink, boom! Outside the gymnasium, after a clap of thunder, came the sound of rain hitting the ground. It was raining. Sensei, let me be the vanguard for this match. Murakami Ryu's voice was slightly hoarse. He rarely spoke much, and it was even rarer for him to make a request. Instructor, all right. On the other side, last year they had already won once. Although their lineup had changed a bit, their trump card was still the same person, and even stronger than last year. Actually, I suggest Murakami take the last match. It would be safer that way. No, there's someone very dangerous on their side. Murakami Ryu's voice sank. On that person, there was the aura of that one. That deep and gloomy aura Murakami Ryu had only felt once in his life. Yet it was carved into his memory. One must know, that person never liked being close to men. Even his own father had never seen her true face. The plan would begin in a few months. Perhaps there would be variables. But this time, for Megumi, I cannot lose. Murakami Ryu looked toward the stands. There, his girlfriend was smiling at him. To let a dragon participate in an ordinary tournament. Of course, there had to be a special reason. Love. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of rain hitting the transparent glass roof of the gymnasium echoed without pause. Sakurai finished putting on his protective gear and glanced at his opponent, who was also walking toward the center of the match area. Although he had already guessed this possibility, he hadn't expected the other party to actually choose to be the vanguard, just like him. Last year, Kojima's loss wasn't unjust. The opponent was absolutely not an ordinary human. Even without using power beyond the limits of humanity, fighting Kojima would be nothing more than playing around. Sakurai took his position at the starting line, raising his shurnai in dance stance. Murakami Ryu did exactly the same. Inside the match area, it suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of rain going tap-tap. Due to a minor issue with the lighting system, the match would have to wait a little longer to begin. Why did you come to participate in this kind of tournament? Murakami Ryu's hoarse voice came from behind his face guard. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud cheer came from the spectators' seats. Sakurai-san, go for it. It was Nino, her voice especially loud. Looks like you're the same as me. Murakami Ryu lowered his voice. You've also fallen for a human girl. Sakurai. Bro, are you sick or something? Since when have I had anything to do with Nino? Sakurai more or less understood. This dragon was here because he liked a human girl, and to win over his girlfriend, he came to compete with ordinary humans. Speaking of cheating, this guy today was the real heavyweight. That guy yesterday, who only used a heavier bamboo sword, was nothing in comparison. The lifespan of humans is not as long as that of yokai. Have you already prepared yourself for a parting from a human? Murakami Ryu, as if meeting a kindred spirit. Bro truly started pouring out his pain. My father said, "We must not form bonds with humans. It only leaves behind grief." Although Sakurai had nothing to do with Nino, he could understand that feeling. In the future, Hayasaka, AI, might not be young anymore. Looks like you've already prepared yourself mentally. Murakami Ryu noticed Sakurai was lost in thought. The ability to make someone not age, to be immortal. I think I have that, don't I? Sakurai thought to himself. You, what kind of yokai are you? Sakurai didn't answer. You dare to guess my species? Inhuman, or more precisely, Super Sakurai Saki. That's true. You have ties to that distinguished one. Someone like me isn't in a position to ask. Murakami Ryu glanced at the lights nearby that were gradually coming on. The two referees in charge had also stepped forward. But Murakami Ryus aura soudainement érupté, and all the doors in the gymnasium flew open at once. Whoosh! Everyone present felt a powerful gust of wind. They raised their hands to shield their eyes, straining to look toward the match area. This is a dragon? No one could believe their eyes. Before Sakurai's eyes, behind his opponent, appeared a blue flood dragon, Jiaolong, in whose vertical golden pupils burned endless fighting spirit. A dragon will not easily admit defeat, nor will it submit. Come and fight. Beside him, a storm howled violently. The rain outside, the gymnasium grew heavier and heavier. Chapter 206. Battle in the Rain Rumble. With a clap of thunder, the two in the match area moved at the same time. Bam! The moment their bamboo swords met, both stepped back in perfect sync. After that brief exchange, Sakurai drew his conclusion. Not enough strength. He involuntarily furrowed his brow. Being physically restricted was indeed hard to handle. What are you afraid of? Murakami Ryu lowered his bamboo sword to his side, assuming a thrusting stance. This move was called the Fong Thrust, and this Fong was called the Dragon Fong. Whoosh! Murakami Ryu's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, his attack was already right in front of Sakurai Saki. Sakurai tilted his head just in time, dodging the thrust aimed at his throat, while the tip of the bamboo sword was deflected and stabbed into his right shoulder instead. His shoulder was slashed open, his shirt torn, and a few drops of bright red blood seeped from the wound. The tip of a bamboo sword was clearly rounded, yet he made it feel as sharp as a real blade. Sakurai took a few steps back, widening the distance between them. In his eyes, above Murakami Ryu's head, was a blue flood dragon raising its head and roaring, as if summoning something. The tiger follows the wind, the dragon follows the clouds. From ancient times, dragons have been creatures tied to clouds and rain. Sakurai glanced upward. A flash of light streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim arena. Rumble. Immediately after came a deafening peal of thunder. A few seconds later, the entire arena was plunged into darkness. In the stands and the waiting area, people began to chatter noisily. The venue had lost power. Now, no one can get in our way anymore. Murakami Ryu glanced to the side. The referee had already left. His vertical golden pupils glowed faintly in the darkness. Sakurai took a deep breath. Although his physical stamina was lacking, his recovery ability still matched that of a vampire. It seemed the next part would be a grueling fight. Let's begin. What's that? Nino's gaze had never left Sakurai Saki, so she was the first to notice. The bamboo sword in Sakurai's hand was inexplicably giving off a faint glow. VRR, a barely audible humming followed. Down in the arena, the two were clearly fighting with bamboo swords, so why did it sound like clashing metal? The other four sisters didn't notice anything unusual. The surrounding audience was still noisy. Nakano Meruo's expression grew grim. Sakurai-kun. Waiting area. The Shuchiin members were chatting. This weird weather just now was only overcast. So why is it suddenly thunder and pouring rain? What's with the organizers? Didn't they just fix the power once already? Why is Sakurai still fighting Murakami Ryu? Miyazaki Kazuki frowned. In the faint light, he could barely make out the two figures not far away. Their silhouettes intertwined, bodies colliding. Bamboo swords clashing like samurai in an old Jedi Jiki film. Enough. Everyone shut up, Kojima said coldly. The others couldn't see clearly, but he could both see and hear it all. Unity of mind and sword. In the arena. So the unity of mind and sword really exists. Murakami Ryu muttered. Sakurai didn't respond. He simply stepped forward again, swinging the bamboo sword in his hands. Clang! The sound of metal rang out. Sparks fell from the point of contact. Bamboo swords had nowhere near the durability of metal. The two were burning through their weapons' lifespans. Kung! Their swords met again, then separated, then clashed once more. Fragments of bamboo, sword kept falling to the ground. 1 minute later, crack. This time, it wasn't the sound of metal, but the sound of bamboo breaking. This bamboo sword isn't durable enough. Yours is strengthened by the mind, so it's a lot stronger than mine. But no matter. Murakami Ryu threw aside the bamboo sword Sakurai had cut in half. Wind gathered constantly around his body. Before Sakurai's eyes, a transparent bamboo sword formed in his opponent's hands, created from wind itself. Continue, he shouted. The fighting spirit in Murakami Ryu's eyes did not fade in the slightest. Next would be the second round. Just as Murakami Ryu was about to charge forward, he heard a loud shout from the stands. Ryu-chan, where are you? Murakami Ryu's expression changed. On one hand was his beloved girlfriend. On the other, the rare rival of a lifetime. What a shame. In the end, he still chose to release the wind sword in his hand. Sakurai watched his movements carefully, not letting his guard down. I don't know why you're refusing to use your supernatural abilities, but this time, I lose. Murakami Ryu picked up the fallen bamboo sword. For a swordsman, a broken sword was no different from death. They were fighting kendo, not a duel to the death. You're not conceding just because your girlfriend called you, right? Sakurai asked. At that, Murakami Ryu looked at him with an expression full of scorn, pride, and provocation. Murakami, as if to say, my girlfriend worries about me. Where's yours? Damn it, that's infuriating. Sakurai ground his teeth. Sakurai, if AI-chan weren't in Tokyo right now, he'd drag her here and kiss her right in front of this guy. I'm forfeiting the next match. A few months from now, we'll probably meet again. When that time comes, let's throw away all limits and fight for real. Murakami Ryu smiled at Sakurai as he spoke, then walked out of the arena. The duel ended quickly. Sakurai had a slash on his shoulder, and his opponent's waist didn't fare much better, pierced in several places. But both had strong recovery abilities. Aside from their tattered clothes, nothing else seemed amiss. Soon, the power came back. That convinced Sakurai the lightning earlier had definitely been his opponent's doing. A few months from now? What was he talking about? A few months from now, autumn. Suddenly, he recalled what had happened during Golden Week. Could the two be connected? Could the commission gain, Izuko, mention be related to a yokai oddity? He walked toward the Kendo Club members at the edge of the arena. Sakurai, just now, did you enter the unity of mind and sword state? Kojima whispered to him. No, you must have seen wrong. I was just exchanging a few moves with Murakami Ryu. He's like you, a master of ancient swordsmanship, and said he wanted to spar while the match was paused. Sakurai explained. The unity of mind and sword truly existed. My master, this is the application of human spiritual power. Shinobu suddenly explained. Spiritual power? The human soul has strength, but an ordinary soul is bound by the body. She went on at length. Sakurai couldn't be bothered to listen further. Why didn't you call me? Kojima said, full of envy. He also wanted a chance to cross swords for real with Murakami Ryu. This boring kendo competition was nothing in comparison. While they were talking, Daimon Saburo gave Sakurai a few long, deep looks. Then he shook his head. Must have been my imagination. The remaining matches hardly needed explanation. Murakami Ryu, using the excuse that he tripped while going to see his girlfriend, withdrew from competition. The substitute player was nowhere near his level. Sakurai Saki successfully cut through 5 opponents, becoming the first competitor of the day to win 1 versus 5. In the finals, they faced Shimabara High School, who had defeated Kumamoto Prefecture's team to reach the last match. Then Yagyu was utterly trounced by Kojima. Sakurai let Kojima have the spotlight, but Kojima only managed to take down 2 opponents. The other 3 were defeated by the rest of Shuchiin's team. As Teisho in the finals, Sakurai didn't put on any particularly flashy performance. But his 1 versus 5 in the semifinals had already stolen all the attention. The champions of this year's Gaio Kuryuki. From Minato, Tokyo, let's congratulate Shuchiin Academy. In the stands, Mika took out her phone and snapped a photo of Sakurai Saki standing on the podium. He was being tossed into the air by the Kendo Club members. She could clearly see the reluctant look on his face, yet there was a faint smile hidden there. Miku was slightly dazed. Saki-kun, compared to last year, he's become much gentler. Chapter 207. Festival at 3 in the afternoon, after the second half of the knockout round ended, everyone from Shuchiin prepared to go to the celebration party. Seeing that the time was still fine, Sakurai did not refuse. He had originally thought the tournament would take much longer, but unexpectedly, even including the time for repairing electrical equipment and the award ceremony, it was still not yet evening. The celebration party was chosen to be held at a rather high-class restaurant. As soon as the owner saw Daimon Subiru, he put on a standard customer reception smile. The two chatted for a few minutes. It seemed that back when this sensei was still instructing the Kendo Club, he had come here quite a few times. Last time we lost in the first round, we still came here to eat, Kojima revealed. The Kendo Club's budget is still given too much, Sakurai remarked. Next semester, it might be possible to cut down a bit. But thinking about the fact that he was, after all, considered a member of the Kendo Club, Sakurai temporarily put that thought aside. As a beneficiary, he cannot betray his own status. In other words, don't eat the meal and then curse the cook. After finishing the small talk, more than a dozen members of the Kendo Club entered a luxurious VIP room deep inside. Despite being the absolute main character, Sakurai Saki did not sit at the central seat, but chose a spot near the edge of the table. The dishes were brought up one after another, and everyone was still talking about the morning's rain and power outage. Someone even said they vaguely saw the silhouette of a dragon. It was a dragon with a pair of sharp horns, only 1 arm, and 3 fingers on it. Flood dragons indeed have only 3 fingers. Only when they shed their skin and become azure dragons do they gain 2 more. Sakurai picked up the dishes that the waiters brought over, eating small bites one at a time. Sakurai, why are you spacing out? Miyazaki Kazuki asked. These past days he had sparred with Sakurai many times, and gradually, he too had been conquered by him. In truth, in the Kendo Club, aside from being unable to stand Kojima, he could accept the others. Even Sakurai, Saki the one who had once embarrassed him, was not a problem. Sakurai felt this guy was a masochist. Thinking about your date tonight, aren't you? A member teased with a sour tone. Go to festival with a girl, really enviable. They were also members of the Kendo Club, even though they had won the Gyokuryuki tournament. Why did their hearts still feel an inexplicable sourness? Perhaps this was the gap between the strong and the weak? Not only had Sakurai massacred in the Kendo tournament, but tonight he would probably massacre again with 5 sisters born in the same year. TSK. Must be nice. How about the 2 of us go to the festival together? Sounds fun too. Don't disguste me. I'm dead tired these past days. Tonight, I'm going back to the hotel to sleep like a log. Hearing the members being noisy, Kojima didn't say anything. A victory celebration party, if it wasn't noisy. That would be strange. Why did Murakami Ryu end up competing in the end? Kojima, sitting next to Sakurai, asked quietly. He fell. Sakurai snapped back to reality and explained briefly. Just now, he had still been thinking about what exactly would happen 3 months later. and who the distinguished one that the other side mentioned was. Don't use excuses like that to brush me off. If I told you the truth, you might believe it even less. Say it, I can handle it. He had to go with his girlfriend. I'm not lying, Sakurai said seriously. Kojima froze for a few seconds. We're in the Gyokuryuki tournament, right? The Kendo tournament, moreover, the most prestigious one. Has something gone wrong with my ears? These people, does no one take this tournament seriously? In the past months, I spent seriously preparing. Wasn't I just a fool? Kojima, you must met his girlfriend already, right? When we went out earlier, you even bumped into her. Honestly, she looked pretty average, Kojima recalled. Murakami Reyes' looks weren't bad. At school, he was probably liked by quite a few people. So why was he dating such an ordinary girl? What if she saved his life? Sakurai guessed. The farmer's daughter saving a stranded dragon. That kind of plot wasn't impossible. After all, the real world didn't need logic. A girl could love you 1 second and stab you to death the next. It wasn't something impossible. Hayasaka Chika. After the party ended, Sakurai returned to the hotel. After resting for a bit and seeing that it was getting late, he sent a message to Miku. They agreed to meet in front of the hotel. Sakurai washed his face quickly, then changed into a set of summer clothes. Even though it wasn't going to the festival with a girlfriend, since it was still a date, it was better to dress properly. Stepping out to the front of the hotel, Sakurai Saki discovered that all 5 Nakano sisters had come, and they were all wearing yukata and kimono. Was this preparing a ticket for 5 people to share? Hi. Sakurai-san, we're over here. Yatsuba happily waved her right hand. Yatsuba. You're too slow, Itsuki softly complained. Itsuki, tonight she hadn't eaten anything yet, just waiting to get to the festival stalls to eat something. Sensei-chan, how's this outfit? Ichika said as she twirled once in front of Sakurai Saki. Ichika. Sakurai Saki looked at her obi, on which there was a butterfly pattern, the kind of Japanese motif his mother often used. Sensei-chan, if you want to untie the obi, you'll have to wait until the festival's over. Ichika said as she leaned in close to Sakurai Saki. Ichika. Seeing Ichika's action, Nino slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her bright eyes carrying a hint of displeasure. Nino smell. Then I'll leave Sensei-chan to you, Ichika deliberately teased her younger sister. Ichika. Among the 5 sisters, anyone with eyes could tell that Nino liked Sakurai Saki. Not mad at all. Although Nino said that, she still slightly lifted her sleeve, carrying a look of expectation towards Sakurai Saki. She softly asked, how is it? Nino. Sakurai looked her over several times. Ocean blue yukata. Golden obi, wave pattern printed on the yukata. If he didn't lie against his conscience, it was indeed very beautiful. It suits you very well. Sakurai, for once, gave a compliment. Really? Nino's face showed joy. Nino, Miku, and Nakano Miku, standing beside them, watched the interaction between the two, her expression not changing much. This time she had invited Sakurai Saki to the festival in order to help Nino, as requested. If Nino had been the one to invite him, Sakurai Saki would definitely have refused, even if she had used a wish ticket. But why does it feel so uncomfortable? Strange. Miku's yukata is also very cute. Sakurai Saki smiled at Miku. Since she was the student he liked most, Sakurai Saki had never been stingy with compliments toward her. Thank you, Miku softly replied. Miku, this way, was fine too as teacher and student. Arriving at the festival venue, it wasn't far from the hotel, just over 10 minutes walk. Night had fallen. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Nino and Sakurai walked at the back of the group. Around them were local residents, making it a bit crowded. I like you, Sakurai-san, Nino suddenly confessed. I know, but that's just your impulse. You're very cute and very attractive. Sakurai stopped walking, looking straight at her. You can have better choices, not me. Nino also stopped, turning to look at him, and said seriously, I understand. But even if my feelings really are just an impulse, I still want to stay impulsive like this forever. Sakurai, I don't want to stop, Nino said, then smiled at Sakurai. Pretty stupid, right? Like a train engine. Not stupid, You're really very charming. Sakurai turned his gaze away. Why is my heart beating so fast again? So embarrassing. Chapter 208 to 09. Ice Sky. Beside the bench, Sakurai Saki gently massaged Nino's ankle. If it was a minor injury, massaging could help relieve it. Otherwise, cold compress was better, or wait until the bruising appeared and then use a hot compress. But right now, there clearly weren't the conditions for that. The nearest convenience store was over 10 minutes away. Leaving a girl sitting here alone, Sakurai Saki didn't feel at ease. Moreover, this is a girl who likes me, Sakurai thought to himself. He had originally thought he wouldn't have any feelings for Nino, but it seemed he had misjudged. Sakurai Saki would not lie to himself, because doing so was no different from covering his eyes in the dark, pointless and meaningless. If there were feelings, then there were feelings. There was no need to lie about it. Nino was very charming, and also very straightforward whether she liked or disliked something. It was all shown clearly on her face. As long as one could endure her sharp tongue and get past that razor-edge protective shell, the softness inside was something no one could possibly dislike. It's just that the way I got past that shell was a bit of a cheat. Sakurai sighed inwardly. That was also the reason why he didn't dare get any closer to Nino. Her pain all originated from him. The reason she liked him had never truly existed from the start. The foundation of feelings between them was fake. No matter how much she liked him now, the moment he told her the truth, all that affection would probably turn into hatred. He didn't want her to hate him. Sakurai Saki himself wasn't even sure why. How is it now? In truth, having feelings for Nino wasn't a problem as long as it wasn't to the point of not being able to be without her. Sakurai Saki could still restrain his emotions. Much better. Looking at his gentle face, along with the warmth being transmitted from her foot, Nino's cheeks unconsciously took on a faint blush. This person who was always speaking to her so coldly, why was he suddenly so gentle? If you don't like me, doing this will make me misunderstand, you know. Nino knew very well that Sakurai Saki would not so easily like her. Wait, why do I even like him in the first place? Nino couldn't help but recall. Was it because of his appearance? Or because of that meeting in front of the convenience store that day? Or was it because of her own competitiveness? She couldn't think of a clear answer. Without knowing when, feelings had already sprouted. Love truly was a strange thing. She pulled her thoughts back and decided not to dwell on it any further. I guess it's Suki and the others should have reached the gate by now, right? Nino returned to herself, beginning to worry about her other sisters. She had Sakurai by her side to protect her, but what about the others? Umu. But earlier Miku wasn't there. She probably didn't hear it's Suki calling, Sakurai replied. Although he was a little worried about Miku, with Nino right in front of him and injured to the point of being unable to walk, he couldn't leave her alone. Why don't you text and ask? Umu. Sakurai stopped massaging, lifted his head, and looked around. Right nearby was the main hall of the shrine, easy to recognize. He texted Miku, telling her to come gather here first. Once done, Sakurai put away his phone, preparing to continue helping Nino ease her pain. No need, it's much better now. Nino stopped him. There were quite a few tourists around looking on curiously, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Sakurai-san, take a break. Nino lightly patted the spot beside her, gesturing for Sakurai to sit down. Umo. He sat down on the bench, waiting for Miku to arrive. Once Miku came, he would carry Nino back to the hotel. Fortunately, Nakano Maruo had business and had to return to Tokyo. First today, it seemed there was an important patient. Before leaving, he had arranged everything, telling his 5 daughters and the Kendo Club members to return together. Otherwise, Sakurai would probably have been questioned by that father. And so, they sat waiting for a while. Nino gently lifted her injured left foot. It still hurt a little, but not to the point of being severe. She put her sandals back on, shifting her weight slightly to stand up, but the moment she got halfway up, a sudden wave of pain made her realize the feeling just now had been entirely an illusion. The injury hadn't healed at all. What are you doing? Sakurai reacted quickly, managing to catch her before she could act recklessly. Sorry. Being held in his arms, Nino spoke softly. It's fine. Sakurai Saki let her go, but noticed she had no intention of leaving his embrace. Just like that, the two of them stayed in that position for several minutes, until in the distance, fireworks shot up into the sky, blooming into dazzling flowers. Only then did Nino release him. The darkness around them was dispelled in that moment, as if the whole world contained only the colors of the fireworks. Watching the fireworks, Nino softly said, "So beautiful." So there was a fireworks show tonight. Omu, very beautiful. Sakurai Saki moved his gaze from her face and looked up at the sky. Because they were quite far from the main area, it wasn't too noisy around them. There would also be no appearance of the classic shoujo manga scenario of a failed confession. This is the first time I've watched fireworks with a boy. This is also the first time I've watched fireworks with a girl. Sakurai Saki replied. Nino took her eyes off the fireworks. She carefully turned her gaze toward him. At this moment, his expression was extremely focused, all of his attention captivated by the fireworks. Nino leaned slightly forward and softly called, Sakurai-san. Hearing her call, Sakurai Saki turned his head. Seeing the young girl whose face was flushed, whether from shyness or from the light of the fireworks, was unclear. That delicate, adorable face drew closer and closer, until he could feel her breath, that familiar sweet scent. I like you, Sakurai-san. Nino kissed his lips. A very light kiss. Then, Nino leaned back, putting a small distance between them, raised her head to look at Sakurai Saki, and observed his expression. After a moment, she softly said, It's just a kiss, Sakurai-san, and your ears are already red, so weak. The words she spoke, along with the shy demeanor of a tsundere revealing her dear side, carry no persuasive power at all. On the contrary, it was more like she was trying to act calm. You're the one who's weak. Your face is completely red. Are you really okay? Sakurai Saki silently muttered in his heart. In Masai overseas, kissing is just a way to greet someone, omu omo. Nino made an excuse, but the blush on her face didn't fade at all. Nino, for Sakurai-san to be like this, you're already embarrassed? Really too weak. Thukakun. Not far away, Nakano Miku stood frozen in place, holding a toy shaped like a shogun in her hands. She had seen it, the moment Nino kissed Sakurai Saki. Miku glanced at the toy in her hands, and a few seconds later, she threw it to the ground. Sakurai Saki and Nino sat on the bench until the fireworks ended. After watching the fireworks, Sakurai Saki noticed a message on his phone from Miku, saying she had already arrived at the front gate and telling him not to worry. Miku seems to have gone to the gate too. Sakurai explained to Nino. He was just about to stand up. Suddenly, a window popped up before his eyes. You have completed the mission. Kiss, Part 6, Kiss Nino, requiring the other party to take the initiative reward. 7-day Otherworld trip target. Nakano Nino. Sakurai Saki teleportation will begin shortly. 5, 4, 3. Sakurai's expression immediately changed, and he shouted loudly, Nino, hold on to me tightly. Don't let go. Sakurai Saki didn't have time to explain. He immediately pulled Nino tightly into his arms. I completely forgot about this thing again. Sakurai Saki had never thought he would complete these weird kissing missions, so he had never paid them any mind. At the entrance of the shrine, Nakano Itsuki saw Nakano Miku coming out, holding a doll. Miku, we're over here, Itsuki called. As she walked closer, while waiting there, Nakano Yatsuba noticed the item in her hands. Miku, the doll you're holding is so cute, but did it fall on the ground? It looks kind of dirty. It accidentally fell. Miku replied with a smile. Chapter 209, 210. Apocalypse Life, starting from zero, Sakurai Saki slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a strange place. Strange ceiling. No, there was actually no ceiling. Above was a blue sky with white clouds. Only now it seemed to be sunset, tinged with a reddish-pink hue. It was still summer, very hot, and even though it was sunset, the heat lingered. You have received a mission. Survive, first day survived. Reward, Strength 2 hint. To care for the female perspective experience, a filter has been added to target Nakano Nino not good. Sakurai Saki looked to the side and saw that Nakano Nino still hadn't woken up. He observed his surroundings. This appeared to be the rooftop of a school. Beside him were several planted plots. Why would the school's gardening club set their activity location on the rooftop? Sakurai Saki scanned around. Perhaps because it was summer vacation, the plants here were almost wilted, but not yet dead. Corn, cabbage, chili, tomatoes, quite a variety. Next to them was a small school desk, and inside the desk drawer was a book. Sakurai Saki picked it up. Diary of the School Living Club. On the cover was a cute Shiba Inu illustration. He gently flipped to the first page. Activity contents of the School Living Club. 1. Live on campus. Become familiar with various tasks that one would have no chance to experience outside of study. 2. Train self-reliance. 3. Become a role model for students. What a strange club, Sakurai Saki muttered. He turned to the second page. May 15th. Cloudy found the seeds left by the gardening club. This is good news. With a long-term food source, even if the stockpile in the basement runs out, survival is still possible. Drinking water supply has no issues for now and can still be used normally. May 16th. Sunny reinforced defenses with chairs. Safety shouldn't be an immediate concern. May 24th. Rainy Yuki's mental state is getting worse. In her eyes, the school still looks the same as before. We decided to play along with her, hoping her condition would improve. May 25th. Sunny preparing to go to the shopping mall for supplies. May 26th. Sunny met a survivor at the shopping mall, brought her back to the school living club to live together. Sakurai Saki kept turning the pages. This school seems to be a shelter. It has solar power, a warehouse, and a complete water filtration system. He had figured out what had happened to this world. Things you often see in sci-fi works. Those zombie movies haven't been popular lately, Saki thought. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would probably be terrified. But for Sakurai Saki and Esper, to be honest, his heart wasn't beating any faster at all. Let's check the last entry. July 16th. Sunny, it's been a week since we broadcast the rescue signal through the loudspeaker. The number of zombies nearby is increasing, and the frequency of our defenses being breached is also rising quickly. We can't wait any longer. July 17th. Sunny, we've decided to go on a long trek with St. Isidore University as our destination. July 18th. Sunny, the School Living Club, officially graduated. This was the final message. Sakurai Saki closed the diary. Next, he had to think about how to survive here for a week. If what's written in the diary is true, then the supplies are enough. At least living for a week won't be a problem, as long as I make sure zombies don't get close. After thinking it through, Sakurai turned his head to look at Nino lying on the ground. This girl was the real problem. Everyone knew women were hard to deal with. Cursed Chef the Great Sage once said, "Only petty men and women are hard to raise. Close, they are rude. Distant, they complain." In an apocalypse, if an ordinary person wanted to survive, they certainly wouldn't choose a woman as a teammate. In a situation with scarce supplies, of course you'd pick someone with high combat ability. Naturally, that was how ordinary people thought. Sakurai Saki certainly didn't care about the threat from zombies. He just found Nino troublesome to handle. How should I explain my ability to her? After all, this was a sudden ice guy. This kind of thing couldn't be explained to begin with. Moreover, a girl with such a strange way of thinking like Nino might even think she could take advantage of the situation. Sakurai Saki didn't like the type of girl whose brain was full of love, too blind, too idealistic, lacking rationality. But to say they weren't cute or attractive when they took the initiative to attack wasn't right either. Sakurai Saki suddenly realized. So the reason he disliked Brain was full of love girls was simply because the target of their affection wasn't him. Feels like my way of thinking has been a bit weird lately. Ever since falling for Hayasaka AI, Sakurai Saki felt he had changed a little. Before, he never thought about these things. He saw women the same as men, carbon-based life forms, whose only contribution was to the biodiversity of Earth and nothing else. This change might be a sign that I'm becoming closer to a normal person. After all, Shirogane, Miyuki, and Ishigami, you often talked about women. Last time, they even sat in the student council room discussing why panties never get shown in manga. No, those two were just plain perverts. Sakurai Saki came back to his senses and noticed Nino starting to stir. When he stepped closer, she also opened her eyes. Nakano Nino sat up, looked at the yukata she was wearing, then scanned her surroundings. "Am I dreaming?" she murmured. Just a moment ago, she was walking around the festival with Sakurai, and the next second, she was on a school rooftop. Aside from dreaming, Nino couldn't think of any other possibility. "It's not a dream," Sakurai Saki denied. "I don't believe you." Nino noticed there were many plants growing on the rooftop. "Fine, just treat it like a dream then. See? Women just won't believe the truth." Forget it. Better not stir up gender conflicts. Men in this situation wouldn't believe it either. Except they'd probably jump up and yell, "Damn, I got iced. Time to build a harem, woo." Probably something like that. Nino took 2 steps before remembering her sprained foot. She bent down to look at it a few times, discovering the injury was much better now, only slightly bruised. So it really is a dream, doesn't hurt much anymore. And that was the wrong conclusion. The two of them had been unconscious on this rooftop for half a day. A mild sprain would naturally hurt less by now. "Yua, there's so many people playing on the baseball field. Are they training to prepare for Shuchiin?" Nino exclaimed in surprise. There were more than a dozen of them, though their movements were a little strange. Her dream really was amazing. Sakurai Saki, full of question marks, stepped closer. He looked toward the baseball field Nino mentioned. Inside, more than a dozen zombies were tearing into human corpses. "What the hell? What kind of filter is this?" Sakurai Saki was speechless. Was a mission system's idea for him to live a survival life, while letting Nino enjoy cheerful school life? "I can't let her notice anything unusual. But what should I do? Can't this filter be removed?" Share blessings, share hardships. Why doesn't this trash ability understand that logic? Mission system. Why don't you and Word Spirit both go straight into the trash bin? I don't think our company needs useless employees like you anyway. Note, you think it's Zero? No, it's me, School Life. I haven't read that manga, chapter 210-211, the shovel-wielding class, since it was already getting late. Sakurai Saki decided to scout the surroundings first. The diary mentioned that 5 survivors had once stayed here, all of them female. And when they left, they also said the frequency of defensive breaches had greatly increased. That meant there were no small number of zombies around this academy. "Sakurai-san, why are you holding a shovel like that?" What Sakurai was holding wasn't a small gardening trowel, but a large iron shovel he had just found earlier on the rooftop. For self-defense. The two of them were walking along the hallway. This academy had a total of 3 floors, with the student council room on the top floor. The survivors in the diary had renovated it into a work area, while the adjacent archives room had become a living space. Nakano Nino glanced out the window. Under the crimson-orange sky, a few crows could be seen perched on the electric poles outside the school. "Sakurai-san, where are we sleeping tonight?" "Right here." "At the school?" "We're here." Sakurai Saki looked at the nameplate above the student council room, meaning the work area. He then glanced at the archives room next door. Both doors were tightly shut. "My dream is really strange," Nakano Nino murmured. As if she would dream about staying overnight at school with the person she liked, and it wasn't even the cultural festival. Usually, during the cultural festival, the school stayed open all day, allowing students to stay overnight for preparations. "I already told you, you're not dreaming," Sakurai Saki sighed. Then push her a little back. "Careful." With that warning, Sakurai Saki pushed open the student council room door. Creak. Sakurai Saki took a deep breath, scanned the room a few times, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, he exhaled in relief. Seeing that, Nino curiously asked, "Is there something strange inside?" "No." Sakurai led her in. In the center was a tea table made by pushing 4 school desks together. Nearby, a kettle could be seen. Based on the diary's contents earlier, the water here was drinkable. Normally, in zombie films, the virus couldn't survive long outside a host, and couldn't spread except through close-range biting. Maybe this is still the early stage of the biohazard, so it hasn't evolved yet. When the fatality rate is high, the infection rate drops. Anyone who's played Plague Incorporated would know that. Sakurai-san, I'm kind of hungry, Nino suddenly said as she sat down on a chair. How come I'm hungry even in a dream? This isn't a dream. Sakurai Saki looked around and spotted some canned goods and other food nearby, apparently left behind by the survivors who didn't manage to take them along. Should be enough for a week. He boiled some water and, while waiting, told Nino to stay put and not wander around. Then he left the student council room. He checked the archives room first, nothing unusual there either. Walking down the hallway, he noticed that several window panes had been smashed. Perhaps when the zombie outbreak first began, many panicked students smashed the windows and jumped. When humans are in a crisis, with their minds in chaos, they're capable of anything. Continuing to the middle, Sakurai saw the stairwell completely blocked with various furniture and chairs, and beside it, the stairs leading down were also barricaded. No wonder there are no zombies here. With the paths blocked and no human presence to attract them, it was only natural there weren't any zombies. Still, Sakurai did find a small gap likely left by the previous survivors when they departed. After some rearranging, removing here and plugging there, he sealed the gap completely. Shinobu, wake up! A yawning sound echoed in his mind. A few seconds later, the little blonde vampire girl crawled out from Sakurai's shadow. My master, it's still daytime, disturbing a lad asleep. Shinobu had barely finished speaking when she glanced around. Where is this? Another world. Sakurai Saki answered nonchalantly. Shinobu. Shinobu tilted her head, full of question marks. Another world? Huh. Even for her, crossing into a parallel world consumed an enormous amount of energy. So she almost never did it. Yet her master, while she was sleeping, suddenly went boom and ran off to some weird place like this. Zombie movie, Shinobu. Have you ever seen one? Kind of like that. Zombie movie, of course I've seen it. Isn't it the Shinobu started to say in a rush? Then suddenly recalled she probably hadn't actually watched what they called a zombie movie. That zombie movie. Shinobu. What nonsense are you spouting? Sakurai Saki cursed inwardly. An ambitious pharmaceutical company tries to create a virus to dominate the world. Then one day, the virus accidentally leaks out, and a few days later, everyone gets infected and turns into flesh-eating monsters, and in the end, the world is destroyed. Sakurai propped his chin on his hand. Basically a movie like that. Boring. Shinobu padded over to the window. Thanks to her good eyesight, she hid in the darkness and observed for a while. The flesh rots. They move very slowly, weak and pathetic. Like the ghoul race, the vampire servants, but weaker and far grosser and uglier. Is there a way to deal with them? Yes. Sakurai noticed Shinobu looked a bit displeased. What's wrong? Gross. I don't want to touch them. Shinobu replied. Even when she fed before, Shinobu only targeted women. She was a bit of a clean freak. Truly a useless vampire. Does she have any use other than being cute? What about the sword? I don't have any weapon that fits my hand right now. Kokoro Atari? Shinobu turned to look at him. Umo, didn't you use it last time to cut that giant crab? That was because I used my matter creation ability to make it. If it leads me too far, it will disappear. Shinobu took her eyes off him. I can lend it, but... Shinobu. 3 donuts? Sakurai tried to bargain. 5. Shinobu haggled. Deal. Shinobu. Sakurai Saki didn't refuse. After that, Sakurai Saki jumped out the window and dropped to the ground to check the surroundings. His physique was very strong. He could jump from the 10th floor without injury. So 3 floors wouldn't hurt him. 10 minutes later, on the school grounds, whack! The shovel and the zombie's head made a rather intimate contact, and the male zombie's head rolled to the side like a bowling ball. It still feels better in the hand. Sakurai tested both weapons and found the shovel more satisfying than the sword. Long live the shovel class. In the student council room, for some reason Nakano Nino felt a little scared. The water's boiled already. Why hasn't Sakurai-san returned yet? She glanced around. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go out and check. Out in the hallway, Nino headed for the stairs. Pushing aside a broken window pane, she looked down. There were a lot of students heading home. Could it be summer vacation right now? Nakano Nino began to feel a bit dizzy. At the stairs, she saw a female student pinned under a pile of furniture. "Hey, are you okay?" Nino called out, concerned. She cleared the debris to help her. "Gur?" In front of her, the female zombie's head swayed a few times. It seemed to be wondering how there could still be such foolish survivors in times like these. Chapter 211, 213. Lonely Man and Woman in the Apocalypse at Night. Sakurai and Nino ate a few types of convenient food like compressed biscuits. Under these conditions, wanting to eat something else was very difficult. For the time being, there were no ingredients. There seemed to be some in the kitchen, but it was on the first floor. If they wanted to go down and get them, they would probably have to fight dozens of zombies along the way. Sakurai Saki would be fine, but Nino was another matter. Right now, even in the student council room, she didn't dare to leave Saki's side for even half a step. Night fell. "Sakurai-san, you're still there, right?" Nino's voice came from the warm bathroom. This was a school built specifically as a shelter, with very complete facilities. On the rooftop, there were solar power generators, and they could even take hot showers. The daily necessities left behind by the survivors were also plentiful. They simply couldn't take everything with them. Among them were also some change of clothes. Of course, there were no men's clothes, only women's. Still here, Sakurai Saki stood at the door, holding a shovel, keeping watch for her. Actually, this area was very safe. If not for the fact that the school gate couldn't be closed, Sakurai would have even considered clearing all the zombies in the school in one go. The surviving schoolgirls didn't dare to fight hundreds of zombies, but Sakurai Saki wasn't particularly afraid. The body of an Esper was immune to all kinds of poison except pollen allergy. A few minutes later, "Sakurai-san, you're still there, right?" Nino asked. "Still here," Sakurai Saki replied. Girls really took a long time to bathe. With hair as long as Nino's, it must take a lot of work. "Sakurai-san, if you're getting impatient, do you want to come in and bathe together?" Nino teased when she heard his weak voice. After no longer considering Sakurai Saki as a romantic interest, Nino actually felt a bit more at ease. The relationship between the two was now much more equal. They'll come in right away," Sakurai Saki said seriously. Inside, Nino immediately panicked. "I was just joking." Sakurai Saki continued, waiting a few more minutes, then saw Nino hastily step out, wrapped in a bath towel. "You're that afraid of me?" Sakurai chuckled when he saw her. Before today, if he had taken the initiative like that, Nino would have welcomed it. "I've already given you my first kiss. My body, though, I can't let you see it. I have to save it for my future boyfriend." Nino blushed and explained, then went into the changing room next door. "Future boyfriend?" Hearing those words, Sakurai Saki frowned slightly. A few seconds later, he sighed. Sure enough, it still felt unpleasant. "You've already stolen her first kiss. What are you frowning for?" Sakurai Saki set the shovel aside, preparing to bathe. "You rejected her before. Now you regret it? You're really strange. Kaka, a man's pride and possessiveness. What's that saying again? You only cherish something after you've lost it. Don't sulk with a kid," Sakurai Saki reminded himself inwardly. "Nino, I'm going to bathe now. You can head back first." He called into the changing room, then stepped into the bathroom. Halfway through his bath, Sakurai Saki noticed someone trembling at the door. "Too timid. If you're scared, come in," Nakano Nino replied softly. "Wouldn't that be a bit improper?" "Nino, there's a partition here. What are you afraid of?" "That's true." Nino stepped in. Then she saw Sakurai Saki with his upper body bare. "Nino. Oh. She looked for a few seconds before realizing her behavior was somewhat perverted, but it was really hard to look away. Sakurai-san really has a good figure. Nino reluctantly turned her face away. No, I don't like him. No matter how handsome he is, it has nothing to do with me." Nino felt like she had been a dog licker for too long, and her mood was somewhat hard to adjust. "But he really is handsome. But all the suffering she endured before was all caused by him. But he really is my type. But still. Nino, your ears are all red. Are you really okay? Sakurai Saki didn't know what she was thinking. Both scared and embarrassed, wasn't she the one who boldly kissed him at that festival? Do all girls have split personalities? No, no problem, Nino said loudly. Sakurai Saki turned off the water. He was already done bathing. Guys bathe very quickly, at most a bit over 10 minutes, and if they were lazy, just a few minutes of rinsing would be enough. Mainly, bathing in front of a girl felt a bit awkward. Normally, in manga, isn't it the male lead who gets the perverted lucky moments? Why was it the other way around? With Nino taking advantage of him instead? All right, let's get ready to head back. Sakurai Saki took a towel, dried himself off, and then put his clothes on. Nino blushed and nodded. On the way back. Were we sleeping tonight? The reference room next door. I already checked it, there's a bed inside. Oh. It took Nino a few seconds to react. Then she asked, are we sleeping together? If you don't want to, I can sleep in the next room. No, sleeping together would be better. Nino shook her head. She was afraid. Normally, when girls encountered zombies and the chaos of the apocalypse, they would definitely be scared, and Nino was no exception. Even though there had been a night when she wished for the world to really end the next day, facing it for real now made her somewhat regret it. I won't do anything to you at night, don't worry. Sakurai Saki reassured her. The beds weren't just a single set, either. The two of them groped their way through the dark hallway toward the reference room. At night, it was best not to turn on the lights, that way they could reduce the chance of attracting zombies. Once inside, they turned on the light. Sakurai Saki glanced at the two blankets that had already been laid out beforehand. It was summer now. Without the air conditioner, it would be unbearably hot. But fortunately, there was air conditioning here. On top of that, the roars of zombies on all sides made Nino's whole body feel cold. She carefully slipped under the blanket, then glanced at Sakurai Saki, who was going to turn off the light. Sakurai-san, my hair isn't completely dry yet. How about we talk for a bit? Earlier, she had blow-dried her hair in the changing room, but out of fear. She hadn't dared to dry it completely, though that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that Nino was scared when the lights went out. It's fine, my hair isn't dry yet either. We can talk even with the lights off. Sakurai Saki didn't notice her intention and went ahead to turn off the light. Their beds were quite far apart, mainly to give Nino a sense of security. After all, they were a boy and a girl sharing a room. Nino stared up at the ceiling. In her ears, the roars of zombies sounded endlessly. How am I supposed to sleep like this? And also, Sakurai-san, why are you lying so far away from me? She wanted to talk to Sakurai Saki, but couldn't find a topic. A few minutes later, from Sakurai Saki's side came the sound of steady breathing. He fell asleep so quickly. Nino turned her head to look at Sakurai Saki, who was not far away. Even though the reference room door was locked, there was still the sound of wind blowing. This was normal. The glass in the hallway had all been smashed, and there was nothing around the school to block the wind, so it blew in easily. Nino looked at the sleeping Sakurai Saki and thought for a moment. Then she slipped out from under her blanket. Nino, she tiptoed closer to Sakurai Saki, then gently lifted his blanket. Feeling the warmth beside her, Nino let out a small sigh of relief, then slowly closed her eyes. He'll wake up a bit early tomorrow. You probably won't notice. The next morning, Nakano Nino's face was bright red as she hid under the blanket, refusing to come out. Nino, I don't mind. You just held me while sleeping. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Sakurai Saki comforted her. From under the blanket came a muffled groan full of grievance. Chapter 212, 214. Doing homework with Nino the third day in this other world. It had begun to drizzle outside. Sakurai Saki loved rainy days. Listening to the sound of rain tapping against the window while sleeping was something he found deeply pleasant. On days like this, the howls of the zombies outside were much quieter. Inside the living room, the two of them had the AC on, wrapped up in blankets, watching movies. As expected, summer still calls for the AC and a blanket. That's the real deal. This luxurious wastefulness carried with it a strange mix of guilt and comfort. Sakurai-san, why are we watching this kind of movie? Nakano Nino asked with a shiver. Just for fun, Sakurai Saki said, eyes fixed on the TV screen. They were currently watching a movie on disc. There were plenty of entertainment devices here and lots of DVDs left behind, at least for the next few days. They wouldn't be bored. But, what is it? This is a zombie movie, Nino finally complained, unable to hold back. Why do we have to watch a zombie movie in a world like this? Aren't there enough zombies outside for us to watch already? Sakurai Saki looked puzzled. Don't you think watching a zombie movie in the middle of the apocalypse is actually pretty interesting? Nino shook her head furiously. All she felt was a chill running down her spine in the middle of summer. So much so that even holding on to Sakurai Saki didn't warm her up. It could only be said that in an environment as dangerous as this, the affection level between a man and a woman really does rise quickly. Look, Nino was hugging Sakurai Saki now, without even feeling embarrassed anymore. Nino, I can't breathe, Sakurai Saki said, trying to pry her arms away from his neck. Can we watch something else? Nino still wouldn't let go, not daring to look up. Right now, she was like a small ostrich, holding tightly on to Sakurai Saki and refusing to release him. Though after hearing his words, her grip loosened slightly. You really are timid, Sakurai Saki teased. How cute, Sakurai. Nino. I'm just not good with zombies, Nino said stubbornly. An idea suddenly popped into Sakurai Saki's mind. He suggested, then how about we switch to a horror movie? I think this world also has Sadako. We can drink tea while watching Sadako crawl out of an old well. Doesn't that sound fun? Nino said nothing. She just tightened her grip. She was trying to use the delicate hands of a beautiful girl to choke an esper to death. I was wrong. Don't be like that. You're too close, Sakurai Saki pleaded. Nino, if you keep doing this, I won't be able to hold myself back. Please stop that. Hearing this, Nakano Nino's cheeks flushed. So you do react to me, huh? Before, she had stood in front of him wearing only underwear, and yet this guy could sit still and do nothing. Now, just from hugging, he couldn't take it anymore? Back then, Nino had thought maybe he had orientation issues and wasn't interested in women at all. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. It was just that, at the time, he didn't see her as a woman. Maybe now, he actually has feelings for me? Thinking that, Nino felt a warm glow in her chest. After liking him for several months, it would be hard for her to suddenly stop liking him. Right now, she still felt happy because of Sakurai Saki's attitude. I'm just a normal man, Sakurai Saki said irritably. He made it sound like he was some desireless saint. The day before yesterday, and yesterday when I was taking a bath, did you also react? Sakurai Saki stayed silent. Of course he did. Sakurai-san, why aren't you saying anything? Embarrassed? How cute, Nino giggled happily, savoring the rare moment of having the upper hand in a verbal exchange with him. Nino, it's just the two of us here, Sakurai Saki reminded her. You wouldn't dare do anything to me, Nino said without a hint of worry. And she guessed right, Sakurai Saki really wouldn't dare. He had never done anything against a woman's will. All right, I was wrong. Stop pressing so close. Let's pick another one for the next movie, Sakurai Saki conceded. Nino gave a light hum, clearly in a very good mood. Nino, after that, the two switched to a school romance film, and then finally to a romance drama. But this last one was a bit much. It was practically turning into a B-rated movie, filled with intimate scenes between a man and a woman. Nino felt her breathing grow shallow, her mouth dry. She suspected Sakurai Saki had chosen this movie on purpose. Sakurai-san, sitting on his lap, Nino called softly. What is it? Sakurai Saki also sensed something was off about this movie. I still like you, Nino said, while shifting her round hips back slightly. Nino. Oh. The next moment, Nino's face flushed red. She had only meant to lean against his chest. Didn't you say the other day that you were going to start liking someone else? Sakurai Saki asked awkwardly. It wasn't like she was unattractive, on the contrary. She was a beauty, so not reacting at all did make him feel a little guilty toward her. I still haven't found anyone yet, Nino said, recalling that feeling from just now and swallowing. On the TV screen before them, The male and female leads were kissing, and halfway through, they rolled onto the bed. Seeing that, Sakurai Saki immediately felt this wasn't right. He hurriedly got out of the blanket, went to the TV, and turned it off. Let's watch something else. Watching this kind of thing with a girl wasn't great. What's more, Sakurai Saki felt the atmosphere was all wrong. If he got carried away and did something irrational, it wouldn't be good. No need to change it. I want to watch. Nino's voice came softly in the quiet room. Sakurai's hand paused as he was taking out the disc. Her words were, essentially, an invitation, but Sakurai was certain she would regret it afterward. When he still didn't move, Nino said softly, "If you feel guilty for how you treated me before, then make it up to me a little." Sakurai Saki walked over to the light switch. "Don't turn on the light," Nino whispered. In the dim room, only the sound of a man and a woman's breathing remained slightly hurried. Their eyes met, and the distance between them quickly closed. "I like you," Nino said as she wrapped her arms around Sakurai Saki's neck and kissed his lips. After a brief kiss, Nino reached for Sakurai Saki's belt, her cheeks red. "While the mood's good, let's keep going." The next morning, Sakurai Saki woke from his sleep, glanced at the cute girl beside him, and reached out to poke her cheek. Nino was still asleep. Sakurai looked toward the window. The rain had stopped. "Guess he'll cook first." He was just about to get up when he realized his arm was tightly wrapped in her embrace, unable to be pulled free. Looking back, Sakurai saw faint tear stains on Nino's delicate, lovely face. "Guess I was a bit too rough." There had been no proper bedding available here. Last night, as her mentor, he recalled how overwhelming their early sessions together had been, and how Nino had initially struggled, showing visible distress and occasional tears. But over time, as she grew more comfortable with the process, she came to genuinely enjoy the experience and found real fulfillment in it. Sakurai Saki felt quite satisfied. Still, early might as well sleep a bit more. Sakurai gave up on getting out of bed and snuggled back into the blankets. Chapter 213, 215. So you like him too? The remaining 4 days that Sakurai Saki and Nino spent in the other world passed by quite peacefully. Aside from being a bit attached to spending time together, there was nothing else, no strange incidents at all. Just that on the 6th day, Nino said her schedule was about to change, so the two of them adjusted. Indeed, when a man and a woman live together, it's easy to get carried away. But Nino didn't regret it all. It was just that Sakurai Saki's ability was far too impressive, which left her feeling a little disappointed, because she had thought he was just like her trying for the first time, but it turned out not to be the case. She had no idea who he had learned this skill from. Perhaps Hayasaka-san? The scene shifted back to the festival. At the entrance of the shrine, the other 4 Nakano sisters had been waiting for a long time before finally seeing Nino and Sakurai Saki. "Saki-kun, you're here." Mika glanced at Sakurai Saki and noticed that the look in his eyes when he looked at her was still the same as before. But Mika's gaze shifted down to their hands. She asked, "You too? Why are you holding hands?" "Mika, Nino just twisted her ankle, so I took her to the side to rest for a bit." Sakurai Saki explained. My ankle still hurts a little." Nino leaned in close to Sakurai Saki, pretending to be too weak to stand without his support. Her acting was pretty good. At the very least, Mika didn't notice anything unusual. "Is your ankle better now?" It feels much better now." Nino nodded. This time, inviting Sakurai Saki to join the festival had been Mika's idea, and Nino was very grateful for it. Now she really wanted to tell her little sister and best friend about what had happened between her and Sakurai Saki. If Miku heard it, she would definitely be happy for her, so Nino thought. But the whole thing about traveling to another world was far too strange, and if she told her, Miku probably wouldn't believe it, so she decided not to say anything. Itsuki asked worriedly, "Nino, are you okay? Why didn't you message us? If you had told us, we would have gone to find you." "Because Sakurai-san was with me, so I was fine." Hearing that, Itsuki also breathed a sigh of relief. They had been waiting here for quite a while, and had even thought about reporting it to the organizers to look for her. "As long as you're fine." Ichika looked at Nino, who was smiling brightly, not looking at all like someone who had just been injured. Why did it seem like she was even happier than when eating candy? Did something good happen? But less than an hour had passed since they split up. There couldn't have been any romantic developments she didn't know about, right? Nino likes Sensei-chan. I wonder if she confessed her feelings to Sensei-chan while they were together this time. Ichika didn't think Nino had the chance. To compete with Hayasaka, the one Sakurai Saki had actively confessed to, even willing to take a week off school for Nino, was still far from that level. Even I had to give up. Yet Nino still persists. In truth, Ichika also quite liked Sakurai Saki. Some time ago, the movie she had filmed together with him was set to premiere in 2 months. During the filming period, their relationship had developed rather quickly, or at least Ichika thought so. But Hayasaka was too strong, and Ichika felt that if those two didn't break up, she had no chance to step in. Hayasaka, it might be a bit pathetic, like a losing dog, but that was the reality, and Ichika couldn't do anything about it. Back at the hotel, since it was already late, the 5 Nakano sisters took their baths and went to bed. Tomorrow, they would take the Shinkansen home together. The Kendo Club would also be going with them. Nakano Miku couldn't sleep, her mind constantly replaying the image of Sakurai Saki and Nino kissing. That scene was something she herself had created, yet Miku still felt uncomfortable about it. Another person who couldn't sleep was Nino. For the past few nights, she had been sleeping in Sakurai Saki's arms, and now she felt like something was missing. After spacing out for a while, Nino crawled out from under the blanket, intending to go to the small courtyard next to their room to get some fresh air. This room had its own small courtyard, and the environment was quite nice. She had barely stepped out of the room when she saw Miku coming out as well. Nino turned her head and smiled at Miku. "Miku, you couldn't sleep either?" To the matchmaker of her love story, Nino felt very grateful. How should I repay Miku? Maybe give her a few sweet matcha-flavored treats. Nino knew Mika's favorite food was matcha. I couldn't sleep. Mika's calm, yet pleasant voice sounded in the small courtyard. "Is something bothering you? You can tell me," Nino asked with concern. The two of them sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. The night breeze blew past, and since neither of them had tied their hair, with faces almost identical and hair color exactly the same, it was like looking into a mirror. "I have someone I'm interested in," Miku said. Really?" Nino's face showed surprise. She hadn't expected Miku to have someone she liked. I don't know when it started, but my eyes just keep following him." "Is he a classmate?" Nino asked curiously. She had thought she was just coming out to enjoy the night breeze. But she hadn't expected to hear such shocking news. The sister who usually showed the least emotion actually had someone she liked. "No." Miku shook her head, then lowered her voice. "But we're in the same grade. Also, he already has a girlfriend, and I even once saw him kissing someone who wasn't his girlfriend." Hearing that, Nino gritted her teeth and said, "What kind of scumbag is that? Two-timing. That's awful." "Nino, let me ask first, does he look handsome?" Miku recalled Sakurai Saki's face, then said, "He's okay. No wonder. Scumbags are the type who use their good looks to seduce everyone." "Miku, don't fall into that trap." Nino didn't want her sister to jump into the fire pit. The farther away from that kind of man, the better. Hearing Nino say that, Miku started trying hard to hold back her laughter. Miku outside, Miku inside. Clearly, Nino herself liked exactly that kind of person. Yet she was saying this, it was hard for Miku to keep a straight face. "What?" Nino looked at her expression, puzzled. "Miku, don't tell me you actually like that type of person." "I'm not sure, but when I see him, my heart beats faster. I want his approval, and talking to him makes me really happy." "Is this liking someone?" "That's definitely liking someone." Nino gave her answer. Hearing Nino's conclusion, Mika's fair cheeks instantly turned red. "Then when I see him kiss another girl, I get angry. That's jealousy," Nino said, then showed a slightly amused expression. "So it turns out you know how to get jealous too. Mika rare indeed. Hurry and tell me who he is, so I can help you think of a plan." Mika was silent for a few seconds, then quietly said, "Saki-kun." "Huh?" Nino blinked her bright eyes, full of confusion. "Nino, graus, graus." The atmosphere instantly went silent. A A few minutes later, Miku finally spoke. Nino, I'm sorry, but I won't give up Sakiko to you. After saying that, Miku stood up and walked toward her room, leaving Nino sitting there with a dazed expression, questioning life. Nino. The next day, Nakano Nino stood on the Shinkansen platform, seeing Sakurai Saki with Miku holding onto his arm. Her face was full of helplessness. Miku, holding me like this is hot, you know? Sakurai Saki was confused. Why had the person he usually trusted the most suddenly turned out like this? But seeing her sleepy expression, Sakurai Saki could more or less guess the reason. Miku's really clinging to Sakurai-san today. It's Suki commented while eating a meat bun. She's probably just not fully awake yet. Yatsuba guessed. Miku's mood, right after waking up, was also rather heavy. Only Nino knew. This was Miku doing it on purpose. Miku. Nino. Chapter 214, 216. Fireworks Festival early August. 1 month of summer vacation remained. Recently, Sakurai Saki had changed his permanent ability. A few days ago, he randomly drew something rather interesting, slightly more useful than the quest system. Superpower. Future diary. Wish diary. Effect. Obtain a diary. Write in it the wish you want to fulfill, and it can be guaranteed to be 100 accomplished. Side effects. None. Sakurai Saki had previously received a future diary during Golden Week, but that one recorded events that would happen in the future, whereas this one was completely blank. It guaranteed 100 fulfillment, but you had to act on your own. The diary was more like an insurance policy. If he wrote that he wanted to have a happy summer vacation, then if it wasn't happy, perhaps time would be reset to the start of summer vacation. Sakurai Saki wasn't sure yet. For now, he had only written one small thing. Today, I can win a prize from the school's vending machine. After writing it, Sakurai hurried to school to reclaim the can of coffee the vending machine still owed him last time. Very satisfying that dreams of a man could be that simple. It wasn't about conquering the world, nor having a house full of wives and children. Sakurai Saki just wanted to drink coffee. Damn it, that trash word spirit ability isn't even as good as this diary. If the day ever came when the word spirit ability actually became useful, that would definitely mean the end of the world was near. At the Shinomiya estate, Kagaya was writing in her diary. But her diary was perfectly ordinary, with no wish-fulfilling powers. Even so, Shinomiya Kagaya wrote in it every night, recording the interesting things that happened during the day and wishing for tomorrow. I want to go to the fireworks festival. This was the wish she had just written. In Japan, every year from June to August, there were countless festivals held all over the country, and naturally, fireworks festivals were indispensable. But ever since she was a child, Kagaya had never seen fireworks up close. She had once watched fireworks from her room. That meant watching them through a narrow window. From a very far distance, the view wasn't bright or grand, blocked by tall buildings, leaving only small corners visible. But their beauty wasn't diminished, and Kagaya had still been quite content. She didn't have many friends, so the chance to go see fireworks was already a luxury. Saying that Kagaya wanted to see fireworks was the same as saying she wanted to experience the summer atmosphere with friends. Everyone wearing beautiful yukata, wooden clogs, enjoying all kinds of food stalls. Her wish was simple. Perhaps compared to Sakurai Saki's dream of drinking coffee, it was a little harder. For any ordinary high school student, going to see fireworks with friends was an extremely easy thing to do. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Ojusama Kagaya, enjoying summer was a difficult task. Before joining the student council, the only person she could truly call a friend was Fujiwara Chika. Summers were boring, but this summer, Shinomiya Kagaya longed for beautiful memories. Hayasaka, I want to go see fireworks. Kagaya turned to look at her maid. Kaguya, Hayasaka, Kaguya-sama. If you want to see fireworks, you only need to say one sentence in the student council group chat. Hayasaka AI replied. As she spoke, she took out her phone. It seemed Sakurai-chan had already returned from Fukuoka. As for Sakurai Saki's kendo tournament, neither Hayasaka AI nor Kagaya had missed a single match. But Hayasaka AI had only sent congratulatory messages. She hadn't gone in person. She had thought about going to Fukuoka to be with Sakurai Saki, but there was too much work in the Shinomiya household, and she couldn't leave. Ah, right, Kagai-sama, my boyfriend might not be able to go with you. Hayasaka, AI, said casually. Hayasaka, can't you use a different way of addressing him? Kagaya felt goosebumps all over. My boyfriend, just how thick-skinned does a woman have to be to say that out loud? Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Besides, what does whether Sakurai-san goes with me or not have to do with you? Shinomiya Kagaya felt that going to see the fireworks was a student council group activity, just like the Tanabata event last time. Hayasaka, AI, didn't answer. She simply sent a message to Sakurai Saki. Hayasaka, darling, in a few days there's a fireworks festival at Meiji Jingu-gan. Let's go together, okay? A few seconds later, read, my boyfriend I love the most. Sure, they'll come pick you up then. Work alike. JPG Shinomiya Kagaya saw the slight curl of Hayasaka Ace lips and could practically smell the sour stench of love wafting over. Covering her nose, Kagaya complained, You flaunting your relationship in front of me again? Hayasaka, you're so annoying. Kagaya, I've already made plans with him. In a few days, we'll go to Meiji Jingu-gan. There's a fireworks festival at the new National Stadium, Hayasaka AI said, showing her the chat. Oh, Kagaya turned her head and said angrily, You two just go enjoy yourselves. They'll give you the day off. Seriously, just leaving her behind at home Hayasaka was being too cruel. Kagaya-sama, you can still go with the student council. There's still time to arrange it, Hayasaka said helplessly. She just didn't want Kagaya to be a third wheel, not abandon her. If Kagaya-sama wasn't within sight, Hayasaka AI would still worry something might happen to her. Then why don't you go with the student council? Kagaya asked in confusion. Have you ever seen a couple go on a date and bring along 5 or 6 other people? Hayasaka AI replied through gritted teeth. Kagaya-sama, do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending? That night I'm planning to stay over with Sakurai-chan. How could I go together with everyone else? Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it, Kagaya said in a sulky tone. She pouted, took out her phone, and sent a message to the student council group. A while later, Kagaya's face lit up with joy. Everyone says they're free. How wonderful. Yes, Hayasaka AI also felt quite happy. Kagaya-sama would have someone to go with, and she herself could enjoy her first summer with her boyfriend. Hayasaka, for a fireworks festival, is there anything I need to bring? Kagaya asked, her face full of excitement. Just bring some money and you'll be fine, Hayasaka replied. In truth, she herself had never gone to a fireworks festival with friends. Hayasaka spent 300 out of 365 days a year revolving around Kagaya. When she was little, she had gone to see fireworks with her mother, but she had long since forgotten what it was like. Still, Hayasaka AI knew how to look things up online, which already made her a bit better than Kagaya in that regard. Traveling online was still a kind of traveling. There was everything on the wiki. Oh, a few 100,000 yen should be enough. The smallest bill in Oju-sama Kagaya's wallet was 10,000 yen. Hayasaka, forget it when the time came. She'd just give Kagaya-sama some small change. Normally, Hayasaka handled the shopping. There was even a time when Kagaya-sama said she wanted a drink from a vending machine, then handed AI-chan a 10,000 yen bill. Never mind the fact that vending machines didn't even have a slot for 10,000 yen bills. Hayasaka AI had been completely speechless at the time. There were some areas where Kagaya-sama seriously lacked even basic common sense. Should I write about going to see the fireworks with AI-chan in the diary? Sakurai Saki thought for a moment and decided he should. It was his first summer with his girlfriend. He didn't want anything to go wrong. Successfully attend the fireworks festival with AI-chan, closing the diary. Sakurai Saki lay down on the bed. Chapter 215-217. Returning to Kyoto the day before the fireworks festival. Sakurai Saki went to Shirogane Miyuki's house, bringing a watermelon, ready to eat it together. The main reason he dropped by Shirogane's house was because it had been too long since he last contacted Shirogane K. The last time they met was during the Tanabata festival, and it had been over a month since then. Although Shirogane Miyuki was always on guard against Sakurai Saki. Afraid he might make a move on his younger sister, Sakurai really had no such intention. To him, Shirogane Kei was just a cute neighbor girl, and that was all. He arrived at the Shirogane family's house in Setagaya Ward. Sakurai Saki knocked on the door. A moment later, a beautiful, silver-haired girl in a cool outfit, with an ice cream bar in her mouth, came out. "Saki-ni, why are you here?" Shirogane Kei said in surprise. "Where's Shirogane? Is he home?" Aniki is lying at home reading manga. He's not working a part-time job today, so he's being lazy as hell. Kei-chan complained about her cheap older brother. Did Saki and I come to see him for something? Sakurai Saki shook his head. "No, I came to see you." As he spoke, he held out the watermelon in his hand for her to see. "Watermelon, let's eat it later. I've already chilled it beforehand." "Awesome. I like you the best." Although Shirogane Kei was very polite and courteous to outsiders, with Sakurai Saki, she was always very warm. Shirogane Miyuki was always jealous of this, because his younger sister was always enthusiastic toward Sakurai, yet was cold toward her own blood brother. He felt Kei-chan had entered her rebellious phase. Sakurai, why are you here?" Shirogane Miyuki, having heard his sister's excited voice, came out. Then, seeing the watermelon in Sakurai's hand, "It's fine that you came, but why bring a watermelon? This thing's pretty expensive, too." Shirogane Miyuki took the watermelon from his hands. "Did you come to see me for something?" Sakurai Saki followed Shirogane Miyuki inside, and Shirogane Kei closed the door. Inside, although the air conditioner wasn't on, it was still fairly cool. "I just came to see Kei-chan. It's been a while since I last saw her." That sentence made Miyuki stop in his tracks. "Came to see my sister?" He couldn't help but recall Sakurai Saki's scumbag-like words. In his mind appeared the memory of how this guy had just gotten to know Hayasaka-san, while also getting all touchy with Chika in the student council room. His President Shirogane sucked in a breath of cold air. "Sakurai, maybe you should stay away from my sister." Shirogane. Sakurai Saki's face was full of black lines. "Do I look like the kind of scum who would lay a hand on a friend's sister?" Kei-chan also retorted. "Saki and I already has a girlfriend." "What are you talking about, Aniki?" Shirogane Miyuki sighed, holding the watermelon as he headed to the kitchen to cut it. "Aniki has been acting weird lately," Kei-chan remarked. "How so?" Sakurai Saki was a bit curious. "Aniki's been working part-time all the time lately, even more diligently than last year. I don't even know why." Kei-chan touched her right index finger to her cheek, tilting her head as she spoke. This pose was very cute, and Sakurai Saki couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Little sisters really were adorable creatures. Sakurai also wanted one for himself. He probably just has something he wants to buy, Sakurai Saki guessed. A moment later, Shirogane Miyuki brought out the watermelon, already cut, into the living room. "All done," he said as he walked in. "All right, Saki and I. Last time Chikane and I went shopping and bought a pretty outfit. Do you want to see it?" Kei-chan suddenly asked. Before Sakurai Saki could say anything, Shirogane Kei had already gone into her room. "Hey, Sakurai, what exactly were you talking about with my sister?" Shirogane asked with a serious face. Why was Kei-chan suddenly wanting to change clothes and show him? Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. "Huh? How should I know?" He vaguely replied. "We were talking about you just now." "About me?" Shirogane could tell from his expression that he wasn't lying. "You've been working part-time lately to save money." "What for?" Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki glanced toward Kei-chan's room. Then he leaned in close to Sakurai Saki's ear and whispered, "Isn't the trip to the beach coming up? I'm planning to buy Kei-chan a swimsuit." "You're planning to buy Kei-chan a swimsuit? Are you a pervert or something?" Sakurai Saki exclaimed, so loudly that he forgot to lower his voice. "Aniki, what did you just say?" Hearing that, Kei-chan immediately rushed out of her room. Then, unable to believe it, she pointed at Shirogane Miyuki. It's not like that." Shirogane Miyuki said in grievance, "When the time comes, they'll definitely just give you the money, so you can buy it yourself." Kei-chan couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. "You perverted Aniki. Saki and I is still here." What on earth are you talking about with him? Come on, Kei-chan, don't be mad. Shirogane only meant well. Sakurai Saki stepped in to mediate. Shirogane Miyuki pointed at Sakurai Saki, unable to utter a single word. Wasn't this topic something you brought up with me? Why does it suddenly feel like I'm the one in the wrong here? Aniki, you should save your money to buy yourself some summer clothes. It's already summer break, and you're still wearing your uniform. Kei-chan spoke in a slightly awkward tone of concern. I already have my own savings from pocket money, and I even bought my own swimsuit last time. With that interruption, Kei-chan no longer felt like changing clothes to show Sakurai Saki. She had only intended to ask for a male opinion on a few outfits, nothing more. Her brother's sense of fashion was still stuck in high school, so Shirogane Kei didn't dare ask for his opinion. After eating watermelon for a while, Sakurai Saki spoke up. Tomorrow's the fireworks festival. Meeting point is at Shinonamaki Station. Don't forget. They'll be going separately with my girlfriend, so I won't be going with you guys. Of course I won't forget. Shirogane said, then glanced at Kei-chan. Kei-chan, are you going? Shirogane Kei shook her head. I've already made plans with Meiha and the others. We'll be going to the fireworks festival at Hamamatsucho. Meiji Jinga sighed. Is too crowded. Both nodded in understanding. They chatted a bit more about the fireworks festival. Suddenly, Sakurai Saki's phone received a message. It was from the student council group chat. After reading it, his expression turned serious. Shirogane Miyuki also saw it. Shinomiya said she'll be going back to Kyoto, to the Shinomiya family's main house, so she probably won't make it to the fireworks festival tomorrow. She also said we should just have fun without her. What should we do? Sakurai Saki turned off his phone without saying a word. There's more than one fireworks festival. How about we wait for Shinomiya to come back, and then find another time? Shirogane Miyuki suggested. After speaking, he sighed. Last time during Tanabata, Shinomiya said she'd go to the fireworks festival with us. But who knew this would happen? A round trip to Kyoto, even by Shinkansen, would take at least 10 hours. Even if you took a plane, which was faster, the travel time wouldn't be short. Not to mention the exhaustion from traveling by the time the fireworks started, she might not even be in the mood to enjoy them. But you and Hayasaka-san probably won't be affected. You can still go together. As for Secretary Chika and Ishigami, I'm not sure. Sakurai Saki replied. Go to the fireworks festival, huh? Ai-chan would definitely be dragged to Kyoto by Shinomiya Kagaya too, since she was Kagaya's close maid. Kagaya, it's fine if you go back, but why drag my girlfriend along too? You coward. Sakurai Saki silently cursed Kagaya a few times, then opened an app on his phone to book tickets. Sakurai, what are you doing? Going to Kyoto. Huh. Shirogane Miyuki was stunned. Why are you going there? This guy. Don't tell me he's not even going to spare Shinomiya. Don't think nonsense. I'm going to visit my mom. She said she misses me. Sakurai Saki explained. This wasn't a lie recently. Jinguji Tamaki had been constantly asking him, Baby, why haven't you come back yet? Mama misses you so much, Tamaki. At that time, Sakurai Saki had been participating in a kendo tournament, so of course he couldn't go back. Originally, he had planned to go back for a visit after the fireworks festival, but this time, it was just convenient timing. I see. Shirogane Miyuki also recalled Sakurai's mother, the woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, whose beauty was so stunning she didn't seem like a mortal. You guys go ahead and keep eating. They'll head out first. As Sakurai Saki spoke, he smiled at Kei-chan. Sorry, Kei-chan, I could only stay for an hour today. Shirogane Kei blushed and said, It's fine. Seeing this, Miyuki quickly pushed Sakurai Saki away. Go on, and it'd be best if you don't come back. Stay away from my sister. Yeah. Sakurai Saki replied perfunctorily. This Siscon, hopefully, when the day comes that Kei-chan gets a boyfriend, he won't start bawling. Chapter 216, 218. The jealous mother riding the Shinkansen. After several transfers, Sakurai returned to his old home in Kyoto. Specifically, it was near Higashiyama, on Pontocho Street by the Kamogawa River. He passed through a street full of old-style charm, stone-paved roads underfoot, surrounded by izakaya, bars, restaurants, and even geisha houses. On the way, quite a few geisha hurried past Sakurai Saki, their faces covered in white makeup. It was said that the reason for painting their faces white was because, in the past, electric lights were not bright enough. This white makeup represented the cleanliness of the geisha, reassuring customers as they enjoyed their meals at the establishments. There were quite a lot of tourists around. This was one of the most famous tourist spots in Kyoto. Carrying his bag, Sakurai Saki stopped in front of a familiar shop. Looking up, he saw the signboard of his family's wagashi shop, Kitsune Tamaya. He lifted the curtain printed with a fox design. Sakurai Saki stepped inside. Since it was evening, there weren't many customers dining in. He had booked his ticket that morning, and after getting off a Shinkansen, he had taken a train, then transferred to a bus. It had taken quite a bit of time. Ibukine, good evening. Sakurai Saki greeted the woman minding the front of the shop. The one called Ibukine looked to be in her 30s, wearing glasses and a modest kimono. Upon seeing Sakurai Saki, she quickly turned toward the kitchen and shouted loudly, "Boss, young master is back. That way of addressing me. Can't you change it?" Sakurai Saki said helplessly. "Young master, how embarrassing. Rules can't be changed." Ibuki Yuki smiled. "All right then. Our family only has one wagashi shop. Where do these so-called rules even come from?" Sakurai Saki really didn't get it. "Young master, back so soon?" said an elderly neighbor nearby. "Umo." Sakurai Saki smiled and nodded at her. After greeting a few regular customers in the shop, Sakurai Saki headed into the kitchen. His foster mother was making daifuku, her hands skillfully taking some glutinous rice flour, red bean paste filling, and tofu skin? Huh? Tofu skin? Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. "Mom, what are you making? Does our shop have this kind of cursed creation?" "Tofu skin daifuku," Jinguji Tamaki replied. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual black kimono, but even dressed in the clothes of a confectioner. Her alluring figure, especially her full, captivating chest, still drew the eye, and Sakurai Saki couldn't help but glance at her. "Mom's figure is really nice. Try out a new product. Baby, what do you think?" Tamaki wrapped up the last daifuku and put it into the steamer. "Mom, even if you like eating average, tofu skin daifuku. Mama thinks it'll be delicious." Tamaki's breathtaking face was completely serious. Sakurai Saki felt this was absolutely a cursed dish. Putting tofu skin in a sweet confection, he couldn't even imagine it. His foster mother was good at everything, except she liked making strange foods. The shop even had a free tasting corner filled with her new creations free of charge, but few customers dared to try them. Only tourists got tricked into it, and then his foster mother would stand to the side, watching their reactions, covering her red lips as she let out a clear, gentle laugh. "What's the matter? Why did you suddenly come back?" Jinguji Tamaki asked. "Just came to see you," Sakurai Saki replied. Lying again. Mrs. Jinguji could tell right away that her precious son was brushing her off. "Tamaki, all right, I had a bit of business. Isn't there a fireworks festival near Higashiyama tomorrow? Want to go see it with Mama?" Tamaki asked as she reached out to hug him. Sakurai Saki wanted to push her away, but realized it was already too late. Having no choice, he let her hug him with a helpless expression. There was a pleasant fragrance on his mother's body. "Going with my girlfriend," he replied. The gentle look on Jinguji Tamaki's face instantly changed. "Who?" she asked coldly. "A classmate," Sakurai Saki answered. He had originally thought his mother must have already heard about him confessing at school. But strangely, she didn't know. As for this jealous look on his mother's face, Sakurai Saki found it normal. It wasn't the first time. In the past, when a few young high school girls came into the shop, as long as they exchanged a few words with Sakurai Saki, Jinguji Tamaki would already show displeasure. "Oh, is it the girl who talked to me last time?" Jinguji Tamaki recalled. She had a very good impression of Shinomiya Kagaya, and Fujiwara Chika wasn't bad either. However, Fujiwara Chika wasn't her son's classmate. This Tamaki knew very well. "No, Chika-chan." Jinguji Tamaki hugged him a little tighter. Gently inhaling the scent on her son, her expression returned to gentleness. "Also no. Then who is it?" Tamaki began to feel confused. Someone she hadn't met yet? Where did this daughter-in-law suddenly appear from? In any case, she must pass through the mother's gate first, right? After all, she was still his mother, wasn't she? At the upcoming meeting between the three parties, you'll probably meet her. Sakurai Saki replied. Can it be tomorrow? Tamaki's voice sounded as if she were about to cry. Tamaki. Just pretending. Sakurai Saki felt helpless toward his cunning mother. Her family has some matters to deal with. Very poor? Not really. She works as a maid for a wealthy family, and this time she returned accompanying her master. Sakurai Saki no longer hid it. His mother had once been the Guji of the Inari Shrine and had her own information channels. He couldn't hide it for long anyway. Baby, you should at least find someone of matching social status, right? Jinguji Tamaki spoke with a slight tone of disdain. It seems her family holds a high-ranking position within the Shinomiya clan, a financial conglomerate in history that has never been purged, holding more than half the country through political donations. With complicated connections, the Shinomiya clan's influence is still very strong. Sakurai Saki said, although he felt that what his mother said was somewhat off. These days, people are free to love. There's no such thing as matching social status anymore. Besides, how much property did their family really have? Although the plot of land on this street wasn't cheap, and the shop itself was quite valuable, compared to a financial conglomerate, it was nothing. His mother's influence in Shinto could hardly affect the Shinomiya clan, unless she used supernatural power. Fine as long as baby is happy. Jinguji Tamaki could only give in. She really couldn't change Sakurai Saki's mind anyway. At the same time, somewhere in Kyoto, within the Shinomiya family's main estate, near the outskirts, inside the Japanese-style room of a small courtyard, Shinomiya Kagaya was gazing at the moon together with Hayasaka AI. I always encounter some kind of misfortune. It's been that way since I was little. Her father had never praised her. Never said things like, I love you, you did well, or good job. All of Kagaya's achievements had never been recognized by her family. Perhaps, to them, those achievements were simply what a member of the Shinomiya family was expected to attain, whether it was winning an archery championship or ranking at the top academically. Even until last year, Shinomiya Kagaya had never fallen from the first rank in academics. Yet even so, she had never received any praise in that regard. Kagaya-sama, the head of the family wishes to see you. Outside the door, the butler of the Shinomiya main estate spoke up. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on Kagaya's face. Father calling me back to the main estate, could it be he has something important to tell me? Chapter 217, 219. Distinguished one went through all the trouble to get here, and this is all there is? Hayasaka AI muttered under her breath. That damn old man. Just hurry up and die already. Don't say that, Hayasaka. Father knows my grades have dropped recently, so that's still something, I guess. Shinomiya Kagaya consoled herself. In truth, she hadn't actually met her father, Shinomiya Ganon, the current head of the Shinomiya family. The one who met her was only his secretary. Even though she had expected it, Kagaya still felt a little disappointed. If it's just about grades, Kagaya-sama has actually improved. Hayasaka AI said irritably. Moreover, Hayasaka suspected that the one who called Kagaya here this time wasn't the family head, but rather Shinomiya Oko, the Shinomiya family's eldest son, a man with immense power within the clan, and the Hayasaka family was also under his control. Hayasaka AI herself had been sent by Shinomiya Oko to monitor Kagaya. It's fine now. Kagaya's voice dropped. She had actually been really looking forward to seeing the fireworks. But tomorrow morning there was a party to attend, so if she only returned in the afternoon, it would already be too late. Kagaya. Sorry, Hayasaka. I made it so you can't go to the fireworks festival with Sakurai-san. It's not like the fireworks festival is held only once. Didn't Chika-chan also say, well, just wait until Kagaya-sama comes back before deciding? Hayasaka AI consoled her. Everyone is very kind. With her comfort, Kagaya's mood improved quite a bit. She looked at Hayasaka A's face and teased. But Hayasaka, you still have that completely unhappy expression, Kagaya. I really wanted to go to the fireworks festival with Sakura-chan. I heard the fireworks at Meiji Jingu Gaien are beautiful. I've been looking forward to it for days. Hayasaka AI sprawled on the tatama floor of the Japanese-style room, completely without the air of a maid. This was a small courtyard of the main residence, near the outer wall, with only a few guards at the gate. Now it's all ruined. Hayasaka AI-chan covered her face with her hands and rolled on the ground a few times. Kagaya, watching her drop the facade and act like this in front of her, couldn't help but smile faintly. What if Sakurai-san found out we couldn't go to the fireworks festival and came to Kyoto to find you? Hearing that, Hayasaka AI sat up from the floor and said seriously, Kagaya-sama, I think dreams should have limits. Hayasaka, you really don't understand romance. Hayasaka. Even as she said it, Kagaya didn't think Sakurai-saki would come looking for Hayasaka AI. It was too far, and besides, she had only told him at noon today. There was no way he could make it in time, no matter how you thought about it. At least I understand romance a little better than Kagaya-sama. Hayasaka AI said, unconvinced. Let's hear it then. Suppose the situation is Sakurai-san coming to take you out to the fireworks festival. Shinomiya Kaguya Softa Topic. It was far too boring here, with hardly any entertainment. Would she really have to strum the guitar herself, just to pass the time? When I'm watching the fireworks on the horizon, thinking of him, and then suddenly he climbs over the wall and appears in front of me. Climbing over the wall isn't exactly romantic anymore, is it? Kagaya teased. But around the Shinomiya residence, there are guards everywhere. There's no way to enter openly. Romance still had to be realistic, didn't it? It's not like Sakurai-chan could just appear out of thin air. So what happens after he climbs over the wall? Then he princess carries me and runs out to the nearby street. And we hop into a taxi. Given the current circumstances, that was the only kind of scene Hayasaka AI could imagine. No way. Hayasaka. In that situation, I'd just feel embarrassed. Let's not imagine random things anymore. She sighed. They'd think about the fireworks again after returning to Tokyo. The next night, Sakurai-saki glanced toward the horizon. The fireworks festival near Higashiyama would begin in an hour. What? You want to borrow my car? Ibuki Yuki pushed up her glasses and handed him the car keys in her hand. It's not like I won't return it to you. Sakurai-saki replied irritably. Although she liked wearing kimono, behind there was a sports car enthusiast who went street racing whenever she had free time. Go on then, but come back early. Ibuki Yuki had only said half when she pulled a document from the loose collar of her kimono. What's this? A special driver's license for special personnel. Aren't you still underage? Don't get caught. I don't want to have to bail you out of jail. Thanks, Ibuki-ne. Sakurai-saki gave his thanks and left the wagashi shop. Back at the shop, stepping into a tea room, Ibuki Yuki sat down at the tea table. He's gone? He looked really impatient. That's how people are, after all, when they're drowning in love. Ibuki Yuki said with a smile. Just 2 years ago when he first came here, he looked like he wanted to kill anyone he saw, and now he's all lively like this. Jinguji Tamaki picked up and daifuku made yesterday, took a bite, and slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Is it that bad? Tofu skin is clearly delicious. 2 delicious things combined, yet somehow it turned out bad. Jinguji Tamaki pouted, speaking in puzzlement. Ibuki Yuki pushed up her glasses and said irritably, in some areas, you really surprise me with how little you know, my algae lady. I am Jinguji Tamaki. I don't know any algae lady. Note, previously I translated FGO, and algae lady often referred to Tamamo no Me. Copying pasting the Chinese into Google always brought up Tamamo, though not sure what algae is referring to, and distinguished one seems to refer to Sakurai's mother instead of Shinobu, as I thought. Are you planning to keep playing your act with that kid? Ibuki Yuki ignored her little performance. I have a promise after all. Jinguji-san finished the daifuku. Then she lifted the teacup and took a sip. Still really bad. Isn't it just a transaction? Don't tell me you actually want to be his mother? Ibuki Yuki said. Transaction? This is my precious son. For him, I can do anything. Besides, for the plan in the coming months, without his deterrence, I wouldn't dare make a move. Jinguji Tamaki retorted. At first, it was indeed a transaction, but after meeting Sakurai Saki, she changed her mind. His state back then was truly heartbreaking, indifferent to everything, not like a human at all, but more like a machine. Many gods have already left this world. Stealing Inari-sama's divine power would be as easy as flipping your hand for you. Ibuki Yuki said in puzzlement. Jinguji Tamaki pointed toward the ceiling. Those who act, heaven is watching. That's right, up there's also a god from another world. A few years ago, another heaven and demon realm suddenly appeared in the sky. Ibuki Yuki guessed it was the young master's doing. Just what kind of ability could pull an entire heaven from another world here? The ability to grant wishes? That's why my precious son is so important. As long as he's here, that one won't dare make a move. What if young master doesn't agree to your plan? Then he'll just have to cancel it. Jinguji Tamaki sighed. For a moment, Ibuki Yuki couldn't see through her, even after following her for hundreds of years. Planning for so long. How could she just say cancel and cancel? On the other side, Sakurai Saki looked at the traffic jam ahead. If only I had word spirit right now, even if it's that trash ability, mumbling no traffic jam a few hundred times would probably work. After all, heaven and the demon world of Gabriel and Vignette had been summoned by word spirit before, even though it wasn't all that useful. Chapter 218, 220. Fireworks, should we see it from the side or the bottom? Where is this fireworks festival, anyway? W in the small courtyard. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the fireworks blooming on the horizon and asked, Heian Jingu, maybe? Ayazaka, I guessed. At this point, guessing where the fireworks festival was being held didn't matter. Either way, they could only watch it from afar. How long does a fireworks festival usually last? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. If it had been her last year, she wouldn't have cared about such things. Back then, Ice Kagaya only thought about how to maintain the dignity of the Shinomiya family and how to make use of anyone she could. But this year, after joining the student council, she had begun to have a little hope for the future. For example, spending summer vacation with friends, go to a fireworks festival during that time, going to the beach, probably around a dozen minutes or so. Hayasaka, AI, also tilted her head back to look at the sky. The fireworks looked so small. Come to think of it, where's the best place to watch fireworks from? The side or from the bottom? From the side, they'd look flatter, while from bottom below, they'd probably look rounder, right? Hayasaka, AI, thought about these questions, then suddenly let out a few chuckles. What is it? Realized I was thinking about some silly questions. Ayazaka, Oi replied. Feels like you've got more lively lately, Hayasaka. Kagaya had thought she'd always keep that expressionless face. Kagaya-sama, you too. Last year, you spoke like every word had thorns. Members of the Shinomiya family can't reveal too much emotion, nor are we allowed to be timid. So, at last year's opening ceremony, when you jumped into that filthy sewer, what were you thinking? Hayasaka recalled and asked. I was actually pretty scared. Kagaya shot her a glare and replied. What girl would like jumping into a filthy sewer? The other party was the daughter of the Intelligence Bureau chief. Otherwise, why would I have to save her? Ayazaka, I sighed. It's obvious that being straightforward would be better. The whole Sunder-type thing wasn't so popular these days. Hayasaka, take me outside. I want to get closer to see the fireworks. Kagaya Oju-sama suddenly made a rather willful request. Even though this place is near the side gate and the guards aren't many, will still be spotted. Hayasaka, AI, shook her head. Hayasaka, you really are useless. Kagaya pouted, clearly displeased. Rather than hope I take you out, why not hope my boyfriend comes to pick me up instead? Ayazaka only teased. Kagaya turned away, about to head back to her room. As expected, she still wants to see the fireworks. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Let's go watch the fireworks. Ai-chan. Hayasaka, AI, looked at Sakurai, Saki, suddenly appearing at the door, his face filled with joy. When you're thinking of someone and they unexpectedly appear, what could be more romantic than that? Sakurai-chan. Half a minute later. Why are you looking at me like that? Sakurai Saki asked in confusion. This is the Shinomiya family's main house. How did you get in here? Shinomiya Kagaya was full of question marks. I thought it was weird too. Your family security is so loose today, everyone was nodding off. Sakurai Saki said with a straight face. Of course, this was the effect of today's superpower, hypnosis, which was pretty useful. You think I'm an idiot? Shinomiya Kagaya looked at him with an expression like she was staring at a fool. Kagaya. Sakurai Saki paid no mind to Kagaya's expression. He reached out his hand to Hayasaka AI, who was frozen in place, unsure what to do, and invited, "There's a fireworks festival near Higashiyama. AI-chan, come with me." Hayasaka AI was a little tempted. Even if she didn't fully understand the situation, sometimes you didn't need to overthink things. When your boyfriend brings you a surprise, asking how he managed it would be completely lacking in tact. Go on, they'll cover for you. Shinomiya Kagaya waved her hand at Hayasaka AI. What are you saying? Kagaya-san, you're not coming? Sakurai Saki remembered the wish she had made during Tanabata and felt that leaving Kagaya behind alone would be a bit too cruel. Kagaya-sama, you should come too. Hayasaka AI also couldn't bear to leave her mistress behind. Emasai, since you're saying that, I guess I could go. Kagaya, Kagaya-sama. At times like this, you should just be straightforward. AI-chan said helplessly. Hayasaka, passing by a few butlers who were nodding off, the three of them walked out openly from the side gate. Once in the car, Shinomiya Kagaya asked Sakurai-san, "Why did you come to Kyoto?" "Of course, to watch the fireworks with my girlfriend. Besides, my house is in Kyoto, so that question of yours isn't very thoughtful." Sakurai Saki replied as he started the car. The car rolled forward slowly, pressing the accelerator. The car headed toward Higashiyama. Still about half an hour left. They would probably make it in time. I remember, yesterday at noon was when I sent you guys the message, right? Just how much do you like her? Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka AI and saw her face already bright red. Yesterday and today, she keeps going on and on about my boyfriend. I'm about to get sick of hearing it. Kagaya teased. Don't say that. Ai-chan mumbled. Hayasaka, Kagaya-sama, you don't need to remind me about that. It's really embarrassing. To make AI-chan happy, I can do anything, and besides, these kind of things aren't hard for me. That's true. Acting quickly is one of your few good points. Kagaya looked out the window. She was wearing a kimono, perfectly matching the summer festival atmosphere. Actually, what? Kagaya kept a calm expression. Coming to Kyoto is also partly because of you, Kagaya-san, Sakurai Saki said, giving a reason she hadn't expected. Kaguya? Didn't you once wish, during the previous Tanabata festival, that you wanted to watch fireworks with friends? You saw it? It was hanging right on the bamboo branch. Shirogane and I both saw it. Sakurai Saki slowed down. As there were more vehicles here, even though he had chosen a quieter route, there were still plenty of people. And then? Well, it's like killing two birds with one stone. I thought, if Kagaya-san didn't get to see fireworks, you'd definitely get all red-faced and grumble the whole time. Maybe even spend an entire week making sarcastic remarks. To avoid getting scolded by you, I went to find you too. After saying that, he realized Kagaya was silent. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki focused on driving. Shinomiya Kagaya looked out the window, her fair, delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Though in the darkness, it wasn't easy to notice. So, he didn't come only because of Hayasaka. Actually, when watching the fireworks earlier, Kagaya did mutter a few words in her heart, but they had nothing to do with Sakurai Saki. My heart's beating so fast. Can I be sick? Kagaya held her chest, her adorable face showing a trace of embarrassment. Kagaya. But before she could feel moved for more than a few seconds, Hayasaka AI beside her curiously asked, Sakurai-chan, how did you get your driver's license? Driver's license? I don't have that kind of thing. Sakurai Saki answered nonchalantly. Kagaya instantly snapped out of it. The little deer in her heart that had just been happily running around suddenly crashed headfirst into a wall and died on the spot. Heart racing, Kagaya felt like she was about to be hit by a truck and sent flying into another world. You don't have a driver's license? She was horrified. Do you even realize we're on the road right now? Don't worry, driving easy. I do have a motorcycle license. Kagaya panicked, speaking in fear. That's not the same thing at all. Let me out of the car right now. Kagaya, Hayasaka, AI, sitting beside her, saw Sakurai Saki smile as if he had just successfully teased someone. Always teasing people, you bad one. Chapter 219, 221. Fireworks and Miko arriving at the place, Sakurai Saki parked the car. Because the road was crowded and stuck in traffic, by the time they reached Murayama Park near Higashiyama, the fireworks festival was about to begin. The three of them had no choice but to find a spot in the park where there were a little fewer people. The best spots had, of course, already been taken by the crowd. The fireworks festival is about to begin. The fireworks festival is about to begin. All around, quite a few local residents had come to watch the fireworks, spreading picnic blankets as if on an outing. Under the cherry trees, there were also many people. The cherry blossoms in Maruyama Park were famous. But of course in summer, there were no flowers to be seen. They had already fallen in May. Too hot. Too many people. Why hasn't it started yet? Summer was somewhat stifling. Even though the night wind was rather cool, for it to pass through the thick walls of people and blow onto everyone's faces was not easy. Boom! The first cluster of fireworks bloomed in the sky, the brilliant red like a silver fire tree illuminating the entire Murayama Park. The people who had come to watch the fireworks all simultaneously lifted their heads. The noisy atmosphere just now suddenly became only the sound of fireworks exploding. Hayasaka, AI, and Sakurai Saki held hands, standing close together. In front of them, Shinomiya Kagaya lifted her head, slightly dazed. WW so big. Compared with fireworks seen through a window or earlier in the yard, this one was far larger, so fireworks could actually cover nearly half the sky. Shinomiya Kagaya felt a bit moved. Then she turned her head, intending to see if Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka, AI, felt the same as she did. A few seconds later, TCH, Kagaya turned back to continue watching the fireworks. To dare kiss here, Hayasaka really had no shame. Where had the dignity and purity of a maiden gone? With no other choice, she distanced herself from the two of them, stepping a few meters away. Should I find a boyfriend too? Hayasaka, AI, kept flaunting her love in front of Shinomiya Kagaya, and the Oju-sama of the Shinomiya household was nearly at her limit. A few minutes later, Kagaya-san, there's still half an hour left. Sakurai Saki told her. The fireworks festival here prepared enough fireworks to last half an hour. Why did you suddenly say that? Kagaya asked. To remind you not to be too absorbed. I'm afraid you might get lost. Sakurai Saki recalled how last time at the Shrine Festival, the group of 5 Nakano sisters had been separated. Me get lost? You underestimate this lady too much. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya's appearance was no different from that losing dog Shijo Maki, truly showing they were aunt and niece. Kagaya. In short, don't stray from me. After saying that, Sakurai Saki noticed again that there were quite a few tourists moving about nearby. Fireworks were the kind of thing that were beautiful when first seen, but after watching for a while became boring, making people want to wander around. Those who stood still in one place were the minority, and an Oju-sama like Shinomiya Kagaya, who hardly ever watched fireworks, was even more of a minority. Just now she had only been engrossed in the fireworks, completely unaware that the surroundings were growing more and more crowded. Don't say things that are so easily misunderstood. Just as Shinomiya Kagaya finished speaking, a few people hurried past beside her, nearly bumping into her. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki stepped forward a few steps and pulled her by the hand. His strength was not small. Kagaya was immediately pulled into his embrace. By her ear rang the strong beating of his heart, along with a gentle voice. Why are you standing so far away from us? Kagaya hurriedly blushed and broke free from his arms, saying nothing, only a little flustered as she quickly stepped toward Hayasaka, AI. A few seconds later, when Sakurai Saki had returned to Hayasaka, A's side, Kagaya softly said, Sorry. Kagaya, Hayasaka, AI, glanced down at the wooden clogs under Kagaya's feet. Seeing that her mistress was not hurt, she finally felt relieved. Next is the climax. It is also the final round of this year's fireworks festival. The hoarse voice of the announcer rang out. A great burst of fireworks soared into the sky, then exploded into brilliant clusters of light like a waterfall. When one round had not yet faded, another followed, leaving the viewers dazzled. Even an entire half hour just now could not compare with this breathtaking moment. The fireworks ended. The surroundings were still silent, the quiet lingering for a long time. After a while, people finally began talking, and the sound of footsteps gradually arose. It was no longer early. Tomorrow, life had to go on. Let's go home, Sakurai Saki said. For some reason, Kagaya felt a little disappointed. Fireworks were beautiful, but they only existed for a moment. Even though they lasted half an hour, they were still like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I didn't record it just now. Kagaya sighed. I did. Sakurai Saki raised his phone. He then opened her Line account and sent the video over. Switching to a smartphone really is nice, isn't it, Kagaya-san? Sakurai Saki said with a smile. If it were still a flip phone, she wouldn't even be able to receive the video. Thank you, Kagaya softly replied. At this time, Hayasaka AI interjected. If Kagaya-sama haven't seen enough, next time you and everyone in the student council could go together to watch. As expected, Hayasaka, you feel I was disturbing your date with Sakurai-san. Kagaya teased clearly. When you invited me just now, you were so generous. So in the end, she was jealous? How cute. On the way back, the three of them passed by Yasaka Shrine near Murayama Park. Shinomiya Kagaya spotted a roadside shop. Can I go buy something? Sakurai Saki. All right, there's still time. When Kagaya returned from the roadside shop, Sakurai Saki noticed she was holding a bag in her hand. He didn't pay much attention. For you, I bought mineral water from the vending machine next to it. Thank you. Kagaya accepted it, opened it, and drank a sip. Hayasaka AI looked at the bag in her hand, feeling a little suspicious. Hayasaka, Kagaya-sama never did anything unnecessary. Driving back to the main Shinomiya mansion, the three of them quietly slipped into the courtyard. Along the way, the sleepy security staff were still sound asleep. All right, I'm about to leave. Sakurai-san, when you have a cup of tea before you go? Kagaya asked. I just drank water. When you have a cup of tea before you go? Kagaya revealed a gentle expression. Sakurai Saki nodded. AI-chan observed the situation outside the door. The three of them had been gone for nearly 2 hours, so she wasn't at ease. Though in truth, it wasn't really necessary. Following Kagaya, he stepped into the Japanese-style room. Sakurai Saki sat by the tea table, while Kagaya went to make tea. A moment later, tap by his ear came the sound of footsteps landing on the tatami. Sakurai Saki looked up, and at the same moment, the lights in the room were turned off by Kagaya, leaving only a faint light. The side door was opened, and upon seeing Kagaya's attire, Sakurai asked, "Why is it a Miko outfit?" Moonlight from the courtyard shone upon her figure. The pure red and white Miko outfit, paired with her long jet-black waterfall-like hair. Her slightly stiff posture and face full of shyness made one unable to help but look a few more times. So beautiful, like Kagaya Heim descending from a moon. The match last time, that bet. I still haven't carried it out, have I? Shinomiya Kagaya's voice carried a trace of embarrassment. She found an excuse. Think of it as a thank you gift for taking me to see the fireworks today. Don't misunderstand. Outside the door, listening to the faint singing voice drifting out from the room, Hayasaka AI lifted her head to look at the moon. Let me lend her a few minutes then. Chapter 222. Half of the vacation has passed after watching the fireworks with Kagaya and Hayasaka AI. Sakurai Saki stayed at home for a few more days, choosing to keep his mother company mainly because she was too clingy. The next day, even though Sakurai Saki wanted to leave, he couldn't. That pitiful, tearful face of hers really made anyone's heart ache. Tamaki, with no other choice, he had to stay a few more days. That day, she even pointed at a news report on TV and solemnly said, "Look, Tokyo has another fire. It's too dangerous, baby. Don't go back this summer." She was talking about the TV news report, saying that near the Minato area, a cargo ship by the coast had suddenly caught fire. Just to make her beloved son stay a few more days, she could find every possible excuse. When Sakurai Saki watched that news report, he remembered that about a month ago, near the Minato area, a construction site had also caught fire. But it probably wasn't related. Hot summer. Easy to catch fire, very normal. The day after watching the fireworks, Sakurai Saki discovered something else. The wish he had written in the diary had disappeared, perhaps because it had been fulfilled. He had once written there the wish to watch fireworks together with Hayasaka AI. That wish had indeed come true, and very smoothly at that. Although the process was a little different, the superpower of Sakurai Saki yesterday had truly been very suitable for sneaking them out. Perhaps, could the future diary interfere with his superpower? Sakurai Saki guessed so. Back at his rented apartment in Setagaya Ward, Sakurai Saki spent a few days finishing his homework. In a few days, he would go to the beach with everyone in the student council. Kagaya had said she would take care of arranging it. To make sure the beach trip went smoothly, Sakurai Saki wrote into the future diary the wish to have an enjoyable summer vacation. As a result, the next day, news came from Kagaya saying that someone from the main family had suddenly come, forcing her to stay home throughout summer vacation. They said her recent behavior had been improper, told her not to show her face outside, and moreover, if she went traveling, the attendants would have a hard time protecting her. In short, many reasons, but the beach trip was completely canceled. Everyone in the student council could only comfort her. Kagaya herself wasn't too sad. She had already gone to the fireworks festival, even if it was with Sakurai Saki. After Kagaya relayed this news, the next day, Sakurai Saki discovered that the wish he wrote in the diary had come true. This left him puzzled for a long time, until 3 days later, on the very day they had originally planned to go to the beach. Sakurai Saki looked at his superpower, death regression. He immediately understood. It seemed the small island they had planned to visit wasn't safe. The residents there probably had bad temperaments, unwelcoming to outsiders, and who knew, there might even be some filthy things. In many novels and manga, this kind of small island was often connected with eldritch creatures. Although Sakurai Saki wasn't afraid, the people around him might be in danger. Thinking about it, this wasn't a bad thing otherwise. If AI-chan or Chika got into trouble, he would have to waste time and energy saving them. But even though he knew this was a good thing, Sakurai Saki still felt a bit disappointed. He actually really wanted to see Chika and Hayasaka ace swimsuits. Perhaps you might ask, since he had already even seen their naked bodies, why would he still want to see swimsuits? Of course, it was because of the sense of ritual. Girls definitely looked more beautiful when wearing clothes than when not wearing anything at all. After all, besides covering the body, clothing also served to increase one's charm. As for Shinomiya Kagaya and Kei-chan-chan's swimsuits, the former was just a flatboard, nothing worth looking at. The latter was his friend's little sister, best not to touch. Kei-chan-chan was still a middle schooler. Sakurai Saki really only considered her as a cute little sister, nothing more. On August 13th, going with the Shirogane family to the water park, Sakurai Saki discovered that Shirogane Miyuki couldn't swim. Moreover, Kei-chan was dressed extremely tightly, not to mention a swimsuit. Even a winter coat was thinner than this. After asking, it turned out that it was because of Shirogane Miyuki, that Siscon, who said that when a girl goes to play in the water, she mustn't dress too revealingly. Sakurai Saki had actually secretly looked at Kei-chan's swimsuit. While Shirogane Miyuki was practicing swimming, Kei-chan took off her outer coat and asked Sakurai Saki if it was pretty. Probably because she felt it had been very difficult to finally buy a swimsuit, yet no one paid any attention to it. She was a little disappointed, so she let him take advantage like that, even though Sakurai Saki himself didn't really want to look at Kei-chan's swimsuit. After all, she was still his friend's little sister, so it was best to keep some distance. Otherwise, when brothers turn into brothers-in-law. For no reason his status would be lowered a rank. Very cute, like the morning dew, fresh and delicate, making people want to protect you. At that time, Sakurai Saki praised her like that. Recently, he was practicing saying sweet words, all just to please Hayasaka AI. Oh, Saki and I, this swimsuit is only for you to see at that time. Kei-chan's face turned red. Her words were somewhat subtle. Hopefully the girl didn't misunderstand anything. Now, it is August 26th. School will start on September 1st. Sakurai Saki received a phone call from the Nakano quintuplets, or to be precise, from Yatsuba. Sakurai-san, help me. Sakurai Saki felt as if his eardrums were about to be shattered by her scream. She shouldn't study in high school, but should go work on a demolition site instead, not even needing to use much strength, just one shout and it would be done. What's the matter? Sakurai Saki said helplessly. It's summer vacation now, isn't it? Our tutoring work has slowed down, hasn't it? In this scorching heat. Sakurai Saki's rental boyfriend work had also stopped, and recently he hadn't even mentioned this not-so-dignified job, precisely because Sakurai Saki hadn't taken any clients for a long time. Homework. I can't finish my homework. Yatsuba let out a wail of despair. Yatsuba, what the hell did this idiot do during summer vacation? Sakurai Saki couldn't understand. Logically speaking, even if she had gone traveling to Kyushu at the beginning of summer vacation, it shouldn't be to the point that she couldn't finish her homework in the last few days, right? But the truth was, Yatsuba really couldn't finish it. I spent half the summer vacation helping the basketball club practice. Every day, I was so exhausted that I didn't want to do homework anymore. Yatsuba said in a small voice. Moreover, the most important thing was she had asked her sisters for help, but none of them agreed. After Miku refused and even smiled when she heard Yatsuba threatening that she would call Sakurai over to help her with homework, this made Yatsuba furious. Miku, Yatsuba, if you want help, fine, but to even laugh at me. Miku is really mean. Yatsuba felt that they couldn't even be considered sisters anymore. Ichika had been very busy with her part-time job recently, and her homework situation was probably just as bad as Yatsuba's, so Yatsuba didn't even bother asking her. When Nino heard that she wanted to call Sakurai Saki to help, her expression was exactly the same as Miku's. Luckily, Itsuki agreed, but she said, if you want me to help, it'll only teach you how to do it. I won't tell you the answers. I won't let you copy answers either. Sakurai Saki cut off the girl's next words. On Yatsuba's side, it went silent. Oi, Yatsuba, what's wrong with you? Are you there? Can you hear me? Oi, Moshi. OII. Chapter 221, 223. Invisible struggle no matter what. Sakurai Saki could not abandon his good student. Although it was sweltering outside, he still went to the Nakano quintuplets' house in Minato, his forehead dripping with sweat along the way. Espers also sweat, especially when hearing Yatsuba say she hadn't finished her homework. Sakurai Saki's forehead almost dripped sweat the size of beans. Ever since he started school, he had never let homework pile up until the end of vacation. The matter of one pen, one night, one miracle was something Sakurai Saki had never experienced. If he didn't use superpower, there was no way he could finish all the homework in one night. Reaching the base of the Nakano sisters' apartment, he pressed the intercom for the top floor. This building couldn't be entered without a key card. The security was maxed out to the extreme. Sakurai-san, you finally came, Yatsuba said excitedly. Yatsuba, compared to being tutored by Itsuki, whose grades were only slightly better than hers, she preferred Sakurai Saki. She was already used to his tutoring methods, and her body had long been shaped to his style. Whatever Sakurai poured into her, Yatsuba could quickly absorb. Here it means knowledge. Don't misunderstand. Open the door. Sakurai Saki said grumpily. It's so damn hot outside. Why doesn't this Japan just grow legs and run to Antarctica in the summer? He even began rambling nonsense. Later on, once he fully mastered superpower, he would definitely lead this Japan on a wandering plan. When it got hot, migrate to the Arctic or Antarctic. When it got cold, move to the tropics. Perfect. Does Antarctica have polar bears? Yatsuba asked casually while pressing the door release. Whether Antarctica has polar bears or not, I don't know. But what I do know is the person talking to me right now is an idiot. Yatsuba, Sakurai Saki said while stepping into the elevator lobby and then entered inside. Pressing the button for the top floor, Sakurai Saki waited more than 10 seconds. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Yatsuba was standing right there at the door, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, her little hand raised high, exposing her cute belly button. Yatsuba, what are you standing here for? I'm not an idiot. Yatsuba raised her hand and declared seriously. The green ribbon on her head shook twice, and seeing this, Sakurai Saki blinked. Could it be that, just like Shinpachi in Gintama, that bunny ear-like accessory was actually her true body? Only idiots claim they aren't idiots. Sakurai Saki stepped out of the elevator and walked straight toward their door. It had been a long time since he had been to the quintuplets' house. Since May, he had been tutoring them in the self-study room of the school library. Then Sakurai-san, are you an idiot? Yatsuba asked, waiting expectantly for his answer. I'm not. Yatsuba's small nose tilted up slightly, and she proudly said, only idiots say they aren't idiots. This was the classic case of turning someone's own words against them. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Yatsuba-san, Balzac once said, the first person to compare women to flowers is a genius. The second is mediocre. The third is an idiot. Do you want to be an idiot or mediocre? Sakurai Saki smiled at her. Can't I be the genius? Also, who's Balzac? The moment you asked that, I already knew you weren't the genius. Sakurai Saki sighed. Don't argue with idiots. They'll drag you down to the same starting line. Then use their wealth of experience to beat you. And don't argue with beautiful young girls. They're the type who never reason. As for ordinary girls, they don't have the capital to be unreasonable. Not enough beauty, not enough talent, not even a decent personality. If they're unreasonable too, no one could possibly like them, except some simp. Stepping into the living room, Sakurai Saki glanced at the side of the tea table. Ichika, Nino, Miku, it's Suki. Why are you all here? The five sisters had gathered together once again. Sakurai Saki didn't pay too much attention to it. He glanced toward Nino and noticed those beautiful eyes staring straight at him, as if they held an entire autumn lake inside, brimming with vague, indescribable emotions. Nino, what is it? Nino, why are you looking at me like that? Sakurai Saki pretended to act calm. But in truth, inside he was still a little flustered. He and Nino had once had physical contact that went far beyond the teacher-student relationship. So to maintain their former state, for Sakurai, it was really difficult. It's nothing, just that. I haven't finished my homework either. Nino raised the summer homework notebook in her hand. Sakurai Saki sat down beside them. Don't tell me all of you haven't finished? Itsuki shook her head. I finished long ago. She came here only because while reviewing ahead, she ran into some difficult parts. So she came to ask a few questions. I'm reading the books for next term. Very good. Sakurai Saki casually praised. Miku acted as if nothing was going on, sitting down right next to Sakurai Saki. Saki-kun, I've also reviewed ahead. Seeing Mika's action, Nino immediately sat down on the other side of Sakurai. Mika, Nino. At this moment, Yatsuba came down from upstairs carrying her homework, glanced at the spot beside Sakurai. Hey, clearly I was the one who called Sakurai-san over. Why are the two best spots taken by my sisters? Yatsuba adorably furrowed her delicate brows. If she wanted to be taught by Sakurai-san, then sitting beside him was the best. Oh well, sitting opposite him wasn't bad either. Ichika sat on the sofa beside the tea table, quietly observing the current situation. Nino is still pressing forward. Wait a sec. Why has Miku joined in too? Ichika secretly marveled. At first she thought the only one who liked Sakurai Saki was Nino, but it turned out Mika did as well. How strange. Clearly Sensei-chan already had a girlfriend, yet her younger sisters were still charging forward like moths to a flame. Could it be that they were all just like herself, waiting for him to break up then seizing the chance to climb up to become the rightful one. All right, let's start studying. Yatsuba, take out your homework. Do it yourself first. If you run into anything you don't know, then ask me. You're not teaching me? Yatsuba was shocked. 112. Do I need to explain word by word to you, even for this kind of problem? Sakurai Saki gave her a glance. Sakurai-kun, why does 1 plus 1 equal 2? Yatsuba had just finished speaking when she realized everyone in the room had gone silent. She reached up and scratched her little head, then gave a silly laugh and lowered her head to start working. Yatsuba, all right then. Nino, do you have any questions? Sakurai Saki turned his head to look at her. It's not easy to say. Let me write it out for you instead. Nakano Nino said as she pulled out a notebook, then flipped to a blank page. Her pen tip slid across the paper. When she finished writing, Sakurai Saki leaned over to take a glance. I like you so much, what should I do? As soon as Sakurai Saki saw those words, his heart began to beat much faster, and when his eyes slowly moved upward, he met Nino's gentle smile, along with her lips silently mouthing, "Shy? This girl really knows what she's doing." Sakurai Saki's face turned red, and he stayed silent without speaking. After a few seconds, he finally whispered, "Switch to the next question. I can't solve this one either." Nino, in extremely good spirits, replied, "It's okay. I already knew the answer anyway." Nino, Chapter 222, 224. Not just one fool, the tutoring session for Yatsuba had cost Sakurai Saki an entire day. Fortunately, the not done yet in her mouth didn't mean completely untouched. Otherwise, Sakurai would probably have slammed the door and left. Shouting out loud, "Can't teach this. I quit." At the start, when he accepted this tutoring job, it was also because he thought, since last year he himself could pass the exam to get into Shuchiin, then the 5 sisters of his family surely wouldn't be so stupid that they couldn't be saved. Otherwise, he would have quit long ago. Although he always called Yatsuba an idiot, deep down Sakurai Saki felt her intelligence was still within the range of ordinary. It's just that sometimes she unconsciously blurted out things without her brain processing them first, coupled with her strong curiosity, a curious baby. In Sakurai's eyes, Yatsuba was exactly that type of person. Today was August 29th. Yesterday, he had nearly finished tutoring Yatsuba. The remaining parts of her homework she would definitely still be able to complete with the help of Itsuki and her other sisters. In the morning, Sakurai Saki rode his bike through the residential area under the early sunlight. Around him were quite a few elderly people waking up early to exercise, taking walks in the small park nearby, and also some newspaper deliverers riding by on bicycles, casually tossing papers into mailboxes. Even though it was a summer morning, the air wasn't particularly stifling. Before the official start of the new school term, the student council had to report back to school a few days early, and on the actual opening day, they still had to give speeches on stage. But that had nothing to do with Sakurai, since anyway Shirogane Miyuki couldn't possibly fall ill again. Giving a speech on stage wasn't really troublesome. If one wanted to feel more relaxed, saying a few meaningless words outside the script wouldn't matter either. Arriving at the student council room, he discovered that today only Shirogane Miyuki was there. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The president Shirogane noticed Sakurai's gaze was somewhat impolite. "Lately you seem to be looking healthier," Sakurai said while glancing at the air conditioner, casually lowering the temperature by 1 degree, then went to sit down on the sofa. Already at school, yet still wanting to save electricity for the school? Sakurai really couldn't understand Shirogane's thinking. Being frugal was a good habit, but being frugal for the public was completely meaningless. It was just like going to work. Working hard only meant working for free for the boss. Only when dazing off or going to the bathroom to enjoy peace salary was it truly earning money. Shinomiya actually got locked up at home the whole summer break. That's really miserable. Shirogane brought up the matter. She has a wealthy family, food and drinks served to her. What more does she need? Sakurai Saki retorted. Though he said that, if he himself were really told to switch identities with Shinomiya Kagaya, he probably wouldn't be happy either. That kind of financial conglomerate, the whole body reeked of rot. Like some old man about to fall into his grave, its rules piled one atop another, and all of them useless. But aside from those things, Sakurai Saki had indeed seen a few beautiful things. For example, Shinomiya Kagaya in a Miko outfit, dancing under the moonlight. A girl who was usually cold toward him, suddenly taking on a shy demeanor and dancing just for him to see. Honestly, that feeling was really wonderful. Don't say it like that. Shinomiya surely must have wanted to have a fun summer vacation too. Shirogane Miyuki said. Her Tanabata night wishes, it seemed, not a single one had come true. Not going to the beach is actually a good thing. Sakurai Saki sighed. Why? In the sea, there might be man-eating sharks or, who knows, getting captured by some strange organization, transformed and growing 3 heads. Sakurai, did you spend your whole summer watching weird movies or something? Shirogane Miyuki paused his pen while writing documents. His trash movie radar quivered slightly. 3-headed shark attack, I think that's what it was called. Sakurai stroked his chin, watching that bunch of actors with their terrible acting, then wondering if, while filming this, they managed to hold back their laughter. That kind of experience is actually pretty interesting. Shirogane Miyuki opened his mouth, but in the end didn't know what to say. He felt that his confidence hobbies were indeed a little strange, really impossible to evaluate. Just what was this guy watching movies for? To observe humankind? Thinking carefully, last semester we said we'd go on a beach vacation, but it didn't happen. The fireworks festival also failed. And besides that, we didn't even experience the test of courage. Shirogane recalled. Huh, so this summer vacation was actually that empty? What did I end up doing during summer vacation? Working to earn money, then it's fine. Shirogane Miyuki earned quite a bit during summer vacation. As for me, I went up the mountain. My house is right near Higashiyama, Kyoto. At first, there was also the kendo club match, so it was fairly complete. After coming back, didn't we still go to the water park together with you and Kei-chan? Sakurai felt the cool air of the air conditioner and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were a lot of men just staring at Kei-chan's body. Fortunately, I was on guard beforehand. Shirogane, Kei-chan is just an ordinary high school girl. Aren't you being overprotective? Sakurai said helplessly. If she has someone she likes, he'll definitely support her. Shirogane, just as he finished speaking, lifted his head and gave Sakurai a profound look. Shirogane, what is it? Nothing. They rested for a while. From outside the door came the sound of footsteps. Yahoo everyone, was your summer vacation fun? Fujiwara Chika pushed the door open, holding up a lady's handbag, her face full of a radiant smile. Chika, why is this person cheerful every single time we meet? Shirogane Miyuki felt a little confused. Then he looked at Chika's face. Suspiciously he said, Secretary Fujiwara, what's wrong with you? What is it? Chika tilted her head. Today she wasn't wearing her uniform. On her head was a sun hat. On her body, a white one-piece dress decorated with a ribbon. And, of course, the symbolic black ribbon on her forehead was by no means missing. Fujiwara Chika could not lose the black ribbon, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Chika, where did you go traveling? Sakurai also asked with concern. It wasn't strange that he hesitated, mainly because Chika had suddenly gotten much darker. Of course, not to the point of becoming Jaru. It's just that, compared to her fair skin before the vacation, now she had tanned quite a bit. England. Family trip. No wonder last time Kei-chan said Chikane is really amazing. Shirogane Miyuki muttered. Back then he had wondered just what was amazing about her. Turns out it was being a little more tanned. Chika noticed that both their gazes were fixed on her face. What is it? Jirogane-kun and then Saki-kun. Why are you two staring at me like that? Nothing. Sakurai didn't mind either. He liked Chika as she usually was, but he also didn't mind if she became Jairu. Secretary Fujiwara, when going out to play, you must be careful to apply sunscreen. Shirogane Miyuki said directly. So that's what you guys were paying attention to? Chika tilted her head. My skin, even if it tans, it'll quickly become fair again. The two of them glanced at each other. Neither seemed to really believe it. All right already, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry and save me. Chika shouted loudly, then pulled a book out of her bag. Chika, summer vacation homework? Shirogane Miyuki was dumbfounded. The day after tomorrow was already the first day of school. Are you serious? Chapter 223, 225. Opening ceremony, how many assignments haven't you finished yet? Sakurai Saki asked. Half. Just a small half. Chika said, eyes dodging, not daring to look into Sakurai's. She tried to whistle, but unfortunately, no sound came out. Chika, superscript 3, really? A bit more than half a small part. HM? Really, just a tiny little bit more? Chika made a hand gesture. Thumb and index finger pinched together, showing a small gap. About this much. One look from Sakurai Saki, and he knew she was lying. He reached for her workbook, but Chika held tightly to the other end, not letting him open it. No. Wasn't it you who asked me for help just now? Sakurai Saki retorted. It's too embarrassing. I won't write anymore. You don't want to be embarrassed, but after the opening ceremony, ITLL be even more embarrassing. And besides, the student council secretary not doing her homework. Are you really going to pull that off? Sakurai Saki tightened his grip. Chika looked at him with pitiful puppy-like eyes. Saki-kun, let me copy, please. Chika, Secretary Fujiwara, homework is something I think you'd better do yourself. Shirogane Miyuki interjected. In your dreams. Sakurai Saki shot her a glance. Evil. Saki-kun, you're evil. Shirogane-kun too. Chika. A few minutes later, Chika was holding her head, silent and not daring to speak. Hateful Saki-kun, daring to knock me on the head. Not even married yet, and already domestic violence. After marriage, what would he dare to do? Chika didn't dare to imagine. With no other choice, Chika obediently sat down to do her homework, mainly because she had traveled with her family for too long, and when she returned, she got absorbed in playing the board game she had secretly bought, so she wasn't in the mood to write homework. But compared to Yatsuba, Chika was still better. Yatsuba had a lot of homework that required Sakurai Saki to teach her, but Chika didn't. Her grades were around above average in the grade. This time bringing the homework over, the bigger reason was to copy. Clearly calling herself a detective, yet relying on petty theft to finish homework. There really wasn't anyone else like that. The opening ceremony speech, Shirogane, what are you planning to say? Sakurai Saki looked at what he was doing. He was writing something. What I'm writing isn't the opening ceremony speech, but content related to the election. Mid-September is the student council election. Mid-December is the cultural festival. School trip seems to be after winter break ends, right? Sakurai Saki followed up. Saki-kun, I don't know how to do this question. Chika suddenly cut into their conversation, pressing herself right against Sakurai Saki. After a whole summer break, without being able to be intimate with Sakurai Saki, now Chika was constantly thinking of ways to make physical contact with him. Chika, let me see. Sakurai still hadn't realized anything unusual. After explaining a question, he noticed that Chika was pressing against him a bit too much. Saki-kun, why didn't you come find me to hang out during summer? Chika, didn't you go traveling? After that you went shopping with Kei-chan several times. I remember one day I asked you to go on a date in Jimbocho, but you refused. Over there it's all bookstores, so boring. Chika wasn't the type to listen to whatever Sakurai said. If the date spot wasn't interesting, then even if she went, she wouldn't be happy. If she wasn't happy, Sakurai wouldn't be happy either. That's what Chika thought. Sitting together in a bookstore, flipping through the same book, then I tell you the story inside. I think that scene is quite beautiful. Now I want to go. Chika suddenly changed her mind. Chika, last time refusing really was stupid of me. Then next time let's go together. There are many bookstores there. Also manga magazines and some old books. After settling the location for their next date, Chika continued her attack. Saki-kun, did you go out with Hayasaka-san? She was a bit busy this summer, so she couldn't. Even during summer, she has to do part-time jobs. The boss at her workplace doesn't have a good temper. Hayes always bullying her. Sakurai Saki spoke roundaboutly, taking a jab at Shinomiya Kagaya. If not for Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakurai would have already been sweet with Ai-chan long ago, even had a few children. Moreover, Lately, AI-chan's other personality rarely appeared, seemingly because much of AI-chan's recent pressure had been relieved, so the Cat 1E-san who existed to ease stress was no longer necessary. Perhaps only when AI-chan's stress built up again would she appear once more. How pitiful. Chika imagined Hayasaka, AI, working hard, and she also felt it wasn't worth it for her. Why doesn't she just change jobs? Sakurai Saki thought. Probably because she's gotten close with her boss, worked there long, feelings grew deep so it's hard to cut ties. So that's how it is. After finishing this topic, the two continued studying. Sitting at the president's seat, Shirogane Miyuki watched the two getting closer and closer until Chika actually sat right on Sakurai Saki's lap. Is this really doing homework? Shirogane, and besides, showing off affection is fine, but could you pick another place? Don't just act like I don't exist. Shirogane Miyuki lightly coughed, reminding them. Only then did Chika snap back, hurriedly moving out of Sakurai Saki's arms, face red, mumbling. The air conditioner's a bit cold. Shirogane Miyuki pretended as if nothing had happened, opened his mouth. The air conditioner really shouldn't be set too low. But what did that excuse have to do with what she had just done? A while later. All the senpai are here already. Oh no, Shinomiya senpai isn't here yet. Ishigami Yu walked into the student council room holding a game console, then pulled a laptop from his backpack. Shirogane senpai, Sakurai senpai, good morning. Good morning. Ishigami, the club budget for the new semester, don't forget to send it to me once you're done, and good morning. Shirogane Miyuki said. Ishigami-kun, you left me out. Chika angrily said. Oya, isn't this Fujiwara-senpai? How come after just one summer break you've gotten so much tanner? Ishigami Yu's face clearly showed amusement. Chika lowered her head and continued doing homework, giving up on humiliating herself further. Chika. She realized she couldn't win against Ishigami Yu in verbal sparring. But if she hit him, it wouldn't be very ladylike. RRR Fujiwara-senpai still hasn't finished her homework? Ishigami Yu chuckled, then noticed Secretary Fujiwara lifting her head, looking at him with an extremely gentle expression. Ishigami, smells dangerous? There's so much data. ID better get to work quickly. Ishigami Yu muttered to himself. And so, the student council room once again fell into silence. September 1st, the opening ceremony. Compared to the first semester, with its comfortable spring, the second semester's heat was truly unbearable, especially in the school auditorium, where the air conditioning wasn't very effective, mainly because there were too many people. Shirogane, can't you hurry it up a little? Sakurai Saki lifted his head, watching Shirogane Miyuki's speech. A moment later, thank you, everyone, that concludes my speech. Shirogane Miyuki slightly bowed, then stepped down from the podium, just when Sakurai Saki thought it was over. The principal walked up. This is truly terrible beyond words. Chapter 224, 226. The student council is about to end 1 week before the student council election began. The student council members needed to finish up what had to be done. This time, for the club budget, I added a little more for Secretary Fujiwara. Shirogane Miyuki said to Sakurai Saki. The two were in the records room. Although this year's cultural festival would likely be arranged by the new student council, the documents and such still needed to be prepared in advance for handover. How much did you add? 2,000 yen. Shirogane Miyuki said with a smile. Are you serious? Sakurai Saki was stunned. If Chika found out about this, she would definitely go all out against him. By the way, because the Kendo Club had won the Jokiryuki Cup, their budget this time was also raised quite a bit. They might be able to replace some of their training equipment. Last time Sakurai was there, he saw a few shurnai that, because of the intensity of practice, were nearly about to break. It had to be said, shurnai were nothing more than several bamboo strips tied together, never something particularly durable. She said a few days ago, anyway, the student council will soon be gone, so she has to quickly take advantage of the last bit of time to get some benefits for her people. Shirogane Miyuki recalled. That's exactly the kind of thing she would say. Sakurai Saki sighed. So that's why I gave her a little more. What? You don't look very pleased. Actually, I don't really mind. In the end, I joined the student council completely because of you. Sakurai Saki said seriously. If you weren't the president, I would have left the student council too. That's kind of touching. Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his nose. I didn't expect you to care for me that much. Shirogane, if it weren't for you doing the work, the student council would be a mess. Sakurai Saki said, then laughed. Just kidding. I almost thought you were serious. Shirogane, you really don't plan to run for re-election? Sakurai Saki lowered his head, flipping through the documents. Last year's Hoshin Festival had been quite an enjoyable event. When I first became student council president, honestly, it was just for the recommendation slot. You know, the student council president of Shuchiin can receive a recommendation letter, and after graduation, you can go anywhere you want, whether it's a prestigious school abroad, or Shuchiin University, or some of Japan's top universities. Basically, it's all selectable. Shirogane Miyuki looked out the window. When he entered the student council, it was thanks to the previous president. That person had changed him a lot. Shirogane Miyuki, as though inheriting a flame, talked with Sakurai, challenged Shinomiya Kagaya, and even saved a Shigami-yu. All of it was because Shirogane Miyuki realized these people were very much like his past self. He wanted to save those who had lost their way. Now everyone had basically been saved, had their own thoughts, freed themselves from their past. Shirogane Miyuki also felt he had no more reason to continue being president. Is it really just because of that? For the most part, yes. Shirogane Miyuki smiled. Kagaya-san said that she'd push you up into the president's seat. Sakurai Saki also smiled. Spare me. Shirogane sighed. A little reluctant to leave, isn't it? This student council room is quite comfortable. If you're no longer president, after school I want to know where to go. Sakurai Saki mused. He really liked the feeling of drinking tea and coffee in the student council room. There, you didn't need to think too much. You all want me to continue as president? Shirogane Miyuki suddenly grew serious. Don't push yourself. Right now, every day you're studying and also working part-time. You're already very tired. Sakurai Saki advised. Actually, I'm still fine. All right, Sakurai, do you want to try being president? Nah, I'm not interested. Sakurai Saki shook his head. Even when it came time to enter university, he could rely on himself to pass. He had that confidence. After taking the documents, the two returned to the student council room. If I become the president, it'll definitely make Saki-kun the vice president. At this moment, Fujiwara Chika was enthusiastically expressing her grand macro plan in the student council room. Chika, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at her exaggerated behavior, then rolled her eyes. If Fujiwara Chika really became the president of Shuchiin's student council, then that scene would be truly terrifying. Fujiwara-senpai also intends to run for president. What an interesting joke, haha. Ishigami-yu burst into laughter. Ishigami, his laughter was very loud. Cough, cough. It took Ishigami a few seconds to restrain himself. He couldn't be blamed for laughing out loud. Because that's Fujiwara Chika. If she became president, would anyone actually vote for her? How rude. At least in the daughter of a politician, matters like elections and such are easy for me. Fujiwara Chika said angrily. Chika, since childhood, having seen and heard in such an environment. Chika was indeed very familiar with this kind of thing. Saki-kun and Shirogane-kun, you two are back. Chika called out in greeting. We got the things already. Sakurai Saki nodded. Shirogane Miyuki also nodded, then went to sit in the president's chair, placing the documents down. He removed the pure gold badge, symbolizing the position of president from his chest, and carefully put it away. Shirogane looked toward everyone. All the belongings have been cleared out, right? He asked. Today was the student council's last working day. The things that needed to be taken have all been taken. Shinomiya Kagaya replied. As for those tea leaves and coffee beans, just leave them for the next student council term. It feels like the year went by so fast. Chika recalled. This time last year, Kagaya-san was still cold and didn't know how to smile. This year, she had already seen Kagaya smile many times. I only joined for half a year, so I don't really have any deep feelings. Ishigami, you put away his game console. Later, since we won't be in the same class anymore, I guess the chances of meeting each other will be much less. Sakurai Saki spoke. There is some reluctance. Shirogane Miyuki replied. Today, the whole student council group had agreed to go to a family restaurant together as a farewell meal. Just as they were preparing to leave, the door was pushed open. Aino Miko entered, holding documents from the disciplinary committee. Senpai, HM? Is everyone preparing to leave? Sakurai Saki smiled and nodded. Yes, our student council term has ended. The student council election is coming soon. I see. Miko handed the documents to Shirogane Miyuki. President Shirogane, these are the daily records of the disciplinary committee. Please look them over. Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki revealed a helpless expression. All right, this girl Aino was overly serious, even a bit rigid. If it were someone else, they probably would have known how to read the situation better. Because at this moment, he was no longer the president. Anyway, school was over, and the student council had already disbanded. All right, senpai. I intend to participate in this election. Miko suddenly spoke. Very good. I support you. Sakurai Saki said gently. Sakurai, Miko-chan becoming president. That sounds quite nice. Chika imagined. Shinomiya Kagaya did not object either. In fact, she preferred Shirogane Miyuki to remain as president, because even now after half a year, she still hadn't been able to surpass him in grades. If he no longer became president and his workload decreased, then wouldn't her revenge become even more distant? Go to do something pointless again. Ishigami, you sneered. If one doesn't run headfirst into blood and bruises, they want no one to give up. What did you say? Miko glared at him. Miko, I said, when you get on stage, don't be so nervous that you can't open your mouth. Otherwise, ITLL be a huge embarrassment. Ishigami, it has nothing to do with you. Miko, the atmosphere between Kohai-kun and Kohai-chan grew cold again. Chapter 225-227. Ishigami, you wants to win Ishigami. Why did you just say those things to Aino? In the family restaurant, student council members sitting together. Miyu-senpai. Aino Miko in both elementary and middle school ran for student council president, but never succeeded. Ishigami, you spoke up. Do you know why? I can roughly guess. Shirogane Miyuki understood his meaning. Although he hadn't interacted much with Aino Miko, Shirogane Miyuki also knew what kind of person she was. Rigid, inflexible, imposing her will on others, yet without the strength to change other people's minds. Isn't failure the natural outcome? Ishigami, you explained. Moreover, she's not good at dealing with crowds. When she gets on stage, she might just stand there frozen for half a day without saying anything. These words, on the surface, sounded like mockery, but thinking carefully, it also seemed like he was worrying about her. Such a troublesome person, Ishigami-kun. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke up. Couldn't he show care for others in a more straightforward way? Her two kohai both had their issues, and neither of them intended to change. Both belonged to the type with stubborn will. In short, I don't want Aino Miko to become president. Ishigami, you concluded. Sakurai Saki took a sip of juice, then spoke. Ishigami, are you sure that Miko herself doesn't know? If you're not the fish, how can you know the joy of the fish? Miko joining the election surely wasn't just on some whim of passion. She's failed that many times already. Could she really be an idiot? Ishigami, you didn't continue. He also realized that arbitrarily denying others was actually quite an arrogant way of thinking. Ishigami, let me ask, what do you plan to do? Shirogane Miyuki propped his chin on his hand, his face serious. Are you planning to run for election? Before Ishigami you could answer, Chika interrupted, her face full of glee. Poo-poo girls get scared when they see Ishigami-kun, some even avoid him. How could they possibly vote for you? Chika, a little omeo for once. Ishigami, you didn't argue back or talk tough. Just like Fujiwara-senpai said, even if I run, ITLL be just like Aino, I won't be acknowledged. So what do you plan to do? Sakurai Saki asked. Senpai, is there anyone here who wants to be president? Ishigami, you said sincerely. They'll take charge of making the videos, organizing data, and writing the speeches. If anyone agrees, they'll help. Facing his request, everyone's expressions were different. Sakurai Saki, I'm not interested. He even thought about helping Miko become president instead. Just earlier, Miko had said that if she became president, she would make him vice president. Of course, Sakurai Saki wasn't after the position, but rather because he wasn't at ease about Miko. This child was too stubborn. But compared to Ishigami Yu's way of doing things, Sakurai Saki preferred a softer approach to change her. Shirogane Miyuki didn't say anything. Fujiwara Chika raised her hand. Can I? Chika, no. Ishigami, you didn't even need to think. He immediately rejected her. Letting Fujiwara-senpai become president would be nothing short of a nightmare. Moo. Fujiwara Chika glared at him angrily, puffing out her cute face. Chika. Then she tugged at the corner of Sakurai Saki's shirt. Saki-kun, he's bullying me. Chika. She looked just like an elementary school kid tattling to the teacher after being bullied. Sakurai Saki gave her a helpless glance, then held her hand. He comforted her. If you become president, you won't have much free time anymore. You might not even have time for club activities. Are you sure you want to do it? Hearing that, Chika shook her head, then forget it. Chika, she didn't feel happy at all. What about Shinomiya-senpai then? Shinomiya Kagaya rested her chin on her right hand, thinking, actually I could run, but the president has to handle quite a lot of things. I feel like it would be very bothersome. That was a lie. In fact, Shinomiya Kagaya was very interested in the position of president. At that time, I could pull Sakurai-san and Miyuki-san into the student council, then dump a pile of work on Sakurai-san, making him too busy to review. When I surpass Sakurai-san, they'll keep piling even more work on Miyuki-san. Kagaya had realized that Sakurai Saki was the greatest obstacle before her, while Shirogane Miyuki needed to be set aside for now. As for why she had to invite Shirogane Miyuki into the student council, it was because if Shirogane Miyuki didn't join, then Sakurai Saki wouldn't join either. Those two, their relationship was so close, it was like they were about to wear the same pair of underwear. With words like that, Ishigami-kun definitely won't let it go so easily. As long as he asked her again, she would directly agree. Shinomiya Kagaya had calculated it this way. Senpai, please run for student council president. This is the one request of my entire life. Ishigami, you pleaded earnestly. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately observed Shirogane Miyuki's expression. Awkward, isn't it? After all, this is a request from Kohai. But Shirogane Miyuki definitely wouldn't agree. According to Shinomiya Kagaya's understanding, this year he would surely give up. He was too exhausted. The job of student council president was truly too busy. He had to both work part-time, study, and shoulder the duties of the president. Every day for Shirogane Miyuki was a non-stop cycle, with no time for rest at all. Shirogane Miyuki showed a pensive look. Seeing that, Shinomiya Kagaya felt even more confident. That's right. Exactly. Refuse him, then he'll naturally accept the request. With a serious face, Shirogane Miyuki said, he'll run. Kagaya, are you out of your mind? Even kindness has its limits, doesn't it? Really? Ishigami, you exclaimed in joyous surprise. After all, it's a request from a Kohai. Shirogane Miyuki smiled. Moreover, Sakurai had also said, if he himself didn't become president, then after school, he wouldn't have anywhere else to go. Every day after school, that 1+ hour in the student council was the rare time Shirogane Miyuki could actually relax, even though every day he had to deal with so many things. But just listening to the laughter and chatter of the student council members made Shirogane Miyuki happy. Shinomiya-senpai, what's wrong with you? Ishigami, you noticed Shinomiya Kagaya's expression looked like she had just swallowed a fly. Shinomiya Kagaya unhappily took a sip of her drink. The way she bit the straw looked exactly like she was dealing with an enemy. Agree to what? I was only hinting, so why did you just agree outright? I'm thinking about how to help Miyuki-san win the election. She smiled as she said it. Miyuki-san? Chika immediately caught the key point. Something about that form of address sounded off. Shinomiya Kagaya explained, well, the president isn't the president anymore now, and besides, we've worked together in the student council for a whole year. We're already friends, aren't we? But when calling Saki-kun Kagaya-san, still says Sakurai-san. Yet you call Shirogane-kun by his given name so familiarly. Chika felt this Kagaya was being a bit flirty. Back then, she herself had hesitated for a long time just to call Sakurai Saki by his name. Calling a boy by his given name like that was seriously super embarrassing. When I look at his face, there's no way I can call his name. Shinomiya Kagaya cast a glance at Sakurai Saki. Just looking at him already made her annoyed. Familia? Try waiting another 100 years. Chapter 226, 228. Swimming lesson on Tuesday. The afternoon PE class was scheduled as swimming. Although Sakurai Saki didn't understand why they still had to swim when autumn was almost here, since the teacher had arranged it that way, he had no other choice. Moreover, swimming class was shared with other classes, boys and girls separated, truly nothing interesting, nothing worth watching. The girls are practicing right next door. Should we go peek at them? Toyosaki Saburo, a classmate of his, looked proper on the outside, but his words were strangely perverted. Sakurai Saki shook his head. I've already been suspended once. If I get caught peeking, I might get expelled. Beside him, Shirogane Miyuki, not in the same class, but taking the same lesson, chimed in. Sakurai, you're not refusing outright? Peeking at girls swimming? Isn't that a pervert's behavior? The school swimsuits seem to be pretty conservative. Toyosaki Saburo rubbed his chin. They're those one-piece school swimsuits. The kind you usually only see in anime. Hiss. Shirogane Miyuki sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. A surge of excitement welled up inside him. Wasn't that a Tsukumizu? Damn it, now I want to see too. Sakurai Saki reminded them. Our school's pool is indoors. If you want to go over to the girls' side, you'd have to leave the changing room, circle around a corridor, and in the process you'd probably be discovered by the girls. At that time, Toyosaki Saburo continued. At that time, it wouldn't just be simple social death. Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki frowned in torment, clutching his forehead. How can we watch girls swimming without being discovered? Was this really necessary? Besides, even if you look, what can you do? It's not like you can touch. Sakurai Saki, the one with a full stomach who doesn't understand the hunger, absolutely couldn't comprehend the wonder of Tsukumizu. Shirogane, it's your turn. Sakurai Saki reminded him. Today they had a swimming test, and results had to be recorded. The last time Shirogane Miyuki invited Sakurai Saki to the water park, part of the reason was to get his help practicing swimming. He couldn't swim, and now he wasn't much better. Umo, just as he responded, the teacher called out, Next, Jirogane-kun. Yes, sir. Shirogane answered loudly. Sakurai Saki looked toward the pool and saw a boy finishing his lap and coming out. Tanuma Tsubasa, Kashiwagi Nagisa's boyfriend, a textbook Yasashii type. Sakurai, what is it? Sakurai Saki saw him walking over and asked back. I saw you guys chatting quite happily just now. What was the topic? Tanuma Tsubasa asked. About how to peek at the girls' swimsuits. Toyosaki Saburo said in a very serious tone. Tanuma Tsubasa's face was full of question marks. Swimsuits? Why would anyone want to see that? Don't you think it's really mysterious? Girls' swimsuits. Tanuma Tsubasa showed an awkward expression. It is kind of mysterious. If it had been before this summer vacation, Tanuma would definitely have been genuinely curious about such things. But over this summer, he had stepped onto the sacred staircase and grown up a lot. So toward these external things, he was no longer that curious. My girlfriend is still over there. Tanuma Tsubasa said, embarrassed. We were only joking around. How could we really go peeking? Besides, with your girlfriend over there, that's even more impossible. Toyosaki Saburo thought he had misunderstood. Huh, just joking? Sakurai Saki had thought it was serious. He had even used today's randomly obtained ability, X-ray vision, to show off a bit. Unfortunately, the scene wasn't as erotic as expected. The sight of girls in swimsuits was just ordinary. At most, only the triangle formed by thighs and stomach and the slightly raised chest were a bit appealing. Right? Speaking of my girlfriend, there's something I'm really curious about. Tanuma Tsubasa revealed a mysterious look. The two immediately became interested. What is it? Tanuma Tsubasa glanced around, confirming no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. I suspect my girlfriend has some issues with her sexual orientation. Sakurai Saki Toyosaki Subiru. Sakurai was the first to react. Issues with her sexual orientation? Isn't she still dating you? That said, it was known that the bisexual rate among women seemed to be higher than men. The possibility that Kashiwagi was like that wasn't low. Don't you guys think Nagisa is overly close with Shijo? Tanuma Tsubasa covered his face, his voice filled with sorrow. I happened to see on the street my girlfriend feeding Shijo food. And on top of that, they were even drinking the same couple's drink. That kind with one cup and a heart-shaped straw. Just after swimming, Shirogane Miyuki ran over, taking in a sharp breath of cold air. Shirogane, why are you sucking in cold air? It's just a little hot. Shirogane Miyuki wiped the water from his head. Not bringing a swim cap today was a hassle, and his hair was rather long, now completely soaked. But you can't really say that just feeding food is strange. Sakurai Saki spoke up. No, that's really strange. Shirogane Miyuki came closer to them. Logically speaking, even if girls have a good relationship, they wouldn't drink a couple's drink. Feeding food could still be excused. Shirogane Miyuki hesitated, finally letting out a sigh. Hayes, find a time to have an honest talk. What if it's because at that place they only had couples drinks, and 2 cups would be too much, so they shared one? That possibility also exists. Stop comforting me. Tanuma Tsubasa buried his face in his hands. Sakurai Saki, why are you guys so pessimistic? Sakurai Saki was dumbfounded. Could it be that after falling in love, not only women become foolish, but men are exactly the same? He recalled the details when being with Hayasaka AI, and realized that he and his girlfriend were nothing like that. Aside from occasionally laughing foolishly while talking endlessly with AI-chan on the phone, Sakurai Saki felt he was still quite normal. Moreover, she going on a date with another girl, isn't that basically a come-out? Shirogane Miyuki analyzed. Could also be shopping for a gift? Sakurai Saki said, I don't remember any special commemorative days recently. Tanuma Tsubasa shook his head. His birthday was during summer vacation on August 25th, and he had already spent that day with his girlfriend. Sakurai, seriously, stop comforting me, just let it go. At this moment, Sakurai Saki suddenly changed his tone. You'd better ask your girlfriend what she thinks about Maki. I don't think this is good. He opened his X-ray ability, glancing at the girls' pool, and discovered Kashiwagi Nagisa hugging Shijo Maki with a face full of embarrassment. His remembering the previous sports festival, Sakurai Saki couldn't help but suspect that Kashiwagi Nagisa was actually Shijo Maki's biggest admirer. Too twisted. Swimming class ended. On the way to the bath, Sakurai Saki sent a message to Shijo Maki. Sakurai, Maki, have you noticed Kashiwagi-san doing anything unusual with you lately? It seems like she likes you. A few seconds later, Shijo Maki, Saki-chan, are you stupid? Nagisa and I have always been like this. Sakurai, he put down his phone, falling into deep thought. After a few seconds, he too sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. What a deep scheme, Kashiwagi-san, that terrifying. Today's battle. Sakurai Saki lost. Unreasonably got scolded by Maki. Chapter 227, 229. The day before the election for the Shuchiin Student Council president. Everything seemed to depend on public opinion, at least on the surface. Breaking news. Strong candidate Hongo Hayato, due to special reasons, cannot participate in the election. What a pity. Sakurai Saki looked at the front-page headline of the latest newspaper issued by the media club, and he frowned. Kagaya-san, this was your doing, wasn't it? Sakurai looked toward a figure in the shadows. Shinomiya Kagaya, daughter of the Shinomiya family, who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. The dark side of Shuchiin was fully revealed in her. To her, Shuchiin was nothing more than a playground. In order to push Shirogane Miyuki to become president, She actually used such vicious methods to force a candidate to withdraw. How outrageous! How insidious! Humph. Friedensting eggs. Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. Kagaya. Humph. The corner of Kagaya's lips curled slightly, her crimson eyes in the darkness flashing with a dangerous light. As long as the result was good, any method could be used. Kagaya-san. Sakurai Saki said seriously. Are you the fly? Huh. Shinomiya Kagaya snapped. It was just an example. An example. Don't you get it? And also, when you just came in, you didn't even turn on the lights. What exactly was that for? At this moment, the two were in the student council room. The tense atmosphere from earlier was completely broken by Kagaya. Don't you think it feels more atmospheric with the lights off? Sakurai Saki rubbed his chin. Sakurai. It felt like a sinister villain manipulating Shuchiin from behind the scenes. Interesting indeed. Shinomiya Kagaya gave him a glance. Then turned on the lights in the student council room. All right, it's bright now. The new student council hadn't been chosen yet, so Kagaya and Shirogane still held the keys. Once the election was over, they would hand them over. After all, Shinomiya Kagaya and Shuchiin could basically do whatever she wanted. Freer than Olaf's are. If Aaron saw Kagaya, he would have to give her a thumbs up and shout freedom. It's daytime outside, isn't it? Why even turn on the lights? Sakurai Saki said as he pulled the curtains open. Then why didn't you pull the curtains just now? Shinomiya Kagaya quickly shifted the responsibility. Then turned the lights off. It's been a while since I had coffee here. Sakurai Saki picked up the brewing tools nearby, preparing to hand brew some coffee. This time the only candidate left is Aino Miko. The corner of Shinomiya Kagaya's lips curved slightly, her voice carrying a bit of delight. Anyway, she's just a little girl who doesn't understand the rules, listing out so many strict regulations. Surely no one will support her. Boys and girls must keep a distance of 50 centimeters. Girls must tie their hair into ponytails. Boys must shave their heads bald. No contraband items allowed in school. Just reading those rules already gave people headaches. Although she had no intention of dating, Kagaya still didn't want her maid and her maid's boyfriend to lose the chance to be intimate at school. Hayasaka AI had to take care of her after school. And if during school hours she still couldn't flirt with her boyfriend, then that was really too pitiful. It's all for you, my beloved maid. Shinomiya Kagaya sighed in her heart. She hoped her maid could feel the care from this kind mistress. Hayasaka, according to the public opinion survey, our support rate is as high as 94. Theoretically, there's no way we can lose. Sakurai Saki focused on the coffee beans in his hand, casually mentioning the number. Don't be too confident. You might suffer a crushing defeat. Shinomiya Kagaya reminded with her words, though in her heart she didn't feel they would lose. While sipping coffee, Sakurai Saki glanced out the window. On the field, the baseball club was practicing. The track and field team was shouting slogans. Kagaya-san, do you still remember Koyasu Tsubame? Yes. What about her? Last time she was quite close with Ishigami-kun. Nothing, I was just looking for a topic to talk to you about, to ease the atmosphere. Sakurai Saki said. He and Kagaya didn't really get along, and when alone, it was rather awkward. Last year when they first met, the atmosphere was even colder than now. Back then she even went so far as to strike Shirogane Miyuki, and that left Sakurai Saki with a rather bad impression, feeling this person was even more arrogant than himself. As someone with a superpower, Sakurai Saki sometimes also felt that he was a notch above others. He knew this wasn't a good habit, and lately he had been trying to change. But back then, Kagaya's temper was something she really didn't hide at all. She didn't even bother to pretend. At the very least, Sakurai Saki on the outside was still a bright and cheerful boy, his private matters aside. He did put on quite a performance outwardly. But Kagaya, forget it. He didn't want to think about her anymore. As if I actually cared that much about her. Sakurai Saki thought to himself. Ishigami-kun will probably only be able to one-sidedly love Koyasu Tsubame until she graduates. Shinomiya Kagaya said bluntly. The other party was the high-ranking flower of the third years, who had already rejected too many people. Many boys only saw her as a trophy to worship. In that situation, the thickness of Koyasu Tsubame's psychological defenses could be easily imagined. That's a bit harsh. Sakurai Saki sighed. Although Ishigami had made some waves at the last sports festival and regained a fair amount of confidence, for him to pursue a girl of that level was hard. Very hard. Ishigami, don't you think so too? Shinomiya Kagaya countered. As she spoke, she raised her coffee cup and took a sip. The other party's skill wasn't bad, almost like Hayasaka Ace. If a kohai close to you suddenly confessed, would you accept? Sakurai Saki asked. No. Then isn't that exactly the same thing? Sakurai Saki set his cup down, rubbing his temples. Ishigami developing feelings for Koyasu Tsubame wasn't actually strange at all. That kohai-kun of his was always starved for affection, and an unexpected gentleness could very easily mislead him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You don't exactly feel like playing matchmaker for them, do you? Shinomiya Kagaya shot him a glance. Sakurai Saki lifted his cup, chuckling a few times. Just as he was about to speak, knock knock. Kumin, Kagaya called out. A few seconds later, the door opened and a short-haired girl walked in. Kagaya-san, how about something? Sakurai-san, you're here too? It was Kashiwagi Nagisa, the only fan of Shijo Maki. Moreover, she was a terribly twisted fan. To be honest, Sakurai Saki really didn't want to talk with her. Perfect. It's even better if there's a boy here. ITLL, make judging the situation easier. I think my boyfriend might be cheating on me. Kagaya, Sakurai. Wait, wasn't this the student council room? Since when did it become a love consultation center? Explain clearly. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately put on a serious face. Kagaya. Cheating? This wasn't a small matter, and Nagisa was also one of her few close friends. Kagaya felt she had to step in and give advice. Last weekend, I saw him eating sweets together with Shirogane-san. And what's more, they even shared a couple's drink. Sakurai. Sakurai Saki's expression instantly turned strange. Why did that sound so familiar? How did you find out? Kagaya pressed further. This wasn't just cheating anymore. There was even the possibility of coming out. I installed a tracking app in his phone. That's how I discovered it. Sakurai. That was outright invasion of privacy, wasn't it? In Sakurai's head, he kept recalling the conversation between Shirogane and Tanuma from earlier. Shirogane. Tanuma. Let's also go check out that shop you mentioned this weekend, in case we misunderstood. Tanuma. All right, let's go on Saturday. Oh, so that's what it was. Chapter 228, 230. Shijo Maki decides to cut off her feelings in the end. Sakurai Saki spoke up to clear his friend's name from the false accusation of cheating. By the way, he also asked about what Kashiwagi Nagisa and Shijo Maki had done and where they had gone last weekend. The answer was, they went to buy an anniversary gift for their 4 months of dating. This left Sakurai Saki with a puzzled expression. This was the first time he learned that even 4 months of dating needed to be celebrated. Truly, such passionate love. In short, the misunderstanding was resolved. But Sakurai Saki still felt that Kashiwagi Nagisa had long since paid attention to Shijo Maki. From a few small details in daily life, this could be seen. Originally, the reason Kashiwagi wanted to get close to Sakurai Saki and build a relationship was actually because he and Shijo Maki, along with Tanuma Tsubasa, had a very good relationship, so good it was a little excessive. A friend of my friend should also be my friend. Perhaps Kashiwagi thought this way, Sakurai Saki guessed. Today was Monday, and Sakurai had to go tutor. Wednesday would be the start of the student council election. But this time the one speaking on stage in support of Shirogane Miyuki would be Shinomiya Kagaya. Her influence in the school was not something Sakurai Saki could compare to. Shinomiya Kagaya was someone with a personality that refused to lose, and while Sakurai Saki also refused to lose. He wouldn't fight over this kind of matter. As for the one speaking in support of Miko-chan, she hadn't asked Sakurai. Otherwise, he definitely would have gone up. Perhaps it would be Osaraji who would help Miko-chan give a speech. This person had not left a good impression on Sakurai Saki. Her inner world felt rather gloomy. The last time in the infirmary they had argued back and forth, But since Miko-chan had been sick, neither Sakurai Saki nor Osaraji Kobachi managed to convince the other. In the library, since it was just the start of the semester and not exam season yet, the number of people coming to read was surprisingly small. In the study room, there wasn't anyone at all. Shijo Maki had to manage the library one day every week, though it was unclear why she had accepted such a troublesome task. From her appearance, she seemed like someone who disliked trouble. Thus, she started complaining, "Why do I have to be your assistant tutor, and without even any pay?" Maki, Sakurai Saki sat together with her at the library manager's desk. The Nakano quintuplets hadn't arrived yet, so the two were sitting and waiting. "Didn't we already make it clear? Well, act as your love advisors. You, in return, help the 5 idiots study. But right now, I just want to study properly." Shijo Maki had completely awakened, realizing that love was only an obstacle. The fact that she hadn't achieved the results she wanted was all because love had ruined it. As long as she stepped onto the path of heartlessness, wielding the sword of heartlessness, severing infatuation, her grades would surely soar. "Really? Fake," Shijo Maki said, then once again revealed her familiar losing dog face, eyes brimming with tears. They already went on a date during summer vacation. Sakurai. That's it. Surely after 2 whole months, a couple in the fiery stage of love would not go on a date, right? Don't you think that kind of secretly observing is very Sakurai Saki searched for the words, perverted? Sorry, that was the only word he could think of to describe it, because Shijo Maki's behavior right now was no different from a stalker. They're in the same class as me, and we often hang out normally. How could I not notice? Shijo Maki replied, adding a little oomph. The twin buns at the back of her head shook slightly, as if showing that their owner was angry. Besides, this lady has such a good relationship with Nagisa. There's no way I could cut ties with her. Shijo Maki continued. Sakurai Saki rolled his eyes. He was sure that if Shijo Maki just told Kashiwagi Nagisa that she wanted to cut ties, and said it was because of Tanuma Tsubasa, then very likely Kashiwagi Nagisa would break up with her boyfriend. No joke. Kashiwagi was well aware of this thought in Maki's heart, which was why she constantly flaunted her love in front of her, teasing her. Truly twisted. To make the girl she liked jealous, Kashiwagi flaunted her love with the boy that girl liked. Huh, Kashiwagi-san, you really are frightening. Haze. Maki sighed. Then she laid her head on the desk, looking like a salted fish who had lost all her dreams. Maki, the last final exam, I couldn't even beat you in Obasama. I guess in this life you'll just have to stay like this forever. She spoke with frustration, although she was originally very confident in herself. Continuous failures had driven her straight down the path of the god of giving up Ishigami-yu. Don't worry, I was defeated by Shinomiya Kagaya for more than half a year, but didn't I eventually surpass her? Thank you for your kind words. Shijo Maki replied, noticing someone coming forward to borrow a book. Maki straightened her chest. Hello, do you need me to help register? It was a junior girl, staring fixedly at Sakurai Saki's face. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki smiled back. A minute later, the registration was done. She kept looking at your face just now, Maki said, then also glanced at Sakurai Saki's face. Somehow, there was nothing worth looking at. Couldn't understand. Maybe because I looked just decent enough. Sakurai Saki said, a humble line. Indeed, on the surface you look like a decent person. Shijo Maki showed no mercy. Maki, has anyone ever told you that your words aren't very pleasant to hear? I did it on purpose. Shijo Maki smiled. Maki, hearing that, Sakurai Saki's face was full of black lines. Thanks a lot. This girl, once she gets upset, her way of retaliating is really childish. Wednesday, the day of the student council president election. In the auditorium, many students sat below, waiting for the candidates to step onto the stage and give their speeches. However, the atmosphere was rather listless. Hardly anyone seemed interested in this matter. Many were whispering in private conversations, and some were even about to doze off. Where's Miko-chan? Why hasn't she come in yet? Sakurai Saki asked. Although there was still some time before it started, There wasn't even a trace of her. No idea. Ishigami, you answered with a slightly cold tone. He wanted to ruthlessly crush Aino Miko, shattering her naive illusions. Sakurai Saki realized this guy was on the verge of going insane. Shinomiya Kagaya and Shirogane Miyuki were preparing their speeches, while Fujiwara Chika was, why was she chatting with Hayasaka AI? Did this person really consider herself a student council member? Sakurai Saki stepped out of the auditorium. He went out through the back door. He glanced around. So you're here, Miko-chan. Sakurai-senpai. Aino Miko lifted her head to look at him, her face full of unease. Miko, nervous? Aino Miko softly said, just thinking about stepping onto the stage, my heart starts beating too fast. Don't worry, just think of them as weeds. After Sakurai Saki finished speaking, he glanced at Osaraji Kobachi. Osaraji-san, the supporting speech later. They'll be counting on you. Sakurai-senpai, aren't you on the rival's side? Osaraji spoke in a calm voice. Whether Shirogane or Miko-chan becomes president, it makes no difference to me. Sakurai Saki answered. Liar. That baseless denial made Sakurai Saki a little annoyed. If you don't believe me, you can find an excuse to withdraw from giving the supporting speech. I can immediately take your place. I won't yield Miko to you. Osaraji Kobachi pushed her glasses slightly. Miko placed her hand on her chest, taking several deep breaths. She was still too nervous. Chapter 229, 231. AI-chan wants to chain her boyfriend in the basement in the school auditorium. Shirogane Miyuki looked at Osaraji Kobachi, standing on the podium, listening to her speech, and couldn't help but frown. It's all about Aino, too bland and powerless. In reality, the students below were more interested in topics related to themselves, and as for Aino Miko, they had no intention of caring. Later on, when there are actual actions compared to empty words, it will be more convincing to others. Moreover, as Shirogane Miyuki clearly understood, no matter how many good words Osaraji Kobachi said about Aino Miko, listing out her strengths, many of those below still wouldn't take it in. Especially the first-year students, many of whom already knew about Aino before, because she had been a disciplinary committee member in middle school, and moreover, her style from elementary school to high school hadn't changed at all. Too stubborn. Also too strong-willed. She refused to change, couldn't tolerate seeing others break the rules that had been set, but rules were, after all, made by people. Sakurai-senpai, could it be that you really betrayed us? Ishigami, you looked over at Sakurai Saki, who was talking with Miko beside him, and muttered. Probably just discovered the reason why Ino is worried. That's all? Shirogane Miyuki said. I know. Sakurai-senpai really cared about her. He even deliberately went out earlier to find her. Ishigami, you knew the reason he did that had nothing to do with romantic feelings between men and women. It was simply caring for a junior. Ishigami understood that very well. Whether it was Shirogane Miyuki or Sakurai Saki, neither of them could stand watching someone lose their way. But that kind gentleness of his will only make Aino sink deeper. Ishigami, you believe that Aino Miko must be crushed once, and then her thoughts reshaped anew. But Sakurai Saki thought instead of slowly melting Miko, making her less stubborn. Aino isn't good at facing situations with a crowd. You'll see in a moment. Miu-senpai, this time we must win. And moreover, we must win thoroughly. Ishigami, you said seriously. He very rarely showed such a serious expression. But this time, he wanted to change Aino Miko. Shirogane Miyuki said nothing. He would not admit defeat. Shinomiya Kagaya and everyone in the student council had put in no small amount of effort for this. He had no reason to let it go. He didn't want to give up either. Shirogane Miyuki noticed the movements of those two were a bit strange. Sakurai-senpai, could I, hug you for a moment? Miko suddenly said. I heard hugging helps reduce nervousness. She added in explanation. Of course you can. Her face flushing red. Miko leaned over slightly and gently hugged Sakurai for a few seconds. Miko Sakurai, after letting go, Aino Miko thanked him. Thank you, senpai. I feel much better now. Don't you want a little more? Is that possible? TCH. Among the students, Hayasaka AI revealed an unhappy expression. Even though she knew her boyfriend really cared about this Kohai-chan, but this kind of thing isn't a bit too much? Hayasaka, loving your cute Kohai is fine, but at least keep some distance for my sake. Even though she knew her boyfriend and Aino Miko had no romantic feelings, Hayasaka AI still felt very displeased. What's wrong, AI-chan? Fujiwara Chika, sitting next to her, asked in a low voice. It wasn't yet time for her group to go on stage, so Chika temporarily didn't need to work. And her job? It was secretly stopping the teachers on the same side as those opposing Shirage and Miyuki, not letting them have a chance to spread words. Because Shirage Miyuki was an impure student, there were quite a few in the academy who opposed him. Called Three People Form a Tiger, at that time when rumors spread, it was very possible some fence-sitters might change their votes. Chika-chan, look, Sakurai-chan is hugging Miko-chan. Really? That's so nice, I want to hug Miko-chan too. Chika showed an admiring look. Miko-chan is super cute. Chika, Hayasaka, aren't you also supposed to like my boyfriend? How can you be so generous? Even though she had already won the love war, AI-chan was always very wary of Fujiwara Chika, as long as there was a chance. Secretary Fujiwara would absolutely never let go of the intent of Nettori. According to what Kaguya-sama had once privately said, Fujiwara Chika was a strange girl who could disregard all means for the sake of men. It wouldn't be surprising for her to do anything. Of course, that was only Kagaya's one-sided words. Hayasaka AI still treated Chika as a friend. At least, on the surface, they were good friends. AI-chan, why do you have that expression? Chika tilted her head, asking in puzzlement. I just realized my own ugly possessiveness. What do you mean? I really want to chain him up. Ayazaka, I whispered. Chain him and lock him in the basement. Otherwise, he would just run around spreading his charm to other girls again. Why couldn't her boyfriend be a bit more aggressive? That kind of cold and fierce look on the outside, but gentle inside, could there be a restriction added? For example, only gentle toward her alone? Gentle guys, it's really hard to coexist with them. AI-chan sighed in her heart. Just a little slip and girls would fall for them. Kaguya-sama was the same last time. After Sakurai Saki took her to see fireworks, Hayasaka AI had realized that in her mistress' eyes looking at him, there was clearly a bit of extra gentleness. It was only for a short time, so Kaguya-sama probably hadn't noticed yet that she had developed some affection for him. After some more time, maybe you'll even have to stop Kaguya-sama from liking Sakurai-chan too. What the hell is this? The prediction from a few months ago, and now it's about to come true. Even though she had emphasized many times to Kaguya that Sakurai Saki was her boyfriend, the fact that Kaguya could actually be moved by him was still something Hayasaka AI never expected. Regret. In short, extreme regret. That day watching the fireworks. Had she known, she should have left Kaguya-sama at home alone. At least there would be one less potential love rival. Phew. Miko nestled into Sakurai Saki's chest, taking a deep breath. On stage, Shinomiya Kaguya's campaign speech was about to end. She was very skillful, and her speech was full of momentum. The data charts prepared by Ishigami listed the achievements Shirage Miyuki had attained the past year, a long string of figures that, when looked at, was indeed very overwhelming. In the end, there was also the pie-in-the-sky promises, such as letting students vote themselves on the destination of the school trip, loosening the makeup rules so girls could have more freedom, and talking a lot about the cultural festival plans. If you're nervous, just look at me, Sakurai Saki suddenly said. Focusing attention could reduce nervousness. Sakurai Saki glanced at the front row, where a familiar face was sitting. That was Miyazaki Kazuki, the one who had been defeated by him in the kendo club, and there were a few other acquaintances nearby. Sakurai Saki intended to go borrow a seat. And while he'll sit in the front row, you just need to look at me and speak. Yes, senpai. Miko nodded. If she only had a look at Sakurai senpai, she felt she could do it. And also, if anyone refutes you, then just refute them back. Use the momentum you had when catching people violating the school rules at the gate to deal with it. But Sakurai Saki smiled and said, just imagine all of them are your Hayasaka senpai. Wouldn't you immediately get angry? Aino Miko nodded firmly. UMU. Anyone who refuted her opinion. They were all Hayasaka senpai. Miko. Chapter 232. Miko-chan's war of words. Aino Miko stepped onto the stage with somewhat heavy footsteps. From under the platform, nearly all the students turned their eyes toward her. As the first student council president candidate to give a speech, everyone was still willing to listen to what Miko-chan had to say. However, among these people, not a few had rather poor impressions of her. It made sense normally. Miko-chan appeared at places like the school gate in the morning or in the courtyard during lunch breaks or after class, doing her job as a disciplinary committee member. In the disciplinary committee, it seemed like she was the only one who took things seriously. The other committee members were all rather lenient, some even leading the way in not following school rules. This was a place full of rich kids who on the surface acted polite, but the number of students who had been scolded by Miko-chan wasn't small. What's that saying again? Karma comes around. The atmosphere was cold, the entire auditorium quiet enough that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone is just waiting to see me embarrass myself, aren't they? Aino Miko stood at the podium, looking down at the hundreds of students below, and in an instant she felt breathing itself become difficult. As expected, she still hadn't overcome her stage fright. So many people. Aino Miko held her script, timidly glancing down at the crowd below. She opened her mouth, intending to introduce herself, but found she couldn't get a single word out. From below came the sounds of whispering, mixed with a few stifled chuckles. That only made Aino Miko's situation even worse. More than 10 seconds passed. Miko came back to her senses. She suddenly remembered Sakurai Saki's words from earlier, then lowered her gaze. Sakurai senpai. She couldn't give up. She had to speak. She couldn't let senpai down. Beside them, Ishigami Yu and Shirogane Miyuki looked at Aino Miko, standing frozen in place, each with a different expression. Shirogane Miyuki somewhat wanted to step in to help. Ishigami Yu, on the other hand, looked like Aizen, as if everything was within his control. As expected, it turned out like this. Clearly she knows she's not good at this, yet still forced herself to do it. Ending up like this is perfectly normal, isn't it? But those who work hard shouldn't be ridiculed. Even if you don't acknowledge her, at least listen to her finish speaking before denying her. Right? This school really was full of trash. Shirogane Miyuki couldn't quite stand it anymore. He stepped forward, intending to go help Aino Miko. Just then, Shinomiya Kagayu had just finished her own speech and stepped out for a drink of water. Walked over. Miyuki-san, are you planning to do something unnecessary? Sorry, I don't deny your way of helping others, but I think it's unnecessary for you to go up there. Aino Miko has already regained her composure. Shinomiya Kagayu looked toward the girl on stage. Miko-chan's eyes were gradually becoming resolute. Trust your juniors and friends a little more, Shinomiya Kagayu said, then turned her gaze toward Ishigami Yu. Ishigami-kun, your expression is rather interesting. I didn't expect she could do this on her own. No, that's not it. Ishigami Yu's eyes suddenly sharpened, realizing that while Aino Miko outwardly seemed to be looking at the audience, in truth her entire focus was fixed on a single person. That person was Sakurai Saki, sitting in the front row. So that's how it is. As long as Aino focuses on one person, she won't feel nervous anymore. Even if it was only a temporary solution, it was still a good method. Onto the stage. Sakurai, don't you see that junior girl is looking at me? Miyazaki Kazuki said quietly. Miyazaki, Sakurai, maybe. Sakurai Saki didn't bluntly point out that the guy was just daydreaming. Miko-chan might be easy to coax, praise her a few words, and shed float to the clouds, but there was no way she'd ever spare a glance at someone like him. But I really feel like she's looking at me. I don't think she's paying you any attention at all. I think I look pretty decent myself. So why hasn't a single girl ever confessed to me? Miyazaki Kazuki rubbed his chin as he spoke. I think men should be a little gentler. even though Sakurai Saki felt he wasn't qualified to say this. In the past, he had used fists, kicks, and harsh words on girls more than once. The first time he met Hayasaka Ai, Sakurai Saki had outright cursed at her. That their relationship later improved was completely thanks to Hayasaka Ai's endurance. Many times, he suspected his girlfriend might be a masochist. You have the right to say that? Damn it. You and gentleness don't have a damn thing to do with each other. Got it. Back in the summer when I practiced kendo with you, I got injured. It still hurts now, damn it. Miyazaki Kazuki rubbed his neck. His throat had once been pierced by Sakurai Saki's strike. That blow nearly sent him straight to God. Come on, we're brothers. Don't sweat the small stuff. Sakurai Saki said with a goofy grin. If I weren't weaker than you, I'd have pinned you to the ground already. Just now you even tried to steal my seat, when clearly there was an empty one right next to it. Miyazaki Kazuki ground his teeth. Sorry, I don't accept guys. Sakurai Saki refused. I didn't mean it that way. Miyazaki Kazuki scratched his head in frustration. On stage, Miko began talking about the regulations, one of which proposed that all male students must shave their heads bald. Shave heads? Miyazaki Kazuki frowned. Miyazaki, let me tell you a way to get a girl's attention. Sakurai Saki suddenly spoke. Next time you meet a girl you like, you can use this method. What method? Miyazaki Kazuki asked without suspicion. The one across from him now already had a girlfriend, and she was one of Shuchiin's top beauties. A pose. Sakurai Saki's face was full of seriousness. Not looking like a joke at all. What do you mean? For example, right now, that girl up there is talking about shaving heads. So you must oppose shaving heads. Hurry, it's a golden opportunity, try it. I guarantee you'll get a reaction from a girl. Sakurai Saki said. But I'm not interested in Aino Miko. Practice first, understand? Got it. Miyazaki Kazuki nodded, then suddenly shouted, What era are we living in? And you're still talking about shaving heads. What good is that? Sakurai Saki nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now there's a sandbag to work off on. Miko-chan, do your best. Sakurai to Miko. Miyazaki truly was a Shinjin Ryu fighter known for his booming voice. That shout was deafening. Senpai over there, do you even know what brand image means? The reputation of our Shuchiin has been declining year after year. Outsiders all think we're just a bunch of spoiled rich brats. What the hell? That's got to do with me. You say all this stuff, who the hell even understands? Miyazaki Kazuki wasn't very quick-witted. He really didn't get it. They're actually arguing now. Shirogane Miyuki twitched at the corner of his mouth. And it seemed this wasn't going to stop anytime soon. The speech has turned into a debate. Ishigami was dumbfounded as well. Moreover, not just the first one, but more and more people were joining the discussion. Was Aino planning to verbally battle all of them? What she's saying isn't wrong. In recent years, because of disciplinary issues, the neighborhood association refused to grant night permits, which made it impossible to hold evening activities at the cultural festival, limiting the festival night hours to before 8 p.m. Shinomiya Kage rested her right hand under her chin, showing interest. She had realized that the one who just made Miyazaki Kazuki speak out was Sakurai Saki, actually helping the opponent set up tactics. Let's see how you explain yourself later. Kagaya was a little angry. Chapter 231, 233. Kagaya. Compensate me lost. Miko looked at the voting results, her face showing clear despair. Losing wasn't a big deal, since this wasn't the first time she had failed. But this time, Sakurai-senpai had given her so much encouragement, yet she still couldn't win the position of student council president. If President Shirogane continued his term, then Sakurai-senpai definitely wouldn't be able to become vice president. Such a pity. Just lost by a few dozen votes. You did really well already, Miko-chan. Sakurai Saki had just finished cleaning up in the auditorium. The first thing to do after the new student council was established was to rearrange the seats in the hall. It became a little late. At this point, the number of people here looking at the voting results had decreased significantly, but still didn't get chosen. Aino Miko said dejectedly, Unwilling? Then try harder next year. Sakurai Saki patted her head. Failing once is nothing, don't dwell on it. Even now, I still haven't beaten Shirogane for the top rank of the year. But see, I'm still living happily, right? Miko-chan, you're way better than me. Always ranked first in the grade. Hearing this, Aino Miko lightly nodded. Sakurai Saki chatted with Miko for a while, then left. As soon as he stepped out of the school building, barely a few steps away, he saw Shinomiya Kagaya standing with arms crossed, her face full of displeasure. "What's the matter, Kagaya-san?" Sakurai Saki tilted his head and asked. "What's with that expression? Like she had just seen her father's murderer. Did I do something bad? Let's talk somewhere else." A few minutes later, in a dark room, Sakurai Saki was pressed against the door by Shinomiya Kagaya. "Kagaya, Sakurai." That. Sakurai Saki realized the distance between the two of them was far too close, to the point he could smell the faint fragrance from her. In addition, he could also feel her hot breath brushing against his face. But right now, in those crimson eyes of hers, there was only rage, clearly not letting any words sink in. "What the hell were you doing during the election just now?" Shinomiya Kagaya gnashed her teeth, saying, "Do you know that in order to win this election, I went several days without sleep? Do you know? I stayed up 3 nights in a row. I bribed the election committee, used all kinds of underhanded tricks to eliminate competitors. I even pulled in several clubs to band together and vote. Do you know how exhausted I am?" In the end, the difference was only 50 votes. It was obvious we could just let Aino Miko die on her own. Yet you just had to interfere and do those unnecessary things. Did you ever think about my feelings? Or about Ishigami-kun, Fujiwara-san, and even the president? They also put in so much effort. But you didn't think about any of that. You only cared about showing off yourself. Sakurai Saki was at a loss for words. He only felt that Shinomiya Kagaya truly lived up to the name Shinomiya. Indeed, a wicked woman, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. What? Nothing to say anymore? Shinomiya Kagaya grabbed his collar, pulling his face close to hers. In those crimson eyes was a dangerous aura. Acting cool in front of your junior feels good, doesn't it? Did you think about Hayasaka's feelings? Sakurai Saki, dragging me into a small room like this, I feel that's already crossing the line. He reminded her, "We're alone together right now. So what? There are some things I can only say to you in private." Shinomiya Kagaya still hadn't realized the issue. "In a place where my girlfriend can't see, pressing yourself so close to me, Kagaya-san, please at least consider AI-chan's feelings a little." The moment Sakurai Saki finished speaking, Shinomiya Kagaya's delicate, pretty face flushed red visibly. "That, I didn't mean to." Kagaya forcefully shoved Sakurai Saki away. "Kagaya." Sakurai straightened his collar that had been pulled askew by her. "It's fine. I know you don't have the slightest bit of affection for me, so I won't misunderstand. You can be 1000% assured of that." Sakurai had absolutely no guard against Shinomiya Kagaya in matters of romance. To him, Kagaya, in this lifetime, surely would never like him. Every time the two of them talked, aside from sarcasm and mockery, there was almost no serious exchange at all. If under such circumstances Shinomiya Kagaya could actually like him, Sakurai Saki felt he might as well try giving up his superpower to climb the Himalayas on foot. The probability of success there might even be higher than that. "What kind of delusion are you having?" Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at him. Her heart was beating a little faster, but that was definitely just from anger, right? She lightly placed her hand on her chest to calm her emotions. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" "Compensate? I put in all that effort, almost went to waste, and you're not going to reflect on yourself? All right." Sakurai Saki also felt there was some logic to that. After all, Shinomiya Kagaya had secretly helped Shirogane a lot, although he had a feeling most of it was because she didn't want to lose. This girl, once she decided to do something, would almost never give up and would keep pushing until the end. That was probably one of her few merits. "I want to watch a movie. It's a romance film coming out next weekend." "Then go watch it with AI-chan. She wouldn't refuse you." Two girls going to watch a romance film together. Isn't that weird? And you going to watch it with your friend's boyfriend. Isn't that even weirder? Oh, right. Shinomiya Kagaya thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. Then the three of us can go together. Sakurai, are you out of your mind? If AI-chan agrees, it'll go. It was obvious Shinomiya Kagaya really just wanted to watch the movie. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blurted out such absurd words. Clearly, she was very smart when it came to academics. Yet at times, she could be foolish to the point of being endearing. Leaving Shinomiya Kagaya's darkroom, Sakurai Saki found Shirogane Miyuki, and the two were preparing to head to the student council room. Sakurai, you're here? At the foot of the school building, Shirogane Miyuki greeted him. Did you just invite Miko? He happened to catch a glimpse. Aino agreed to take the auditor position, but the look in her eyes towards me didn't seem very friendly. Did I do something to upset her? Probably just because she's not convinced. Sakurai Saki replied. My speech just now was full of momentum, right? The two changed shoes, getting ready to go upstairs. As expected, you're always good at that. At least in front of crowds you're perfect, but in private, you're no different from a useless guy who doesn't even resemble a normal human. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Shirogane Miyuki was helpless. I taught you singing, volleyball, swimming. What's wrong with me saying that? Sakurai Saki shot him a glance. This guy really had no self-awareness at all. Shirogane changed the subject. The relationship between Aino and Ishigami isn't good. The atmosphere in the student council might be awful. But just now, when I suggested inviting Aino Miko into the council, Ishigami didn't object. No matter how bad it gets, it can't be worse than last year, right? Hearing this, Shirogane Miyuki recalled last year. Back then, Shinomiya Kagaya was still like an ice block. You're right, I'm probably overthinking it. Chapter 232, 234. The path to the future. The atmosphere of the new student council was even worse than what Shirogane Miyuki had imagined. Kohai-kun and Kohai-chan couldn't stand the sight of each other. Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya didn't like each other either, and only Shirogane was stuck in the middle, caught in a dilemma. As for Secretary Fujiwara, being the embodiment of chaos, there was hardly a need to even bring her up. Speaking of which, next week is the three-party meeting, isn't it? Shirogane Miyuki brought up the topic, causing the frozen air around them to stir once again. We're about to enter our third year. It's about time to start thinking about our future paths. Sakurai Saki spoke while playing a game with Ishigami-yu. They were using a console in the student council room, connected to the TV screen as an external display. Miyu-senpai, I've been troubled recently. Ishigami-yu said with a listless tone. I don't know whether I should continue studying or just be a useless bum. It's really tough. Ishigami, hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki opened his mouth, but couldn't come up with anything to say. So Ishigami-kun's dream is to become an NET. Huh? Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth, mocking. Of course, I'm not saying that dream is bad. It's just... Chika, Ishigami-yu turned and glared at her. Ishigami, Fujiwara-senpai, do you have a problem with my dream? Huh. Being an NET won't trouble anyone. I can live alone with pride. That's a hero. A hero. Don't you get it? You even said the word hero. Ishigami-kun, you really are such a chinibu. No restraints means no weakness. One must be protected. In other words, is a weakness. Because you have weakness, you fail. That's why someone with no weakness, nothing to protect, no ties to anyone, is the strongest. Ishigami, you said every word with dead seriousness. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki glanced at him. Isn't that Hachiman's line? Isvigami-kun. You've memorized it well. As expected of someone who could empathize with Hikigaya Hachiman. Their past felt quite similar. Both had been hurt by girls. Luckily, Ishigami-kun had never confessed and gotten rejected, nor did he like this self-destructive approach. Isvigami-kun. Aren't you just reciting lines from a light novel? The one who spoke was none other than Aino Miko. She was working on checking the books as an auditor, which meant double-checking the data for Ishigami-yu. You know that? Ishigami-yu had thought she was the serious bookworm type, the diligent study-loving girl. After all, Aino Miko was a top student, and back in middle school, she had never shown any sign of interest in the 2D world. He never expected she read Oreguru. Could you not look at me with those eyes like, oh, You're a fellow Taoist. It's disgusting. Miko glared at him. Today, Aino Miko was brimming with a sharp-tongued aura. The main reason was that she was disappointed in the student council. What had Aino Miko seen in the few days since joining? First, Fujiwara Chika hugging Sakurai Saki. Second, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki constantly mocking each other. Third, Sakurai Saki and Ishigami you playing games together. And this was supposed to be the sacred student council? Aino Miko resolved to straighten out this chaos. And another thing, Ishigami, why did you drag Sakurai-senpai into playing games with you? Sakurai-senpai likes playing too. Ishigami you turned back, only to realize that while he was talking, Sakurai Saki had secretly thrown several punches at his in-game character. No martial virtue. Sakurai-senpai actually dared to sneak attack, deceiving, cheating a youth like him. It's only because you invited him that Sakurai-senpai reluctantly agreed. Ishigami, you should have some self-awareness, okay? In Aino Mika's heart, her trust in Sakurai Saki was absolute. This is blatant discrimination. Sakurai-senpai, stop sneak attacking. At this moment, Ishigami was being attacked both inside and outside. His mouth was being lectured by Aino Miko, while in the game, he was being tortured by Sakurai Saki. So annoying. Shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Aino Miko replied coldly. Hearing that, Ishigami immediately showed a face as if he wanted to die. Wouldn't it be better if I just died already? Don't. Finish this match first. Sakurai Saki controlled his character, landing the final kick. Ishigami, heavily injured, collapsed and couldn't get up. Round 2. Is this Sakurai-san's character? Shinomiya Kagaya stepped forward. A sword-wielding character, named Tachibana Yukio. Sakurai Saki replied, a sword against someone who uses fists. Isn't this game unfair? Shinomiya Kagaya rested her chin on her hand, thinking, the range and strength in a game are different from real life. Longer reach usually has more openings. Ishigami explained, it's just a game, Shinomiya-senpai. Sakurai Saki handed the controller to Kagaya. Want to try? Kagaya nodded. Seeing Kagaya lose the first round, Sakurai Saki patted Ishigami's shoulder, signaling him to go easy. Otherwise, Ishigami's life might be no different from a candle before the wind, probably not lasting through tonight. At this moment, Ishigami suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and for some reason the controller in his hands wasn't listening to him. This is the voice in the heart. Ishigami, do you want to be a hero for a moment? Or a coward for life? It's just Shinomiya-senpai. Are you planning to throw the match? No, be a hero. Fight against the injustice of capitalism. Ishigami, Shinomiya-senpai, you're really good. Ishigami watched his character get defeated, showing a bright smile. Ishigami, of course. I'm from the Shinomiya family. These trivial fighting games. Shinomiya Kagaya completely failed to realize that Ishigami was going easy. No, it should be said completely going easy. Right now, he and she were no different from playing shogi while missing 7 or 8 pieces. Why not 5 pieces? Because with only 5 missing, Ishigami, you could never lose to a beginner. Looking at Kagaya's smile and Ishigami's forced smile, Sakurai Saki's lips also curved up slightly. He loved seeing this scene the most. It could only be said that, in the past half-year, although Sakurai's personality had become more gentle, his nature of seeking amusement hadn't lessened in the slightest. Shirogane, have you thought about your future path? Sakurai Saki asked. I haven't really decided yet. Shirogane Miyuki put down the pen in his hand and began to think. In fact, with a recommendation letter from Shuchiin, he could easily get into Todai, University of Tokyo. What about you? Todai or Kyoto University? Sakurai Saki thought. Todai went without saying. As for Kyoto, it was because it was closer to home. And what about Secretary Fujiwara? Become Prime Minister? Chika said seriously. The student council room immediately fell into silence. Are you joking? Doesn't feel like it. Secretary Fujiwara could totally do it. A female prime minister, that's not a bad dream either. Oomph. Such a possibility doesn't exist in this world. Ishigami, you muttered mockingly. Fujiwara-senpai, I support you. Miko, whose dream was to become a judge in the future, spoke up. Fujiwara Chika looked left and right. Why does everyone think it's real? Chika, if you really want it, I'll do my best to help you. Sakurai Saki looked straight into her face. The earliest would be tomorrow, the latest 3 years later. There would be no such thing as after 3 years. Then another 3 years. The promise of an Esper was very real. I was just joking. Chika felt a little scared. Not because she was afraid she couldn't become prime minister, but because she feared she might drown in power and lose herself. Chika had always carried an inexplicable confidence. Chapter 233, 235, AI-chan, Kagaya-sama-yu. Lately, Hayasaka AI noticed that her Oju-sama, Shinomiya Kagaya, was acting a little strange. The way she had been looking at her these past few days was very odd, like a child who had done something wrong but didn't dare to say it out loud. But Shinomiya Kagaya was never able to hide the thoughts in her heart. Ever since joining the student council, her personality had softened. Every emotion was written clearly on her face, easy to read. When happy, the corners of her lips would unconsciously curl up. When sad, tears couldn't be held back. When angry, her poisonous tongue would lash out, and she would return to her old Ice Kagaya style. She should be acting more normal than this. Ayazaka, I sighed inwardly. Just who had changed her? Well, that boyfriend Koen, and also President Shirogane. Both of them had to take responsibility. Kagaya-sama, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? In the end, Hayasaka AI couldn't hold it in anymore. Sitting in front of her, Shinomiya Kagaya lifted her head from the smartphone she was using to chat with the student council members. Hayasaka, what did you just say? Ever since switching to a smartphone, Kagaya had quickly become a skilled net surfer. She even slipped into forums, learning all sorts of debate tricks, preparing them to use when arguing with Sakurai Saki. Of course, she never went so far as to dig up info or attack anyone in real life. Kagaya still drew a clear line between the virtual world and reality. But that feeling of wearing a mask, escaping the shackles of the Shinomiya family, and running wild online had become an addiction. Normally, Kagaya was bound by heavy chains, but on the internet, it was like stripping off all her clothes, feeling free and strangely light. Getting lost in the internet was completely understandable. If she didn't still have that bit of pride pushing her to beat Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki in academics, she might have already given up and turned into a total net junkie. I'll ask again, Kagaya-sama, what are you hiding from me? Hayasaka, Kagaya, Kama. Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes immediately darted away, clearly flustered. Hayasaka, you really love to joke. How could I possibly do anything behind your back, especially anything related to Sakurai-san? Kagaya, got it, you confessed on your own. Hayasaka, AI, stopped the recording on her phone. Kaguya-sama, your lying skills have gotten so bad lately. What are you doing? Don't look Oma. Kagaya, how could I possibly do anything behind your back, especially anything related to Sakurai-san? Hayasaka played back the recording. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately covered her face with both hands. In truth, she had already been planning to just ignore that compensation with Sakurai Saki. At the time, Kagaya hadn't thought too much about it, just saw the three of them go to see a movie together as normal, plus she really wanted to see that film. But later she realized she had secretly hidden it from Hayasaka, going on a vague date with Sakurai Saki without her knowing. That alone was already totally out of line. All right, I promised Sakurai-san to go see a movie this weekend. Kagaya had only said halfway when she noticed her maid's expression had turned frightening. Hayasaka. This was the first time she had ever seen Hayasaka, AI, visibly angry. Of course, it's not just the two of us. I said you'd be coming too. Kagaya quickly jumped up, rushing to her maid's side. She waved her hands in explanation. And only after Hayasaka's expression gradually returned to normal did Kagaya let out a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. It felt like Hayasaka was about to kill me. Was it just an illusion? That was dangerous. I almost wanted to stab Kage-sama just now. I mustn't do that. That would make me a bad maid. AI-chan also secretly sighed in relief in her heart. Right after that, Kagaya explained everything about that day in detail. I've actually never been to the theater before. Shinomiya Kagaya lowered her voice, sounding a little sad. Since you said it like that, how could I refuse? Hayasaka, AI, had no choice but to give in. What else could she do? The promise was already made, and it wasn't the first time the three of them had gone out together. Plus, Kagaya was showing such a disappointed face. But it feels more like Kagaya-sama is acting. Hayasaka, AI, told herself. We're just going out to play. Don't worry, Hayasaka, we're like sisters. Borrowing your boyfriend for a little bit isn't a big deal, right? It's just going out for a meal, and you're asking why? Hayasaka, that's terrible. Boys don't like girlfriends who get jealous. Situations like these would surely be endless in the future. I must have hidden it perfectly. Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka from the corner of her eye. She really, truly was just curious because she had never been to the theater before, and who she went with didn't matter at all. On Saturday, Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika had arranged to hang out in Jinbocho. Sunday would be the movie outing with Shinomiya Kagaya and his girlfriend. The area centered around the Jinbocho intersection, stretching from JR Sudobashi Station up north to Achinamazu Station and extending east to JR Kanda Station, contained more than 180 bookstores. This place was known as the largest second-hand book district in the world. There was almost no book you couldn't find here. In front of Jinbocho Station, Sakurai Saki glanced at the time on his phone. He had arrived early. When going out with a girl, a boy should absolutely never make her wait. Girls going out had to pick clothes, put on makeup, and prepare all sorts of things, while all he needed to do was wash his face and leave. Besides, waiting for a girl was also a form of gentlemanly conduct. Saki-kun. Hearing that familiar, lively voice, Sakurai Saki looked up and saw the girl stepping out of the station. It was autumn. Mid-October was no longer hot. The weather was cooling, and the girls were dressing more modestly. Chika was wearing a long white dress with a long-sleeved pink cardigan over it. Her style was irresistibly cute. Meanwhile, Sakurai Saki wore only simple khaki pants and a black varsity jacket. "Let's go," Chika said, then slipped her arm through his. The two walked together toward Jinbocho's book district. Today was October 8th, a beautiful sunny day. On the street, they looked no different from an ordinary couple, except both of them stood out far too much in appearance. Standing at a traffic light, Sakurai Saki observed the crowd across. A few young men joking around, a few housewives, and some elderly men walking their dogs. After walking more than 10 minutes, the two chose a bookstore. The first floor had no air conditioning, so they went down to the basement. There were fewer people below, with a spacious and pleasantly cool atmosphere. They found an empty corner and began browsing. Here, everything was second-hand books, each with a yellowed price label attached. The labels, marked with clear prices, gave the whole place a faint air of money. To be honest, normally no boy would take his girlfriend to a bookstore on the weekend. And Fujiwara Chika wasn't the type of girl particularly into literature. So Sakurai Saki didn't pick out any poetry for her. There were plenty of other genres here. "Chika, do you usually read books?" Sakurai Saki asked, seeing her flipping through some classics. Something like Gitanjali? Chika casually picked up a poetry collection by Rabindranath Tagore, an Indian poet. "Planning to cram all at once?" Sakurai Saki laughed at her. Maybe we should look at something else," Chika said, putting the book back. Sakurai glanced over the shelves and finally picked something more interesting. "The Little Prince, Japanese edition. Have you ever read it?" Chika shook her head. As a child, she had been too absorbed in piano practice, rarely reading books. "Come sit here." Sakurai sat down on the floor, patting his thigh. Chika glanced around carefully. Making sure no one was paying attention, she leaned gently into his arms. "It's clearly not that cool in here, but somehow it feels strangely comfortable." After a brief moment of quiet, Sakurai began to read. Once when I was 6 years old, in the bookstore, his gentle voice flowed steadily like a stream for a long while. Chapter 234, 236. Tokyo is really small after finishing the book. Sakurai Saki brought it to the counter and bought it right away. Chika, while listening, had unknowingly fallen asleep. Saki simply held her quietly in his arms, reading through the whole morning. The girl carried a faint, gentle fragrance. Aside from being a little warm in summer, holding her felt very comfortable. Sorry I accidentally fell asleep. Chika mumbled in explanation. Clearly, the atmosphere just now had been very soothing, but after listening to his voice for so long, she naturally felt sleepy. It's fine. By noon, Sakurai Saki planned to take Chika to the cafe where he used to work part-time. His coffee brewing skills were all learned from the owner there, a very kind man. Location: Nakano Ward. In front of a delicately decorated cafe. This is the place. Chika looked quite curious about the cafe where Sakurai Saki had once worked part-time. The door was pushed open. Sakurai Saki suddenly froze in place. Welcome, dear customer. A faint, listless greeting echoed inside the cafe. Chika glanced over and, seeing him remain motionless, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Sakurai rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing things. "Aki, what are you doing here?" A blonde angel rubbed her head, her face weary, asking. "Gabriel." It was obvious she'd been grinding for several nights in a row without sleep. Only thanks to Gabriel's strong body had she not collapsed yet. If it had been a normal person, they might have already dropped dead. "This is the place I used to work part-time." Sakurai sighed and stepped inside. What rotten luck. Taking a girl out on a date, only to run into this game-addicted angel. Then again, this was Nakano Ward, not far from Gabriel's apartment, so running into her here wasn't strange at all. And that part-time job Gabriel had mentioned before turned out to be cafe staff? Makun. Did you meet a classmate? The kind voice of the cafe owner came from behind the counter. "Owner, it's me," Sakurai replied. Then he walked fully inside. Fujiwara Chika sneaked a few glances at Gabriel. So cute. She feels no less cute than Miko-chan. Moreover, judging by their conversation just now, this girl must be a friend of Saki-kun. "Hello." "Hello." Gabriel answered briefly. Their very first exchange, surprisingly short. "Sakurai-kun, did you bring a friend today?" "Yes." Sakurai nodded, saying, "It's been a long time since I had the owner's blend coffee." Hearing that, the owner smiled faintly, feeling a touch of pride inside. In truth, he had a particular faith in the blend coffee he brewed with his own hands. "2 cups of blend coffee?" the owner asked. Sakurai Saki nodded. "Chika, come here." He called out to the door, where Fujiwara Chika was still staring at Gabriel, then sat down on the chair beside him. Today was Saturday, but aside from him, there wasn't a single other customer in the cafe. Maybe it was the time of day. Sakurai recalled the days he used to work here. Well, truthfully, there were never that many customers to begin with. But the owner's skills were truly outstanding, and the coffee beans were of excellent quality. It was just a pity about the scarce number of customers. Sakurai had really liked the quiet working environment, so back then he had come almost every weekend to help out. He just hadn't expected that after he quit. The one to replace him would be Gabriel. After sitting down, Chika glanced at Gabriel not far away, then softly asked, "That cute girl, is she your friend, Saki-kun?" "Her name is Gabriel, a friend I met online. She studies at Mutant High, just nearby," Sakurai answered. As for Gabriel being an angel, best not to let Chika know. It wasn't necessary, and it might even make her jealous. Chika was usually a little airhead, but when it came to matters like this, she was extremely sensitive. "Oh, you two seem pretty close." Chika probed subtly. "Chika, do you think I'd be interested in a game addict like that? Look at her dark circles. She's about to turn into a panda." Sakurai chuckled, teasing. "Pandas are cute. I really like pandas." Chika replied, her thoughts jumping instantly in another direction. It was unclear whether she was truly being carefree or deliberately changing the subject. At the entrance, Gabriel peeked outside, confirming there were no customers about to enter. She walked straight towards Sakurai. Aki, is this your girlfriend? Gabriel asked bluntly. No. Oh, then that's fine. If she wasn't his girlfriend, then being a little intimate shouldn't be a problem, right? Recently, Gabriel was in serious financial trouble. The reason, of course, was because she spent too much on gacha games. Out of the 365 days of the year, at least 200 were days she was completely broke. No money for food. In this situation, who care about pride anymore? This was a matter of survival. Time to use her most powerful weapon, her flawless body. Gabriel had already made up her mind. Aki Gabriel immediately leaned in close, wrapping her arms tightly around his arm, pressing her nearly non-existent chest lightly against him. Gabriel, what are you trying to do? Sakurai Saki felt goosebumps all over. Honestly, he preferred the usual useless Gabchan. This version of her now felt completely wrong. Saki-kun, you and Gabriel-sen are close. Fujiwara Chika's lips curved into a faint smile. Chika, hearing that, Sakurai Saki felt a sting like needles on his back. This kind of bizarre, Shurafield situation, please spare me. I beg you. Gabchan, let go. Sakurai Saki tried to push Gabriel away. But this girl actually used angel strength. I'm a bit short on money lately. I know, I'll lend you some. Really? Gabriel blinked, surprised he agreed so readily. Then, about that sponsorship deal, don't you want to reconsider? Gabriel couldn't help recalling that 300,000 yen per month sponsorship fee. As the two leaned close together, Chika's expression across from them was truly remarkable. Sponsorship? Were they really just online friends? At that moment, the cafe owner finished the coffee and called out, Timakun, bring out the coffee. Yes. Gabriel released Sakurai Saki and went to serve the coffee. Sakurai Saki let out a breath of relief. This Shurafield had finally ended. Just as he relaxed, clang-clang the wind chime above the door rang. A silver-haired girl stepped inside. Gabchan, I came to visit you. Era, isn't this Sakurai-san? Raphael covered her mouth in feigned surprise. She had only met Sakurai Saki once. But for him, nearly every angel who descended to the human world knew him well. Because Sakurai Saki was a top-level surveillance target in heaven. So even if angels didn't actively befriend him, they also wouldn't dare oppose him otherwise. The next morning, they might wake up to find their house gone. Fujiwara Chika had just taken the coffee Gabriel handed her, and before she could even sip, she heard another girl calling Sakurai Saki's name. She glanced at Raphael, then turned back to Sakurai Saki. Her eyes seemed to say, and this one is who exactly? Sakurai Saki was silent for a few seconds, then said, Raphael, long time no see. This girl was the type who loved to tease. Just now, when she saw Chika's expression, it was as if she had found a brand new toy. Raphael sees Chika. Chapter 235-237. The three-party meeting is about to begin. What do you want to order? Gabriel looked at Raphael, her tone indifferent. Raphael held the menu, glanced over it a few times. They'll have a coffee blend. Hearing that, the coffee shop owner's eyes lit up. Another child who had never tried coffee blend before. After brewing the coffee, the owner brought it out, waited for her to take a sip, then asked, How does it taste, dear customer? Very good. Raphael narrowed her eyes, smiling as she spoke. As long as you like it, that's good, that's good. The owner recalled the scene when Gabriel first drank coffee blend. His heart gave a sudden twitch. Sitting opposite, Sakurai Saki looked at her smile and had a bad premonition. Raphael, Sakurai-san and Gabchan are really close. You even came here to see her on the weekend. Raphael said meaningfully. I didn't come here on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Oh, and this girl is? She glanced at Chika, the one I like. I see. Upon hearing that, Raphael's expression revealed clear disappointment. You already found the one you like. I should have known earlier. I should have known a few years ago. Raphael. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki's face darkened. Can you not speak with that heartbroken tone? Chika gently tugged at Saki's sleeve, whispering in his ear. Is she your middle school classmate? Saki-kun? A weirdo I wasn't very close with. Raphael nodded, smiling. That's right, in the weirdo, not very close with Sakurai-san. Nice to meet you. Even Fujiwara Chika was stunned at her answer. That tone just now made her think this was Saki's ex-girlfriend. Just now. I misspoke. I have no right to say those things. I'm not very close with Sakurai-san, sorry. Raphael lowered her head, slightly tossing her long silver hair to cover her face. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki could only sigh. Those words weren't problematic, but no matter how you heard them, they would make people who didn't know the truth misunderstand. Perhaps this was also a kind of special ability. Moreover, why does she feel so Tuesday? No wonder Gabchan said this angel had a dark heart. Excuse-me? Chika widened her sparkling eyes. Not an ex-girlfriend. Saki-kun, how did you know what I was thinking? Sakurai Saki glanced at her. How would he know? Could it be you used superpower? Saki-kun eating. Mind reading, this wasn't the first time he had encountered this ability. You guessed right, Sakurai Saki said, then turned off the ability. Keeping mind reading on continuously would overload the brain with information extremely noisy. He glanced at Raphael. Whether you're doing it on purpose or not, I advise you not to test my limits. Hearing that, Raphael's joking expression instantly returned to normal. Even the power of an angel can't seal your ability, truly frightening. This was the first time she faced his superpower directly. Angel? Chika gaped. Really? Chika. She was super obsessed with mystical things like this. Actually, I just have Chunabian. Raphael looked at her seriously and said, I don't believe it. Chika rummaged in her bag and pulled out a magnifying glass and a hat. Detective Chika-chan returns. Being examined with a magnifying glass, Raphael showed slight surprise. This human, so hard to understand. She followed no logic at all. Was this the embodiment of chaos? Speak. Where did you come from? No need to say, you must be from heaven, but aren't the gods of Japan supposed to come from Takamajihara? Chika propped her right hand under her chin, beginning to deduce. Sakurai Saki cut off her train of thought. Drink your coffee. It'll taste bad once it gets cold. Just came to drink coffee once. Who would have thought to run into such a strange angel? After finishing this afternoon, changed to another place for the date. Raphael watched the figures of Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika leave the cafe, then turned to wave at Gabriel. Gapchun. Gabriel turned her head to look at her. What is it? Come here for a moment. With an annoyed expression, Gabriel walked over. What do I want to say? Did you forget? This time's mission. Gabriel tilted her head, looking confused. There's a mission? Those short messages from heaven. She hadn't bothered to check for a long time. Gabriel only opened them when it was time to receive her monthly allowance. The mission is to try to keep Sakurai-san in Tokyo. Is there payment? Didn't say. I don't know either. Oh, then it has nothing to do with me. Gabriel instantly lost all interest. Gabriel, no pay, yet they still wanted someone to work hard? Dream on. Not even the effort to draw a pie in the sky. The people in heaven really didn't understand anything about this lazy angel. Raphael could only sigh helplessly. The angel closest to Sakurai Saki was this girl. If she refused to cooperate, this mission was as good as abandoned. It was said this was an event that could affect the world situation. What should she do now? Sunday. Sakurai Saki had arranged to go watch a movie with Shinomiya Kagaya. He had checked out information about the movie beforehand, and it seemed somewhat interesting. Doing that might reduce the sense of anticipation. But on the other hand, if he knew in advance it was a bad movie, his mood while watching would be much better. There were pros and cons. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The meeting place was in front of the movie theater where he had run into Miko by chance last time. He hadn't had to wait long before the two who were supposed to meet showed up from corner. And what happened afterward? No need to say. Because Hayasaka AI was on guard against Shinomiya Kagaya as if guarding against a thief, Sakurai Saki had absolutely no chance to interact with Shinomiya Kagaya. Not even a single quarrel. Sai Hayasaka Kagaya, guarding as much as you want. But a thief inside the house is hard to guard against. Sakurai Saki more or less understood Hayasaka Ace worries, but he never thought he would like Shinomiya Kagaya. Previously, the other party had also said humans would not like an ant, That was around the time before Hayasaka AI confessed. Right at the beginning of the semester. Sakurai Saki remembered it very clearly. Monday it rained, the sky also darkened. The autumn rain carried a strange melancholy, making people's moods much worse. After school, student council room, the three-party meeting the day after tomorrow. Will Uncle Shirogane come? Sakurai Saki asked. Other than him, who else? Shirogane Miyuki sighed. He really didn't want his father to come, but since his parents had divorced when he was young, he had no choice in the matter. Shinomiya Kagaya listened to them discussing, without saying anything. Her father definitely wouldn't come to participate. At that time, it would probably be one of her older brothers. If she could choose, she wanted Shinomiya Yunyo to come more, because when with him, at least they could get along. What about you, Sakurai? My mother will come. You have met her last time. Just yesterday, Sakurai Saki had received the news that his mother would attend. If his mother didn't come, then it would probably be Ibuki Yuki, the manager of his family's wagashi shop. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya recalled that person. The tendency to tease others was exactly the same as Sakurai himself. Hopefully this time, she wouldn't be caught in her grasp. Chapter 236, 238. First time meeting girlfriend as Mother Wednesday. Time for the three-party meeting. Three-party, meaning student, teacher, parent. The content of the exchange was not complicated, mainly about the student's future path. Students of Shuchiin. Their future was already very wide open. In other words, they didn't really have much pressure. For a simple example, like Ishigami Yu, his dream was very simple, just one sentence: eat well and wait to die. Because the students' family conditions were too good, their future basically couldn't be bad. In the student council, it seemed only Ishigami was slacking off. Sakurai Saki recalled. Miko said she wanted to become a judge, but when she mentioned this in the student council room, she was mocked quite a bit by Ishigami-yu. Feels like if Aino became a judge, lots of people would be wrongly convicted, unable to get the results they should have. After that, the two argued noisily, making the atmosphere in the student council lively and filled with laughter. When you thought about it, the other members of the student council basically all had big dreams. Shirogane Miyuki wanted to go to university. At the very least, one of Japan's top 9 schools. Shinomiya Kagaya was the same as a member of the Shinomiya family. Her goal couldn't be anything less. As for Chika, Sakurai Saki suspected that after graduating high school, she probably wouldn't attend the same university as him. Her grades were only average. Her standard score in the most recent common test was only about 70. Not bad, but not excellent either, especially when the average for Shuchiin high school students was around 77. Secretary Fujiwara had never had any motivation for studying. All her attention was consumed by games. As for Aino Miko and Ishigami-yu, their grades, one was gradually improving, while the other had already hit rock bottom. Anyway, being at the bottom already, whatever direction he went, he could only go up. For Ishigami-yu, that was indeed the case. Sakurai Saki only hoped his grades could get a little better. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the courage to chase after the senpai he liked. But Kohai-kun's love life, Sakurai didn't intend to interfere. He hadn't even sorted out his own feelings yet. Lately, every time he went to the Nakano quintuplets house to tutor, Nino would always give him provocative looks, leaving Sakurai Saki not knowing how to deal with it. Nino Sakurai, lunch break ended, the afternoon was spent largely on the meetings. Sakurai Saki glanced at Hayasaka AI and noticed she kept directing her gaze outside the window. Ai-chan, is your schedule in the middle? He was referring to the order of the meetings. Hayasaka AI shook her head. In the last one. What a coincidence, me too. Hayasaka AI once again looked toward the school gate. Her mother was very busy. 8 or 9 out of 10 chances she wouldn't come today. As for Kagaya-sama's father, of course he wouldn't come either. It was said that a representative had been sent instead. After waiting a while in class, feeling it was almost time, Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI stood up at the same time. Shinomiya Kagaya followed suit. The three of them headed together toward the office area. where there were several rooms to hold the meetings. Nearby, other students were conversing with their parents about their future paths. Most of them were just middle school students, without any clear plans for jobs or places they would go in the future. Many simply let things drift with the flow. The usual process was entering high school, seeing everyone around working hard, so you also tried hard. Then entering university, seeing everyone had a lover, so you also tried dating. 3 years passed in a daze, and upon graduation, when finding a job, you realized the work had nothing to do with the major you had studied. Then you began to ask yourself, so what have I been doing for these past 10-odd years? Going with the flow had its advantages. At least you didn't have to think too much. But humans couldn't live too vaguely either. Sakurai Saki, on the other hand, had a clear plan for his future. Graduate from university, then take over the family wagashi shop. There was nothing shameful about that. As an esper, he lacked nothing. The family wagashi shop didn't yet have an heir, could they just let it go abandoned? To his mother, that place was a treasure. To make Jinguji Tamaki happy, Sakurai Saki was more than willing. Waiting seats in front of the meeting rooms. No one's here yet. Shinomiya Kagaya muttered. Kagaya-sama, let's wait a little longer. It was almost their turn. Shinomiya Kagaya first, Hayasaka AI after. While Sakurai Saki was in a different meeting room. Sakurai Saki was waiting for his mother. Half a minute passed. He still hadn't seen her shadow. Instead, he saw a woman with short blonde hair down to her shoulders, wearing a red hat, her face somewhat resembling AI-chan's. That must be AI-chan's mother? Long time no see, Kagaya-sama. This time I've come in Ganon-sama's place to attend the three-party meeting. Hayasaka now removed her hat and bowed to Kagaya. Sorry to trouble you, Neo-san. Kagaya replied with a smile. At the side, Hayasaka AI looked at her mother. She kind of wanted to move closer, but it felt a little childish, so she didn't dare. Hayasaka. Most importantly, Sakurai Saki was nearby. Hayasaka AI wanted to keep her usual composed image. In reality, she was a huge mom-con with an extremely close bond to her mother. What's wrong? Is my good daughter angry? Hayasaka now noticed her daughter, who usually acted spoiled with her, was now quiet. Mom, Ayazaka, I murmured softly. Hayasaka now patted her daughter's head. All right, don't be angry anymore. Even if Ganon-sama hadn't entrusted me, today I would have taken leave to come. After all, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Really? Hayasaka AI tugged at her mother's sleeve slightly, her voice carrying a hint of spoiled tone. The mother and daughter chatted a little. Then Hayasaka now turned to look into the distance, where Sakurai Saki's eyes were directed. Who is he? Hayasaka's boyfriend. Shinomiya Kagaya answered. Era now covered her mouth, feigning surprise. So my daughter actually has a boyfriend. Now, she turned to look at Hayasaka AI, lowering her voice. Is it true? Hearing that, Hayasaka A's face turned crimson, her voice much quieter. No, Hayasaka, and I get to know about this for free? Mom, what are you even saying? Hayasaka AI looked at her mother's malicious smile, her heart filled with ominous premonition. Her mother's nature was truly mischievous, even sparing not her own daughter. Sakurai Saki looked out the window. The sunlight was rather pleasant. His good eyesight allowed him to clearly see a crow perched on a distant electric pole. The streaks of clouds split the sky into two halves. Suddenly, someone blocked his view of the sky. Hello, now greeted, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Hello, may I ask if there's something? I'm the mother of Hayasaka AI. Okasama, this is our first meeting. I look forward to your guidance. Sakurai Saki stood up and gave a small bow. The mother of his girlfriend, very likely to be his own mother in the future. Era's suddenly calling me mother already. Even now couldn't help but be surprised. This child truly too interesting. How far have you and my daughter gotten? Our relationship is very close. What a vague answer that is not far away. Seeing her mother and her boyfriend happily chatting, Hayasaka AI felt a chill run down her back. Chapter 237, 239. Your little sister, I'll raise myself, Shinomiya Kagaya looked out the window. How nice Hayasaka had her mother by her side. Even though she had long known that such a thing was nothing more than a luxury, people would always have a little bit of expectation like that. Her relationship with her family was not good at all. The number of times she spoke with her father in a year could be counted on one hand. From the moment she was born until now, had the number of sentences she said to her father even reached 100? No. Shinomiya Kagaya asked herself, then answered herself. At this moment, Neo-san was teasing Sakurai-san, the boyfriend of her maid. Should I try falling in love? Shinomiya Kagaya let herself drift along with that thought. But she realized Shinomiya Kagaya could not do it. As long as she bore the Shinomiya name, free love would never belong to her. The person who could marry into the Shinomiya family at the very least had to be an equal match. In the world of conglomerates, there was no such thing as free love. Unless she ran away from Japan, she would forever have to live in the shadow of the Shinomiya family. The Shijo family might be a bit more open. Shinomiya Kagaya told herself in her heart. The Shijo family was originally a branch separated from the Shinomiya family. Their influence spread across many countries. If calculated carefully, they were in no way inferior to the Shinomiya. The reason Kagaya felt the Shijo family was more open was because she heard from Sakurai Saki's mouth that Shijo Maki was currently in love but could not be with the one she loved. Moreover, Kagaya and Kashiwagi Nagisa were also good friends. A family that allowed free love was certainly much more open compared to the rigid Shinomiya family. Little cute, what's wrong? Your face looks so hurt like this. Suddenly, Kagaya heard a familiar voice. She slightly lifted her head, seeing the face of the one who had spoken. The tear mole at the corner of her eye drew Kagaya's attention, while the amber eyes of the other carried a mysterious charm. Jinguji-san, good afternoon. It's so lively over there, it feels hard to butt in. Jinguji Tamaki propped her right hand against her fair chin, gaze directed toward not far away, where Sakurai Saki was chatting with Hayasaka now. My baby, since when have you gotten acquainted with foreigners like this? Jinguji-san, that is the mother of Sakurai-san's girlfriend. Shinomiya Kagaya whispered. So that's it. Once you have a wife, you forget your own mother. Turns out my baby is the same too. Jinguji pouted, her face just like a child sulking. Little cute, let me be your mother. Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately stood straight up. She wants to be my mother? Then what about Sakurai-san? Little cute, your parents aren't planning to come, right? Jinguji Tamaki asked. Attending the three-party meeting alone is quite embarrassing, you know? Jinguji-san, that way of calling, can it be changed? Shinomiya Kagaya blushed. She was already 16. That little cute way of calling, it was really too embarrassing. All right then, how about Kagaya-chan? That's fine too. In exchange, Kagaya-chan will call me Tamaki Mama. Okay? How about we go back to the way of calling just now instead? Shinomiya Kagaya really did not want to suddenly gain another mother. Sakurai-san, hurry and come drag your mother away. As she was thinking that, Shinomiya Kagaya noticed Hayasaka and Sakurai Saki walking into the office together. Kagaya. What are you doing, Neo-san? And Hayasaka too, why didn't you stop them? Don't put on that look of despair. Aren't you supposed to be the perfect, composed maid? Hayasaka. Shinomiya-san, please come in. From inside the room, the teacher's voice sounded, inviting her. What should I do? Shinomiya Kagaya panicked. Not going in? Jinguji Tamaki withdrew her gaze from Sakurai Saki, gently speaking to Kagaya. Let's go in. Shinomiya Kagaya decided, treating it as taking a gamble. Half an hour later, in the student council room, Shinomiya Kagaya covered her face, then collapsed onto the sofa. Sakurai-san, your mother. She's really too energetic. Her voice came out faintly from between her fingers. Sorry. Sakurai Saki apologized. He only found out that his mother had teased Shinomiya Kagaya after the three-party meeting had ended. But what was done. Aside from apologizing, he could do nothing. Did she say anything strange? Although he knew his mother wouldn't do anything bad, Sakurai Saki was still a little worried. No, rather, she treated me too well. Shinomiya Kagaya murmured softly, just like a real mother. She had never met her own mother. The only thing Kagaya had ever seen was her photo. She also knew her mother's name, Shinomiya Naotake. Her mother's name had the character bamboo, and as for the daughter's name being Kagaya, it surely had to do with the story of Princess Kagaya in the tale of the bamboo cutter. As long as she didn't do anything strange, that's good. Sakurai Saki let out a sigh of relief. But still, why did Ai-chan's mother suddenly come along with him to attend the three-party meeting? Just earlier, he clearly heard Hayasaka now say she would attend on Kagaya's behalf. Wasn't that completely reversed now? At the same time, on a bench in the small garden of Shuchiin, Jinguji Tamaki and Hayasaka now were sitting next to each other. Jinguji-sama, what you just said, that your son is actually him, it really gave me a fright. Hayasaka now put a hand on her chest, looking as if she was still shaken. In fact, the two of them had met at the entrance and even chatted a little. Have I never told you, Hayasaka-san? Jinguji Tamaki smiled gently at her. This made the pressure on Hayasaka now double instantly. So, she's the mother of my daughter's boyfriend. How unlucky. My dear daughter, even if you choose a lover, don't choose someone this difficult to deal with. Just earlier, now originally intended to approach, but when she saw the other talking happily with Shinomiya Kagaya, she didn't dare disturb. Jinguji-sama, you traveled all this way, just to attend your foster child's three-party meeting? Just? To me, it's more important than anything. Jinguji Tamaki said as she yawned. Lately, she hadn't been sleeping much at all. In a little while, the plan would begin. As long as she seized the power of the god, she would become complete. Not in this flawed state as now. Hayasaka now only took it as a joke. There was no way her coming to Tokyo was that simple. Your daughter, Jinguji Tamaki began, then shook her head. Never mind, nothing. She had seen a spark of fire on Hayasaka AI. Recently, there had been two major fires one after another in the Tokyo port area, once at a construction site, once on a cargo ship. They were probably related to her. In the student council room, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki were drinking coffee. Shirogane, are you done? Sakurai saw Shirogane Miyuki push the door open and step in. Umo, future plans, have you decided? In preparing to study abroad, I've asked the principal to write me a recommendation letter, but whether I get accepted or not still remains to be seen. Shirogane Miyuki stretched a little, then sat down in the president's seat. Study abroad? Huh. Then maybe we won't be able to attend the same university. And besides, studying abroad means leaving school quite early. Sakurai Saki's voice carried a trace of melancholy. Shirogane was one of the few friends he had. In the next few years, perhaps they would only see each other during New Year's or winter and summer vacations. Why so sorrowful? I'm only leaving around this time next year. Shirogane Miyuki chuckled. Then there's still plenty of time. Hearing this, Sakurai Saki nodded. Once you're gone, I'll take care of Kei-chan for you, don't worry. Your little sister, I'll raise myself. Shirogane, degree. Suddenly, Shirogane Miyuki didn't feel like studying abroad anymore. Chapter 238-240. Uncle Dio wants to be a VTuber? After the three-party meeting, Sakurai Saki's mother didn't stay long. She rested for a day and then hurried back. Today was Friday, sunny. Recently, the atmosphere of studying in the student council had become much more serious, mainly because midterm exams were approaching. It was already the end of October. This semester would end in December. Normally, schools in Japan held their cultural festivals in November. But Shuchiin was different. Its cultural festival was held near Christmas at the end of December. After the cultural festival would be the final exams and Christmas. It really made no sense to schedule the festival right before the exam week. After school, in the student council room, Shirogane Miyuki held his phone, sitting on the sofa, staring at the screen with a serious expression. Sakurai Saki pushed the door open and stepped in, glancing around. Chika hasn't arrived yet? Today he hadn't come particularly early. Yesterday, Shinomiya Kagaya said she would tutor Ishigami-yu. It wasn't clear what sort of agreement the two of them had reached in private, but it surely had to do with Koyasu Tsubame. No need to think too deeply about it, because besides that matter, there really was nothing else that could make Ishigami-yu put in effort. Hopefully Ishigami could withstand the torture of the little dried fish and the mountain of exam sheets, and not drown in the sea of academics. Human potential was limitless. This time, Ishigami-yu probably wouldn't have any problems. Probably? Secretary Fujiwara seems to have gone to the board game club, and Aino is probably busy with disciplinary committee work. Shirogane Miyuki's expression grew heavier and heavier. Sakurai Saki noticed it. "What are you watching?" "Sakurai, you know YouTube, right?" "I do. Why are you asking that?" "That question makes no sense at all." Sakurai Saki sat down beside him. Shirogane Miyuki was watching a live stream. A streamer playing PUBG, with pretty accurate shooting. "Sorry, it's just, lately I've been really shocked." Shirogane Miyuki turned off his phone. Sakurai Saki looked puzzled. "Don't tell me you try to be a streamer to make money and then failed, so now you're depressed?" Sakurai guessed. He had also once considered being a streamer instead of working as a rental boyfriend, but in the end he gave up on it. It's kind of related." Shirogane Miyuki covered his face, his voice full of sorrow. "My father plans to become a VTuber." Sakurai Saki suffered mental shock for the second time. A middle-aged man becoming a VTuber? And then tricking little girls into donating to him? You know what VTubers are, right? They've been hot these past 6 months. Shirogane Miyuki explained. "I don't watch much myself, but that stuff is all anime flavored. My father, a middle-aged uncle, wants to jump into that field." Even Kei-chan said, if her friends find out their father is a VTuber, she won't dare go to school anymore. "And have you managed to talk him out of it?" Sakurai Saki asked. "Otherwise, why bring it up?" "I talked him out of it halfway." Shirogane Miyuki lowered his head, his voice despairing. In the end, he chose the path of being a hot streamer. Recently, he's even been uploading videos. Sakurai Saki thought for a moment, then said, if done well, streamers really can make a lot of money. The speed at which streamers could earn money was indeed like riding a rocket. What's Uncle Shirogane's channel called?" Sakurai asked. Shirogane Miyuki opened his phone and searched for his father's channel. Sakurai glanced at it and read aloud, "Det 500 million yen channel." Kei-chan and I have absolutely no idea about this stuff. It's all him fumbling around by himself. Only half a month since first video, and already has 10,000 subscribers? Sakurai Saki was astonished. This number follows. The growth was truly terrifying. The title of the first video, about me being scammed and in the end losing the whole company. Playing the tragic card. That uncle really is too good at it. Handling everything alone from branding, script writing, to managing the channel. Yet the very first video already had over 100,000 views. The newest video, clearly still owing hundreds of millions of yen, yet my son got accepted to Stanford. Now, I have even less money. The thumbnail was Shirogane's father holding his head, looking utterly distressed. "Shirogane, you got into Stanford?" "A few days ago, I got the offer. I've always wanted to tell you guys, but never found the chance." Shirogane explained, suddenly blurting out like that. "It feels kind of weird, right?" "Exactly." Sakurai nodded. "Suddenly showing off that you got an acceptance letter from a prestigious school, it might just kill the mood." But actually, he didn't need to overthink it. Everyone in the student council would definitely congratulate him. Lately, my dad stays home every day making videos, saying he's about to start making money. Shirogane brought the story back to the earlier topic, then casually switched over to a live stream page. "Look, this is a virtual streamer. Inside is a voice actor called Nakano Hito, or the person behind the scenes, while on the outside, it's a 2D character. Good thing he's not doing VTuber. That would have been a disaster." Shirogane sighed with emotion. "Your father really is skilled." Sakurai had to admit. Doing self-media and being able to start earning money within the first 6 months was rare. Normally, you'd even have to pay out of pocket, especially with a solo channel with no team at all. Sakurai thought that tonight, when he got home, He could try donating to Shirogane Papa and see if he would shout WRYYY. This matter, Sakurai, don't tell anyone, okay? No sooner had he finished speaking. Clack! The door was pushed open. Miko-chan blinked at the two inside the room. Senpai, why are you two looking at me like that? Miko-chan tilted her head, puzzled. Were they doing something against the rules? This student council. No one really followed discipline anyway. Did you just hear anything? Shirogane asked. Miko-chan stayed silent. She really didn't hear. Sakurai-senpai, you two are watching class president's videos? Miko-chan's eyes sparkled, like Shed just found comrades, looking at the two with excitement. Sakurai Shirogane. What? Class president who? Was it this VTuber named Sakino Mito? Neither of them had ever really watched VTubers before. They'd only heard a bit, so at best they were outsiders with vague impressions. Mito-chan's chatting live streams are super fun. Chatting live streams? Like Idle Talk sessions? Miko-chan, I usually only watch videos, not live streams. Sakurai explained. He preferred playing games himself rather than watching others play. The type that only watches videos. Huh, that trend isn't hot anymore these days, but I really like Kizuna AI too. Miko-chan hugged a pile of documents, cheerfully running over to the two. Sakurai and Shirogane started racking their brains for ways to explain that they were outsiders to the scene. Half an hour later, the subscription list of the two on YouTube had over a dozen new VTuber channels. Gorgura, Shirakami Fubuki, Household Marine, Minato Aqua, Usada Pakura, Kiryu Koko, etc. Miko-chan's enthusiastic introductions had been impossible to refuse. After school, Sakurai and Shirogane went to get their bicycles. Are all VTuber viewers like Aino? Normally shy and socializing, but when introducing to others they get overly passionate. Shirogane sighed. Could be. Sakurai also exhaled. I always thought VTuber viewers were all those tubby otaku, who knew Miko-chan also watched. Chapter 239-241. Sudden school trip late October. Lately, the weather had been unusually bad. Autumn skies weren't supposed to have this much rain. Yet starting today, the forecast said that for over 10 days Tokyo would have constant rain. Yesterday, Sakurai had specifically checked the forecast and discovered that not only Tokyo, but other places would also have rain. Only one place would clear up for a few days, Kyoto. Sakurai normally liked rainy days, but such persistent rain also made him a bit troubled. So, in his future diary, he had written a wish. Let the rain stop for a few days. The next day, that line of writing vanished from the diary's page. In the morning, during homeroom teacher Masaki looked down at the class, her voice serious. Everyone, there's an important announcement. This year, the school has decided to strengthen extracurricular activities and will hold a winter camp in the third semester. The moment the teacher finished speaking, the whole class immediately buzzed. Therefore, the winter school trip originally planned to take place in winter will be moved up earlier to the beginning of November. The destination will be announced before this Friday, and departure will be next week. As soon as Masaki-sensei's words fell, the class exploded like a marketplace. The school trip, suddenly pushed earlier, no one in the class could have expected it. Although many other schools usually organize a trip in autumn, Shuchiin had always kept the old schedule. Why did it suddenly change this year? No one knew which higher-up came up with the idea. Sakurai-chan, it's the school trip, Hayasaka AI said, her face full of delight. Hayasaka, if it was the school trip, then they would have plenty of opportunities to get closer to each other. On the surface, Sakurai seemed very happy, but inside he was thinking deeply. He seriously suspected that the school had suddenly changed the schedule, because just a few days ago he had written in the future diary that he didn't want it to always be rainy days. The destination of the school trip might even be overseas. No, not necessarily. I really want to go to Hokkaido. Last year was overseas, and because of my accent, a lot of foreigners didn't understand what I was saying. It was so embarrassing. A male student complained. Japanlish, those who knew could understand, but it would be strange if foreigners could. Going to Hokkaido in autumn? Isn't it cold? Men aren't afraid of the cold. If you rely on willpower, You can endure it. Idiot. Say that again. Before the two could start arguing, the homeroom teacher cut them off, saying, "As for where we will go, the student council will make an announcement. So please wait patiently." Shuchiin's school trip was funded by the sponsorship money that the student council received, so it was usually arranged by the student council. But during the previous student council election, Shinomiya Kagaya had made empty promises, saying she would let the students choose the school trip's destination. So this time it might be a little more democratic. If it had been arranged in winter, then after New Year, when the students returned, they would have probably forgotten all about this term's student council election. Unfortunately, the school trip was suddenly moved earlier. What should we do? Although the sponsorship budget for the student council this year is almost the same as last year, if we go abroad, the budget for the December cultural festival might become tight. Shirogane Miyuki frowned, his face full of worry. As the president, his most important job was actually to allocate funds for the different activities. When organizing the sports festival, they had to reuse many old tools. Wasn't that also because the budget wasn't enough? Sakurai and Shinomiya Kagaya's complaints back then, Shirogane had heard them all. But he couldn't replace things with new ones because there was no money. Money was already limited, it couldn't be spent carelessly. Shirogane Miyuki's style as student council president, just like in daily life, was always stingy, but when it was necessary to spend money, he never hesitated. He rarely bought clothes. But whenever he went out to play or to karaoke with the others in the student council, he was still very cheerful. Students will definitely want to go abroad more. Sakurai Saki also knew that compared to domestic trips, overseas was much more interesting. Last time was England. Sakurai recalled. Students didn't need to pay out of pocket. Shopping had to be paid for by themselves, but all travel expenses were covered by the school, by the student council. Just earlier when I walked past, I heard students discussing how they would vote. Shinomiya Kagaya also joined the discussion. She finished preparing black tea and brought it to the table. "Thank you," Shirogane Miyuki said, then took the cup and sipped. What Shinomiya Kagaya had said was very important. This year's destination wasn't to be decided by the student council, but by all the students in the grade. The three of them fell into silence. Suddenly, Yahoo! What's everyone worrying about? Fujiwara Chika appeared from the door with her familiar emoji, followed by Aino Miko. Who knew where she had dragged Aino Miko from? Judging by Mika's expression, she seemed very happy. Miko-chan seems to like Chika quite a bit. Sakurai Saki looked at the two of them and thought to himself. Chika also liked Miko, the way a child liked a toy. Since she couldn't tease Sakurai Saki and Ishigami-yu, she went to bully Miko instead. Currently, the student council's food chain looked like this. Sakurai Saki, Shinomiya Kagaya, Ishigami-yu, Fujiwara Chika, Aino Miko. As for Shirogane Miyuki, he had already escaped this chain long ago. No one was in the mood to tease him anyway. As president, Shirogane Miyuki was already tired enough as it was. If they teased him further, he might just collapse one day without anyone knowing. As for the arrangements for the school trip, Shirogane Miyuki explained a few things. Fujiwara Chika sat down next to Sakurai Saki. Listening to him, she nodded continuously. So, the problem we're facing now is how to control the destination as much as possible, and from that reduce the expenses. Shinomiya Kagaya, we can bribe the students. No need, Kagaya-san. If it's by vote, I have a good idea. Fujiwara Chika said with a giggle. Actually, we don't need to care at all. Just hand out a survey form symbolizing democracy, and when the time comes, the destination will definitely be Kyoto. Fujiwara-senpai, why? Miko asked, puzzled. Because for domestic travel, there are actually only 3 options. Excluding Tokyo, the places everyone wants to go are 1. Hokkaido, but it's autumn now, and it's very cold there. 2. Okinawa, although it's warm, but we already went once in middle school. 3. Kyoto. After speaking, Chika revealed a sinister smile. Chika, as for overseas, there are no fewer than 100 destinations. In the end, those who don't want to go too far will vote for where. Isn't it obvious? With the votes too scattered, Kyoto will definitely win with a slight advantage. Fujiwara-san, Now I believe you are truly the daughter of a politician. Shinomiya Kagaya sighed. The choice of the masses is always foolish. This devious policy-making style is very much your way, perfectly exploiting the characteristics of the crowd. And moreover, draped in the appearance of freedom and democracy, this plan won't arouse people's dislike. Sakurai Saki looked at Chika's face. He observed carefully for a while, and reached a conclusion. In a few days, she'll regret it. And why? Because Chika absolutely didn't want to go to Kyoto. For now, it was better to ask directly. Chika, is there somewhere you want to go? En France? Italy doesn't sound bad either. The secretary Fujiwara had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized something. Her little eyes darted around. Did I just dig a hole for myself? Chapter 242. Hyasinayan and the Struggle of Hayasaka AI. The result of the democratic vote for the school trip was exactly as Chika predicted. Kyoto won by a small margin. Therefore, this time the school trip destination for Shuchiin was set as Kyoto, lasting for 3 days. The second years would go first, followed by the first years and third years. Sakurai Saki actually wasn't very interested in Kyoto. His home was right there, and over the years, he had already visited all the places worth seeing. Who would want to go on a trip right in front of their own house? Probably no one. At night, Hayasaka AI had just left Shinomiya Kagaya's room. Today she had been very busy, or rather, there had never been a single day in Hayasaka A's life that was easy. Shinomiya Kagaya's schedule was always packed, dragging along with it the maids in the mansion, keeping them endlessly busy. Hayasaka AI had never once questioned this kind of life. From childhood, she had worked as a maid from childhood. Day after day, month after month, year after year. Every second, every minute, every day, she had never relaxed. But none of that mattered. No matter how exhausting, she could endure it. Returning to her room, Hayasaka AI took out her phone and called the Shinomiya family to report the situation. Today after school, Kagaya-sama went to the student council room. At dinner time, the wife from a Yamanote transport family came to the mansion, and Kagaya-sama had dinner with her. Hayasaka AI reported every word and every action of Shinomiya Kagaya, without leaving out a single detail. A long while later, she put down the phone. A few seconds of silence. Hayasaka AI softly began to cry. Anything else she could endure. Only this was what made her unable to eat or sleep in peace. For nearly 10 years of looking after Kagaya, she had always been haunted by guilt to the point of collapse. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Hayasaka AI went to the bath, showered, dried her hair, and then watched a few videos to relieve stress before drifting into sleep. A world of pure white. Hayasaka AI slowly opened her eyes. If you don't want to, wouldn't it be better to let go early, Nyan? Anyway, with that much savings, you could travel the world for years and still not spend it all, Nyan. Following the voice, Hayasaka AI looked to the side. The scenery around her instantly shifted from white to a grassy plain. Not far away, a white-haired girl was drinking tea with a pair of cat ears growing on her head. Oya, so you came, Nyan? The white cat tilted her head, the ears on top twitching slightly. At that moment, in Cat Wani-san's mind, memories of stealing Hayasaka, Ace Man, kept flashing by. The same went for Hayasaka AI. The two glared at each other. Who are you? Hayasaka AI had never experienced a dream this real. She walked toward the large umbrella under which the other was sitting. I am you, the white cat explained. A second personality? The cat you buried in the garden was actually my former form. The white cat explained her origin. So those things weren't dreams. Ayazaka Aimated. Her second personality had slept with her boyfriend. Did that count as being NTR'd? This was something worth pondering, full of philosophy. Oh, come on, things like that don't matter. The white cat immediately changed the subject. They matter very much. Though our body is one, it's not completely the same. The white cat explained, if you want, I can help you restore your body, so you too can experience the pain of a deeply personal loss as many times as you like. At this moment, Hayasaka, AI, didn't want to admit that this being was her second personality. All right, your silence means you agree. The white cat handed her a teacup from the table, and at the same time invited her to sit down. This was Hayasaka Ace mental space. Because the pressure within her had been relieved so much, this place was very safe. Really, I can't understand your thinking, Nyan. Kagaya-sama has long since stopped being the weak little girl she once was. Even if you leave her, nothing will happen. I want to tell her the truth. Hayasaka, AI, said firmly. If you tell her that every day you've been betraying her, reporting all her information to the main family, she will definitely hate you. Hayasaka, AI, though she very much wished Kagaya could be generous and forgive her, knew clearly that it was impossible. Shinomiya Kagaya hated traitors. She had never befriended anyone who leaked her information. She was close to Fujiwara Chika because Fujiwara Chika would never talk behind her back. Don't you want more time with your boyfriend, Nyan? You two have been dating for half a year now, haven't you? The white cat patiently coaxed. It's already been half a year, yet you can only eat lunch with him during breaks. Even after school, you still have to help Kagaya-sama with her affairs. Not a single moment to rest. Are you really fine with that? If this continues, by the time you graduate high school, nothing will have changed. Ayazaka-ai. Speaking of which, about Chika-chan going on dates with him, you cannot know, right? In the student council room, how many opportunities do they have to be close? Surely not few? I know. She knew it very well. Don't tell me you believe Sakurai-chan won't like someone else. Even you don't believe that, right? The white cat sneered. Men are easily tempted. Having mistresses is perfectly normal. But if you can't even keep the position of the main girlfriend, that's truly disgraceful. Seeing her silence, the white cat dropped the subject. Their memories were shared. The white cat only wanted Hayasaka, AI, to make a decision quickly, whether about quitting her job or about her boyfriend. She wanted AI-chan to be decisive soon. If she kept following Shinomiya Kagaya's every demand, and one day Kagaya truly realized she liked Sakurai Saki, then what would Hayasaka AI do? Quit your job. If you want to become a normal friend of Kagaya-sama, this is the only way. Hayasaka AI tried to convince herself. Morning. In Kagaya's room, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at Hayasaka, her voice excited. The school trip starts today? Kagaya. I've never looked forward to a trip as much as this one. Hayasaka, are you all packed and ready? After speaking, Kagaya noticed that Hayasaka AI didn't answer right away. She seemed a little tired. Hayasaka, you've been a bit worn out lately, haven't you? Take this trip as a chance to relax and enjoy yourself. Hayasaka AI was silent for a few seconds. Kagaya-sama, I have something important I want to tell you. What is it? No matter what, I can accept it, even if it were the stars in the sky. After this trip ends, I will resign as your maid. Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya froze in panic. You're joking, right? She smiled, stepped closer to Hayasaka AI, and lightly patted her shoulder. Hayasaka, even you're joking with me now? Honestly, I'm serious. Hayasaka AI repeated once more, I'm not joking. Shinomiya Kagaya stood frozen in place like a robot. She couldn't say a word for a long time. Chapter 241-243. The storm is coming. The meeting point that Shuchiin had set was at the train station. Going to Kyoto by Shinkansen takes more than 2 hours, much closer compared to last time, when Sakurai went to Fukuoka. Shirogane Miyuki held a flag that read meeting point standing in the middle of the crowd, and after a while he saw Sakurai Saki, who was only carrying a small suitcase in his hand, looking as if he didn't bring much. Yo, Sakurai, you're a bit late today. Shirogane Miyuki said. Headache. Sakurai Saki held his forehead. Last time during the midterm, you also had a really bad headache. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Sakurai shook his head. Just the old illness. It was all side effects caused by his ability, truly unpleasant. Huh? Why is Shinomiya clinging to Hayasaka like that? Shirogane Miyuki suddenly noticed a strange sight. Shinomiya Kagaya was tightly holding on a Hayasaka ace arm. Holding on very tightly. Were those two always that close? What a rare combination. Over there. Hayasaka AI felt the force of Shinomiya Kagaya's grip, and in her heart, she already understood one thing. She only had one thing left to do. This girl, both cute and clingy, was tightly holding her hand, and what she had to do was to forcefully shake that hand off. The waiting time ended, and the students of Shuchiin boarded the Shinkansen. Fujiwara Chika sat together with Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki. Across from them were Shijo Maki along with Kashiwagi Nagisa and her boyfriend, Tanuma Tsubasa. This is terrible. Why does the destination have to be Kyoto? Fujiwara Chika held her head, eyes teary. Chika, sitting between her and Shirogane Miyuki, Sakurai Saki, said irritably, "Wasn't this plan your idea in the first place? At that time, I only wanted to create the image of being smart and capable. Who would have thought it would actually go through?" Chika said gloomily. "In the end, I still wanted to go to France more." Chika, sitting across, Kashiwagi Nagisa comforted her. "Chika-chan, when traveling, the important thing isn't the place, but the people you go with, right?" "Makes sense." Chika thought it over carefully, and it was indeed true. Sitting by the window, across from Chika, Shijo Maki watched the scenery outside continuously fade into the distance, and in her heart felt neither joy nor sadness. Even though beside her were Kashiwagi Nagisa and Tanuma Tsubasa, she didn't feel any emotional stirrings at all. This school trip, I have to study really hard. While everyone else was still enjoying themselves, she had to risk it all to study hard, then seize the #1 spot of the year. Kikaku perfecto. Compared to the lively atmosphere around Sakurai Saki, over by Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI, it had already frozen to the point of ice. Since staying inside the carriage would be troublesome, the two of them went to the space between cars. "After you leaving me, do you have any plans?" Kagaya asked. "These past years, I've saved up quite a bit of money, so I plan to travel around the world first." "Clearly, I already told you. You could find someone to share your work, so why do you still want to leave me?" A short silence. "Of course, I think wanting to quit is your freedom, but why so suddenly? It makes me lose the mood to enjoy this trip, because usually when Kagaya-sama comes to me, it's only to talk about your own matters. I couldn't find a chance to bring it up. Clearly, I'm talking about things that involve you too. If it's for this reason, I can't change." Shinomiya Kagaya's voice grew smaller and smaller. "Don't leave me, okay, Hayasaka? There must surely be misunderstandings between us, as long as we resolve them well. We can definitely continue to stay together. Of course, I don't necessarily have to make you stay, but just try being together in my way for a while longer before thinking about quitting. Wouldn't that be better?" Shinomiya Kagaya spoke one sentence after another, all words of pleading. "No, I've already thought it through." The dialogue between the two at this moment carried the flavor more of a breakup between lovers rather than a maid simply tired of work wanting to resign. Getting off the Shinkansen. "Fu Kyoto is so beautiful." Shirogane Miyuki spread his arms wide, as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. Shirogane. "Sakurai. Just ordinary." Sakurai Saki let out a cold remark. For Sakurai, someone from Kyoto, raised in Kyoto, he wasn't all that excited. "Is there anywhere interesting nearby?" Shirogane Miyuki asked. Even though last night he had spent hours searching information on his phone, too excited to sleep, he still wanted to hear Sakurai Saki's opinion. "Higashi Honganji, Tagetsu Bridge, Arashima, Fushimi Inari Shrine, basically those places." "Nah, isn't that exactly the same places I already looked up? Kyoto only has that many famous places. What are you even saying?" Sakurai Saki said helplessly. "Isn't there some cool, less-known spot? Like your childhood secret base or something?" "No, all the interesting places have long been discovered." Sakurai Saki glared at him. Next to them, the girls were chatting as well. "Amazing. As expected, a school trip has to be Kyoto." Fujiwara Chika smiled brightly. Chika, clearly just earlier on the train she had been constantly complaining, yet now she had already adjusted her mood. Truly a scary girl. "First stop, where are we going?" "Kayamizu Temple." Fujiwara Chika shouted. "Why are you looking at the girls, Sakurai?" Sakurai Saki's shoulder was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and found it was Kazumi Surigo, a classmate who had once played volleyball with him during the sports festival. Don't you dare enjoy yourself alone. Beside them, Toyosaki Subiru also walked up, loudly shouting, "If you dare sneak into the girls' group, then just wait to be despised by all the boys in school tomorrow." Sakuraya, a school trip doesn't necessarily mean you have to hang out with girls, right? Shirogane Miyuki also slung his arm over Sakurai's shoulder. Kazumitsuri Go glanced over at someone who was about to go looking for his girlfriend. "Tanuma, you won't betray us, right?" Igrigagia. Tanuma Tsubasa gave a wry smile beside them, completely lacking courtesy. And so, the five boys began their school trip. Sakurai Saki and Tanuma Tsubasa walked at the end of the group. "Sakurai, how about we slip away? Let's wait for a chance." Sakurai Saki had no desire to create memories with this group of boys. A school trip, in high school, there are only 3 times. Last year, he didn't have a girlfriend, so going with friends wasn't a problem. But this year, he already had a girlfriend, and it was still like this. Wasn't that too pathetic? Later, when recalling those youthful days, Sakurai, "This place seems like we came here together before. Really memorable." Shirogane. Sakurai Saki didn't want a future like that. But up until now, he still hadn't seen AI-chan. Remembering the scene of AI-chan and Kagaya back at the station a few hours ago, Sakurai Saki showed a thoughtful expression. Between the two of them, something must have happened that he didn't know. This school trip lasted 3 days. He could find a chance to ask. Moreover, recently all over the country there had been rain, yet only these 3 days in Kyoto were without rain. This too was something worth pondering. He pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, and found one entry. Gainazuko. There was still no message from the other side, but Sakurai Saki had a hunch that she would contact him at some point. Chapter 242-244. A private meeting Arashiyama, a famous spot in Kyoto. The bamboo forest here was very beautiful. The well-known novel character Hikigaya Hachiman had once triggered his self-destruction move at this very place. Under the night sky, with faint shimmering lights, Lord Hachiman had spoken a confession that made the entire audience take a deep breath, drawing all the firepower to himself, creating a world where no one was hurt. He is truly a hero. Ishigami will definitely make a pilgrimage here. Sakurai Saki looked at the bamboo forest beside him, muttering in his heart. He had already been wandering around with this group of boys for the entire morning, first to Higashihan Ganji, and then here, Arashiyama. Now the group was preparing to head to the next sightseeing spot, Tagetsu Bridge. Really beautiful, Arashiyama. Shirogane Miyuki snapped pictures with his phone, like an elementary school kid on a field trip, utterly thrilled. Half an hour later, really beautiful, Tagetsu Bridge. In the afternoon, really beautiful, Yasaka Shrine. After saying that, Shirogane sighed. Why is it only us guys going around like this? There's not a single girl from our school in sight. Toyosaki Subiru scratched his head. Oh right, where are Sakurai and Tanuma? The air instantly froze. They escaped. Those 2 Ryaju traitors. Kazumitsuri Go gnashed his teeth. Sakurai, get back here, damn it. Toyosaki Subiru tilted his head back and howled, making nearby tourists turn their heads. They already have girlfriends. Spending this long with us is more than enough. Shirogane Miyuki tried to console them. True enough. Thus began the sightseeing time of the Lone Wolf Bachelors Club. By evening, when they returned to the hotel, surprisingly, it was kind of fun. Yeah, not having girls with us actually doesn't matter. The 3 of them began comforting themselves. So what had Sakurai Saki been doing all afternoon? He had messaged his girlfriend, but found that AI-chan's group was quite far away, so he gave up the idea of meeting her. Coincidentally, there was a wagashi shop run by his family nearby, so he dropped in for a visit. Nothing unusual. His mother was the same as always, gentle, quietly focused on making wagashi. If not for the fact that Sakurai Saki had already promised he would try his best to participate in group activities, he probably would have been forced by his mother to stay home and spend the night. By the time he returned to the hotel they had booked, night had already fallen. The boys' room was a 3-person room. The moment he swiped the card and opened the door, Sakurai saw Kazumitsu go and Taisuke Saburo peeking at him suspiciously, as if plotting something. Just with a quick guess. He already knew, probably about him ditching the group to hang out with a girl. And indeed, his guess was spot on. A few seconds later, the two of them immediately grabbed his arms from both sides, spit out, "Who were you with this afternoon?" "I just went back home for a bit. If I really have to say it, then I was with my mom. My hometown is Kyoto, you guys know that, right?" Sakurai replied helplessly. Was he really going to be interrogated by classmates, like a criminal, just for visiting his own mother? "Your mom, huh? Then that's fine." They let him go right away. They had never met Sakurai's mother. If they had, they would probably be jealous. "Just now you guys were holding towels. Were you heading for a bath?" Sakurai asked curiously. Too shallow. Too simple. Both of them spoke mysteriously. Of course it's for something more meaningful. Sakurai propped his chin with his hand. "Don't tell me you guys are planning to sneak into the girls' bath." "The girls' bath, a restricted area, off limits to boys. Just a warning, if you get caught, the odds are high you'll be expelled." Kazumitsu go patted his shoulder, as if we would really go watch something like that. Toyosaki Saburo also nodded in agreement. "Of course we know that." Sakurai, "Toyosaki, that's not what you said back during swimming class last time. This guy had a record, so one couldn't be careless." "Whatever, it doesn't matter if you're not coming. We already invited Shirogane." "Exactly. Well, go admire the breathtaking sight of girls fresh out of the bath. If you won't come, then suit yourself." Sakurai suspiciously watched the two leave the room, but he had no intention of going with them. A moment later, his phone vibrated. Sakurai took it out and looked, only to be surprised to find that the sender was Shinomiya Kagaya. This truly shocked him. Normally, Shinomiya Kagaya never sent him private messages. If there was something to say, she would choose to send it in the student council group chat. "Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakurai-san, please come to the lounge in the hallway. I have something I want to talk about." Sakurai Saki held the phone, pondering for a few seconds. "Sakurai." Orca Omu.gif, he left the room and went to the lounge. Beside him were a few ping-pong tables, several students swinging paddles back and forth. But in Sakurai's eyes, it was nothing more than chickens pecking at each other, utterly boring. Glancing around, he quickly spotted Shinomiya Kagaya, sitting in a corner. She had just finished bathing, wearing yukata, her damp hair still shimmering, clearly not yet dry. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Sakurai sat down across from her. Several students passing by immediately slowed down, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Even the ones who were enthusiastically playing ping-pong pretended to wave their hands, acting like too hot. Can't keep playing to cover up their nosiness. The next second, Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes swept around with a blade-like chill. It felt as if with just a little more killing intent, she could kill someone right on the spot. "Kagaya." All the extras scattered at once. "Ah, so hot. I'm drenched in sweat. Let's go soak in the onsen." Omo, let's go." "Yeah, let's go." In an instant, the lounge became quiet. Seeing that the surroundings had quieted, Shinomiya Kagaya finally spoke. "Hayasaka said she wants to quit. Did you know about this?" Hearing that, Sakurai Saki showed clear surprise. "So you really didn't know?" At first, Kagaya had thought that Hayasaka AI wanting to break up with her was instigated by Sakurai. Because, even after Kagaya said she would find someone else to share the workload, Hayasaka still firmly refused. In Kagaya's mind, only Sakurai could have made Hayasaka abandon her maid duties. But seeing his reaction now, she began to realize this might be more complicated than she thought. "I also once really wanted her to quit, to live the life of an ordinary schoolgirl, but she has her own reasons," Sakurai said, his tone calm. Lately, he had been learning to restrain his own arrogance. For him, forcing his will upon others was the height of arrogance. Even though Hayasaka AI was his girlfriend, there were things he didn't want and would never force her to do. "Then, the lead has been cut off. What should I do now?" Shinomiya Kagaya let out a faint sigh. "Just ask directly," Sakurai began, but she cut him off right away. "I already asked, but when I looked at her, it felt like she was hiding something from me. Hearing that, Sakurai also fell into silence, unable to find an answer. He didn't truly understand his girlfriend, even though he knew her true face when they were alone. The thoughts inside her head he could only ever guess at, never fully grasp. Tomorrow, let's follow her, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly declared. Sakurai Saki gave a slight nod. He was just as curious as Kagaya. Chapter 243, 245. Shinomiya en yo es conspiracy-chan. Sakurai-san is sitting together with Shinomiya-san talking. Do you want to go see? Right at the lounge on the first floor. They even look super close. In the girls' room, Hayasaka AI was thinking about how to explain everything to Shinomiya Kagaya when suddenly her gyro friends she usually hung out with cut her off. Hinokuchi Mirin and Tsuruga Subaru, the rare few she considered surface friends. Why call them surface friends? Because in Hayasaka AI's eyes, they were merely reliable sources of information. Their news was always fast and accurate, and on top of that, these two never guarded against her, gossiping about everything. Kagaya-sama and Sakurai-chan? Why are those two meeting up alone like this? Though full of doubts inside, Hayasaka's face still maintained calmness. They're just friends, both members of the student council. It's normal to exchange words. But AI-chan, between boys and girls, there's no such thing as pure friendship. Hinokuchi Mirin said worriedly. She really didn't want her best friend to get hurt. Though Hayasaka only saw her as a surface friend, Mirin always truly regarded Hayasaka as a friend. Desire. That's right, between men and women, there's always desire. Just by being close, they'll end up being attracted and then making mistakes. Tsuruga Subaru nodded in agreement. No, I trust Sakurai-san. Hayasaka waved her hand, pretending to be magnanimous. But in reality, that was only a disguise. Hayasaka's heart was in chaos at that moment. Hayasaka, why? Why are those two meeting alone? It was the same last time, going to watch a movie together without telling me. Anyway, Ai-chan, you're really cute, but your opponent is Shinomiya Kagaya. She's the eldest daughter of a super powerful conglomerate. A lot of boys at school like her, they just don't dare admit it. Hinokuchi Mirin said as she nudged Hayasaka's shoulder. Sakurai-san might like her too. Of course I know that too. Hayasaka screamed in her heart. Love is war. Tsuruga Subaru said solemnly. Just from the news you tell us, or what we've gathered, that's enough. Last time a girl from Class 2C even had her boyfriend stolen. She didn't know anything, and by the time she realized, she had already been dumped. Hinokuchi Mirin nodded, then seriously lifted Hayasaka's face, forcing her to look straight at her. Let's go check it out. Under the strong urging of the two, even if Hayasaka didn't want to, she couldn't refuse. Like that, she was dragged along the entire way. By the time the three of them arrived at the lounge, Sakurai Saki had already finished his conversation with Shinomiya Kagaya and returned to his room. Seeing that, Hayasaka AI let out a sigh of relief. If it's just meeting for a few minutes, then it's fine. Once she successfully quit being a maid, she would have plenty of time to bind Sakurai Saki to her side, never letting him get involved with other girls. That night, inside a black limousine parked next to the hotel Shuchiin had booked, in the back seat, a man with shoulder-length hair, a cold face, dressed in a suit, lightly tapped the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. That was none other than the third son of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Yunyo. Just like Ice Kagaya, he too received the elite education of the Shinomiya clan, the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. My little sister must be enjoying herself right now. Shinomiya Yunyo looked toward the hotel not far away. Amano, don't forget the mission I gave you. Opposite him, a man wearing glasses with a slightly panicked expression stammered. Why yes, but the target is currently inside the hotel. I never told you to act right now. Idiot. Shinomiya Yunyo cursed. For some reason, all his subordinates were useless like this. Such a small matter, and they still couldn't handle it. Hayasaka AI, as Shinomiya Kagaya's close maid, surely possessed no small amount of information regarding his two brothers. He absolutely had to pull her over to his side. Kagaya probably won't interfere. The thing she hates most is a traitor. Hayasaka. Just seeing that surname, Shinomiya Yunyo immediately recalled his former attendant, Hayasaka now. That mother and daughter pair are both worthless. All traitors. In the past, Hayasaka now betrayed Shinomiya Yunyo, reporting his information to Shinomiya Oko, the eldest son of the Shinomiya family, the one currently with the greatest hope of succeeding the headship, and also the one with the strongest influence in the clan. Now, Hayasaka AI was just like Hayasaka now before, handing over Kagaya's information to Shinomiya Oko. The current power struggle within the Shinomiya clan was a battle of intelligence and connections. Whoever held information held the initiative. As the eldest daughter, with nearly no possibility of inheriting, Kagaya could only struggle between her three brothers, living in that fragile gap. In this situation, as Shinomiya Kagaya's maid, Hayasaka AI surely held quite a lot of information. But tomorrow there's something important at the Inari Shrine. Won't Yunyo-sama be going? Amano Yakumo, as his subordinate, was obliged to remind him. Tomorrow, at the Inari Shrine, the head of the family and the Shinomiya stewards would all be present. Benefits like that don't fall to me. Shinomiya Yunyo raised his cigarette, exhaling a faint, hazy smoke. The benefits that woman promised, they would never reach his hands. The current head of the Shinomiya family, in order to help that yokai obtain God, had paid no small price these past few years. Though real-world money could buy items from the underworld, the number was by no means small. In return, that woman said she would help the Shinomiya family members fulfill their wishes. Especially the current head, Shinomiya Ganon. Immortality, huh? Don't you find it funny? That old man is old. That's why he believes in such things. It seems that even dragons or phoenixes among men, when their lifespan is nearly spent, will resort to madness. We just need to eat a little of the leftovers. That's enough. Someone like him, just a hyena, didn't need too much. Shinomiya Yunyo knew very well his own weight. She's only a little girl. Doing this isn't a bit too much? Don't you understand? Shinomiya Yunyo's voice was cold. She's turned her back on the Shinomiya family. And still want a good ending? Yes. Amano Yakumo lowered his head in response. The next day, Sakurai Saki woke up as usual. He checked his ability again, still the same, nothing remarkable. He got out of bed, went to his luggage, took out a pair of glass, and put them on. Today's ability was Evil Eyes. Similar to Medusa, whoever he looked at would die. These lenses were specially made by his mother, quite effective, almost immune to most of the effect. Jinguji Tamaki, as someone who once served as Guji, really did have some tricks. Morning. Shirogane Miyuki met Sakurai Saki in the cafeteria. Sakurai, today you're wearing glass? Wanted to try changing my look a bit. Looks a lot more scholarly. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at him a few times. It's just that scumbag aura was a bit hard to hide. Or was his prejudice too deep? Shirogane Miyuki thought to himself. Chapter 244, 246. Only insects would like you, sorry, Hayasaka. Today I'll be going out with Sakurai-san. I already promised him. In front of the hotel, Shinomiya Kagaya told Hayasaka AI about today's schedule. Kagaya-sama, it's true that I'm preparing to quit, but you don't need to sulk and then do things like this, right? Hayasaka AI felt her Oju-sama was joking. Thinking back to last night, Hayasaka AI felt a little flustered. Even the calm mask she had maintained all this time showed cracks. Sulk? Not at all. Devoted Hearts Festival is coming up. We have related things to discuss. Shinomiya Kagaya casually made up an excuse. There's still a whole month left. Why discuss it so early? Hayasaka AI silently refuted inside. But she also had her own plan. If Shinomiya Kagaya was acting together with Sakurai Saki, on the contrary, it would be more convenient for her own execution. Last night, she had told her mother to come and take the job of temporary bodyguard for Shinomiya Kagaya. AI-chan, where are we going to hang out today? Hayasaka, Ace friend, Hino Kuchi Mirin, approached. Emma, let me think. How about strolling around the old street? AI-chan separated from Shinomiya Kagaya. Yesterday, the two of them had spent the whole day together, but the atmosphere was so awkward it could freeze the space around them. Really hard to describe. Shinomiya-san isn't coming? She said she had something to do. Ayazaka, I explained. Really? Hinokuchi Mirin looked in the distance and saw Shinomiya Kagaya walking towards Sakurai Saki. How unusual. She then looked at Hayasaka A's face and saw that her expression was unexpectedly calm. Mirin, could it be that AI-chan was the type of girl with such unusual tastes? Mirin had heard before. There were some girls who liked to see their boyfriends being intimate with others. They could find pleasure in it. Too scary. AI-chan, you're not angry? Of course I am. That answer made Hinokuchi Mirin breathe a sigh of relief. But she just explained the reason to me, so it's fine. You misunderstood the main point. Hinokuchi Mirin screamed inside. Normally, when a girl sees her boyfriend being close with another, she would go crazy. Forget it. If AI-chan has that strange fetish, then there's no helping it. Hayasaka AI looked at the two of them talking and noticed their actions were still within proper bounds, not too intimate, and the distance was kept at half a meter. She had no idea that in her friend's mind, she had already been completely and wrongly judged as having strange, inappropriate preferences. Note, there are 3 related categories involving betrayal-based scenarios. 1. The cheated-on type, being deceived by a partner. 2. Netori, cuckolding others. 3. Neterace, enjoying being cuckolded. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Of course, how to follow Hayasaka, are you stupid? Still asking me that. Shinomiya Kagaya gave Sakurai a glance. They'll kill you right now, Sakurai Saki snapped. Why are you suddenly threatening me? Shinomiya Kagaya didn't realize that at this moment, her hostility towards Sakurai Saki had nearly vanished. Half a year ago, if she had heard such a reply from Sakurai Saki, she definitely would have retorted immediately. But now, she only felt a little curious. Sakurai Saki also noticed it. Kagaya-chan, don't you feel our relationship has gotten much closer? Sakurai, Kagaya. Even Sakurai Saki had to admit, the relationship between him and Shinomiya Kagaya was no longer that of enemies, but rather something closer. If he had to use a word to describe it, friend seemed quite accurate. Kagaya-chan, why are you suddenly calling me that? Shinomiya Kagaya got goosebumps. She had reminded him many times not to use that way of addressing her. Seems like we're still not close enough for you to accept it. If one day, when she heard that form of address and neither refuted nor resisted, then Sakurai Saki would know that things had nearly gone beyond control. For now, though, it was still fine. We've been classmates for a whole year already. If even now we still can't get along, in terms of communication, then I think with such a low level of social skills you can no longer be called human. Maybe the word insect would be more accurate. Shinomiya Kagaya propped her right hand against her chin, speaking pensively. I hope you don't become an insect. Sakurai Saki glanced in the direction of Hayasaka AI, realizing they had already left. Insect? Shinomiya Kagaya thought for a few seconds, then blushed and shouted, I will never like you. Note, look at the chapter title. That's the line Kagaya once said to Sakurai before, I think. This kind of tsundere style doesn't fit the current version anymore, Kagaya-san. Kaguya? She didn't understand at all. A few seconds later, she also realized that Hayasaka AI and the others had disappeared. Stop talking, hurry, and catch up with them. Didn't you just... Don't babble, we're about to lose them. Kyoto Old Street. Hayasaka AI and her 2 gyro friends were strolling through the small shops. AI-chan, look at this, isn't it cute? Suruga Subaru put a black bow on her hair at her forehead. Very cute. Ayazaka, I prized. You were just saying that perfunctorily Suruga Subaru took off the bow. Normally, when people can't find anything good to compliment, they just throw out a cute. Just like those guys with nothing outstanding about them. Everyone only praises them as kind. So troublesome. Ai-chan sighed inwardly, feeling like she was out on a date with a girlfriend, and the type of girlfriend who was extremely hard to please. Hayasaka AI turned her eyes away from the accessory shop glancing behind her. Hayasaka, huh? A few seconds later, her gaze immediately became serious. We've been spotted. Shinomiya Kagaya wore a hat, a mask, and even sunglasses. She looked no different from some perverted stalker. Well, actually what Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki were doing right now wasn't much different from what stalkers did anyway. Don't worry, Sakurai-san. Why aren't you in disguise at all? Kagaya-san, with that ridiculous disguise, I think it's better not to disguise at all. Sakurai Saki's face darkened. In broad daylight, wearing a hat and sunglasses. Wasn't that even more eye-catching? Why did Hayasaka split off from the group? Toilet break, maybe? Sakurai Saki guessed. Sakurai-san, don't use that word. Kagaya reminded, for girls, you should say picking flowers. Sakurai Saki ignored her. Hurry up, follow them. Saying that, he immediately quickened his pace forward. Toyosaki, why are we following them? Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki, then turned to ask the person next to him. Don't you find it strange? Shinomiya is walking with Sakurai, and what's more, they seem to be tailing someone. Toyosaki Saburo said seriously. Kazumitsuri, didn't you brag about working as a detective before? Give us your opinion. Kazumitsuri Go observed ahead for a few seconds, then spoke solemnly. There's a possibility Hayasaka is being followed by a suspicious person. So Sakurai appeared, perhaps with the goal of drawing out the mastermind into the open. Shirogane Miyuki Toyosaki Saburo. Really? Shirogane Miyuki asked reluctantly. Kazumitsuri Go scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. I was just guessing FKU. 2 Chapter 245, 247. The initial meeting place lost track already. Yeah, that's right. It's all your fault. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately started shifting the blame. Kagaya. Sakurai. Wait a minute. What does this have to do with me? Sakurai Saki retorted at once. Kagaya-san, could you stop with that unreasonable blame shifting? As a human being, you should know how to reflect on yourself, right? Don't be like those people who lose in a game and then blame their teammates, okay? Getting picked off and then blaming the jungler for not ganking, while you yourself didn't even bother to ward. And in the end, after losing, you just drop a line. Fucking brainless idiot. Sakurai Saki had hated that kind of unreasonable teammate all his life. Hayasaka absolutely didn't go to the restroom. Shinomiya Kagaya said angrily, just as she stepped out of the restroom. A small alleyway. Hayasaka AI looked at the figure in sunglasses before her, feeling somewhat familiar. As long as you obediently listen, follow me back, and spill all the information, Yunyo-sama won't do anything to you. You are the lapdog of that scum, huh? Hayasaka AI bent down, rummaged through her backpack for a few seconds, then pulled out the GPS tracker. She threw it straight onto the ground and crushed it with her heel. Humph. The male bodyguard narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning vicious. Hayasaka AI could only let out a sigh. Lately, bodyguards were getting worse and worse, couldn't even threaten people properly. How were they supposed to scare people into surrendering like this? Luckily, she couldn't care less. Moreover, Hayasaka AI knew her own fighting skills weren't bad at all. Dealing with some ordinary male bodyguard was nothing, if not for the central city area being under a firearm ban. And the hassle of cleaning up the aftermath of a shooting, she wouldn't even bother to lay a hand on him, since it felt dirtying her hands. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki, after losing track, had no choice but to find an open spot nearby to wait. After a few minutes, Hayasaka AI didn't appear. Instead, the one who came was her mother Hayasaka now, the woman whom Sakurai had met once before. Kagaya-sama, today my daughter entrusted me with your safety. Hayasaka now spoke softly, fully understanding her daughter's intention, because in the past, she herself had once had the same thought. Unfortunately, after Shinomiya Yunyo learned of her betrayal, he fired her. The fact that she hadn't been retaliated against afterward was already a great fortune for Hayasaka now. This time, it's probably something similar, even though they had lived together since childhood. The bond between the two might not be able to withstand such storms. Moreover, Shinomiya Kagaya had received the same kind of education as Shinomiya Yunyo. Both valued keeping their word, rich in contractual spirit. For people like that, the thing they hated most was betrayal. Shinomiya Kagaya was skilled at wrapping up her own weakness and timidity, then putting on a cold, combative shell. She was a hedgehog. Last time, when Hayasaka now attended the three-party meeting, she felt Shinomiya Kagaya had become a little gentler, but she wasn't sure what had happened. "Where's Hayasaka?" Kagaya-sama. "Here I have a map. Perhaps from it you'll find the answer." Hayasaka now said while pulling out the map her daughter had left in the hotel, which she had just retrieved. This map had been arranged beforehand by Hayasaka AI so that Kagaya could receive it. "If you can find the place marked on the map, my daughter will surely tell you the truth about her resignation." "Hide and seek, is it?" Shinomiya Kagaya sighed, then unfolded the map. "Wait for me at that place, the place where our relationship began. Hayasaka really does love to cause trouble." Shinomiya Kagaya said that aloud, but her hands never stopped. "Neo-san, let's depart." And she paused a moment. "Wait, where exactly is that place?" Hayasaka, in her cryptic talk. Who could even understand this? At the crucial moment, she just cuts it off. "Kagaya Ayazaka knows Milet." "I don't know either." Shinomiya Kagaya folded the map. "Fine, let's get in the car and continue talking." "Sakurai-san, where are you planning to go?" Hearing her say that, Sakurai Saki abandoned the thought of going to find AI-chan on his own. "In the car. Speaking of the place where I first met Hayasaka, it has to be that place," Shinomiya Kagaya asserted with certainty. "That was on the 6th death anniversary of her mother." In class, a few classmates mocked Kagaya for being the daughter of a concubine, throwing harsh, bitter words at her. She had only told a few close friends, even reminding them not to reveal it to anyone else. But in the end, it had still been spread by someone with ill intent. That day, Shinomiya Kagaya told Hayasaka that she didn't want to be friends with people who couldn't keep secrets. Hayasaka AI had replied, "That's how it should be. People who can't keep secrets are unforgivable. It has to be that place." Half an hour later, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki stood by the roadside. "This isn't the place," Sakurai Saki said, trying hard to hold back a laugh. Sakurai sighed. Kagaya. Expressionless, Shinomiya Kagaya said, "This isn't the place." The two returned to the car again. "Don't worry, I've got another idea," Shinomiya Kagaya recalled. It was a day when Hayasaka AI ran away from home. It was raining then. I saw Hayasaka crying as she left right at the front door. In the end, I found her at that place and brought her back home. It was then that I realized inside Hayasaka was also fragile, with very small, vulnerable parts. Over 10 minutes later, looking at the vacant lot before them with a sign stuck in the ground for sale, Shinomiya Kagaya sat down, clutching her head. Why? Why is this place also wrong? "Hayasaka, where on earth are you?" Sakurai Saki stood beside her, barely able to endure it anymore. "The place we first met isn't right. It's the place where our relationship began." Suddenly, Shinomiya Kagaya thought of a place. It was a piece of land privately owned by the Shinomiya family, inside a mountain belonging solely to the Shinomiya family. By a vast lake, Hayasaka AI stood there, letting the wind from the water blow past, waiting for Shinomiya Kagaya to arrive. Behind her came the sound of footsteps. She slowly turned her head. When she saw who it was, Hayasaka AI didn't show the slightest sign of surprise. "Yinyo-sama, good afternoon." "Ayazaka, I slightly bored." "Drop those fake masks, you filthy rat." Shinomiya Yunyo, with a cold face, spoke mockingly. "Both you and your mother are traitors, and to keep up this disgusting act here, it's truly nauseating." He laughed as he said, "Never thought Kagaya would see you as a confidant. Seems my little sister really is both naive and adorable." "What? Trying to find an excuse? Planning to use Kagaya-sama to pressure me?" Hayasaka AI also shed her disguise. Next to Shinomiya Yunyo, several burly men stepped forward a few paces. "Don't make a move. I really am trash. but I've never casually resorted to violence. He looked toward Hayasaka. Speak the information you have. I can choose not to tell Kagaya about your betrayal. Hayasaka, AI. I absolutely don't have any information at all. Lying to others is fine, but don't lie to yourself. Lying to me, I can take it as you telling me a joke. I'll laugh and let it go. But saying words, even you don't believe, aren't you just treating me like an idiot? Shinomiya Yunyo pulled out a cigar, lit it, and took a puff. His eyes were cold, almost 9/10 the same as Kagaya's, staring intently at Hayasaka, AI. Don't force me to say those things to Kagaya. Right after those words, a voice came from behind. Looks like I made it in time. Shinomiya Kagaya stepped out from the forest. With her were Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya now. You came at the right time. Shinomiya Yunyo looked at Hayasaka AI with an amused gaze. My adorable little sister, let you see the appearance of this filthy rat standing under the sunlight. Truly ugly, isn't it? At this moment, Hayasaka AI also lowered her head, not daring to look at Kagaya. She had imagined countless times the scene of meeting Kagaya again, but never once thought it would be under these circumstances. She betrayed you, reporting every single one of your actions to our elder brother every day. Shinomiya Yunyo finished speaking, then looked towards Shinomiya Kagaya, only to find her expression frighteningly cold. You can't accept a traitor either, right? Since she's already planning to quit, why not let her work for me instead? Inside, Shinomiya Kagaya's feelings were extremely complicated. She could not accept a traitor, yet her bond with Hayasaka AI made it impossible for her to agree to her brother's proposal. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. HM, and who are you? Shinomiya Yunyo looked towards Sakurai Saki. Hayasaka, Ace boyfriend. Sakurai Saki walked straight toward AI-chan. Hayasaka, Ace boyfriend. Just as he was about to say something, Hayasaka now quickly interrupted. Yunyo-sama, please mind your words. Hearing that, Shinomiya Yunyo only drew a puff of his cigar, saying nothing further. He wasn't a fool. Though in his eyes, Hayasaka now was nothing good, her words would never be baseless. That boy with glasses and such a striking face, likely not an ordinary person. Kagaya hesitating? Shinomiya Yunyo muttered to himself inwardly. In his view, upon learning she had been betrayed, Shinomiya Kagaya would definitely lose her reason and immediately cast Hayasaka AI away. But what was this? Who on earth was that person? Since when had Shinomiya Kagaya become this foolish? A person who refused to understand others, yet demanded too much. Wrapping her weaknesses in a shell of hostility, that was the real Shinomiya Kagaya. Let's go over there to talk. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke softly, looking toward Hayasaka AI, who was crying in Sakurai Saki's arms. Okay. A few minutes later, Shinomiya Yunyo departed. All of his actions depended on the permission of Shinomiya Kagaya, and with her hesitation, his entire plan could not continue. Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka now stood together, gazing toward the two mistress and servants sitting by the lakeside in the distance. Sakurai-sama, Lady Duckweed's plan is expected to end tonight. She told you to say that to me? Sakurai Saki could already guess some of it. That's right. The matter of Shuchiin changing the schedule of the school trip was also related to Lady Duckweed. The Shinomiya family held authority in Shuchiin. Altering the schedule of a school trip was nothing difficult. Perhaps even that vote back then had the unseen hand of some intervention. Everything was to draw him to Kyoto. Sakurai-sama, tonight, please go to the Inari Shrine. Got it. With that topic closed, silence settled over them for a brief moment. Then Hayasaka now asked, between my daughter and Kagaya-sama, which one do you like more? Or is it both? I only like Hayasaka AI. Sakurai Saki realized AI-chan's mother was not an ordinary person either. Knowing he wasn't ordinary, and yet she still dared tease him, her courage was indeed considerable. But since this was Hayasaka A's mother, Sakurai Saki couldn't do anything to her. Note, at first I was going to use Lady Algae, but I googled and found this in the Yokai Wiki. Lady Duckweed is another name title, English translating name title, for Tamamona May. Chapter 246, 248. How could there be a crown prince who lasts for 40 years? Note, I was confused about Inari's gender, so I looked it up on the wiki. Inari Okami, the deity of agriculture and prosperity, can appear as male, female, or androgynous in Japanese mythology. When associated with agriculture, rice, and fertility, Inari is often depicted as a goddess. In the role of patron deity of blacksmiths, industry, and commerce, Inari can appear as a male god. Sometimes Inari is regarded as an androgynous deity, possessing both male and female qualities, or even as a collective of multiple kami. I suppose it's because many anime often depict Inari as a goddess that I always had the impression of them being female. Inari Shrine, a famous landmark of Kyoto. Now it had been sealed off by the Shinomiya family, used to help Jinguji Tamaki seize the power of the god Inari. The god Inari was the son of Susanoo, one of the 3 children of Izanagi, the creator god in Japanese mythology. The other 2 were Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi. It could be seen that the power of the god Inari was by no means weak. He governed the harvest, and moreover, in the current Shinto religion, the faith devoted to him ranked among the top 3, with shrines to him existing everywhere. Outside the main hall of the Inari Shrine, aside from the important figures of the Shinomiya family, there was also someone Sakurai Saki had once met the previous summer, Murakami Ryu, who had fought him in the Gaio Kuryuki event. Murakami Ryu stared at the shrine with sharp eyes. Looks like father is almost done with his task. His father, as a subordinate of Jinguji Tamaki, was in charge of suppressing the power of all the Inari gods scattered everywhere, weakening them to the lowest possible level. The god Inari governed the harvest, and aside from insects, what he feared most were droughts and floods. Continuous heavy rain for more than 10 days straight was meant to create floods, although this caused flooding everywhere and no small amount of property damage. The Yukai did not care in the slightest, and the Shinomiya family as a financial conglomerate cared even less. Through the doors of the main hall, Murakami Ryu could feel the increasingly powerful aura coming from within. He knew very well who was inside. White-faced, golden-furred, 9-tailed fox Stamomonome. That this woman could snatch away the power of the god Inari was in fact related to her origin. The divine messengers of Inari were foxes. He was even called the fox god. Thus, Tamomonome could rely on that connection to seize his power. Murakami Ryu suddenly recalled the words his father once said. Their family seemed to carry the bloodline of Yamatoroki. In mythology, Yamatoroki once devoured the sisters of Susanoo's wife, who were also the aunts of the god Inari, and was then slain by Susanoo. No matter how one looked at it, this was a grudge that spanned generations. Yet his father now served Tamomonome, the one about to become the god Inari. Truly incomprehensible. The relationship between Murakami Ryu and his father was not good at all. That man was always violent, driven mad by the pain of losing his wife. In a single day, only half the time was he sane. In the other half, he would not listen to anyone. Unable to form bonds with humans, only after mother died did father become that way. Thinking of this, Murakami Ryu slightly shook his head. Now, he had a human girlfriend. When he was young, because of his mischievousness, he was once caught and pulled ashore by fishermen, and it was that very girl who saved him. Such a life-saving debt, of course, had to be repaid somehow. It was now 8 in the evening. There were still a few more hours before the ritual would end. Murakami Ryu still stood in the same place. Until half an hour later, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head. A young man with such a striking appearance that even the moonlight could not overshadow him, as if his whole body glowed, was slowly walking toward him. The corners of his lips carried a faint smile, looking very approachable. Sakurai, long time no see. The one who came was, of course, Sakurai Saki. After waiting for Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya to finish their conversation, he had immediately come here. Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI had already ended their master-servant relationship. As for what would happen afterward, Sakurai Saki did not know. but the fact that Kagaya was willing to break up with his girlfriend put him in a very good mood. The house Hayasaka AI rented was also quite close to his own, so from now on they could return home together after school. And during winter or spring breaks, he would no longer have to put up with Shinomiya Kagaya's sour looks. As expected, my guess back then was right. As for me, you had my head spinning with all your cryptic words, Sakurai Saki said with a smile. Right now his mood was extremely refreshed. Even when facing someone he had only met once, he could still smile warmly. Now Sakurai no longer wore a mask. That smile came truly from the bottom of his heart. Tamaki-sama, and you, what is your relationship? Murakami Ryu lowered his voice to ask. My mother. You are a fox? Sakurai Saki raised an eyebrow. A fox? Tamaki-sama is Tamamune. Wait, you don't know? I am her adopted son. Sakurai Saki explained. He did not understand why his mother had to hide this matter. Having a mother who was a yukai was quite interesting, as long as the affection she gave him was not false. Sakurai Saki did not care about her origin. You are very strong. When there's a chance, let's test ourselves against each other. Murakami Ryu stared into Sakurai Saki's rainbow-glowing eyes. Your eyes. Sakurai Saki adjusted his glasses. What? You find the design beautiful? Sorry, it's my first time seeing it. So I was a bit surprised. Where's your girlfriend? Sakurai Saki still remembered very clearly. Last time, when Hayasaka AI was not there, this guy even dared to brag hard. This time, Sakurai Saki swore he would return it 1,000-fold. Vengeance will be mine. She stayed in Fukuoka. This place is too dangerous. I see. The two were just about to continue their conversation when from the main hall of the shrine came a sharp roar, resembling the howl of a dog. Abandon the yukai body. Carry the power of Tamamonome to inherit the throne of the god. Tamaki-sama's plan is simply that. Murakami Ryu explained. Sakurai Saki said nothing. He only turned his head to the side. Murakami Ryu also looked over, not knowing since when on the other side a yukai had appeared. On his head grew two sharp dragon horns, the face of a middle-aged man, wearing a black haori kimono. Father? Standing next to him was the eldest son of the Shinomiya house, Shinomiya Oko. Red Dragon Dano, have you truly stepped into that realm already? The bald head of Shinomiya Oko reflected the cold moonlight. His outward appearance looked gentle, but anyone observant would know that was only a facade. This man was currently the one holding the greatest power in the Shinomiya house. Even the current family head, Shinomiya Ganon, had already been stripped of much authority. The matter of Hayasaka AI approaching Shinomiya Kagaya to investigate information was also under the orders of Shinomiya Oko. I know your thoughts. Murakami Aka stared intently at the main hall. Shinomiya Oko wanted him and Jinguji Tamaki, that fox, to fight to the death. The purpose? Simply to prevent the current family head, Shinomiya Ganon, from successfully extending his lifespan. In this world, where would there be a crown prince of 40 years? Sorry, in truth, there was, and Shinomiya Oko was the example. Even if Jinguji Tamaki could not grant Shinomiya Ganon immortality, helping him live a few more decades was far too easy. By then, Shinomiya Ganon would still be alive, while Shinomiya Oko would already have 1 foot in the grave. I and Lady Duckweed already have an agreement. He wanted to revive his wife. An old wish, but also the only goal that Murakami Aka had pursued for more than 10 years. Also his only hope. Are you certain that she can resurrect your wife? You must know that Fox has toyed with countless people. Please think very carefully. After Shinomiya Oko finished speaking, he turned to leave. Murakami Aka closed his eyes, pondering for a while. A few seconds later, he mocked himself inwardly. A simple sowing of discord, but very effective. Chapter 247-249. The filial son returns to his hometown. Time kept passing by. Before long, it was already 11:30 at night. The air around gradually grew colder. The weather in Kyoto in November was already chilly, and the night wind blew past, making people feel as if blades were cutting into their skin. But fortunately, Everyone present here was not an ordinary person. The head of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Ganon, whose health was not good, had temporarily left, going to the side hall next to the Inari Shrine, where there was a place to rest. The aura in the main hall of the Inari Shrine became increasingly powerful, making everyone around feel their breathing grow difficult. "It's almost time," Murakami Ryu muttered. Even if he didn't say it, Sakurai Saki also understood clearly. After an endlessly long wait, the stagnant air around suddenly began to move again. The temperature also rose quite a bit, and even though it was nighttime, the entire area no longer felt freezing. "It's over." Everything became peaceful. At this moment, Murakami Aka, the dragon who had poured all his effort into this plan, moved from not far away toward the main hall. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki immediately removed his glasses. If the other party made any move beyond the limit, he would strike without hesitation. Even though right now, standing beside Sakurai was none other than his son, Murakami Ryu, the one with whom he had once exchanged sword techniques. "Tamaki Dano, the matter you promised, may I ask when it will be fulfilled?" Murakami AKA's voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. He was the second strongest among all those present here, even facing Tamamo no Mei's subordinate. Ibuki Duji, who was also Ibuki Yuki, he felt no fear. What's more, at this moment Tamamo no Mei had just seized the power of the god Inari at her weakest state. A few seconds later, from within the shrine came a charming voice, carrying a trace of laziness and fatigue. "It will still take 3 more years as planned." 3 years? Help me for another 3 years, and I will go to Yomi, bring your wife, who is not yet reincarnated, back. Jinguji Tamaki's voice carried a smile, and anyone hearing it would know her mood was good. But in Murakami AKA's ears, it was not so at all. 3 years, then 3 years again. For more than 10 years, he had clenched his teeth and endured, thinking this time would be the last. Yet the other party's reply made his heart sink into the abyss. He suspected she never intended to tell the truth. Yomi will hold on to a soul for more than 10 years. The gods have left, only some little spirits remain. Naturally, the efficiency will be low. Jinguji Tamaki replied smoothly. "Are you deceiving me? Red Dragon. Without you, I still have Azure Dragon, White Dragon, Vermilion Dragon. There are always replacements for you. Don't think yourself too important." Jinguji Tamaki's voice turned cold. At this moment, she completely forgot her adopted son was standing outside. Otherwise, at least she would have softened her tone a little. "If you do not believe my promise, then why ask at such a crucial moment? Stepping forward here proves that you already have made your decision. No matter what I say, you will not listen." Jinguji Tamaki said with a smile. These words, in Murakami AKA's ears, were nothing short of provocation. The very next second, before all eyes, Murakami AKA's body swelled within a mist. In no time, a Jiaolong with a blazing red body shot into the sky. It circled a few times, then glared fiercely at the main hall of the Inari Shrine. "Era angry now? If I said that the matter I promised about saving your wife was nothing but a lie from beginning to end, then what would you do?" Jinguji Tamaki giggled twice, just like a little girl who had succeeded in teasing someone. Puffed. Hearing his mother's words, Sakurai Saki couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. She was sulking his mother after living together for so many years. Sakurai Saki knew her temper all too well. She was only upset because her subordinate had doubted her. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Murakami Ryu was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on, or why his father could be confronting Tamamo no Mei. Be glad, at least your father hasn't struck yet. If he attacks, even if my mother doesn't act, I will. Sakurai Saki stared intently at the Jiaolong in the sky. The relationship between us isn't close enough for me to spare him once he attacks. What? Take my advice, don't do anything stupid. Think about your girlfriend. How about you just bring my father down, as long as you don't kill him? Ah! Sakurai Saki couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. It was truly the first time he had seen father and son so in sync like this. His laughter echoed throughout the open courtyard, standing out sharply. He laughed for several seconds, then raised his hand to rub his eyes. "All right then, they'll go along with you." Sakurai Saki put away his smile, then lifted his gaze to the Jiaolong above. Petrifying eyes. He muttered in his heart, then activated his ability. The very next moment, whoosh, a stream of white light engulfed the sky. Everything within Sakurai Saki's line of sight instantly froze within that white brilliance, the sight making everyone present shiver down their spines. The mighty Jiaolong, which just a moment ago had been rampaging across the horizon. In the blink of an eye turned into stone, plummeting straight from the air. A few unlucky bats foraging in the night also got caught, falling to the ground and shattering. The whole space suddenly turned silent. Silent to the point of terror. All the members of the Shinomiya family stared at the harmless-looking boy, each of them swallowing with difficulty. Among everyone, Shinomiya Oko was the most shaken. He knew Sakurai Saki's outward identity, a member of the Shuchiin Student Council. As for his secret identity, being Jinguji Tamaki's adopted son, Hayasaka now had once told him. But because of that, the overwhelming disparity before his eyes horrified him to the point he nearly pissed himself. I must find a way to release the Hayasaka family. I can't keep monitoring Kagaya anymore. He didn't want to die. Facing someone like this, if he wanted to crush him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. After a long silence, it was Sakurai Saki's voice that broke it. "Your father's tough, isn't he? Falling from that high up and still not smashed to pieces." Sakurai Saki said with a smile. "Murakami Ryu." Sakurai put his glasses back on. "Don't worry, he won't die. I controlled the force, only petrified the surface." Originally, he had come here to celebrate his mother, but ended up watching a whole play instead. Murakami Ryu said nothing, only quietly stepped a bit farther away from him. Those eyes were far too terrifying. Back at the Jokuriyuki tournament, the reason the other party hadn't used his true power, now he understood, he had been afraid of accidentally killing him. "So that's done, huh?" Sakurai Saki relaxed his body. His gaze swept over the Shinomiya family members, aside from a few with obvious Yukai traits, who were likely his mother's subordinates. The rest were Shinomiya family. That one is Kagaya's father, outwardly aged, but his spirit was still strong. At that moment, Sakurai Saki's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming message, Gain Izuko. It was that oddity specialist. Attached note, be careful of an attack from the sky. The people of heaven have arrived. They will not permit gods to appear in Japan. That is a destabilizing factor for the human world, and they will seek to eliminate it. Sakurai Saki put his phone away. Heaven, looks like it's that direction. He removed his glasses once more, gazing toward the moon. A few seconds later, he withdrew his sight. Didn't expect to run into an acquaintance, can't kill them. Heaven, an angel in a white cloak landed, lowering the bow in her hand. How could he have known? Zella looked at her body, already half turned to stone. And it had only been a few seconds. Zella White Tenma, an angel of heaven, bearing the title hand of God. In addition, she had another identity, Gabriel's elder sister. Using the power of an angel, Zella spent half an hour dispelling the petrification, then prepared to leave and report the situation. The dust settled. Everything seemed perfect, but apparently, not quite so. Uwu baby, don't look at mama. Anymore. Jinguji Tamaki covered her face with her hands, lying sprawled in the middle of the main hall. Sakurai Saki looked at the enormous nine-tailed fox before him, his eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time he had ever seen his mother's true form. To be clear, Sakurai was absolutely not someone into furry. He just found this appearance far too novel. No wonder Mom didn't go out to fight that Jiaolong earlier. Turns out it was because you temporarily couldn't return to human form. Sakurai Saki smiled as he spoke. To be honest, this giant fluffy fox actually looked pretty cute. Uwu Jinguji Tamaki covered the large ears atop her head. The whole fox flustered. Right now Mama isn't wearing anything, you know? Tamaki, Sakurai Saki, so fur doesn't count as clothing? Forget it. If you want to look then, just look. Tamaki rolled over, revealing her fox belly, lying flat on her back. Since she had already been seen, so be it, embarrassed or not, it didn't matter anymore. Mom, just take your time to rest. They'll be going now. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki quickly left the scene. After he left, Jinguji Tamaki returned to her human form, leaning against the wall, panting, her face unusually flushed. She almost couldn't hold back from laying hands on him. The divine power actually had such a side effect, completely beyond her expectations. Inari, are you sick or something? Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Sakurai Saki stepped back in through the door. Huh, Mom, already better? I was just about to ask if you wanted something to eat. Chapter 248, 250. A new beginning culture festival, New Year, and winter camp the school trip had ended. By the end of November, the weather was gradually turning colder, to the point that Sakurai Saki even thought about wearing a scarf. While jogging that morning, he came across quite a few high school girls living nearby, hurrying off, probably to participate in club activities. Wearing skirts, some even deliberately shortening them a lot. He wondered whether they weren't afraid of the cold. For the sake of beauty, girls really could do anything. Camouflage, makeup, reconstructing their bodies, plastic surgery, altering dimensions in another space, Photoshop. Just the thought of it gave Sakurai Saki chills. Luckily, he was a boy, male in appearance, male in gender identity, so he didn't need to worry too much about looks. Saki was the type who shone brightly even with a bare face. Honestly, these days, how many guys would spend tons of time putting on makeup just to step outside? Sakurai Saki pushed open the door of his rented apartment, ready to head out, when the cold wind slapped him in the face. Winter was approaching. Recently, the temperature had dropped quite a bit, but since it hadn't stayed below 10 degrees for 10 straight days yet, it wasn't considered the real start of winter. Shuchiin's Culture Festival was to be held on December 18th and 19th. At first, it was only one day, but thanks to Shirogane Miyuki's efforts, it had been extended to 2. Holding a culture festival so close to winter really was puzzling. After all, just a week after the festival, December 25th would be Christmas. Christmas. Sakurai Saki was still wondering who he would spend it with. Honestly, anyone was fine. After all, Hayasaka AI had already broken free from that cage. She had even shouted out, "Sayonara, cage," to celebrate her freedom. The Shinomiya family no longer placed too many restrictions on Hayasaka AI. Although Shinomiya Kagaya still hadn't fully forgiven her betrayal, the relationship between the two had shifted from mistress and servant to friends. Sakurai Saki figured the reason was because that day he had displayed a little of his power in front of the Shinomiya family, which made them much more obedient. Leaving the apartment building, Sakurai Saki saw Hayasaka AI waiting at the entrance. Blonde hair, Bluetooth earphones, wearing Shuchiin's winter uniform. With a light gray knit cardigan on top, she actually looked quite cozy. "Good morning, AI-chan. Darling, I've been waiting for you for several minutes already." Hayasaka AI pulled out her phone, showing him their message history. The last line message between them was just 1 minute ago. "You're not going to school with Shinomiya-san today?" Sakurai Saki held her hand, the cold wind suddenly warming a little. For the past week, the two had chosen to walk to school together. But today was Monday, and usually Hayasaka AI would go to school with Shinomiya Kagaya. The two girls had even arranged it that way. "Kagaya? Doesn't matter anymore. Yesterday, she invited me to sleep over, and we ended up talking about you the whole time. She even said the reason she didn't win in the midterms last week was because she got careless." Hayasaka AI spoke while leaning close to Sakurai Saki, resting her cheek against his shoulder. Like this, it was hard to walk properly. "AI-chan, if you're like this, how am I supposed to walk? And why is it that just because she mentioned me, you won't go with her anymore? Because it seems like she likes you already." Hayasaka Ace's voice was cool. "Hayasaka, I won't be interested in her. Besides, she doesn't actually like me anyway. Look at you. You even switch from calling her Kagaya-san to Shinamiya-san. That alone shows you have something in your heart. Avoiding suspicion, Sakurai Saki only said those two words. Hayasaka AI clung to him as they walked for a few steps, but soon realized it really was too difficult. So, she let him go. Setting Kagaya aside for now, what about Chika? As soon as Hayasaka AI said that, Sakurai Saki was left speechless. He could only sigh inwardly. Hayasaka AI, after breaking free from Shinomiya Kagaya's control, was truly frightening. The possessiveness she had suppressed before was now exploding intensely. Recently, Sakurai Saki hardly went to the student council at all. After school, he would just go home with his girlfriend. He almost missed the old AI-chan, who at least knew how to be a bit tsundere. Old Hayasaka. New Hayasaka. Are you planning to ride two boats at once? Can I? What do you think? Of course not. Hayasaka AI ruthlessly crushed his illusion. Previously, when she had no time, she allowed Chika, the pink cat who loved to sneak around, to sneak into the house a few times. Now that she was free, did that cat still dare to have such thoughts? No way. Hayasaka to Chika, the more I love you, the less I want to share you with any other girl. My possessiveness is really strong, you know? After saying that, Hayasaka AI fell silent for a few seconds, then slightly compromised. If 5 years from now, she still likes you, then giving her a chance wouldn't be impossible. She didn't believe Fujiwara Chika could like her boyfriend for 5 whole years. Besides, with that girl's grades, whether the two of them could even attend the same university was still uncertain. AI-chan, you know what? What you just said, normally people call that setting up a flag. HM? Hayasaka AI stopped walking, tilted her head, and looked at him. If there really is someone who can like you for 5 years, then I wouldn't mind if there were a few more people. I would mind. Sakurai Saki replied seriously. Words like that from a girl, don't take them seriously. Consider it as you passing the test. Ayazaka izmailed mischieviously. Hayasaka. She took one of her Bluetooth earphones and put it into Sakurai Saki's ear. Just in time, a fitting song came up. Listen to it. As soon as the intro played, Sakurai Saki felt a chill run down his spine. Kanashimi no Muku-e, To the Other Side of Sorrow. The song played during the credits of School Days' Bad Endings and during the climax of the anime's final episode. Sakurai. What did AI-chan mean by this? Seeing his confused face, Hayasaka Ace lips curled up, her delight reaching its peak. Don't you dare cheat. Saki-chan, I will always love you, Sakurai. Saki's voice trembled. That sounded so fake. Clearly you were scared. Hayasaka Ace crisp laughter rang out along the roadside, making passers-by turn to look. But when they saw her face clearly, they all froze in awe of her beauty. The rows of ginkgo trees lining the street had already shed their leaves, signaling a late autumn morning stepping into winter. The two of them held hands and walked together toward the school. That afternoon after school, Sakurai Saki had to go to the student council to discuss matters related to the cultural festival with Shirage Miyuki. Sakurai, why are you here today? Shirage Miyuki was surprised. Recently, Sakurai had rarely come to the student council. Many students had already seen him and Hayasaka AI going home together. The media club even added a special section in the school magazine, writing several hundred words about the matter. Shirage, dating is really exhausting. Sakurai closed the door, then dropped heavily onto the sofa. He leaned back, his voice filled with doubt about life. Turns out these past 6 months, what I thought was dating wasn't dating at all. Huh? Shirage put down his pen, not understanding what the hell he was talking about. Being a scumbag is hard. Sakurai looked up at the ceiling, sighing endlessly. How to become a successful scumbag like Shishio? Truly a philosophical question. In novels, that so-called peaceful harem is all fake. In reality, no girl would willingly share her boyfriend. Don't be fooled by Fujiwara Chika's smiling face. In truth, she didn't want it either. Previously, she had flatly rejected his suggestion of two-timing. Only Nino, that adorable little devil, showed she didn't mind. But Sakurai didn't dare to guess what she truly thought in her heart. Then don't be a scumbag anymore. Wait, what did you say to Hayasaka? I told her I wanted a two-time. Shirogane. Shirogane blinked a few times, took several seconds to confirm that he hadn't misheard. She didn't slap you and break up with you. That's already extremely generous. I think so too. Yo guys, I have a small announcement. Tomorrow I have to attend my cousin's wedding, and I'm pretty sure he'll come home drunk. No, I'm not even sure he'll make it home at all, or just sleep right there. So tomorrow, please let me take the day off. My apologies. Bye-bye, have a nice day. Chapter 249-251. The Cultural Festival Executive Committee. Sakurai. You came here just to show off to me, didn't you? Shirogane left the president's chair. The cultural festival was still more than 10 days away. Enough time for him to handle everything. In fact, to have this festival, Shirogane had put in no small amount of effort. At first, it was only supposed to be 1 day, but thanks to his struggle, it was extended to 2 days. Perhaps the principal, seeing his capability, gave approval. Show off? Did I just do that? Sakurai had no self-awareness at all. If this country held a contest for shamelessness, he would definitely make the top 10. Of course, what you just said was completely showing off. So annoying, im so jealous. Shirogane glanced at the cup of coffee on the table, the one that had just been brewed. Can I drink it? Of course, I made it for you. Sakurai replied with a smile. Shirogane, finding a girlfriend really isn't that hard. I've told you many times already. Shirogane Miyuki sighed. No one has caught my eye. He did have a few female friends he was quite close with, but they all treated each other like brothers. He truly never thought of it that way. You're really picky. This school is full of rich Ojisama. Yet you don't care about anyone? Sakurai Saki teased. Of course, he understood the other's meaning. That's the problem. If it wasn't an Ojisama, maybe I'd consider it. My family doesn't have money, but at least I still have some capital. Shirogane Miyuki referred to his good looks and academic record. But if the other person is the daughter of a distinguished family, then I might not be worthy. I think love doesn't need that much overthinking. Sakurai Saki expressed his view. Love isn't the same as marriage. Even if it could lead to marriage later, the chance of a first love leading to marriage is very low. Out of 100 couples, not even one. I really envy your mentality. Shirogane Miyuki sighed. To him, love was for marriage. You think I'm dating Hayasaka AI with just a playful mentality? Hayes, I really am a scumbag, but marriage will still be marriage. Sakurai Saki lifted the coffee cup and took a sip. Then he took a book out of his bag. A short story collection by Kawabata Yazunari, including Snow Country, The Dancing Girl of Aizu, and a few others. Looking at the book, he suddenly felt a little urge to travel to Aizu. When I have you, whether it's buying a tie in a department store or cleaning a fish in the kitchen, I feel happiness. Shirogane, what do you think of this line? When did you start reading classical literature? Shirogane Miyuki remembered that before, he only saw him reading light novels. Works of famous people are sometimes quite interesting. Of course, when it comes to fun, he'll definitely still read light novels. The midterms were over, and with a month left until finals, Sakurai Saki wasn't worried at all. You even make me evaluate a famous quote. You really hold me in high regard. Shirogane Miyuki grumbled. For famous quotes like this, there are tens of thousands of interpretations online. When I lose you, whether facing the chirping of birds or the fragrance of flowers, I no longer feel any interest. Everything becomes empty, hollow. A sensitive heart turns dull, unable even to grasp its own soul. Sakurai Saki read that line, then sighed. Is this the feeling of a first love? My girlfriend is exactly like that. She can't bear being apart for even a second. Sakurai, Shirogane. Sakurai, stop reading. I got a headache already. If you keep this up, you'll have to seriously consider finding a girlfriend. Shirogane Miyuki felt like he was showing off his love in secret. No, this was blatant showing off. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki said nothing more. After a long while, he changed the subject. Shirogane, why did you drop to third place in the last midterms? Shirogane held his coffee cup frozen for a few seconds. Why did the other suddenly bring this up? Although the midterms were already a week ago, Shiragain still explained. I already got accepted into Stanford, didn't I? Lately I've been studying English and practicing speaking. The pronunciation in Japan and in America is different. Practicing is exhausting me to death. Shiragain Miyuki no longer cared about holding the top spot. His energy was limited. He had to focus on what was necessary. Exactly. Sometimes I can't even understand the English of those 5 idiots. Just mentioning it made Sakurai Saki feel tired. Nina was still okay. She was pretty good at English. After more than half a year of studying in the 5 subjects for the exam, she no longer had any weak points. The main problem was Yatsuba and Ichika. Ichika had been busy filming recently. She even took several days off from school. The higher her career soared, the more worrying her studies became. And Yatsuba, well, no need to even mention, right? She really tried her best. But no matter how much she studied, nothing stuck, leaving Sakurai wanting to cry without tears. Yatsuba, Sakai, wait a minute. Sakurai, what on earth are you here for? You're not tutoring the Nakano quintuplets, not working general affairs, just sitting here drinking coffee and reading books. Usually when you come here, you already have nothing to do. But earlier you were stalling and making me anxious. The more Shiragain Miyuki thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Sakurai Saki really was the kind of person who talked in circles, constantly steering the topic elsewhere. Didn't I say yet? I came today to choose people for the Cultural Festival Executive Committee. Sakurai Saki spoke up. Isn't each class supposed to choose one person? Besides that, the student council also has to choose someone, so I came to ask. Last time I got suspended, remember? So the teachers decided to keep a closer eye on me, make me do more work so I don't cause any more big incidents. That confession stunt of yours last time really was legendary. Shiragain Miyuki sighed, then added, the student council isn't even here today. Just as he finished speaking, someone entered through the door. Ishigami, looking no different from a gaming addict, as always. Sakurai Saki really wanted to find some chance to get his hair cut. He looked so sloppy. His face wasn't bad, but that hairstyle dragged his appearance down miserably. Sakurai-senpai and Miu-senpai. Good afternoon. Ishigami. Hi, Ishigami. You sat down on the sofa, took out his laptop, and started doing treasurer work. What are you guys talking about? The Devoted Hearts Festival Executive Committee. Are you interested? Sakurai Saki himself would definitely be part of this committee. He absolutely didn't want Shinomiya Kagaya getting involved. Since the student council had to send someone, then better to send Ishigami. Not interested. Ishigami bluntly said, a bunch of Ryaju gathering together to discuss Ryaju stuff? Spare me. Just breathing that kind of air would kill me instantly. Ishigami, a mole who couldn't endure the sunlight. You're exaggerating a bit. Shiragain Miyuki, as president, had his own responsibilities, such as painting the giant dragon model on the rooftop. Sakurai Saki thought for a few seconds about how to drag him in. And why didn't he just give up on Ishigami and put Fujiwara Chika in instead? Don't even mention such a horrifying thing. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Sakurai-senpai, give it up. No matter what you say, even if it's the temptation of a devil, I'm not joining. Ishigami, you could see he was still trying to persuade him. Ishigami, the head of the executive committee, is Koyasa's senpai. Ishigami. As soon as Sakurai Saki finished speaking, Ishigami's indifferent face instantly turned attentive. Do you want to join? Yes. Wow, this guy really was easy to read. Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly. It seemed even the god of giving up couldn't resist the allure of jade beauty. Chapter 252, The Overwhelming Aura of the Official Girlfriend in the Student Council Room. The conversation continued, only now there was one more person. Senpai, were you guys just talking about the Cultural Festival Executive Committee? The one who spoke was Aino Miko, who had just finished her disciplinary committee duties. What about it? Sakurai Saki replied, while taking a few candies from his pocket and handing them to her. Sakurai to Miko. Senpai. Miko-chan's voice turned a little spoiled. She wasn't a child, yet Senpai was still giving her candy. But at that moment, Miko-chan was a little hungry, so she accepted the candy from Sakurai Saki. Thank you, senpai. TCH, Snack King. Ishigami Yu threw out a sarcastic jab. Were you calling that? Miko-chan shouted. The two of them seemed about to start another fierce verbal battle. In playing Pokemon, Ishigami Yu showed her the screen of his game console. Look, this is the name of a Pokemon. It's an Ultra Beast type. You only said the name. How do I know if you're insulting me or not? Miko-chan shot back with sound logic. Normally, Ishigami, you just made things up to tease her. So this time Miko-chan had her guard up beforehand. Aino, usually only people who already feel insulted react that strongly. There's a saying, if you think you are, then you are. Ishigami, you actually hadn't insulted her just now. People should see the situation clearly before choosing a side and opening their mouth. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from you. Aino Miko gave him a sideways glance. Shirogane Miyuki shifted the topic to the festival. Aino, your disciplinary committee also has to send someone to join the executive committee this time, right? Who is it? Me. Miko-chan said proudly. The executive committee was the core of the cultural festival. Being able to take part in organizing such an event made Aino Miko very happy. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki glanced back at him. The executive committee was originally a place where you worked hard with no recognition. Do well, and no one praises you. Mess up, and the whole school talks behind your back. In short, it wasn't exactly a good place. Yet Miko-chan seemed to volunteer eagerly. Miko-chan, this time Ishigami will also be participating. Sakurai Saki softly reminded. Aino Miko thought for a few seconds, then casually said, What does that have to do with me? It never had anything to do with you. Ishigami, you muttered. This time he was only joining to get closer to the one he liked, not to babysit. In Ishigami Yu's eyes, Aino Miko was just a rebellious little girl who hadn't grown up, clueless about social skills, though Ishigami himself wasn't exactly good at reading the room either. But he still felt he was much better than Aino Miko. He'll return those exact words back to you. Miko-chan replied coldly. What does that have to do with you? After that cutting line, she turned and smiled sweetly at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai-senpai, are you also joining the executive committee this time? Miko to Ishigami, Miko to Sakurai. The speed of her face change left Ishigami you dumbfounded. Terrifying, women truly were frightening creatures. The ability to switch masks between someone you hated and someone you liked. Even professional actors had to bow down. I am why. Let's make the Devoted Hearts Festival a great success together. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki smiled and nodded. Yeah, that was a lie. This time Sakurai planned to slack off. In these kinds of large-scale events, there was always an unspoken rule. Upperclassmen took charge of the important categories and coordination, while underclassmen handled errands and assisted the classes, including but not limited to decorating the venue, transporting equipment, ensuring fire safety. A ton of tasks. If chosen, Sakurai Saki only wanted to take on something light, so that during the festival he'd still have time to hang out with his girlfriend. His class had already decided on their event, a cafe. Very classic. Class 2, they had no fresh ideas at all. Calling it creative was just changing the costumes a little. But Maid Cafe was nothing new. In Akihabara, there was an entire street full of maids calling and customers, looking no different from a red light district. After class, finishing tutoring the quintuplets, Sakurai Saki stepped out of the library. Right at the library entrance, he saw his girlfriend. These days, Hayasaka AI always tried to go home with her boyfriend. And why? Of course, to prevent this guy from getting tangled with those sneaky cats. Sakurai-chan, good afternoon. Hayasaka AI spoke as she approached, then stood right in front of him, tilting her head up with smiling eyes. Did you miss me? Sakurai Hayasaka, do you want the true answer or the false one? Hayasaka AI lightly touched her chin with her index finger, her pose extremely cute. True. Every second, every minute. That sounded a little half-hearted. Let me hear the false one instead. Well, I can't see you. Even with birds singing and flowers fragrant, I feel no joy. Everything becomes empty, lonely. My sensitive heart grows dull, unable even to touch my own soul. Sakurai Saki didn't hesitate to borrow the famous line he had just read. The dancing girl of Aizu? Hayasaka AI gently covered her pink lips, smiling softly. And that's supposed to be the false one? Words of others, even if they're famous quotes, can express my feelings for you. Of course it's nothing but fake. Sakurai Saki smoothly pulled her into his arms. If it had been before, when Sakurai Saki suddenly hugged her, maybe Hayasaka AI would have been shy. But now, distanced from Shinomiya Kagaya, her courage had grown a lot. She wrapped her arms around Sakurai Saki, resting her head on his chest, not caring if her hairstyle got messed up. So warm. Ai-chan whispered. The temperature today was a little low. Quite the romance. Saki-chan hearing that voice. Hayasaka AI instantly pulled away from Sakurai Saki's embrace. Hayasaka. Shijo-san? Her eyes looked at Shijo Maki as if staring at a criminal. Oh, so scary. Saki-chan's girlfriend is really scary. Am I about to get beaten up? Shijo Maki laughed as she spoke, then turned and walked away. Maki. She had only shown up to provoke others. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki immediately realized that things wouldn't be peaceful for him. Care to explain? Hayasaka. Sakurai. Just a friend. Sakurai Saki's voice sounded a little weak. Hayasaka AI looked up at him for a few seconds. Doesn't seem like you're lying. Shijo Maki's personality is exactly like Shinomiya Kagaya's. The closer they are, the more distant they act. So that way of calling me actually proves we're not that close yet. The more Sakurai Saki explained, the more it sounded like useless excuses. Just then, from inside the library, the Nakano quintuplets came out. Zakuhai. Nino had just spoken when she noticed another girl standing next to Sakurai Saki. Shining golden hair, beauty no less than her own. At this moment standing close beside Sakurai Saki. Hearing Nino's voice, Hayasaka AI turned her head and smiled. You're my boyfriend, students? She slightly bowed, politely saying, thank you for always looking after him. The quintuplets each responded in turn, exchanging a few polite words. A few minutes later, Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki left, heading toward the school gate. Watching their backs, Nino's expression faintly showed displeasure. Nino, that's the pressure of the official girlfriend. Ichika crossed her arms, her face amused as if watching a play. She knew full well that Nino liked Sakurai Saki. Nino frowned slightly. Though she felt extremely uncomfortable inside, she had no reason to argue back. Chapter 251, 253, Eat First, Bathe First, or Watashi, 2 weeks before the cultural festival. After the first meeting of the Cultural Festival Executive Committee ended, Sakurai Saki left the meeting room. The process, how should he put it? Sakurai Saki felt completely out of place. At first, he thought Ishigami you would have a hard time adapting, but in the end, the one who couldn't adapt turned out to be himself. Sakurai even doubted whether he had already fallen behind the times. It wasn't that he deliberately kept his distance to avoid participating in discussions, but the topics they talked about were of no interest to him. From the very start, he only joined to slack off, so this didn't bother him much. As for Ishigami Yu, in order to win the favor of that senpai, he seemed to have prepared everything thoroughly, like a male bird in mating season, spreading its radiant wings to attract a female, spinning in place, and then dancing a ballet. Ishigami. Sakurai Saki recalled the video that Hayasaka AI had shared with him last night before going to bed. That bird seemed to be called Paradise Bird. Those beautiful male birds existed solely to attract females. Humans in this aspect seem to be the opposite. No, not entirely male birds don't care about the appearance of females, but women will consider the appearance of men. Aside from that, also their abilities. Of course, the opposite is also true too. With such idle thoughts in mind, Sakurai Saki followed behind Aino Miko, the two of them preparing to head to the neighborhood association to report about the need for a bonfire. This time, accompanying them was Onodera Rei, who was quite close to Miko. and also joined the Cultural Festival Executive Committee this time. The group made a round through the nearby neighborhood. Since Aino Miko usually spent her free time helping with some volunteer work, the atmosphere unexpectedly turned out very relaxed. In fact, for several years now, the neighborhood association had not agreed to let Shuchiin hold evening activities, not granting the school permission for nighttime events, and yet this time they gave their approval. Even though they agreed, they still had to arrange a fire drill. Miko took Sakurai Saki and Onodera Rei around in a big loop, handing out notices to nearly every household. Yeah, I know, just wait at home for me. Sakurai Saki held the flyer in his left hand, his right hand holding the phone. What should we eat tonight? The weather's cold lately. Let's have sukiyaki hot pot. The ingredients should be in the fridge, and as for the pot, I left it in the storage cabinet next to the balcony. Yeah. They'll be done after passing out the last of these. The voice of Hayasaka AI on the phone was both steady and gentle, her pace neither too fast nor too slow. The two girls walking with him could hear it clearly. Is that a call from Hayasaka-senpai? Aino Miko asked. She's asking me what to eat tonight. Sakurai-senpai really is dating Hayasaka-senpai. Huh? Onodera Rei sighed with a strange tone. Sakurai Saki hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. Me dating Hayasaka is nothing unusual, right? How should I put it? Back when I was still in middle school, I spent half a year hearing nonstop rumors about senpai. At first, I even thought Chika-chan would win. Onodera Rei was on Team Chika. Don't turn other people's love lives into betting games. You really are. I've got nothing to say. Sakurai Saki sighed. Even kids in middle school already knew about his relationship. Yar. Actually, at first I even thought it was Shirosaka. Onodera he moterid. What? Sakurai. Onodera. Nothing. Onodera Rei's voice suddenly shot up. The passers-by around all turned to look. She faced them with a smile, carrying an apologetic air. I accidentally spoke too loudly. Sakurai Saki had actually heard her, but he didn't really care. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow. His sexual orientation was perfectly normal.